Chapter 1. Beginning with a Case of Destiny. My name is Chen Wuyang, and I was born in a remote mountain village in the central region of Lu. Unlike the myriad extraordinary scenes depicted in many novels, my birth was devoid of any remarkable occurrences. Rather, it simply marked the commencement of a month-long reign in what was typically a parched March. According to my grandfather, this phenomenon was attributed to the timing of my birth coinciding with the celestial alignment of the Northern Dipper, specifically the X and B constellations entering the celestial equator and the heavenly pool. In accordance with the astrological divisions, individuals born during this period in the Qingzhou region are often said to possess a destiny inclined towards the influence of the hidden stars. Such destinies may render one intelligent and free from material worries. Yet the excessive water element and overwhelming yin energy can lead to unforeseen calamities, particularly attracting malevolent forces. Thus, he bestowed upon me the name Wuyang. In the realm of astrological lore, the number 5 signifies the earth element, while Yang corresponds to the earth zodiac sign of Wei. My grandfather explained that the combination of Wuyang serves to subdue the overwhelming water energy within me, thus ensuring I might live a life akin to that of an ordinary person. In my recollection, the late 1980s and early 1990s were a tumultuous era, marked by significant events both domestically and internationally, which altered the fates of many individuals. For me personally, 2 occurrences had the most profound impact: the emergence of a fervor for divination and the wave of layoffs from state-owned enterprises. The rise of the divination craze can be traced back to the late 1980s when a renowned folk diviner in Chang'an, during a public demonstration at the 8 Immortals Palace, accurately predicted the impending earthquake in the northwest using the art of Qimeng Duanjia. This prediction came to pass a month later, creating quite a stir and prompting widespread media coverage, thus igniting a fervent interest in the study of feng shui and destiny among the populace. Although I was still quite young at the time, it was during this period that I first encountered these concepts through my grandfather. As for the wave of layoffs in the 1990s, it forced me, freshly graduated and clutching my iron rice bowl, to leave my position in a state enterprise and seek alternative pathways. Subsequently, capitalizing on the cultural renaissance and the enthusiasm for divination spurred by the reforms, I embraced my ancestral legacy and embarked on this profession. My skills in fortune-telling were inherited from my grandfather, who was regarded as an extraordinary figure by many. In his youth, he was celebrated locally as a master of divination, not only excelling in prophetic arts but also possessing a remarkable ability to discern the balance of yin and yang. Whenever villagers faced significant life events or encountered disturbances of a supernatural nature, they would bring him offerings of premium cigarettes, seeking his assistance. As my grandfather's reputation grew, so too did the number of people seeking his services, including merchants, dignitaries, and influential figures. He often recounted that his knowledge was imparted to him by a one-armed Taoist priest before the liberation. In a time of chaos, the old priest, for reasons unknown, found refuge in our village, where my grandfather, seeing his weakened state, kindly took him in. In gratitude for his salvation, the old priest bequeathed his lifelong teachings to my grandfather. However, I later learned from my grandmother that the old priest had not only accepted my grandfather as a disciple, but had also left behind a book before his departure. The contents of this book remain a mystery known only to my grandfather, who kept it meticulously hidden, locked away in an iron cabinet secured with 3 locks. He would often retreat to the mountains for an entire day whenever he wished to study it. Yet, following an incident, my grandfather chose to burn the book. According to my grandmother's recollection, it was the winter of 1957, during the 12th lunar month, when an unfamiliar man unexpectedly sought my grandfather's counsel. The two conversed for several hours in the house before departing in the late hours of the night. My grandfather only mentioned that he was embarking on a long journey, but none anticipated that he would be gone for over half a year. Upon his return, he appeared gaunt, his limbs weakened, and he had lost 2 fingers from his right hand. The very first act upon his return was to retrieve the book from its secure location and incinerate it. The reasoning behind this act remains shrouded in mystery. These events transpired before my birth. While I did not witness them firsthand, the vivid accounts from my grandmother and mother instilled in me a profound curiosity, prompting me to inquire with my grandfather about the book. Each time, however, he would respond with a stern demeanor and visible displeasure, occasionally even expressing anger towards me. Eventually, I ceased my inquiries. Nevertheless, he was quite willing to impart knowledge of metaphysics to me, including various spells and techniques. My grandfather believed that I possessed a natural talent in this field and could inherit his legacy. Despite familial opposition, my genuine interest, coupled with my grandfather's encouragement, allowed me to pursue this path without further objections. When discussing metaphysics, many may instinctively equate it with feudal superstition, viewing it as a deceptive practice. It is understandable, given the prevalence of charlatans who exploit traditional cultural narratives for their gain, that such sentiments exist. However, I assert that metaphysics is not mere dross rather. It is a body of knowledge that ancient sages gleaned from the natural world, aimed at discerning fortune and averting misfortune. Even Confucius, in his study of the I Ching, famously stated, "A gentleman observes the symbols and contemplates the words in repose, while in action he observes the transformations and contemplates the divination." This illustrates that the I Ching, as the foremost of the five classics, possesses inherent significance. I formally entered this profession in 1998. Strictly speaking, I am not merely a fortune teller, but a practitioner of yin and yang, as fortune telling is merely a fundamental means of livelihood. The knowledge I have acquired in metaphysics can be categorized into two main areas: divination and the inquiry of yin and yang. In terms of divination, my primary focus is on qigong, supplemented by bazi and feng shui. As for the inquiry of yin and yang, my specialization lies in the art of qigong duanjia. Since my entry into this field, I have encountered a myriad of individuals and witnessed countless extraordinary events. Some occurrences are beyond the realm of imagination, and even years later, certain experiences still evoke a sense of trepidation within me. I must clarify that my intention is not to propagate so-called feudal superstition. Rather, I aim to share my observations and experiences since entering this profession, inviting you to view the world through the lens of a fortune teller. Consider this merely a narrative to engage your interest. Before I begin my tale, I would like to pose a question. Do you believe in fate? I believe many, as they age, come to experience a sentiment akin to this. In childhood, one may feel destined for greatness, yet upon maturation, one discovers that often, fate dictates one's course, leaving one to do their utmost while surrendering to destiny. As the old adage goes, all is fate, none is within one's control. Here, I would like to share with you a genuine case of destiny, one that I encountered in the early years of my practice, and which stands as a particularly representative example among the myriad of cases I have gathered over the years. Chapter 2. Destiny in the year 2003, known in the Chinese sexagenary cycle as the Year of Gui Wei. I utilized the earnings from fortune-telling and my ventures into the realm of yin and yang from previous years to establish a divination parlor in the county. However, in the initial stages, business was rather lackluster. During that era, platforms like Douyin were non-existent, and even mobile phones were considered a luxury, leaving word of mouth as the sole means of communication. After transitioning from street vending to a storefront, my previous regular clients could hardly locate me, compelling me to start anew. In truth, fortune-telling, much like many other enterprises, relies heavily on connections. The broader 1S network, combined with genuine expertise, allows word to spread, leading to an inevitably flourishing business. On that particular day, the third day of the third lunar month, coinciding with our local temple fair, my parlor was situated on the bustling street of the event, attracting throngs of vendors and fairgoers, creating a lively atmosphere. As noon approached, two middle-aged women entered my establishment. One of them was familiar to me. She was Aunt Zhang from our village, who made her living selling vegetables. The other, a stranger, kept her head bowed. Despite her gaudy makeup, her complexion appeared rather poor, with bruises at the corner of her mouth and left eye, suggesting she had been struck. Given the temple fair festivities, Aunt Zhang had to attend to her stall, merely mentioning that the stranger was a distant relative before departing. I courteously invited the stranger to take a seat and inquired about her purpose for visiting. Initially, she refrained from answering, instead regarding me with a peculiar gaze, as if appraising the quality of a product. Noticing her demeanor, I chose not to press further and instead poured her a glass of water. Offering a brief self-introduction, in those years, I lacked notoriety and was quite young, so it was natural for people to regard me with skepticism, particularly given the rarity of a man in his 20s engaging in such a profession. In the eyes of many, fortune-telling was an occupation reserved for the elderly, not necessarily because it was believed that they were more accurate, but rather because they were seen as possessing greater experience and wisdom. This perception mirrors the common inclination to trust seasoned doctors over novices when seeking medical care. I intend to travel south and wish to ascertain my future prospects and marital situation. The woman finally spoke after accepting the water. Upon hearing this, I surmised that she had recently encountered difficulties and was likely facing marital issues. This deduction was not due to any prophetic gift on my part, but rather a saying within the fortune-telling community. Observe the attire first, for it reveals one's fortune and energy. If someone seeks counsel, it is evident that they are facing challenges. This principle is easily grasped. The manner in which one dresses and carries oneself often reflects their current state of fortune. The latter part of the saying indicates that if an individual is inquiring about a matter, it is likely that they are experiencing misfortune. After all, who would seek a fortune teller if all was well? In the case of this middle-aged woman, had her fortune been favorable and her marriage content, she would not have sought my services. Admittedly, this understanding does not delve into the realm of mysticism. It is, at most, a psychological insight. Similar to how salespeople in high-end boutiques or luxury car dealerships often judge a person's worth based on their appearance, I refuse to employ such superficial judgments to mislead my clients. According to my principles, whenever someone seeks my help, I first recount the path they have traversed in life. Only by accurately reflecting upon their past will they be inclined to trust my insights into their future. I requested the woman's date of birth to analyze her Ba-Zi, 8 characters. Before proceeding with the analysis, I took a moment to discuss the subject. The study of I Ching has evolved over thousands of years, giving rise to numerous divination methods. However, all forms of fortune-telling can generally be categorized into 2 types: major and minor divination. Major divination can predict an individual's lifetime fortune or the trends during specific life stages. Yet it cannot accurately forecast the auspiciousness of particular days or events. The most representative forms of major divination are Ba-Zi and Zi-Wei-Do Shu, while physiognomy and bone reading also fall within this category. Conversely, minor divination is characterized by its flexibility, capable of accurately assessing the auspiciousness of specific events, but it struggles to depict the overall trajectory of a person's life. This category includes Liu Yao, Mei Hua, and Jin Ko. There is no inherent superiority between major and minor divination. Rather, they complement one another. To employ a somewhat imperfect analogy, major divination represents the trunk, embodying the macro perspective, while minor divination represents the branches and leaves. Focusing on the micro. Of course, some techniques do not fall neatly into either category, the most notable being Qi Min Dun Jia, which I will discuss in detail later. Returning to the subject at hand, I arranged the 4 pillars based on the woman's birth date. She was born in the 4th lunar month of 1963, resulting in the pillars Gue Mao Year, Bing Chen Month, Wu Su Day, and Ji Wei Hour. Upon completing the Ba-Zi analysis and examining the chart, I immediately furrowed my brow. Your Ba-Zi, both in structure and energy, is quite favorable. Your life force thrives in a position of authority, as the official status equates to wealth. Thus, while your family may be of modest means, you have never lacked financial resources, particularly in terms of windfall gains. What about my marriage? She inquired, before addressing her marital situation. I ventured to ask, the injuries on your face were inflicted by your husband, were they not? Instead of responding immediately, I posed this question. The woman remained silent, regarding me with a look of astonishment. I hastily clarified, please do not misunderstand. I mean no offense if my insights are correct. The injuries on your face must indeed be the result of actions taken by your husband. The reasons for this are tied to your personal life. What do you mean? She shot me a sharp glance, sensing the implications of my words. Out of politeness, I offered a congenial smile and elaborated. What I mean is that your lifestyle may lack discretion. To be more blunt, you are prone to infidelity. Perhaps due to the intimate setting, the woman appeared unusually calm upon hearing my words. Observing her reaction only reinforced my belief that my assessment was accurate. Why did I conclude that her injuries were caused by her husband and that she had a propensity for infidelity? This is because the arrangement of Ba-Zi often conceals myriad secrets. To truly grasp Ba-Zi, one must study 2 essential texts, Di Tian Sui and Yuan Hai Zi Ping. In the section on women in Yuan Hai Zi Ping, there exists a detailed discussion regarding this specific combination of Ba-Zi. Ziwu combines with Mao Yu. Destined to follow others. Chun Su meets Cho Wei. A woman's path is fraught with peril. This implies that if the earthly branches of one's Ba Zi feature adjacent Chun, Su, Cho, and Wei, that individual is likely to engage in promiscuous behavior. For instance, in the case of this woman, she was born in the Bing Chun month and Wu Su day, with both month and day branches being earth and situated in close proximity, indicating that her marriage is certainly troubled, likely due to her entanglements with other men. From the perspective of her Ba Zi, she is destined for multiple partners, as the excessive earth element within her chart renders it challenging for her to find a suitable match, resulting in a tumultuous marital journey. Additionally, you mentioned wanting to travel south. I would advise against it. Why? The tone of her voice was noticeably softer than before. Every 10 years marks a significant period in one's fortune. You began your fortune at the age of 4, and this year, you are 41 in the lunar calendar, currently experiencing the Gongxian luck cycle. This cycle, characterized by the metal energy of Gongxian, is detrimental, especially since the south is associated with fire, creating an inhospitable environment for you. Particularly, this year, being the Gue Wei year, is inauspicious and poses a threat of calamity, potentially leading to a blood disaster. The woman fell silent, however, she did not press further. After casting her divination coins, she departed from my establishment. Observing her leave, I refrained from uttering more. After all, every family has its own troubles, regardless of her past transgressions. She remained my client, deserving of respect for her privacy. Moreover, she was still a distant relative of Aunt Zhang. I had initially assumed that this woman's story would conclude there, but 6 months later, I received further news about her from Aunt Zhang. Chapter 3. A mysterious illness. It turned out that this woman was named Zhang Fong, a distant cousin of Aunt Zhang a few years prior. For the sake of amusement, she had become involved with a businessman from the south. Eventually, her affair was exposed, leading to her husband catching them in the act and subjecting her to a severe beating. Subsequently, the businessman planned to take her south, but this idea was vehemently opposed by Aunt Zhang and others, which ultimately led her to seek my fortune-telling services. However, Zhang Fong did not heed my warnings. Merely a week after consulting me, she left with the businessman for the south. Unfortunately, her good fortune was short-lived, as the businessman soon found a younger partner and unceremoniously discarded her. Enraged, Zhang Fong confronted him, only to meet a tragic end when she was accidentally struck by his vehicle. Although many years have passed, I still feel a twinge of guilt whenever I recall this incident. Had I urged her more strongly, perhaps she would have reconsidered her decision. But then again, does life accommodate what-ifs? Perhaps this is the caprice of fate. Through the aforementioned case, it is likely that everyone has gained a new understanding of destiny. Some may question, since a person's life has already been predetermined by fate, what purpose does striving serve? Would it not be better to simply lay back and accept it? Here, I would like to share my perspective, drawn from the experiences I have accumulated over the years. As the saying goes, good fortune is preferable to a good fate. One's destiny can be divided into 2 parts, innate fate and acquired fortune. What we often refer to as fortune-telling pertains to one's innate fate. However, innate fate does not dictate how one's future will unfold. Rather, it can be altered through acquired fortune. For instance, why do some individuals, despite having unfavorable fates, manage to seize opportunities through their own efforts and thus experience a turnaround in fortune? The answer lies here. Point: one may believe in fate, but one must never resign oneself to it. At this juncture, some may be curious. Can destiny be changed? I can assert with certainty that it certainly can. Otherwise, how could there be such vast disparities in the fates of those born on the same day, at the same hour? There are numerous methods to alter one's fate. A common adage states, 1's fate, 2's fortune, 3's feng shui, 4's accumulation of virtue, and 5's education. In simpler terms, fate can be modified through acts of kindness, the accumulation of virtues, or adjustments in feng shui. The saying, a household that accumulates goodness will surely enjoy blessings, encapsulates this principle. Of course, some methods of altering fate are rather esoteric, involving arcane arts that may be difficult for the average person to comprehend. I once accompanied my grandfather to visit a master of Ziwei Do Shu in Zhengzhou, where I witnessed this master use the Tai Golden Mirror technique and the 18 flying stars of Ziwei to advance his own grandson's birth time by an entire hour, thereby altering his fate. However, I strongly advise against such drastic measures, as going against the natural order invites retribution. I will elaborate on this matter later. Personally, due to my frequent interactions with the realms of yin and yang, I have encountered various individuals seeking to change their fates over the years. The most common cases I have encountered pertain to those with a youthful fate. This leads me to recount a true story that transpired in my vicinity. In the autumn of 2004, having endured the arduous early days of my business in 2003, I found that my enterprise began to flourish gradually as the new year approached. With a commendable reputation and goodwill, friends and former clients brought new opportunities my way. This particular incident occurred in late autumn, shortly after I had completed a feng shui consultation for a friend from out of town. It is worth noting that in those days, high-speed trains were non-existent. One typically traveled by dilapidated long-distance buses or green trains, and the infrastructure was not as developed as it is today. A journey could leave one feeling jostled and devoid of appetite for 2 days. Perhaps due to the unfamiliar environment, I fell ill with a slight fever upon my return, prompting me to temporarily close my shop for a couple of days to recuperate. Just as I was on the mend, one afternoon, a friend unexpectedly arrived at my door. Old Joe? I opened the door to find none other than Old Joe, Zhou Deshan. Old Joe is my colleague in the field of feng shui. Having opened a shop adjacent to mine after I relocated here last year, he shared that he had once been a geography teacher in his youth, and upon retirement, pursued his passion by seeking mentorship in this field. Despite being over 50, our shared interests fostered a deep friendship, and we often enjoyed tea together while exchanging insights on feng shui and metaphysics. He frequently consulted me on matters related to yin and yang. Knowing my expertise in magical arts, it had been a while since I last saw him, as the profession of a feng shui master requires one to travel extensively to consult with clients. Sometimes, I might not see him for a month or two. After exchanging a few pleasantries, I invited Old Joe inside. He wasted no time in expressing his purpose for visiting. It turned out that he sought my assistance on behalf of a friend who was facing some troubling issues. Old Joe was not entirely clear on the details, only mentioning that his friend's son had been experiencing persistent fevers and nightmares, often speaking incoherently and even sleepwalking. This friend of mine is a client. I had conducted a feng shui consultation for his shop a few years back. This morning, he had called me in distress, reporting that his son was suffering from a high fever that refused to subside. And despite numerous attempts at treatment, he remained unwell. Furthermore, during the night, his son would sleepwalk and utter strange phrases. What kind of strange phrases? I had not clarified this over the phone, but I surmised that his son might have attracted some malevolent entity. Knowing my expertise in such matters, my friend had referred me to Old Joe. Rest assured, I have conveyed your situation to him. He assured me that if you can resolve this issue, he will reward you handsomely. Old Joe succinctly summarized what he knew. After some contemplation, I recognized the peculiarity of the situation. However, since it was a friend's plea for help and there was the promise of a substantial reward, I naturally agreed to assist. The following day, Old Joe and I took a train to our destination. His friend resided in a large county town in the neighboring province of Zhongyuan. Having communicated with the other party in advance, we met him shortly after our arrival in the evening. His name was Wang Xingmin, slightly younger than Old Joe, and he was a businessman in recent years. Wang Xingmin had opened a large supermarket, riding the wave of economic growth, and had gained a reputation as a prominent local entrepreneur. Wang Xingmin's demeanor was not particularly cheerful. He appeared weary, with an underlying sense of despondency. The fatigue likely stemmed from his son's condition. While the disappointment seemed to arise from my youthful presence on the train, Wang Xingmin detailed his son's situation. His son, Wang Jinbao, born in 1982, was now 22 years old. According to Wang Xingmin, his son had always been frail. Frequently falling ill, he often experienced nightmares, claiming that a little friend wanted to play with him, and sometimes he would sleepwalk, uttering nonsensical phrases. Over the years, Wang Xingmin and his wife had spent a considerable amount of money seeking treatments, consulting specialists in large cities, seeking guidance from knowledgeable masters, and even making offerings at temples. They had exhausted every conceivable remedy. Perhaps due to their efforts in seeking medical advice over the past couple of years, Wang Jinbao had not exhibited those symptoms recently and had appeared to be in better health. However, unexpectedly, he had relapsed this year, and just recently, he had begun to exhibit symptoms of fever, lasting over a week, accompanied by sleepwalking and strange utterances, particularly at night. Wang Shu, what kind of nonsensical things has your son been saying? Do you remember? After hearing Wang Xingmin's account, I had a rough understanding of his son's condition. Wang Xingmin pondered for a moment. Jinbao has been saying for years that a little friend at home wants to play with him and that this friend wants to take him to another place. Sometimes, in the dead of night, Jinbao inexplicably gets out of bed and sits on the floor beside his bed in the dark. At first, we were terrified, and we even moved several times because of this. And where is your son now? He's still in the hospital, suffering from a high fever that won't subside. There's nothing else we can do but keep him on N4 for observation. The doctors have examined him thoroughly, even assessing his mental state, but found no issues. Master Xiaochun, old Zhou mentioned that my son Jinbao might be encountering some unclean entities. Do you really believe such things exist in this world? On the way to the hospital, Wang Xingmin, who was driving, could not contain his curiosity and posed a question. Chapter 4. The Fate of the Child. The term unclean things typically refers to those ethereal spirits that remain unseen and unheard by ordinary people yet undeniably exist in this world. While some may be skeptical, it is an objective reality. Wang Xingmin's inquiry stemmed from his consideration of the thoughts expressed by Lao Zhou, leading him to believe that his son, Wang Jinbao, might be affected, which could explain his current condition. However, in affirming his question, I did not attribute his son's illness to this notion, for one must observe the individual's physical state firsthand to draw any conclusions. Throughout the years, I have traversed the land, and during my time accompanying my grandfather on similar matters, I have encountered numerous analogous situations. Some were afflicted by what is colloquially termed spiritual possession, while others had encountered malevolent forces, often as a result of venturing into desolate places or interacting with tainted antiquities. Additionally, some suffered from calamities, which typically arose from attending funerals or other rites where they inadvertently transgressed the deceased's taboos. Each of these scenarios could manifest symptoms akin to those exhibited by Wang Jinbao, such as persistent high fevers, delirium, or even sleepwalking. Initially, I too speculated that Wang Xingmin's son might have encountered one of the aforementioned situations. However, upon arriving at the hospital, I discovered that the reality was far more dire than anticipated. We arrived at the hospital after dark. Wang Jinbao was resting in a standard ward on the 4th floor. Having just completed a drip, Wang Xingmin's wife, Li Guixiang, sat vigil by his side, her complexion mirroring her husband's pallor. Upon learning that I was the master referred to by Lao Zhou, she instinctively regarded me with a peculiar gaze. Frankly speaking, that feeling was quite uncomfortable, however. I brushed it off, approaching the bedside to observe the slumbering Wang Jinbao. It was then, particularly when I noticed a small red spot, the size of a fingernail, on his forehead, that I realized the gravity of the situation. To the untrained eye, this red spot might merely appear as a birthmark or a remnant of hives, seemingly inconsequential. Yet, in truth, it is known as the heavenly gate spot, a striking characteristic of those with the fate of a child. The most distinct feature of the heavenly gate spot is that it only manifests during episodes of fever, according to descriptions provided by Wang Xingmin and Li Guixiang. This red mark indeed only appeared when Wang Jinbao was feverish. To validate my hypothesis, I requested his birth date and time, and upon calculation, I confirmed that Wang Jinbao truly possessed the fate of a child, and he had reached a critical juncture. The term fate of a child. Upon hearing this, both Wang Xingmin and Li Guixiang were taken aback. After all, most individuals today are unaware of such concepts. And even Lao Zhou, well versed in the principles of feng shui, instinctively furrowed his brow and regarded me with a look of inquiry. Due to time constraints, I refrained from elaborating extensively, offering only a brief explanation. While the fate of a child may also present symptoms such as persistent fevers and delirium, unlike spiritual possession or malevolent encounters, it does not occur due to the individual encountering unclean entities. Rather, it is a condition inherent to those with the fate of a child, characterized by a congenital flaw in their destiny. According to folklore and Taoist beliefs, the fate of a child is often linked to one's previous life, typically categorized into several types. The first type descends from the heavens. These individuals were often celestial beings serving in temples, tasked with menial duties, and maintained their childlike forms throughout their lives. They were subsequently banished to the mortal realm to endure hardship as a means of spiritual cultivation due to their transgressions. The second type descends with a specific mission or unfulfilled wish. These individuals were previously celestial officials or practitioners who descended to accomplish divine tasks or fulfill lingering desires. Finally, the third type may not have been human in their past lives but accrued merits, allowing them the fortune of being reborn as humans in this life. It is crucial to note that the term fate of a child specifically refers to males. Nowadays, Many fortune tellers or practitioners mistakenly classify females with similar destinies as having the fate of a child, which is incorrect. Such females should be referred to as possessing the flower sister fate. Regardless of whether one is a child or a flower sister, individuals with these destinies typically exhibit several common traits. 1. Strikingly handsome or beautiful appearance. 2. Unfortunate marital prospects, or even remaining unmarried. 3. Prone to illness and frailty. 4. Experiencing a tumultuous life filled with challenges, yet never lacking in financial resources. 5. A short lifespan. Among these, the most pronounced characteristic is indeed a shortened lifespan, particularly critical at ages 6, 12, 18, 22, and 24, which are pivotal moments. Should one fail to surmount these junctures, they are highly likely to depart this world at such times to return for their report. Wang Jinbao was born in 1982, and in 2004, he reached the age of 22, coinciding perfectly with this critical juncture. There are various methods to ascertain the fate of a child today, broadly categorized into observing incense, pulse diagnosis, and destiny calculation. My approach is the latter. Taking Wang Jinbao as an example, he was born in 1982. His birth chart reveals Ren Su year, Gung Su month, EU day, Ren Wu hour. According to the mnemonic for determining the fate of a child, water, fire, chicken, dog are plentiful. It becomes evident that Wang Jinbao's year pillar resonates with water, and his day pillar presents the U sign, confirming him as a quintessential child of fate. As for which category of child fate he belongs to. The presence of the heavenly gate spot on his forehead typically indicates that such individuals descend from the heavens. This can also be discerned from the elemental attributes within his birth chart. Wang Jinbao's chart reveals a foundation of water and earth, indicative of the adage withered wood meets spring, suggesting that in his previous life, he was likely a small servant in the temple of Lord Guan, responsible for fetching water and sweeping. Why explanation left Wang Xingmin and the others utterly astonished. Their ignorance of the matter only magnified their fear upon hearing it, particularly when I mentioned that those with the fate of a child often have shortened lives. Both Wang Xingmin and Li Gaixiang displayed visible terror. Uncle Wang, Auntie, you need not worry. As long as a substitute is offered, all will be well. The notion of offering a substitute entails using a dummy to stand in for your son, allowing him to report back to the heavens. This is currently the most effective remedy for such a fate. I examined your son's birth chart. After midnight tonight, it will mark his birth date. For those with the fate of a child, the day of their birth signifies the critical juncture, thus time is of the essence. We must prepare a substitute before dawn. Now, please gather the necessary items for me. I must promptly arrange for his substitute. Due to the time constraints, I did not afford Wang Xingmin and his family ample opportunity for contemplation, and instead divulged the method to resolve the predicament of a boy's fate. For Wang Jinbao, his survival hinged upon the fleeting hours from tonight until dawn. Chapter 5. The substitute. To be candid, I initially harbored considerable apprehension about having shared so much, as Wang Xingmin and his wife were fundamentally skeptical of the concept of a boy's fate. After all, we are now in the 21st century, and it is challenging for the average person to accept such superstitions. Fortunately, they ultimately chose to place their trust in me. Subsequently, I instructed Wang Xingmin to promptly arrange for Wang Jinbao's discharge from the hospital, and then to procure incense, candles, paper money, and other funeral necessities, along with a paper effigy. The effigy was required to be male, matching Wang Jinbao's height, with a red upper garment and white lower garment. This was due to Wang Jinbao's birth date being associated with the element of wood, which corresponds to the color red, while the earthly branch of his birth date corresponds to metal, represented by white. Following my directives, Wang Xingmin swiftly attended to his son's discharge. As they resided in an apartment, performing the ritual in their urban dwelling would be inconvenient, so I advised them to return to their rural hometown post-discharge. Meanwhile, Li Guixiang proceeded directly to the funeral parlor as per my instructions. For reasons unknown, upon our exit from the hospital, the weather had deteriorated significantly. The temperature plummeted, and the previously clear night sky was now obscured by ominous clouds, with the wind swirling dust into a haze that enveloped the atmosphere. During that era, most county towns were akin to the rural villages of today, becoming desolate by nightfall. Thus, the pitch-black, fog-laden surroundings instilled in me a sense of the eerie passage of spectral beings. Wang Xingmin and the lethargic Wang Jinbao expressed their fear to me, and I urged them not to succumb to panic. That, of course, to say that I was unafraid would be disingenuous. In truth, my heart raced with trepidation. After all, This was my first solo undertaking of such a ritual to deliver a substitute for a boy's fate. Although I had encountered similar situations before, I had primarily assisted my grandfather. Without bearing the weight of responsibility, now, embarking on this endeavor alone, I could not help but feel somewhat apprehensive. Wang Xingmin's hometown was a relatively remote village, situated approximately 40 li from the county town. Upon our arrival, it was already past 10 in the evening. Approximately an hour later, Li Guixiang returned from the funeral parlor. The ritual of delivering the substitute must commence after darkness falls and be completed before the rooster crows at dawn, as the night is when it is easiest for the substitute to return to the celestial gates. Without delay, I instructed Li Guixiang to set up a fire basin at the village's three-way intersection, placing a table before it for incense offerings and various provisions. As soon as the clock struck midnight, we would commence the burning of longevity money. I secured a piece of white cloth around the prepared paper effigy, inscribing Wang Jinbao's nickname and birth date upon it. The use of his nickname was essential, as a name change would follow the completion of the ritual, and utilizing the nickname would simplify the process. Once all preparations were in place, I entrusted Wang Jinbao to old Zhou, cautioning him to remain indoors regardless of what he might see or hear, and to refrain from turning on any lights. At approximately 1:15 midnight, the ritual commenced in earnest. Following my instructions, as the appointed time arrived, Wang Xingmin cradled his son's substitute and slowly made his way from their home to the fire basin at the village's entrance. With each step, he cast a piece of longevity money onto the ground. At that moment, the village dogs erupted into a cacophony of barking. I repeatedly reassured Wang Xingmin not to fear and to avoid looking back. Upon reaching the village entrance, I instructed him to place the paper effigy into the fire basin and incinerate it, then to carry the basin and walk 22 steps toward the northwest. The significance of the northwest direction lay not only in the timing but also in the positioning. Wang Jinbao was born in 1982, which corresponds to the heavenly stem and earthly branch of Renshu, with Su indicating the northwest direction, while the 22 steps represented Wang Jinbao's AGE. As Wang Xingmin lifted the fire basin, a sudden chill swept through the village. Surrounded by a grove of trees, the leaves rustled violently in the wind, cascading down and producing a sound reminiscent of grinding teeth. Perhaps due to the abruptness of the chilling breeze, Wang Xingmin stumbled, instinctively gasping. The gust intensified the flames of the effigy, scattering the ash in all directions, swirling into the night sky. After Wang Xingmin completed his 22 steps toward the northwest, I instructed him to pour the remaining remnants of the paper into the ground, advising him not to look back but to return directly. At that moment, Li Guixiang at the village entrance suddenly exclaimed, "Quick, look over there. It seems someone is present." She pointed toward the northwest, where Wang Xingmin had just been standing. Regrettably, due to the obscuring clouds and swirling dust, compounded by the absence of streetlights in the rural landscape at that hour, we could not discern the figures clearly. However, one thing was certain. There were indeed silhouettes present, and not just one, but 3 in total. Moreover, upon the emergence of the shadows, all 3 of us, myself, Wang Xingmin, and Li Guixiang, distinctly heard the disquieting sound of a child weeping from that direction. The eerie cries sent shivers down my spine. I cautioned Wang Xingmin and Li Guixiang to remain silent. These shadows were, in fact, the officials sent to escort Wang Jinbao's substitute back to the heavens. Yet, to avoid inciting unnecessary panic, I refrained from elaborating to Wang Xingmin and Li Guixiang, urging them to continue kneeling before the offering table at the intersection, burning the longevity money. After completing the burning of 81 pieces of longevity money, the 3 shadows vanished without a trace, and the chilling wind that had lingered dissipated instantaneously. The village returned to its accustomed tranquility. For Wang Xingmin and Li Guixiang, this night was a profound transformation of their understanding. On the very night of the ritual, their son Wang Jinbao exhibited marked improvement in his condition, the fever subsiding, and he ceased to speak incoherently. By the time all matters were concluded, the hour had already surpassed 3 in the morning. Old Zhou and I spent the night at a nearby town's inn, and the following day, when I encountered Wang Xingmin and Li Guixiang again, they informed me that their son had fully recovered and had even dreamt the previous night. In his dream, Wang Jinbao found himself lost at a sinister crossroads, uncertain of which path to take. Suddenly, 2 strangers clad in ancient attire appeared and guided him away from that place. I conveyed to them that this indicated the successful completion of the substitute ritual. assuring them that Wang Jinbao would no longer suffer from illness. Naturally, there remained one essential task, to bestow upon Wang Jinbao a new nickname, as the previous one had been assigned to the substitute, necessitating a fresh designation. Wang Xingmin readily agreed to this upon their return home and subsequently extracted 5,000 yuan in cash from his leather bag, handing it directly to me. 5,000 yuan. This marked the first occasion I had received such a substantial remuneration, particularly in 2004, when it was a considerable sum. However, despite the financial gain, I had also endured significant hardship upon accepting this task. I had been suffering from a fever, and upon returning to my divination studio, my condition had not improved. In fact, it had worsened. Those 2 days nearly left me delirious from the fever. Fortunately, having earned some money from assisting Wang Xingmin's family, I decided to close my shop for the next few days, opting not to conduct any business. Once I recovered, I intended to take a trip south with friends for a few days. Let no one assume that practitioners of our profession are peculiar beings. In truth, we are not so different from ordinary folk. Fortune tellers are human too, and we also seek moments of respite and leisure. Ultimately, however, my plans were derailed by the unexpected arrival of a visitor. Chapter 6. The Inquiry of Intent. November 2004, the 7th day of the 10th lunar month. This day remains etched in my memory. The preceding night, the national football team had suffered an ignominious defeat, resulting in widespread discussion across all media outlets for several days thereafter. Beyond the recent football debacle, what made this day particularly memorable was the arrival of a unique guest at my divination studio on the 18th. Around 2 in the afternoon, while I was engrossed in examining my newly purchased Nokia 7610 mobile phone, a middle-aged man clad in a black leather jacket entered, carrying a briefcase. With business at hand, I naturally greeted him with enthusiasm. However, the man appeared stern, his expression indicating discontent. I inquired about his purpose for visiting, but he refrained from providing an answer. Instead, he scrutinized me carefully before lighting a cigarette and smiling, saying, "It is said that your divination is remarkably accurate, with knowledge of the heavens and the earth. Why not discern my purpose for visiting you?" From his words, I could vaguely discern that he seemed to know me. However, since he brought it up and was trying to test me in the process, I refrained from saying much more and decided to set up a Qimeng divination. There are myriad methods of divination. Personally, I believe that among all these esoteric practices, Qimeng is the most accurate and substantiated. Here, I would like to digress slightly. I previously mentioned that the art of fate can be broadly categorized into major and minor divinations. The major divination pertains to fate, while the minor one concerns events. However, there exists an exception among these esoteric practices. It does not fall into either category yet simultaneously encompasses both major and minor divinations. This practice is Qimeng Duanjia. The complete Qimeng Duanjia comprises 2 parts, mathematical Qimeng and Qimeng methodology. Regarding mathematical Qimeng, it is dubbed the miraculous gate because it functions akin to a house, allowing any form of divination, including feng shui, to be seamlessly integrated into Qimeng, yielding unexpectedly effective results in real life. The most common practices are Duanjia with Ran and Qimeng with Bazi. Qimeng with Bazi refers to the combination of Qimeng and Bazi, utilizing an individual's birth chart to establish a lifelong divination, thereby allowing for a more precise deduction of their life than merely analyzing the Bazi alone, in contrast to Qimeng with Bazi. I more frequently employ Duanjia with Ran. Lu Ran and Qimeng are both part of the ancient triad, with Lu Ran focusing on human affairs and Qimeng governing geography. Whether it is Lu Ran divination or the Jin Koju derived from it, both can accurately predict various aspects concerning individuals. Thus, whenever I establish a Qimeng divination, I always incorporate Lu Ran elements into the Qimeng chart. Take the individual before me as an example. Upon his request for a divination, I habitually interweave the elements of Lu Ran within the 9 palaces of the Qimeng chart to swiftly acquire key information. It is currently the Yi-Wei hour, with the hour stem E positioned in the Qian 6th palace, facing the opening gate, and the 8 gods represented as the value symbol. I deduce that your visit is work-related, initiated by your superior. Moreover, this matter is certainly not auspicious, as E in the Qian 6th palace signifies a place of demise and burial. I glanced at the Qimeng chart and, based on the information displayed, confidently conveyed my interpretation to him. The man nodded thoughtfully but refrained from speaking, seemingly eager for me to continue my deduction. I proceeded. As for you personally, with the day stem situated at the rest gate and encountering the noble star, I conclude that you are engaged in a cultural profession. Additionally, from the perspective of Lu Ren's 12 spirits, your palace features the Yin spirit, which indicates a public service position, suggesting that you are a formal employee. Impressive, indeed. Upon hearing this, the man's expression shifted dramatically as he gave me a thumbs up. However, he did not cease there. Instead, he curiously placed the briefcase he was holding on the table and inquired, "Can you discern what is inside this bag?" "Letters." "How did you deduce that?" "The value symbol is positioned in the Kuan's second palace, where the celestial plate reveals Gue and the terrestrial plate reveals Ding. With Gue beneath Ding, it certainly indicates correspondence. Furthermore, according to the 10 stems interactions, Gue combined with Ding signifies the image of the Tangsha snake. Thus I assert that the contents of your bag are letters, and the message contained therein is likely not good news." I pushed the Chiman chart I had drawn on paper towards him, providing a detailed explanation. Clearly, my words struck a chord with him. The man sighed deeply. "Ah, Master Xiao Chun, you are indeed correct. It is a letter. Do you know me?" His reaction took me by surprise, since he knew my surname. It implied that either he or his superior was aware of my identity. Nonetheless, I ultimately misjudged the situation, seeking my grandfather. After some conversation, I learned that this man is named Li Kai, a researcher in the Folk Culture Research Group at the Social Sciences Academy of Jizhou. The reason for his long journey to see me was at the request of group leader Du Wenxian, who specifically asked him to visit Tan Yongyan, hoping to enlist his assistance. The Tan Yongyan he referred to is indeed my grandfather. In his youth, my grandfather traveled extensively and accomplished many things, forming numerous friendships. During festivals, many would visit him, many of whom I had never met. However, my grandfather is certainly unable to assist anymore, at 70. Life is rare, and he is already 80, with mobility issues. Even if he wished to, we would undoubtedly refuse. Li Kai took the teacup from my hand and, somewhat apologetically, nodded. "Actually, I already visited the elder just now. But due to his advanced age and frailty, he instructed me to inform you of your situation and sent me to seek your help. And oh wonder. Master Xiao Chun, I hope you won't take offense at my earlier impertinence. I had no choice, as the elder mentioned you could assist us, and seeing you so young, I couldn't help but feel some concern." Li Kai was quite candid, not concealing any details, and spoke openly. I smiled, naturally not taking such trivial matters to heart. Then I inquired about what assistance he required from my grandfather. Instead of answering directly, Li Kai retrieved a letter from his briefcase and handed it to me. "This is a letter from Du Lao to Tan Lao. Since you are Tan Lao's grandson, and he also instructed me to seek you out, I shall deliver this letter to you." Curiosity piqued, I accepted the letter. Initially, I assumed that since he was part of the Folk Culture Research Group, he sought my grandfather's help for some inquiries regarding metaphysical or yin-yang matters. Or perhaps because he had encountered something unclean. After all, I had heard my grandfather mention that many would come seeking his wisdom on such topics. However, upon opening the envelope and reading its contents, I was taken aback that it was precisely because of this letter that I realized this matter would not be easy to assist with. Chapter 7. The strange occurrences in Youjiao village. Inside the envelope, there was a letter and several photographs. The photographs depicted various graves, resembling a cemetery. According to the letter, a mountain village beneath Jizhou planned to relocate the local cemetery for tourism development. However, during the relocation process, numerous strange occurrences began to unfold in the village. As to what these strange occurrences were, the letter did not specify, merely urging my grandfather to visit promptly. The letter was signed by Du Wenxian, the group leader of the Folk Culture Research Group, as mentioned by Li Kai. From the way he referred to my grandfather as Old Tan, it was evident that the two shared a close friendship. I put away the letter and asked Li Kai what precisely was happening there. Li Kai shook his head, indicating that he did not have much understanding. "I'm not entirely sure about the specifics. All I know is that the place is called Youjiao Village. In recent years, some investors plan to develop ecological tourism in Youjiao Village, but the planned area includes the village's cemetery, necessitating the relocation of all the graves. However, during the days leading up to the relocation, some villagers reported having strange dreams, claiming that their deceased relatives appeared in their dreams to warn them against moving the graves, lest a great calamity should befall them. To be honest, the locals were also reluctant to relocate the graves, who would willingly disturb their ancestors' resting places. Yet, they were unable to resist the developers' various pressures and ultimately had to comply. Consequently, on the day of the relocation, unexpected events transpired. On the day of the relocation, there were several minor earthquakes in the mountains, fortunately not severe. Moreover, on the night of the relocation, the leading village chief and several villagers inexplicably developed high fevers. Master Xiao Chun, do you think these dream warnings are credible? Could there be something unclean lurking there? As a member of the Folk Culture Research Group at the Academy of Social Sciences? Although Li Kai has studied the I Ching and the 8 trigrams under his teacher Du Wanxian and has heard some strange tales from the folk, the notion of a dream induced by a grave relocation leading to a widespread fever seems quite extraordinary. After listening to his account, I grasped the general sequence of events. When Li Kai posed his inquiries, I informed him that the phenomenon of dream visitation is rather commonplace. Not to mention, I have witnessed numerous instances where the deceased convey messages to their immediate relatives. Many might attribute such occurrences to overthinking, as one often dreams of what occupies their mind during the day. In their eyes, dream visitation lacks any scientific basis. However, in my assessment, when combined with certain esoteric practices that are traditionally kept secret, I believe that dreams represent a unique conduit through which spirits connect with the living realm. Within the Taoist Lushan sect, there exists a similar form of spiritual communication. Since someone sought my grandfather's assistance and he has entrusted this matter to me, I readily agreed to help Li Kai. After all, it was an opportunity to earn some money while also expanding my horizons, a venture that promised to be mutually beneficial. Upon hearing my agreement, Li Kai was so elated that he sprang to his feet, fervently shaking my hand in gratitude. As he had other matters to attend to, he left his contact information and departed for Jizhou. No sooner had he left than I received a call from my grandfather. Echoing Li Kai's earlier sentiments, my grandfather mentioned his long-standing friendship with Du Wenxian and urged me to assist him as best as I could. He also repeatedly cautioned me that when working in remote areas, especially deep in the mountains and forests, I must always find a companion to accompany me. This profession of traversing the realms of yin and yang is fraught with peril, akin to walking a knife's edge, where the rewards are hard-earned through risking one's life. Should I encounter formidable entities one day, having an extra set of hands could prove invaluable in critical moments. This rule has been instilled in me by my grandfather since I entered this field, and I have never dared to forget it. Thus, for this journey to Jizhou, I enlisted the company of my good friend Li Dawei. Li Dawei hails from the same village as I, and we have been classmates since elementary and middle school. A few years ago, he intended to venture south to seek fortune in the wake of the economic reforms. Initially, he made some money trading tapes and DVDs, but most of his earnings were squandered on nightlife, nearly landing him in debt due to romantic entanglements. Fortunately, this clever lad recognized the burgeoning popularity of mobile phones and shifted his focus to trading imported phones. Now, he and his sister run a mobile phone shop in the county, which is quite successful, and he doesn't have to tend the shop, spending his days either gaming or wandering about. My own Nokia 7610 was purchased from him. Upon learning of my invitation to Jizhou, Li Dawei readily accepted. The following morning, we boarded a train and arrived at our destination just before noon. The weather in Jizhou was rather dismal, with persistent rain. After alighting and grabbing a bite, I called Li Kai. Approximately half an hour later, Li Kai arrived at the train station in his car. Accompanied by my grandfather's friend, Du Wenxian, being a decade younger than my grandfather, appeared quite spry despite being over 60, sporting glasses that lent him an air of refinement. Perhaps due to my connection as Tan Yongyan's grandson. The elder Du regarded me with newfound respect. During our journey to Niujiao village, I struck up a casual conversation with Du Wenxian in our chat. I learned that he and my grandfather share a deep camaraderie. Though he did not elaborate on the specifics, merely mentioning that he had once encountered something unseemly in his youth, from which my grandfather had rescued him, I had little interest in the tales of the older generation. So I inquired about the happenings in Niujiao village. The details Du Wanxian provided were largely consistent with what Li Kai had described in my fortune-telling parlor, albeit with greater depth. However, one particular detail caught my attention. According to Du Wanxian, in addition to the villagers who had encountered issues on the night of the grave relocation, others had begun to experience physical ailments, high fevers, and even nightmares featuring their deceased relatives. This situation indeed appeared malevolent, and considering the potential societal repercussions, local authorities had promptly sealed off the area and established a special investigation team to conduct a clandestine inquiry. Initially, there was speculation that the villagers may have contracted some illness. But despite exhaustive efforts, no definitive cause could be identified. Coincidentally, a friend of mine on the investigation team informed me of the situation, suggesting that I visit to assess the feng shui. While I possess some knowledge of yin and yang feng shui, I am merely a novice and could not discern any significant insights. As for the possibility of it being related to restless spirits, I was even less certain. Thus, upon being approached, my first thought was to seek assistance from your grandfather. Hoping that old Tan would come to lend his expertise, Du Wenxian provided a detailed account of the events leading up to this matter, and I have gained a clearer understanding of the entire situation. Based on my intuition and the experiences passed down from my grandfather, I deduced that the occurrences in Niujiao village can be attributed, at least in part, to issues with the local feng shui. Chapter 8. The Old Huai Tree. According to Du Wenxian's description, Niujiao village is situated in a relatively remote location, nestled at the foot of a mountain in the southwestern region of Jizhou. Prior to my visit with Li Dawei, I took the liberty of researching relevant information. Niujiao village falls under the jurisdiction of Cangtai County, which is part of Jizhou. The population is modest, yet the geographical location is quite favorable for tourism development. Cangtai County is renowned throughout the nation as a cradle of martial arts, particularly known for its prestigious Bejiquan and Piguazhang styles. Locally, there is a saying, Bejiquan and Piguazhang, even the immortals fear them. However, what left a more profound impression on me was the nearby county, which boasts a Taoist temple. This temple, known as Huangliang El Xiang, is one of the best preserved Taoist sanctuaries today in my childhood. My grandfather took me to visit a Taoist priest at El Xiang. I have always cherished the couplet that adorned the temple's entrance. It reads, "Sleeping until the third watch, all fame and fortune are but illusions. In a century's time, none will remain but ancients." Tiomi, this couplet is exquisitely crafted and has served as my personal motto. Returning to the matter at hand, by the time we arrived at Niujiao village, it was around 2 in the afternoon, and the rain had lightened somewhat. As Du Wenxian had mentioned, the village was indeed cordoned off by the relevant authorities, and there were a few individuals patrolling the streets. From an external viewpoint, the entire village appeared shrouded in gloom, particularly on this rainy day, devoid of any vitality. We opted not to enter the village directly. Instead, we circumvented it and proceeded to the cemetery located on the back mountain. After all, the issue had arisen from the relocation of graves, and I hoped to gather clues from that area. Upon learning of our arrival, several villagers and representatives from the development company curiously accompanied us to the cemetery. The cemetery was approximately 10 li away, accessible only by a rugged mountain path, and the rain had transformed the ground into a muddy quagmire. According to the accompanying villagers, the cemetery was established on the back mountain due to the presence of a land temple that had originally stood there. Unfortunately, in 1956, it was demolished due to unavoidable circumstances and has never been rebuilt since. When I reached the cemetery, I discovered that not far off, on a small hillside, there indeed stood remnants of the land temple. Regrettably, it had long since become a pile of rubble, overgrown with weeds, and was utterly abandoned. The cemetery itself was quite expansive, with some graves having already been relocated. However, following the recent events, both the grave relocation and tourism development initiatives had been halted. Scattered around some graves were tools such as shovels and pickaxes, carelessly discarded, which vividly illustrated the chaos that ensued after the incident. In fact, I had encountered various events triggered by grave relocations before. For instance, some individuals experienced misfortune, health issues, career setbacks, or marital discord after disturbing the resting place of the deceased. Others reported dreams of departed loved ones, who reprimanded them in their dreams. These issues often stemmed from improper timing or methods of relocation, causing disturbances in the feng shui and resulting in negative repercussions for the family. It is a common saying in feng shui that the poor do not alter their doors, and the wealthy do not disturb graves, signifying that graves should generally remain undisturbed unless absolutely necessary. Even if relocation is unavoidable, it must be conducted on an auspicious day and time, with the assistance of someone knowledgeable in such matters. This is why many construction companies consult feng shui masters before breaking ground on new buildings or shopping centers. The purpose of this is not merely to seek good fortune or psychological comfort, but rather to neutralize negative energies, known as sha qi. It is important to clarify that sha qi is not a tangible gas, but rather a detrimental magnetic field affecting feng shui. When the feng shui of a particular grave or property is compromised, the previously stable magnetic field becomes chaotic, much like the dust that accumulates when one moves or tidies up a room. This dust is akin to sha qi. I climbed to a nearby hillside to observe the feng shui of the Niujiao village cemetery closely. Upon inspection, especially after noticing the compass needle fluctuating erratically, I confirmed that there was indeed a problem with the feng shui here. However, I refrained from drawing any conclusions at first. It wasn't until I circled the cemetery and arrived at a location approximately 200 meters to the southeast that I comprehended the reasons behind the peculiar occurrences in Yojiao village. This area was a wild forest, naturally growing amidst the mountains, and appeared to be quite ancient. Among the trees, one towering huai tree caught my attention. In comparison to its surrounding companions, this tree stood out as particularly magnificent. Its root system delved deeply into the earth, with roots so thick they rivaled the thighs of an adult. Standing beside it, I circled around, observing it closely. Judging by sight, the trunk of this ancient huai tree must have a diameter of 3 to 4 meters, with a circumference nearing 7 to 8 meters. Its canopy loomed overhead, nearly enveloping half the hillside. To be candid, I had never encountered such a grand huai tree before. Based on my experience, it must be at least several hundred, if not 1,000, years old. Xiao Qian, is there something amiss with this tree? Du Wenxian, supported by Li Kai, approached me, visibly breathless and eager for my insights. Du Lao, the happenings in Yojiao village are not merely the result of grave relocations, but rather stem from this very location. I gestured toward the ground beneath my feet and ultimately pointed to the towering huai tree beside me. Du Wenxian furrowed his brow, his expression one of confusion. Here? I affirmed. Indeed, to put it in somewhat unsettling terms, this tree has attained a form of consciousness. It has become a spirit. What? A spirit? Yanggu, can trees really become spirits? All present, including Li Dawei, were taken aback by my statement. Indeed, to the average person, a tree is merely a plant, devoid of any semblance of life. While they might entertain the notion of animals achieving enlightenment, the idea of a tree becoming a spirit seemed utterly absurd. Nevertheless, disbelief does not equate to non-existence. What I spoke was indeed the truth. After all, in this world, humanity is merely a part of the natural order. Everything possesses a spirit, which is why Taoism has long advocated for the principle of natural harmony and equality among all beings. Subsequently, I endeavored to explain in simpler terms. Whether it be trees or animals, the likelihood of attaining enlightenment is exceedingly rare. However, rarity does not imply impossibility. Within the realm of mountains, rivers, and lakes, there exist various geographical configurations shaped by nature. Some of these configurations naturally foster good feng shui, and when entities come into contact with such energies and absorb the essence of the sun and moon, they gradually develop awareness and, in turn, attain enlightenment. In other words, this ancient huai tree has become a spirit because of the favorable feng shui of this location. Chapter 9. The azure dragon does not cross the threshold. The white tiger must rampage. Many have likely heard tales of animals and ancient trees attaining enlightenment in the natural world. The most famous among these stories hails from the northeastern region, featuring foxes, yellow weasels, and gray weasels, as well as the legendary exorcist and guardian deity. My words left the group in silence. It would take some time for them to process such notions, I continued, gesturing toward the cemetery ahead. The reason I assert that the old huai tree attained its spirit due to the feng shui of this place will become clear when you observe the cemetery before us. Feng shui heavily relies on qi and the surrounding environment. Good feng shui, whether for a residence or a graveyard, can nurture both people and creatures. Take this cemetery in Yojiao village, for instance. Overall, it functions as a substantial graveyard. The geographical layout of this cemetery was originally quite favorable. Elevated to the left, lower to the right, with a spacious open area in front and a mountain at the back. From the perspective of the 24 mountains and the sitting direction, it is a prime example of a favorable configuration, specifically, the azure dragon crossing the threshold. The old huai tree has thrived in such an environment for many years, absorbing the essence of the sun and moon, thus achieving enlightenment. Unfortunately, this advantageous feng shui configuration has been compromised, and the source of this disruption lies in the southeastern position where we currently stand. As I spoke, I deliberately glanced at the representatives from the development company who had accompanied us. Are you implying that our activities are to blame for this? The representative, sensing my gaze, feigned innocence and quickly retorted. He was visibly disgruntled. Having already encountered unexpected delays and work stoppages, he found it unjust to shoulder the blame for the collective misfortunes plaguing Yojiao village. I pointed to the surrounding forest and addressed him. Please do not take offense. Originally, this was a natural wild forest, capable of gathering winds and energies, as well as purifying water sources. However, much of the forest has been felled by your actions, revealing a barren expanse, and several large pits have been excavated in preparation for construction. The essence of the Qinglong Guotang Bureau lies in the southeast direction we currently occupy, as it serves as the nexus connecting the eastern Qinglong and the southern Mingtang. This ancient locust tree stands as the pivotal point of the five yellow in the southeast, representing the pulse of the entire mountain range. Should any issues arise in this position, the Qinglong will be unable to pass through the hall. If the Qinglong cannot pass, the Baihu will surely run rampant. It is akin to a river suddenly being blocked, resulting in a chaotic overflow that triggers various calamities. This is particularly true when the purple and white nine stars arrive at the Baihu position to the west of the cemetery, which is during autumn when malevolent energies are at their peak. As the old saying goes, one should not disturb the earth above the head of the Tai Sui. You have disrupted the feng shui here, severing the roots of the celestial beings. How could they not be angered? In front of so many witnesses, I spared no courtesy to the developer, directly pinpointing the critical issues. Although matters of feng shui are often beyond the comprehension of both developers and villagers alike, given the recent peculiar occurrences in Niujiao village, they had no choice but to believe upon reflection. Subsequently, the developer's representative inquired about the solution. I instructed him to immediately find someone to honor the ancient locust tree and to tie red ribbons and cloth strips around its trunk and branches. This is necessary because all spirits, whether benevolent or malevolent, are born under the creation of heaven and earth and cannot contravene the natural laws of yin, yang, and the five elements. The tree spirit is of wood, while red represents fire and the five elements. Although fire does not conquer wood, it can dissipate the wood's energy, thereby calming it and ensuring the tranquility of the land. In fact, there are numerous examples of ancient trees possessing spirits in real life. A careful observation would reveal similar occurrences along many highways. When they encounter these venerable trees during construction, they often choose to circumvent them and adorn them with red ribbons or cloth. The purpose of this practice aligns with the principles of the five elements, aiming to pacify these entities and prevent them from causing disturbances. Furthermore, as the feng shui here has been compromised, it is imperative not only to pacify the tree spirit, but also to fill in the several large pits before any construction can proceed. Naturally, such engineering alterations cannot be decided by the developer's representative alone. That very afternoon, he reported the situation to the relevant authorities. Even if the pits are filled, further construction nearby or relocating graves would undoubtedly disrupt previous plans. However, ultimately, through the mediation of Du Wanxian and the relevant departments in Songbei County, the developer consented. Moreover, as a result of this incident, they unexpectedly discovered a new business opportunity. Since the ancient locust tree had attained spiritual awareness, the developer decided to abandon the original plan for a guest house and transform the tree into a tourist attraction. Strangely enough, after the villagers honored the ancient locust tree and the developer filled in the nearby pits, the persistent rain in Songbei County ceased, giving way to sunshine on that very day. Even the villagers suffering from high fevers began to recover over the next few days, with no more nightmares haunting them. Additionally, during subsequent ground disturbances, no unusual occurrences transpired, leaving the developer's representative, who initially harbored doubts about me, in awe of the situation. After the matter settled, he even sent me a red envelope through Du Wanxian as a token of gratitude. From Du Wanxian, I learned that the developer was named Jinxin Real Estate, backed by Hong Kong capital, and the owner was Qin Jinxin. I had no interest in such real estate companies and did not take it to heart. While I do appreciate money, my grandfather's admonition in this line of work has always been to guard against greed. Otherwise, one risks straying from the path, harming one's virtue, or even losing one's life. In truth, there are times when I, too, cannot help but marvel at the mystique of metaphysics. Metaphysics has existed for thousands of years, and although it has faced criticism, its continued relevance and widespread influence on the populace serve as testament that it is not mere folly but rather a discipline teaching how to coexist harmoniously with nature. Of course, this discipline encompasses not only divination but also the important aspect of examining yin and yang. Strictly speaking, the feng shui issues of Niujiao village, along with the aforementioned case of the youthful spirit, do not fall under the realm of examining yin and yang, as resolving these matters relies on more fundamental metaphysical knowledge without delving into various arcane arts. Yet, by the end of that year, I encountered a bizarre incident related to Jinxin Real Estate. To fully elucidate the origins of this matter, I must recount a phone call I received from a folk practitioner proficient in the Lotus Spirit Oracle. Chapter 10. Commission. Let me pose a question. Have you ever visited a Taoist temple or a Buddhist monastery? If so, did you ever seek an oracle while there? Many who visit these places for leisure or to offer incense often take the opportunity to spend a bit of money at nearby divination stalls to draw an oracle. Admittedly, most do not genuinely believe in the practice. At most, it serves as a means of self-assurance. Nonetheless, it is undeniable that seeking oracle readings has become one of the most widely accepted forms of divination among the masses. The practice of seeking oracles, known as qianbu, originally evolved from the divination methods of the Shang and Zhou dynasties. Essentially, this form of divination shares the same principles as the Mei Hua Yi Shu. Relying on the heart to divine. In folk culture, there are various similar practices, such as flower divination, knife divination, and spider divination. Among these, spider divination is particularly intriguing. Historical records indicate that Emperor Xuanzong of the Tang dynasty and his beloved Yang Guifei would have people catch spiders and place them in small boxes. Opening them at dawn to examine the webs, a dense web would signify good fortune, while a sparse web would foretell misfortune. Today, with the integration of Yixue with regional culture and religious theology, oracle readings have given rise to various schools of thought. For instance, the Guanyin oracle is most commonly found in temples, while some altars in northeast China, due to their veneration of Guanyin, also utilize this method for divination. The Elzu oracle is prevalent in southern China and Southeast Asia, referencing El Dongbin, one of the eight immortals. The Linglong oracle, as the name suggests, involves placing the oracle board in a cage and shaking it until one falls out for the reading. As for the Mazu oracle, it is popular in the Fujian and Taiwan regions, where Mazu culture is revered, and there is a common saying that Mazu is in the south while Yuanjun is in the north. Moreover, the Wufu Qiansui oracle, closely linked to the Mazu oracle, is mainly conducted by the Nankunshan deity through the throwing of divination blocks. The Zhugeshan oracle is often circulated among folk sorcerers, and many fortune tellers still rely on it for their livelihood. The Guandi oracle, predominantly found in northern regions, particularly in Shaanxi, possibly due to it being the birthplace of Guanyu, boasts the most temples and the most fervent worship. The aforementioned oracle readings are all part of the Yi culture and are not particularly extraordinary. However, the most enigmatic and esoteric of all is the long-lost Lotus Spirit oracle, which leads to an experience I find quite peculiar. In late 2004, amidst the frigid winter months, we entered the coldest days of the year. For those of us in this profession, the end of the year represents a slow season, and as the year-end approached, I planned to close shop early. This would allow me to return home to spend time with my grandfather, and also to carve out a few days for leisure with friends. The early 21st century marked the gradual proliferation of the internet. Although hardware was rudimentary, large desktop computers with internet speeds of only 1 or 2 megabytes, cyber cafes had become the entertainment choice for many young people. Personally, while my profession carries a certain seriousness, I am still young and enjoy engaging with new experiences. However, unlike my friends who preferred chatting online or playing games, I gravitated towards browsing portal sites and forums, particularly Tianya and Maopu, where I relished reading intriguing anecdotes. One snowy morning, my friend and I arrived early at the cybercaf.at. That moment, Du Wenxian, a friend of my grandfather from the Jizhou Academy of Social Sciences, suddenly called, "Xiao Chun, do you have some free time in the next few days? I just wrapped up and planned to take a break before the new year. I asked, there's something you need?" Du Wenxian's tone was serious, somewhat hesitant, suggesting he was facing some trouble. "It's about Qin Jinxin from Jinxin Real Estate." "Qin Jinxin? What does he want with me?" The mention of the name promptly reminded me of the incident in Niujiao village last month. The company responsible for tourism development there was indeed Jinxin Real Estate, and Qin Jinxin was its owner. I just learned that Mr. Qin is gravely ill, and his family has begun preparing for his funeral. Since you resolved the feng shui issues in Niujiao village, Mr. Qin's family would like to request your assistance in selecting a burial site for him. All right. Please provide me with the contact information for Mr. Qin's family, and I will reach out to them directly. I did not ponder extensively nor inquire too deeply, for matters of life and death, though sorrowful, are simply part of the natural cycle of existence. After Du Wenxian provided me with the contact information for Qin Jinxin's family, he promptly ended the call. Approximately 5 minutes later, a call came in from a family member of Qin Jinxin. From the voice, it was evident that the caller was a middle-aged woman. Our conversation was brief, merely confirming the time and location for our meeting before concluding the call. Subsequently, I did not linger at the internet CAF. After tidying up my belongings at the fortune-telling studio, I set off early the next morning with Li Dawei to take the train to our destination. Qin Jianxin's hometown is in the southwest. In Jingchuan City, which is not nearby, Li Dawei and I caught an early train, and by the time we arrived in Jingchuan, it was already dusk, with nightfall approaching. Having arranged our plans in advance, I swiftly contacted our waiting driver, Master Zhang, via phone upon disembarking. Master Zhang, a local of Jingchuan City, appeared to be in his 50s, of modest height, dressed in a cheap black suit, and exuded warmth and friendliness. According to Master Zhang, both Qin Jianxin and his family now reside in Jingchuan City, where Jinxin Real Estate has established its main office on the mainland. In his youth, Qin Jianxin served as a high school teacher locally. However, due to the instability of society at the time, he resorted to smuggling himself to Hong Kong 30 years ago. Through personal endeavor and support from relatives in Hong Kong, he eventually built a successful career there. In recent years, with the wave of reform and economic development on the mainland, he decided to relocate his company back to Jingchuan City, seeking to expand his business and, as he aged, to return to his roots. Unfortunately, the good times were fleeting. After only 2 years on the mainland, Qin Jianxin's health deteriorated, leaving him gravely ill and in a comatose state, teetering on the brink of death. However, when I inquired about the nature of Qin Jianxin's illness, Master Zhang's expression turned gloomy and resigned. Initially, perhaps due to my status as an outsider, he refrained from elaborating, merely stating that Qin Jianxin's ailment was peculiar. Yet, after my persistent questioning, the driver finally relented. Chapter 11. The Lotus Spirit Oracle. Speaking of old Qin's illness, it truly is a headache. I have never encountered such an unusual affliction, perhaps recalling that I was the feng shui master hired by the Qin family. Master Zhang pondered for a moment before recounting Qin Jianxin's condition in detail. Until recently, old Qin had enjoyed robust health, maintaining a daily exercise regimen even at nearly 80 years of age. In the 2 years I served as his driver, he had never fallen ill, not even with a cold. However, 10 days ago, old Qin suddenly complained of being cold and unsteady on his feet. At first, I assumed it was merely a common cold. Yet, to my shock, within a few days, he fell gravely ill, and as his symptoms worsened, his eyes turned bloodshot, his skin darkened, and hair began to sprout across his body. Subsequently, old Qin was admitted to the hospital, but the doctors could not ascertain the cause of his affliction. His family even sought out a renowned physician from across the country, yet still, there were no answers. As old Qin's condition deteriorated day by day, the doctors ultimately conceded defeat, suggesting that treatment be abandoned. Thus, yesterday, his family brought him home. Master Zhang meticulously detailed the entire sequence of events. I listened intently, furrowing my brow. From his description, it was evident that Qin Jianxin's illness was indeed strange, and the entire situation was particularly perplexing. I then inquired whether Qin Jianxin had visited any places, met any individuals, or come into contact with anything unusual prior to his illness. The driver pondered carefully. Aside from family, friends, and business associates, there was nothing particularly noteworthy. Wait. I remember that over half a month ago, I drove old Qin to a rural area. He mentioned a remarkable fortune teller there, a peculiar individual who could interpret fortunes through lotus flowers. Although old Qin is not superstitious, he was persuaded by a friend to consult this person for a reading. As for the specifics, I was unaware of what transpired inside, but I recall old Qin emerging in a foul mood, cursing the fortune teller throughout the return journey. Master Qin, you are in this line of work too. Do you think fortune-telling through lotus flowers is reliable? Master Zhang glanced at me curiously through the rearview mirror. I offered a wry smile and replied, faith is essential, as a means of deflecting the inquiry. After all, the knowledge surrounding the principles of I Ching is profoundly intricate, and even if I explained, he might not grasp it. However, the mention of using lotus flowers for divination piqued my interest. Based on the driver's earlier account, it seemed that this folk practitioner utilized something akin to the Lotus Spirit Oracle. Unlike traditional divination methods such as Zhuge's Divine Oracle, the Lotus Spirit Oracle is a nearly lost esoteric art, relying not on conventional metaphysics but rather on spiritual communication. Tio put it simply, it resembles the practice of nurturing spirits. Brother Yang, do you think old Qin may have encountered a spirit? Li Dawei speculated. I promptly dismissed his notion, asserting that, in my experience, if he had indeed come into contact with something unclean, Qin Jianxin would not exhibit such bizarre symptoms. Nonetheless, the truth remains elusive, and all of this is merely hearsay. Ultimately, I would need to see Qin Jinxin in person to discern the reality. Jingchuan City, a prominent urban center in the southwest, is renowned as a land of abundance. Qin Jinxin's residence is situated in an upscale villa on a hillside in the eastern part of the city. When Li Dawei and I arrived, night had fallen, and a mix of rain and snow began to fall. According to Master Zhang, Qin Jinxin has 2 children. His elder daughter, Qin Xijing, is astute and composed, while his son, Qin Huichuan, embodies the archetype of a spoiled rich kid. Both currently hold significant positions within Jinxin real estate. Qin Huichuan oversees operations in Hong Kong, while the mainland affairs are solely managed by his elder sister, Qin Xijing. Upon entering the villa, we were greeted by a middle-aged woman clad in a black suit, her long wavy hair cascading down her shoulders. After a brief exchange, I learned that she was Qin Jinxin's elder daughter, Qin Xijing, the same woman I had spoken with the previous day. Qin Xijing appeared pale and troubled, her eyes heavily swollen, indicating she had been weeping frequently over the past few days. She did not engage in lengthy conversation. Instead, she promptly presented me with a bank card. Master Chun, I have heard from the people at the Jizhou branch that you are remarkably skilled at feng shui despite your youth, and that you have assisted us with the situation in Youjiao village. My father is nearing the end. I would greatly appreciate your help in selecting a burial site for him tomorrow. This card contains 50,000 yuan as your remuneration. Certainly. However, may we visit old Qin? I replied courteously but did not accept the bank card. Instead, I made this request. Qin Xijing hesitated for a moment. Her reaction suggested she intended to refuse, yet ultimately, she rose to lead us upstairs. The villa was spacious, imbued with a faint medicinal aroma, particularly in Qin Jinxin's bedroom, which, although grand and decorated in an antiquated style, was shrouded in a dim, melancholic light, rendering the room particularly eerie. Alongside Qin Xijing, there were 2 attendants and 2 doctors who took turns monitoring Qin Jinxin around the clock. I did not encounter his younger son, Qin Huichuan. Consistent with Master Zhang's description, Qin Jinxin lay in a comatose state. His entire body darkened, with gray hair sprouting from every visible part of him. This disturbing and horrifying sight caused me, as well as Li Dawei accompanying me, to momentarily freeze, nearly losing composure. Qin Xijing? Forgive my intrusion, but regarding old Qin's ailment, the doctors have already examined him. You may leave now, Master Chun. I have invited you solely to assist in selecting a burial site for my father. There is no need for you to concern yourself with other matters. Perhaps aware of the inappropriate nature of my and Li Dawei's expressions, Qin Xijing swiftly interrupted my remarks. Noticing her tone was somewhat dismissive, I hastily clarified, please do not misunderstand. Miss Qin, I merely wish to inquire whether old Qin exhibited signs of grinding his teeth at night during the early stages of his illness. How did you know? And has your household been troubled by mice recently, particularly around the midnight hour? Indeed. Upon hearing my inquiry, Qin Xijing's complexion abruptly shifted, and her demeanor underwent a complete transformation. Witnessing her reaction, I could surmise the reason behind Qin Jinxin's current predicament. It was not due to any ailment, but rather the consequence of a malevolent curse known as the Mouse Curse. Chapter 12. The Mouse Curse, Part 1. My words left both Qin Xijing and the medical personnel present in a state of shock. Qin Xijing's eyes widened in disbelief, her mouth agape, clearly taken aback. After all, in the eyes of the average person, the concept of sorcery is one relegated to the realm of cinema, often dismissed as mere superstition. Yet, now confronted with such a reality, despite her doubts, the gravity of Qin Jinxin's condition and my earlier question compelled her to take heed. The term mouse curse, as its name implies, refers to a malevolent entity concocted from the essence of mice. My childhood fascination with my grandfather's collection of ancient tomes allowed me some insight into the development of such sorcery. From what I understand, the mouse curse originated during the Mid-Ming dynasty, tracing its roots back to witchcraft. Initially termed rat's curse, it involved the use of rat's blood to cast spells upon others, given that the rat corresponds to the Z in the 12 earthly branches, which embodies the most profounding energy. Casting a curse during the Z hour renders one particularly susceptible. As time progressed, with the rapid rise of Taoism in the Mid-Ming, particularly the flourishing of the Zhengyi sect represented by Mao Shan, Qingwei, and Gazao, certain unscrupulous sorcerers seized the opportunity to amalgamate traditional talismanic practices with witchcraft, ultimately giving rise to 2 notorious forms of malevolence. Point 1 is the mouse curse with which we are currently confronted. The other, more infamous and prevalent even in contemporary feng shui circles, is the Zhuyu Zaiuk. The latter evolved from the practice of Zhuyu and incorporates techniques from Qingwei Taoism and feng shui, specifically designed to harm others through strategic arrangements, as the early form of feng shui was also referred to as Zai Wushu, with Zi denoting the realm of the dead and Wu representing the realm of the living. Returning to the mouse curse, historical records from the Ming dynasty recount an incident in the 32nd year of the Jiajing era, 1533, in Nan'an Prefecture, where a sorcerer employed the mouse curse to steal wealth and cause death. My grandfather once mentioned that the mouse curse primarily comprises incantations from witchcraft and the Lu Ding Lu Jia method from Mao Shan. Upon acquiring the victim's date of birth and hair, the practitioner would conceal these within the remains of 6 mice and, during the Z hour, employ 6 talismans corresponding to Lu Jia, establishing 6 ritual altars 12 zhang away from the victim's residence. This implies that there must be 6 altars surrounding Qin Jinshin's villa. Among the Lu Jia, the Tianqing talisman is paramount, serving as the focal point of the mouse curse. Once the altars are set, the victim will exhibit symptoms akin to those of Qin Jinshin, initially feeling cold, followed by a gradual transformation into a rodent-like appearance. Alarmingly, the time from the setup to the onset of fatal symptoms is exceedingly brief, often culminating in death within a single cycle of the earthly branches, merely 12 days. According to Qin Sijing and the driver, Master Zhang, Qin Jinshin's affliction manifested 10 days ago, which indicates that the deadline for Qin Jinshin is imminent. Master Xiao Chun, is there any way to dispel this curse? You must save my father. Qin Sijing implored, even offering a sum of 200,000 yuan as a reward for a remedy. 200,000, a considerable amount in 2004, represented an astronomical figure for me. Rest assured, since fate has brought us together, I shall assist you, I assured her. Qin, do not disclose this matter to anyone just yet. The perpetrator must be acquainted with Elder Qin, and I fear that any word may alert them. I made this request not solely for monetary gain, but also as a noble endeavor inherent to our profession, saving lives and accumulating virtue. As for why I advised against her speaking out, it is due to the fact that behind any sorcery, there exists a human orchestrating it. In simpler terms, Qin Jinshin's condition is the result of someone deliberately causing him harm. Who that individual might be remains unknown to me, and is not my concern. Moreover, to be candid, as a practitioner who traverses the realms of yin and yang, I often find it preferable to engage with spirits rather than confront sorcery. The unpredictability of human nature can be far more daunting than the supernatural, for one can never be sure who may harbor ill intentions at any given moment. To effectively dismantle the mouse curse, it is imperative to first eliminate the 6 altars encircling the villa, followed by administering a concoction made from boiled willow leaves to Elder Qin. The willow, being of the wood element, counteracts the malevolence emanating from the 6 altars. As the Mao branch clashes with Zi in the cycle of the 12 earthly branches, that evening, I ventured outside with Li Dawei. Before departing, I entrusted him with the protective talisman I had carried for years. Although the mouse curse is concealed within the Lu Jia altars, it is ultimately a living malevolence, and considering Li Dawei's status as an ordinary person, I had to ensure his safety. This talisman was specially crafted by my grandfather before my foray into this line of work. Employing the 8-formation thunder method from Qi Min, rendering it impervious to any malevolent entities, allow me to digress. Many contemporary works misrepresent Qi Min as mere incantations and ritualistic practices. In truth, Qi Min differs significantly from traditional Taoist practices, which primarily focus on exorcising spirits and dispelling evil. Qi Min, on the other hand, directly commands spirits and deities. In the 1960s, my grandfather visited a reclusive Qi Min master residing in the rural areas of Yunnan. This individual, relying on poultry farming for sustenance, possessed knowledge of the 5 thunders method from Qi Min. Due to the backward agricultural conditions, an entire family of weasels had been preying on his chickens, wreaking havoc on his livelihood. Ultimately, in a fit of rage, he utilized the Qi Min thunder method to invoke a yellow talisman at the local city god temple, seeking retribution against the weasels. The following morning, the lifeless bodies of the weasels appeared neatly arranged in his courtyard, with 2 of the largest kneeling before him in a gesture of contrition. That night, he dreamt of the city god returning to express gratitude, revealing that the weasels had been punished for their greed, with only the 2 contrite ones allowed to atone for their sins. This exemplifies the power of Qi Min, capable of directly commanding spirits to aid in one's endeavors. In the future, I shall frequently recount tales of the remarkable and extraordinary events I have witnessed alongside my grandfather, particularly those involving the enigmatic individuals hidden within the mountains and fields, whose experiences are even more legendary and unfathomable. Chapter 13. The Mouse Curse, Part 2, for me. Unraveling the mouse curse is not an insurmountable challenge. As previously mentioned, the mouse curse is a synthesis of witchcraft and the Lu Ding Lu Jia method for Maoshan. Position 12 zhang from the victim's residence. Thus, by centering on the villa and locating the Lu Jia's spatial orientation at a distance of 12 zhang, approximately 40 meters, I should be able to find the altars. At that moment, heavy snow began to fall outside. As I stepped out, I was immediately struck by a bone-chilling cold that made me shiver. Having neglected to eat since the afternoon, I was both famished and freezing. A most uncomfortable state. Nonetheless, I had no time to dwell on such matters. I led the way while Li Dawei followed closely behind, armed with a shovel and gasoline. "Let us head northwest," I directed, gesturing towards a thicket of trees in that direction. In the Lu Jia, Jiazi is paramount, and since Jiazi's spatial orientation is in the Su and Hai directions, we headed northwest. Upon reaching approximately 40 meters from the villa, I indeed discovered a mound of earth about half a meter high. I signaled for Li Dawei to step back, as I intended to handle this myself. Although the mouse curse is hidden within the Lu Jia altars, it remains a living malevolence, and having never encountered such a creature before, any unforeseen complications could prove troublesome. As anticipated, when I excavated the mound with the shovel, I uncovered a mouse wrapped in a black cloth inscribed with incantations. Though I did not dare to remove it, judging by its size, the mouse was at least 30 centimeters long. I quickly seized the gasoline container from Li Dawei, but just as I prepared to ignite the contents, the mouse within the bundle suddenly lunged at me. Fortunately, I reacted swiftly, evading its attack. Under the snowy night sky, despite the poor visibility, I could discern that this mouse was truly terrifying in appearance. It was enormous, with blood-red eyes, crouching menacingly while sharpening its claws, baring its sharp fangs, and emitting a series of hissing sounds. "Yang Gu, what is this nonsense? Hurry up and prepare the gasoline," in response to Li Dawei's startled exclamation. Although I felt guilty, I still grabbed the shovel and struck at the rat. Fortunately, the snow on the ground had accumulated to a thickness of 5 centimeters. The thick snow obscured the rat's line of sight. Despite my initial miss, I struck its head with my second attempt. "Quick, burn it with gasoline," I shouted to Li Dawei while firmly pressing down on the rat with the shovel. His attention snapped back to reality at my shout, and he hastily poured gasoline and tossed in a match in an instant, accompanied by a roaring flame. A piercing scream shattered the tranquility of the snowy night. With the first task accomplished, the remaining 5 altars became considerably easier to deal with. In the 6 directions, aside from the Zihai in the northwest, the remaining Jiashu was in the southwest, Jiashan in the south, Jian in the southeast, Jichen in the northeast, and Jian in the north. By the time we finished all this, it was already past 10 o'clock in the evening, and both Li Dawei and I were utterly exhausted. Qin Sijing had followed my instructions and prepared a bowl of willow leaf boiled water for Qin Jianxin. Upon my return to the villa, I noticed that Qin Jianxin's body was gradually regaining warmth, and his breathing had become much steadier. The next morning, when I returned, I found that Qin Jianxin had regained consciousness. Although he was still quite weak, his eyes were no longer red, and the strange hairs that had inexplicably sprouted on his body had vanished overnight. "Master Chun, I am at a loss for words to express my gratitude. Here is a card with a reward of 200,000. Please accept it." Unlike her initial attitude towards me, Qin Sijing now regarded me as an esteemed guest, not only providing a generous reward but even arranging a 5-star hotel for Li Dawei and me when we left last night. With impeccable service in the bedroom, Qin Sijing did not wait for me to take the bank card but directly stuffed it into my pocket. Given her warm hospitality, I refrained from being overly polite. "Qin Lao, although the rat's evil magic has been dispelled, the mastermind behind it remains unknown, so you must exercise caution moving forward. One must not harbor malicious intent, yet one must remain vigilant against others. If they wish to harm you, and the first attempt fails, there will surely be a second or even a third." Out of goodwill, I turned my gaze towards Qin Jianxin and advised him. Qin Jianxin looked at me curiously. "What is this rat evil magic you speak of? I only learned about it from Sijing this morning. Is there truly such sorcery in this world?" I nodded. Upon receiving my affirmative answer, Qin Jinshin smiled. To be honest, although you saved my life, I still find it hard to believe that these gods and ghosts can cause harm. How is that possible? I was speechless. Given our differing perspectives, I felt no urge to elaborate further and instead shifted the topic. By the way, I heard from your driver, Master Zhang, that you consulted a fortune teller a couple of weeks ago? Yes, a friend mentioned that this person is quite skilled at fortune telling. Although I am not superstitious, I couldn't resist my friend's persuasion, so I decided to give it a try. That fortune teller was quite eccentric, claiming I was afflicted by some red disaster, even saying I was a butcher in my past life, filled with malevolence. Therefore, although I am currently well off, I am destined for an untimely end. However, he ultimately miscalculated. Ha ha, look at me now, I have escaped calamity. This is what they call good fortune favors the righteous. Indeed, survival from great peril brings subsequent blessings. The more Qin Jinshin spoke, the more pleased he became. Inadvertently revealing a hint of a smile, I initially intended to caution Qin Jinshin against being complacent, as my understanding was that the Lotus Spirit Oracle directly communicates with the underworld's emissaries to divine the fate of individuals. Boasting remarkable accuracy, even calculated his birth chart on the spot, arriving at a conclusion nearly identical to that of the fortune teller. However, like many successful businessmen, Qin Jinshin had become obstinate and self-willed over the years. Even after I saved his life, he still dismissed my words, deeply entrenched in the belief that they were mere feudal superstitions. Since he was unwilling to listen, I saw no reason to linger. That very morning, I departed Shirwan by train with Li Dua. I had thought this matter would conclude there, but unexpectedly, about half a month later, around the 20th day of the 12th lunar month, Qin Sijing called me again. Over the phone, I learned that Qin Jinshin had passed away. However, it was not due to any supernatural forces. Rather, upon discovering that the person intending to harm him was his own son, Qin Huichuan, Qin Jinshin suffered a heart attack from the shock and left this world. As for why Qin Huichuan would do such a thing, the root of it lay in greed. It turned out that after moving to the mainland a couple of years prior, Qin Jinshin had transferred part of his shares to his eldest daughter, Qin Sijing, intending for her to take over the management of Jinshin real estate. Although the old-fashioned preference for sons over daughters was deeply ingrained in the elder generation, in business matters, Qin Jinshin was not foolish. He recognized that his son was indulging in debauchery, and handing the company over to him would lead to its inevitable downfall. Consequently, Qin Huichuan harbored resentment and ultimately embarked on the treacherous path of parricide. He sought out a sorcerer from Nanyang, intending to eliminate Qin Jinshin through insidious means and then target Qin Sijing. However, my unexpected intervention completely disrupted his plans. This tragic outcome stemmed from a dispute over inheritance. At Qin Sijing's request, I made a special trip back to Shirwan to help her father select an auspicious burial site. Years have passed, and under Qin Sijing's management, Jinshin Real Estate has successfully gone public on the Hong Kong Stock Exchange, and she has become a wealthy businesswoman. As for Qin Huichuan, many years later, when I encountered Qin Sijing again, I learned that a year after their father's death, he succumbed to an untimely demise due to a disease contracted from his reckless indulgences. The death of Qin Huichuan can be seen as a fitting retribution. Although Qin Jinshin's passing was somewhat unexpected, it was precisely such an unforeseen event that rendered his life dramatically poignant. Truly, it echoes the ancient saying, "Fate is determined by heaven, while fortune is shaped by oneself. To know one's fate, yet not change it is to live with regret." Chapter 14. Divining marriage. The Oedipal tragedy of the Qin family took me by surprise. Concluding the year in such a dramatic fashion, since returning from Shirwan, I had not taken on any more Enyang work or traveled it was not out of fear, but rather fatigue, as I sought rest. Of course, having received substantial compensation from Qin Sijing, I had somewhat allowed myself to relax. Therefore, as the new year began and spring approached, Li Dawei equipped me with a computer, and I settled into a life of seclusion in the shop. On days when business was good, I would offer fortune-telling services. On quieter days, I surfed the internet or invited friends over for drinks and conversation. Upon reflection, I realized that our profession bears some resemblance to that of doctors, as we must confront the worst possible outcomes and even the frailest aspects of human nature. Yet, reality is peculiar. The more one attempts to avoid or evade certain matters, the more likely they are to confront them head-on. Take my situation, for instance. I had intended to refrain from engaging in Enyang work for the year, content to earn a modest income from fortune-telling in my shop, sparing myself the strenuous encounters with malevolent forces or unclean entities. However, not long after spring began, I found myself embroiled in a particularly troublesome affair. Moreover, this matter was related to my grandfather. Spring of 2005, the awakening of insects, as the weather warmed and the earth revived. On this sunny morning, I was in my shop as usual, listening to music while browsing the internet for culinary delights and attractions in the Yiming Mountains. A few days prior, my friends and I had planned a self-driving trip to that area. Just as I was online, a man in his 40s walked in. The moment he entered, he called out, "Who is the master here?" Seeing a customer, I quickly rose to greet him. After he expressed surprise at my introduction, he explained his purpose for visiting. It turned out he sought to consult about marriage. Though he did not elaborate, I did not press him for details. After a brief exchange, I invited him to sit and set up a Chiman arrangement based on the current time. Like many divination methods, Chiman first requires identifying the favorable deity, akin to solving an equation where one needs a variable to represent the subject of divination. In the case of marriage, when using Chiman for such purposes, one must first examine the gung and yi among the 3 wondrous and 6 instruments, as well as the lioha within the 8 deities. Gung represents the male, while yi represents the female, and lioha signifies marriage. I glanced at the Chiman chart, refraining from stating the results outright. Instead, I began to discern some personal information about this Mr. Liu. Mr. Liu, you have the Tianying star in your palace, facing the opening gate, which suggests you are in the hardware business and own a factory. How did you know that? To speak candidly, you have been facing considerable misfortune lately and have strayed from fidelity. From the arrangement, it appears your wife is currently embroiled in a legal battle for divorce, and the third party involved is likely a teacher or an accountant who actively pursued you. I disregarded Mr. Liu's inquiries and instead recounted the information revealed by the current Chiman chart in meticulous detail. It is indeed impressive, isn't it? What method do you employ? I have said nothing, yet you are able to discern such intricate details? Mr. Liu incessantly praised me while casting his gaze towards the blank sheet of paper from which I had derived the Chiman chart. Chiman, I offered a faint smile. The reason for Mr. Liu's recent misfortunes is clear. The Chiman chart I generated reflects the 9 stars in reverse, a pattern indicative of adversity. As for infidelity, the heavenly stem gung represents Mr. Liu, who finds himself in a palace adorned with the Xuanwu among the 8 deities, a figure that presides over marital transgressions. Furthermore, the stemding signifies the presence of a third party, whose position fortuitously aligns with Mr. Liu's own. The concept of mutual generation implies a harmonious connection. The details regarding the third party are equally transparent within the Chiman structure. I then informed Mr. Liu, your wife is quite an admirable individual. The hexagram suggests she has aided you greatly. As for the third party, although she is youthful, she is not one to be taken lightly. You must exercise caution regarding your finances. Are you implying that Xiao Li's affection for me is merely a pursuit of wealth? With the conversation laid bare, Mr. Liu opted for candor. I offered a wry smile. Indeed? That is the case. In Chiman, the female third party is represented by Ding, situated in the Kuan second palace. Ding in the Kuan palace symbolizes a place of indulgence, akin to the allure of romantic entanglements. Curiously, the hidden stem in this palace is Wu, which represents both male third parties and financial matters, indicating that while she is involved with you, she is concurrently entangled with another man, and her intentions are primarily financial. People often value their pride, hence certain truths were left unspoken, merely alluded to. Upon hearing this, Mr. Liu's expression soured considerably. Should you insist on divorcing your original partner for that third party, it is feasible. The hexagram indicates that your wife is likely to initiate divorce proceedings, as her palace contains the elements E and Xin, which symbolize the dragon fleeing. However, Mr. Liu, while this is a personal matter, I feel compelled to advise you. Should you reconsider, it would be more beneficial than detrimental. From the perspective of the entire Chiman chart, your wife significantly contributes to both your family and career. As the old adage goes, a virtuous wife transforms misfortune into fortune. No external woman, no matter how enchanting, can compare to the merits of a devoted wife at home. Although I have yet to meet Mr. Liu's wife, the information revealed by the Chiman configuration clearly indicates she possesses a prosperous fate. In matters such as these, as a diviner, I prefer to counsel reconciliation rather than division. After all, there exists a principle in this profession. better to dismantle 10 temples than to destroy a single marriage. Mr. Liu appeared somewhat despondent, his brow furrowed, revealing his internal conflict. His demeanor was understandable, given that I had accurately predicted his circumstances. Had my insights been erroneous, he would not have remained silent. Subsequently, Mr. Liu ceased to speak, settled his fee, and departed from the divination hall. Half a month later, on the day of the vernal equinox, Mr. Liu returned once more. This time, his visit was not for divination, but to express gratitude for my guidance. As I had foretold, the third party was indeed involved with multiple suitors, with Mr. Liu merely being one among several, and her motivations were indeed financial. Learning that Mr. Liu had reconciled with his wife brought me considerable joy and a sense of accomplishment. After bidding farewell to Mr. Liu, I chose not to linger in the divination hall, intending to visit Li Daowei to discuss our upcoming journey to the Yiming Mountain region. At that moment, however, my reclusive grandfather unexpectedly arrived, and his purpose for visiting left me utterly astonished. Chapter 15. An ancient book. What? A person has suddenly gone mad. Inside the divination hall, upon hearing that my grandfather's friend had inexplicably lost his sanity, I was taken aback. According to my grandfather, this friend, Yin Jihua, had been an archaeological expert in the Cultural Relics Department of Chang'an, specializing in the protective excavation of ancient tombs. He had retired a few years ago and had been living a quiet life in his rural hometown. The individual I encountered at the Jizhou Academy of Social Sciences, Du Wenxian, had once been his student. Alas, according to Yan's family, his condition is quite severe and poses a constant danger. Grandfather, could it be that he encountered something unclean? I inquired, intrigued. They had not determined the cause of his affliction, but according to Yan's son, Xiao Jun, his father had become this way after coming into contact with an ancient book. I surmised that the book was likely responsible for his predicament. Xiao Yang, I plan to visit Chang'an tomorrow. Will you accompany me? Of course. I readily agreed, recognizing that this journey to Chang'an could present unforeseen challenges, and my grandfather, being advanced in age, would certainly benefit from my company. I was also particularly curious about the contents of that ancient book, which could drive a person to madness, and why grandfather's unexpected visit disrupted my travel plans with friends, necessitating my decision to accompany him to Chang'an instead. Early the next morning, we set out on the train. My grandfather recounted the story of his acquaintance with Yin Jihua. It was in 1968, during a peculiar era when my grandfather was compelled to abandon his studies in metaphysics and was dispatched to the Chang'an region to assist in the construction of the Old Third Line. The Old Third Line refers to a series of industrial strategic constructions undertaken in the interior of the country during the 1960s and 1970s, prompted by a complex international environment and tensions in the north, which included roads, railways, and factories. It was during this time that my grandfather met Yin Jihua. I remember it was summer. One evening, after finishing work, I returned to the dormitory, only to be summoned by the team leader, who informed me that someone from the Cultural Relics Bureau wished to meet me. I later learned that Yin had discovered a tomb in the nearby mountains, but inadvertently triggered a mechanism during the excavation, awakening a malevolent spirit. Several of his team members died on the spot, and Yin himself nearly succumbed. For those in the field of archaeology, Chang'an is indeed a treasure trove, with artifacts at every turn and tombs in abundance, making it seemingly impossible to excavate them all. Yet, this profession carries risks. Encountering a typical ancient tomb is manageable, but when one encounters a strategically arranged burial site, the outcome can be dire, given Yan's sudden madness. I surmised it likely had some connection to an ancient tomb. After all, where else would such books originate? Last night, upon learning of Yan's condition, I immediately cast a hexagram. The reading suggested the pattern of Ding Qi entering a tomb. And in conjunction with Xiao Jun's phone call, I deduced that my assumptions were likely accurate, and my grandfather's expertise in divination and the study of yin and yang far surpasses my own. Thus, I had no reason to question his conclusion that this matter was indeed related to the tomb. Furthermore, despite a twinge of apprehension, my curiosity to visit Chang'an and meet Yin Jihua was overwhelming. Chang'an is not distant from my hometown. A train journey takes approximately 5 to 6 hours. Since my grandfather had preemptively informed Yan's family of our arrival, we were met by Yan's son, Yin Xiaojun, as soon as we disembarked. This was my first visit to Chang'an. My previous impression of the city was that of an ancient capital, a place of unparalleled wealth and beauty. However, currently, my thoughts were drawn more towards the internet sensation from last year, Sister Farong. Yin Xiaojun informed us that his parents were living in a rural area known as Baishir Village, located at the foot of the mountains south of Chang'an. As for the ancient book, his response aligned with my grandfather's expectations. It had indeed been excavated from a tomb. A colleague of my father brought it recently, claiming they could not decipher it and wished for my father to examine it. I am unsure of its contents, but my mother mentioned that it contained peculiar symbols, resembling talismans. Do you know from which tomb the book was unearthed? Before my grandfather could respond, I directed my question to Yin Xiaojun. He shook his head. I truly do not know. I work in the city and return home only once or twice a month. I learned of my father's condition through a call from my mother. Uncle Tan, do you think my father's condition is related to that book? Could he have encountered something malevolent? Given the friendship between Yin Jihua and my grandfather. Yin Xiaojun affectionately referred to my grandfather as uncle. I glanced at my grandfather, who indicated that he could not yet determine the cause. However, from Yin Xiaojun's description, my grandfather had already surmised that Yin Jihua's transformation was likely connected to the practices outlined in that ancient book. The road from the city to Baishir village was arduous, especially with a stretch of bumpy mountain terrain. By the time we arrived at Yin Xiaojun's hometown, it was past 3 in the afternoon. However, as I assisted my grandfather in disembarking, a piercing scream suddenly erupted from Yin Jihua's home. "Ah! You all get away from me! I am a great immortal, invulnerable to blades and bullets, impervious to poison. You wretched demons dare to harm me? Yeah, watch me deal with you troublemakers." The voice was aged yet vigorous. Both my grandfather and Yin Xiaojun immediately recognized it as belonging to Yin Jihua. They hurried inside to ascertain the situation, and I followed closely behind. Upon entering the room, I was taken aback to find Yin Jihua wildly brandishing a mop like a monkey, caught in a frenzy. Besides Yin Jihua, there were also Yin Xiaojun's mother and several villagers present, along with a few friends who had come specifically to visit him, as well as a psychiatrist brought in from the municipal hospital. At that moment, fear gripped the crowd, who huddled in the corner, hesitant to act. Yin Xiaojun's mother was particularly distraught, tears streaming down her face as she repeatedly called out Yin Jihua's name. Fortunately, Yin Xiaojun arrived just in time. He swiftly fetched a rope from the yard and, along with a group of others, managed to subdue Yin Jihua while he was off guard, binding his hands and feet. Although such actions were somewhat excessive, there seemed to be no other recourse. Everyone stepped back. "I will handle this," my grandfather called out to the onlookers. Upon seeing my grandfather, Yin Xiaojun's mother rushed to him, as if she had encountered a savior, pouring out her woes. After observing Yin Jihua's condition, I turned my gaze to my grandfather. "Grandfather, it appears that his spirit has departed." Chapter 16. Bridging the Shadows. Do you believe that human beings possess souls? In truth, such entities do exist, and the soul and spirit are distinct from one another. As for the exact number of souls and spirits, whether it be the so-called 3 souls and 7 spirits, I cannot comment, for I have never encountered them myself. From what I understand, early Taoist theories posited that there exists only one soul and one spirit, which correspond to the dualities of yin and yang, as well as to the trinity of heaven, earth, and humanity. However, as traditional Chinese medicine evolved and the practice of mystical cultivation gained popularity, various Taoist sects began to propound the notion of 3 souls and 7 spirits. Yet, for those of us who have long traversed the realms of yin and yang, we see the human being as embodying but one yin and one yang, that is, one soul and one spirit. The soul is associated with yang, while the spirit corresponds to yin. The soul and spirit only depart when a person passes away or experiences a profound fright. The difference lies in that after death, the soul reports to the underworld, while the spirit dissipates after the 7th day following death. Of course, this only occurs after a person has passed away. For the living, the soul and spirit cannot simultaneously depart. As for discerning whether one has lost their soul or spirit, one can observe the symptoms. Loss of the soul manifests as mental stupor, a pervasive coldness, weakness, and even fever, aptly described by the idiom "the soul is lost." For instance, children often lose their souls when frightened, and many who survive accidents may also find themselves bereft of their souls due to overwhelming shock. Conversely, loss of the spirit presents quite the opposite symptoms. If a person has lost their spirit, they may exhibit signs of madness. At this juncture, I closely observed the now convulsing Yin Jihua, who was exhibiting signs of fever and a twisted expression. His current state was nearly indistinguishable from that of someone who has lost their spirit. "Xiao Yang, go prepare." I need to bridge the shadows and summon Yan's spirit back. My grandfather concurred with my assessment, gesturing for me to commence preparations for the ritual. The act of bridging the shadows is a method within the esoteric arts for summoning spirits or divining. It operates by employing the 8 gates of the earth within the Chiman Duanjia system to aid in retrieving souls. I had previously touched upon the Chiman technique while discussing the Shu Lu evil arts. In contrast to the traditional talismans employed by schools such as Maoshan, Lushan, and Qinghun to exorcise spirits, Chiman directly seeks the assistance of deities and the appointed emissaries of the underworld. Thus, compared to the complexity of Taoist rituals, Chiman proves to be far more efficient in the summoning of souls and spirits. I instructed Yin Jihua's wife to quickly gather a piece of white cloth, some candles, red string, and a selection of grains. Subsequently, I arranged the candles according to the Bagua, igniting them and placing them atop the white cloth to form a 9-palace array, threading the red string from the starting point through the various palaces until it was finally tied to Yin Jihua's toe. Once all preparations were complete, I instructed Yin Xiaojun to close the curtains in the room, ensuring that everyone retreated to the west room, sealing the doors and windows, leaving only Yin Jihua's bedroom door and the courtyard gate ajar. The act of bridging the shadows is a straightforward ritual, devoid of danger. Thus, even with my grandfather's advanced age, I felt little trepidation. Instead, while my grandfather engaged in the summoning, I seized the opportunity to inquire about the ancient book from Yin Jihua's wife, as this was what I was most curious about. Regrettably, however, Yin Jihua's wife did not fulfill my request. What? It was burned. I was momentarily rendered speechless. Naturally, I understood her motives. After all, who would not seek to rid themselves of an ominous object that had driven their spouse to madness? Alas, my visit seemed to have been in vain. Old Tan's grandson, if you wish to know the contents of that book, you can consult Director Ma from the Municipal Archaeology Bureau. He was the one who brought it. I believe it was unearthed at a construction site, Yin Jihua's wife offered. Noticing my disappointment, I heard from a friend that a tomb was recently discovered near Lingue Mountain while they were repairing the road. I wonder if it is related to this incident? I've heard that as well, and it seems there was an accident there. Rumors say someone died. Do you think it could be haunted? Please, spare me the theatrics. Such things do not exist in this world. While I stepped out to check on my grandfather, the room to the west filled with the clamor of Yin Jihua's friends and nearby villagers. I overheard their conversation but chose to ignore it, as some matters cannot be clarified, and my grandfather had already begun the ritual. I remained vigilant of my surroundings. Approximately 15 minutes later, I noticed an ominous wind had begun to blow outside. A peculiar chill that lingered for a few minutes before creeping into the house. It was not until this chilling breeze extinguished all the candles in Yin Jihua's bedroom that I was certain his spirit had been retrieved. Upon entering the bedroom, I found Yin Jihua had indeed regained his senses, lying on the bed with a dazed expression, as if awakening from a deep slumber. Old Tan? Old Yin, you're finally all right. Seeing Yin Jihua's awareness returning, my grandfather let out a long sigh of relief. The weight on his heart lifted. The others, witnessing this, rushed over to express their concern, particularly Yin Jihua's wife, who wept openly, creating a profoundly touching scene. That evening, my grandfather and I stayed at Yin Jihua's home. In gratitude for our assistance, Yin Jihua specifically sent Yin Xiaojun to order a sumptuous meal from the local restaurant. After resting through the afternoon, he had regained much of his strength. After all, as long as the soul and spirit can be retrieved, the impact on the body is minimal. During dinner, Yin Jihua brought out a treasured bottle of Maodai, both to celebrate with friends and to express his gratitude to my grandfather. Old Yin, what exactly happened with that book? I heard from Guifin that you were affected after reciting its contents. After taking a sip of his drink, my grandfather immediately inquired about the ancient tome. Yin Jihua set down his glass and sighed deeply. I never expected it would come to this. I was merely curious to glance at its contents and ended up reciting some of the incantations. After which I suddenly lost consciousness. What incantations? I interjected, intrigued. I've honestly forgotten them now, Yin Jihua replied, scratching his head in embarrassment. He then recounted his faint memories of the ancient book and mentioned the person who delivered it to him. The book was brought by a young man from the Municipal Archaeology Bureau. Named Xiaoma, he said it was unearthed from a tomb dating back to the Qing dynasty during roadworks near Lingue Mountain. Besides the book, there were many peculiar burial items found in the tomb. Xiaoma mentioned that most were related to religious practices. Chapter 17. An unexpected incident religious? Yin Jihua's description surprised both my grandfather and me. Yes, most of the items were related to Buddhism. There were some cinnabar, rare Buddhist scriptures, and even white robes adorned with bizarre symbols. And the workers also found some talismans among the bones. Based on my years of archaeological experience, those tombs on Lingue Mountain are quite peculiar. I understand the cinnabar, as it symbolizes purity and auspiciousness in Buddhism. Instead, it was the talisman, an element of Taoist tradition that, by all accounts, should not have been present. As Yin Lao poured wine for my grandfather. He described to us what he knew about the situation in the tomb. As an expert with over 40 years in the field of archaeology, Yin Jihua possessed a profound understanding of funerary culture and religious rituals. This very curiosity led him to delve into the ancient text he had heard about from Ma Dong. The presence of the talisman in the tomb indicated that the ancient book brought to you by Section Chief Ma was likely related to Taoist practices or esoteric arts. My grandfather, contemplatively sipping his wine, acknowledged this notion. Given the clues we had gathered thus far, it was indeed the only plausible conclusion. Regrettably, the book had been incinerated. Otherwise, we could have investigated further. However, since the incident had transpired, neither my grandfather nor I lingered on it. The paramount concern was that he was safe. After staying at Yin Jihua's residence for 2 days, my grandfather departed, not rushing to return home, but rather accompanying me to visit a few of his still living friends. Among these acquaintances were former colleagues from the old Sanxian Construction Initiative, fellow professionals, and longtime practitioners of Taoism. Engaging with them, even in silence, provided me with valuable insights and broadened my horizons. One elderly Taoist priest, who had lived for many years at the Lishan Laomu Palace, left a particularly profound impression on me. This man, in his 60s, named Qiu Mingjing, bore the Taoist title of Xinqing Zhenren, originally a disciple of the Lishan Fenglai sect. He had been expelled in the 1960s and assigned to assist in the Sanxian construction efforts. Later, as traditional culture began to be revitalized across various regions, he returned to the Lishan Laomu Palace, resuming his role as a Taoist priest. My grandfather had met him during the Sanxian construction period. This individual was remarkable not only for his medical expertise, but also for his mastery of 2 exceptional skills: the 7 political and 4 residuals, and the measuring rod of heaven. The 7 political and 4 residuals involves predicting the fortunes of individuals, locales, or nations through celestial observation, and is said to be the origin of both Bazi and Ziwei Do Shu. However, its divination methods are exceedingly intricate, and most ancient texts circulating among the populace are riddled with errors, rendering the practice rare and its practitioners few.as for the measuring rod of heaven, also known as the Great Limiting Measuring Rod. It astounded me even more. According to Taoist Qiu, this nearly lost millennia-old technique allows skilled practitioners to determine an individual's lifespan, including the precise timing of birth and death, down to the exact month and day, using a specially crafted ruler. During our tea and conversation, I initially proposed that he demonstrate this in practice, but Qiu politely declined. He remarked, even if one could predict life and death, what difference would it make? The winds do not last all morning, nor do sudden rains last all day. Thus, some knowledge is better left forgotten. Otherwise, it can easily misguide the young and lead to harm. Although I found this somewhat regrettable, I recognized the wisdom in Qiu's words. Perhaps to avoid disappointing me too much, Qiu later cast a divination for me using the 7 political and 4 residuals. He foretold that this year, the comet opposes the star, and the Mars collides in darkness. Particularly this year, the Jimao sees the sheep blade, encountering the white tiger's ominous spirit, portending a significant calamity. Despite being a fortune teller myself, like many of my peers, I seldom read my own fortune. The reasons for this vary widely in popular lore. Some attribute it to the 5 deficiencies and 3 lacks, while others speak of the backlash from revealed secrets. In my view, reading one's own fortune is often influenced by psychological factors, leading to inaccuracies. However, given that Qiu had warned me of impending misfortune, I felt compelled to take it seriously. On the same day we visited his friends, my grandfather took a train back to his hometown. I chose not to accompany him. Since I was already there, with no pressing matters at hand, I decided to spend a few days exploring Chang'an. Moreover, I specifically called Li Dawei to invite him and his companions who were traveling to Yiming to join us. Following the travel itinerary I had devised the previous night, my friends and I planned to enjoy a week in Chang'an before heading to Xianyang. However, on the afternoon of our second day of sightseeing, an unexpected phone call disrupted my plans. The caller was Yin Jihua's son, Yin Xiaojun. He did not specify the purpose of his call, but mentioned that two individuals wished to meet me. In a secluded tea house within the city, upon my arrival, I noticed Yin Xiaojun engaged in conversation with two middle-aged men. Upon seeing me, Yin Xiaojun enthusiastically introduced me to these individuals. Through our discussion, I learned that one was named Ma Dong, the section chief of the Municipal Cultural Relics Bureau, who had sent the ancient book Yin Jihua had mentioned. The other, a tall and sturdy man with dark skin, was Lu Jian, the local criminal police captain. Uncle Yin, what is the matter? Given that Yin Xiaojun had sought me out, accompanied by officials from the Cultural Relics Bureau and the criminal police, I sensed that something significant was afoot. Xiao Qian, something grave has occurred here recently. Oh? What sort of grave matter? Just as I lifted my teacup to drink, Yin Xiaojun's words left me perplexed. In recent times, Captain Liu and his team have received several reports of missing persons. However, during their investigation, they discovered that these disappearances were quite peculiar. Let me explain, Yin Xiaojun said, and Lu Jian immediately took over. This incident began about a week ago. When we first received the reports, we dispatched personnel for extensive searches at the locations of the disappearances, but ultimately found no leads. After compiling and organizing these cases, we discovered that all the disappearance sites were remarkably coincidental, all located on the southern Lingue Mountain. Lingue Mountain? At the mention of this place, I instinctively recalled the ancient book Yin Jihua had mentioned. What's even more eerie is that not long ago, we organized a large team to conduct a search and rescue operation in the mountains, only to unexpectedly encounter a ghost and discover several corpses during the process. Concerned about being overheard by nearby tea patrons, Lu Jian lowered his voice, his eyes brimming with fear as he recounted these events. Chapter 18. Shocking news encountering a ghost and corpses. Lu Jian's words exceeded my expectations. I hurriedly inquired about the details. And Lu Jian lit a cigarette, glancing around to ensure no one was paying attention before lowering his voice to recount the particulars of the investigation over the past few days. After the incident, we established an investigation team and immediately went to Intian County, where Lingue Mountain is located, to search for the missing individuals. To expedite the search, we mobilized a significant number of personnel and enlisted the cooperation of the fire department and local villagers. However, after several days of searching, we found nothing. Even our technical team's attempts to contact the missing individuals via their phones yielded only messages indicating they were out of service. Until yesterday afternoon. At dusk, some searching villagers suddenly rushed to me, panicked, claiming they had encountered a ghost. When I arrived with my team, we indeed discerned several ghostly figures drifting in the woods. However, when we shone our flashlights, those apparitions vanished, leaving us to out of a habitual inclination to think professionally. I curiously inquired. Ma Dong adjusted his glasses, contemplated for a moment, and remarked that he had indeed not encountered anything peculiar. Frankly speaking, we are merely engaged in archaeological excavations at present, and have yet to conduct a detailed study of the burial artifacts. After all, since the unfortunate incident involving Mr. Yin, I have instructed my subordinates not to casually examine those items, especially the ancient texts. Xiao Qian, I truly must extend my gratitude to Old Tan and you regarding my father's matter. This is a token of my appreciation. Please accept it. As soon as Ma Dong finished speaking, Yin Xiaojun promptly retrieved an envelope from his briefcase and handed it to me. The envelope was unsealed, allowing me a glimpse of the cash within. As for the situation here, you are likely somewhat aware. Spring has arrived, marking the onset of the tourist season. You know that the tourism industry in Chang'an is a vital economic lifeline and our hallmark, and as the cultural tourism head of the county where the incident occurred, I sincerely hope you can assist us by visiting Lingue Mountain together. Initially, I intended to invite your grandfather, but my father informed me that Old Tan has returned to his hometown. Moreover, considering Old Tan's advanced age, I ultimately thought it best to seek your assistance. As the head of the Cultural Tourism Department in Anyang County, Yin Xiaojun understood the profound implications this matter holds for the entire county and even the city. Given that there are currently no leads and nothing else to investigate, it seems prudent to adopt a dialectical materialist approach. Thus, after careful consideration, enlisting my help as an outsider seemed the most appropriate course of action. All right, I shall assist with this, but not for monetary gain. My sole intention is to save lives. Despite my uncertainty, I agreed, especially since this is a matter of life and death, with over a dozen individuals having been missing for a week. Regardless of whether they have encountered malevolent spirits, evil forces, or wild beasts, merely surviving in the deep mountains is a challenge. Furthermore, the discovery of 2 corpses indicates that the remaining individuals are in imminent peril. This situation can no longer be delayed. The sooner it is resolved, the better. Given the gravity of the situation, after agreeing to help, I immediately instructed Yin Xiaojun to drive me back to the hotel to retrieve my messenger bag. The bag contained various items frequently used in my dealings with the supernatural. I had originally intended to use it to address Yin Jihua's madness, but since that was unnecessary, it now proved to be quite useful. On our way to the hotel, Yin Xiaojun briefed me on the situation at Lingue Mountain and the measures they had implemented. Lingue Mountain is part of the Qinling Range, characterized by rugged terrain and dense forests, connecting to the extensive Qinling Mountains, and is also a national-level wildlife forest park. Considering the uniqueness of this case, to avoid causing unnecessary panic, the access road to Lingue Mountain has not been closed off, but additional personnel have been deployed. He then inquired whether the perpetrator could possibly be some kind of ghost or monster. I had only heard their descriptions and had not witnessed anything myself. I was hesitant to draw conclusions, however. To be honest, merely listening to Captain Lu's earlier account was enough to send chills down my spine. From my childhood experiences accompanying my grandfather in dealings with the supernatural to my many years in this field, I have encountered individuals who have fallen victim to malevolent spirits or vengeful ghosts, but I had never before heard of a case where all vital essence was entirely absent after retrieving my messenger bag. Yin Xiaojun and I promptly drove to Anyun County to meet up with Captain Lu and Ma Dong, who had already arrived there. However, shortly after we set off, a sudden phone call forced us to alter our itinerary. The call was from Captain Lu, who was en route to Lingue Mountain. The reason was somewhat unclear to him. He merely stated that the technical team had just established contact with one of the missing persons. From this individual, an astonishing piece of news was revealed. Chapter 19. The Malice of Lingue Mountain at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, at the Happy Garden Community, Building 3, Unit 302, we arrived at the residence of a family member of one of the missing persons. Upon our arrival, Captain Lu had already reached the location. "Old Lu, what's the situation?" As Yin Xiaojun parked the car downstairs, Lu stepped out from the home of the missing person. Just now, the mother of one of the missing individuals informed us that she received a distressing phone call from her daughter, Xiaoyu. "Hear us the recording. Take a listen." As Lu explained, he handed us the recording. Due to the peculiar nature of the case, the police had already monitored and tracked the phones of the missing individuals. Unfortunately, the signal was weak during the call, and the conversation was brief, making it impossible to pinpoint their location. However, the entire exchange had been recorded. "Hello, Mom. It seems like we crossed over. There are so many monsters here. You all need to call the police." Help. In the recording, the missing person, named Xiaoyu, spoke with urgency and palpable fear. Due to the poor signal, the dialogue was fragmented and difficult to comprehend, rendering the conclusion of her statement inaudible. Nevertheless, her mention of crossing over and many monsters was far more significant than the clarity of her last words. Crossing over? Many monsters? Upon hearing the recording, I instinctively furrowed my brow, then replayed it 3 times to ensure I had not misheard. This situation was becoming increasingly bizarre, to the point where even the notion of crossing over had emerged. With an irascible temperament, Captain Lu cursed vehemently, his fist striking the roof of Yin Xiaojun's black Santana with force. As a seasoned detective with a wealth of experience, Lu Jin had encountered numerous strange cases. Yet this one was proving to be particularly exhausting. Had he not witnessed and heard the events himself, he would have never imagined that this missing person's case would evolve into something so surreal. "Xiao Qin, do you think they might have encountered some kind of ghostly barrier?" After offering Lu Jin a cigarette to help him calm down, Yin Xiaojun took the phone again to listen to the recording once more. I shook my head, signaling that this was implausible. A so-called ghostly barrier merely refers to the disorientation and misperception of individuals lost in the wilderness at night. It does not involve spirits or phantoms. Moreover, such phenomena typically occur at night and would not persist for several days. Otherwise, the missing persons would not have remained unaccounted for such an extended period, and their phones would not be unreachable. I refrained from providing further explanations and instead urged Yin Xiaojun to drive us to the scene of the incident. A single phone call had transformed this already peculiar case into an even more perplexing enigma. During the journey, I hastily consumed a meat sandwich to stave off my hunger, as I had yet to have dinner. Captain Liu repeatedly listened to the recording while maintaining communication with colleagues responsible for signal searching and phone monitoring. The expressions on his and Yin Xiaojun's faces resembled frostbitten leaves. Both appearing grim, I remained silent, seizing the opportunity to use my hand as a substitute for paper and pen to conduct a divination for the missing individuals. In the realm of divination, the act of flipping one's palm can yield profound insights. Like many forms of fortune-telling, Qi-min can also be interpreted through the palm. However, upon completing the Qi-min layout, I gasped in realization, sensing an ominous turn of events. This is dire. The case is more troublesome than anticipated. I mused internally. The term 5 unfavorable times signifies that the Qi-min arrangement encountered the most ominous hour. For instance, during the Geng-wu hour on a Gyre day, or the Xinc hour on a Year day, and so forth. These ominous times signify a reversal of fortune, akin to defying natural order. This concept aligns with the traditional practice of selecting auspicious times based on the 12 black and yellow paths to in summary. Whether through numerical Qi-min or magical Qi-min, the 5 unfavorable times are an unequivocal taboo. In circumstances of 5 unfavorable times, all signs portend misfortune, and all deities shun the afflicted. Furthermore, the Qi-min layout I established displayed a complete reversal of fortunes, with the day stem encountering emptiness and the palace housing the 8 spirits, including the serpent spirit. The complete reversal of fortunes indicates that the missing individuals are deliberately concealed within the Qi-min layout. The serpent spirit represents malevolence, suggesting that they have indeed encountered something unclean. The emptiness signifies that their current situation is dire, with life-threatening dangers lurking at every turn. Located south of the urban area, Anyun County lies at the southwestern end of Linggui Mountain, a spur of the Qinling Range. By the time we arrived, darkness had already enveloped the area. We proceeded directly to the scene of the incident. This location featured a dense forest, which had been cordoned off due to the ongoing investigation, and armed officers patrolled the vicinity at intervals. This is the spot. The 2 corpses were discovered right here. Captain Liu led the way, shining his flashlight toward the grass by the trees. Where did you see those apparitions? At that moment, we observed 4 ghostly figures hovering in the air, but they vanished in an instant. Xiao Chun, do you think this place is haunted? As soon as Liu's words fell, Yin Xiaojun immediately inquired about me. I took out the Dunjia compass and examined it. There are numerous methods to determine the presence of malevolent entities in a location. For a practitioner of yin-yang, the most efficient and precise method is to consult the compass. There are 2 types of compasses. One is the Dunjia compass, which is specifically designed for the mystical art of Qi-min, composed of the 3 realms of heaven, earth, and humanity, along with the 8 deceptive plates. Collectively known as the divine compass, primarily employed in the Dunjia formations for communicating with spirits and deities. The other is the feng shui compass, which, in comparison to the Dunjia compass, is more commonly encountered and is an essential tool for feng shui practitioners. Due to the multitude of feng shui schools today, the compass has also diversified into various types, such as the Sanyuan compass, Sanhe compass, Xiankong compass, and Jin Suo compass, among others. However, regardless of the type of compass, for it to be effective in discerning yin and yang, it must be consecrated. Only after consecration does the compass acquire spiritual essence, enabling it to perceive the malevolent forces present in the natural magnetic fields. The central pointer of the compass floated, indicating the 5 yellows punishment, with the sun deity encountering the water element. Confirming the presence of sinister energy here, I glanced at the pointer in the center of the Dunjia compass and promptly rendered my judgment. However, judging by the slight oscillation of the pointer, the malevolent energy here was not substantial. Subsequently, I instructed Liu to shine the flashlight for me while I began to search the surroundings with the Dunjia compass. This compass was a treasured heirloom passed down to me by my grandfather. He claimed that it was a precious gift from an old Taoist priest before the liberation and had long been consecrated, proving to be remarkably effective in discerning yin and yang. When I arrived approximately 500 meters from the crime scene, I noticed the central pointer of the Dunjia compass suddenly began to oscillate violently. Coincidentally, this was the location where an ancient tomb was unexpectedly discovered during road construction. Chapter 20. The Sanjiesek Strange.as I circled around the ancient tomb. I observed that the burial positions were quite peculiar. This site, situated in a shaded valley, had the tomb constructed on the mountaintop, employing a concealed burial method that was exceedingly discreet. Had it not been for the construction team's dynamiting of the rocks, it likely would have remained undiscovered. To the north of the tomb lay a naturally formed large pit, while the southern ceremonial area was obstructed by a mountain range running east to west. As for the sides, there was a vast and narrow valley, resembling a sharp sword that sliced through the landscape. Even standing there, I could distinctly feel the chilling winds from both sides, creating an uncomfortable sensation. According to the feng shui theory of burial in residences, this geographical arrangement, characterized by high mountains in front, a large pit behind, and the east-west winds leaking energy from both sides, is quite unfavorable, representing a desolate land where fire enters the ceremonial area and water enters the fire storage. Initially, I found it puzzling why the tomb owner would choose to be buried here. However, after visiting the temporary workstation set up by the archaeological team nearby and seeing the burial goods, I finally understood the situation. According to Ma Dong, these tombs were of the commonly seen rammed earth structure, making the archaeological work relatively uncomplicated. Aside from the skeletons and the coffins, the burial goods had mostly been excavated. Due to the case being sealed, the 5 archaeologists at the workstation were unaware of what had transpired. They had merely received orders from above the previous noon to complete the inventory and categorization of the burial goods by tonight, so they could be transported away by dawn. Approximately 30 boxes of burial goods had been prepared. Upon opening the preservation boxes, I noticed they contained common Buddhist artifacts as well as some ancient texts. Among them was a book that Ma Dong had previously shown to Yen Jihua. Most of the ancient texts were Buddhist scriptures, along with some treatises on feng shui, folk techniques, and rare Taoist texts. Regrettably, some of these ancient books had illegible handwriting, while others were inscribed in seal script, and some had suffered significant damage due to moisture. If it weren't for seasoned experts like Yen Jihua, with decades of experience in archaeology and textual research, it would have been challenging for the average person to comprehend them. These books were discovered in one of the tombs, and judging by the unearthed burial goods, it seemed that the tomb owner had studied both Buddhism and Taoism in life. While Ma Dong introduced the contents of the boxes to me, he also shared the archaeological team's speculations regarding the burial goods. However, when he opened the 6th box to introduce the cassock inside, I furrowed my brow, immediately sensing something amiss. I asked, that blood? The cassock in the box was white. Apart from its color, its style seemed indistinguishable from ordinary ones. Yet, it was covered with densely inscribed spells written in blood. At first glance, it was quite unsettling. These were taken from the skeletons, and the patterns and characters on them were indeed drawn in blood, resembling Buddhist scriptures and Taoist talismans. However, we hadn't had the time to study them in detail. We would seek assistance from relevant experts in a few days. What's wrong? Does it have issues? Ma Dong asked curiously as he observed my intense scrutiny of the cassock. Ts not just problematic. It features the Rebirth Sutra and the soul-concealing incantation from Taoist talismans. The content on the cassock took me by surprise. However, I finally understood why these tombs were located in such a desolate area. Liu, you need to urgently call back all personnel currently executing search and rescue operations in the mountains, and immediately seal off the area to prevent anyone from entering. Huh? Why? Xiaoqin asked, bewildered. What have you realized? The others looked on in confusion. I returned the cassock to the box and explained. I can now confirm that the tomb owners are all followers of the Sanjia sect. Sanjia sect? Yin Xiaojun, Liu, Ma Dong, and the others exclaimed in astonishment simultaneously. The Sanjia sect, also known as the Sanjia Pai, is a cult originating from indigenous Buddhism, which mainstream Buddhism typically categorizes as an external path deviating from Buddhist teachings. I became aware of this Sanjia sect because, in 1999, while accompanying my grandfather to Qinhua Mountain Xinghua Temple to visit a local monk, I had heard this monk speak about certain historical external paths of Buddhism. Among them was the Sanjia sect. According to the monk's description, the Sanjia sect was founded by a monk named Fa Qing during the northern and southern dynasties, flourishing during the Tang dynasty and extinguished in the mid-Qing dynasty. The sect originally venerated Maitreya Buddha, but, in an effort to expand its influence among the populace, fabricated a figure known as the Lotus Mother based on the local belief in land and mountain deities. The most distinctive feature of this cult is its distortion of Buddhist doctrines, propagating the apocalyptic doctrine of lotus salvation, 3 Buddhas responding to calamity. The 3 Buddhas responding to calamity refers to the 3 manifestations of the past, present, and future represented by the Qingyang calamity, Hongyang calamity, and Baiyang calamity. According to my grandfather's monk friend, the Sanjia sect believes that within the 6 realms, all beings encounter boundless calamities. And only by venerating the Lotus Mother can they eliminate their karmic obstacles and transcend the cycle of reincarnation. The method for transcending reincarnation, however, is not the traditional Buddhist approach of promoting good deeds. Rather, it involves using feng shui and Taoist elements to literally entomb individuals alive and bury them in extreme, desolate locations across mountains and rivers. In this way, their souls can linger in the mortal realm through the soul-concealing incantation and the 12 Tai Sui talisman inscribed on the cassock, gradually transforming from wandering spirits into malevolent entities with power. Such malevolent entities cultivated through the energies of mountains and rivers are referred to as Shan Shao. Given that multiple disappearances have occurred here, it seems that the Shan Shao has already been successfully cultivated. I inhaled sharply, beads of cold sweat forming on my forehead involuntarily. The time when my grandfather's monk friend spoke of these matters, I did not take them seriously, thinking that it was merely about fortune-telling or managing simple issues like possession. As for the strange practices of the Sanjia sect, I believe they were relics of centuries past, unlikely to affect me. Little did I expect that just a few years later, I would encounter them firsthand. I then turned to Liu and reiterated my suggestion to recall the personnel currently in the mountains, assuring him that I had my own methods for addressing the situation. Although Liu wore a furrowed brow and appeared confused, after some contemplation, coupled with Yin Xiaojuan's persuasion, he ultimately chose to trust me and promptly called everyone back. Liu, tonight you will accompany me up the mountain while the others are responsible for incinerating all the skeletal remains in the coffins to dispel the malevolent energy of this tomb. Additionally, Uncle Yin, if we have not returned by dawn tomorrow, shout our names 3 times towards the southwest and arrange 6 bowls in the shape of the Southern Dipper, each filled with grains and with an incense stick inserted in each. If the incense burns out and we still have not returned, immediately call my grandfather for help. He knows what to do. I repeatedly cautioned Yin Xiaojun before we set off. The Southern Dipper signifies life, while the Northern Dipper signifies death. I was acutely aware that what we faced was not merely ordinary spirits or simple difficulties, but rather malevolent entities transformed from a sect of cultists that had been refined over centuries. Therefore, to guard against unforeseen circumstances, I had to leave a contingency plan before departure. Chapter 21. The mysterious village. As I left the prefabricated house, night had fully descended. The mountains were enveloped in an eerie silence, devoid of any sound. The temperature had dropped significantly with the setting sun, imparting a sudden sensation of being in an ice cellar. I gestured for Liu to stay close, and he, with a grave expression, drew his firearm, maintaining a vigilant stance. Xiao Chun, what should we do next? Let's head this way. I pointed towards the northwest. The northwest is the directional gateway of the 8 gates of the earth. While at the Xinghua Temple on Qianfu Mountain, a venerable monk friend of my grandfather once mentioned that the burial technique employed by the Sanjia sect, known as the Shanqiao method, is essentially a fusion of Taoist geomantic principles with feng shui formations. Once formed, the Shanqiao typically conceals itself within the 5 yellow position of the 8 gates of the mountain's domain. If one were to encounter such a being deep in the mountains, unless guided by someone knowledgeable in feng shui, it would be akin to being trapped in a labyrinth, with no hope of escape for a lifetime. This bears a striking resemblance to the phenomenon often referred to as ghost walls. To locate the Shanqiao, relying solely on a feng shui compass may reveal the presence of malevolent energies, yet it cannot ascertain the precise location. Only by adhering to the river Luo numbers of Daiju Lu Yi ends with San Yu Qi, and following the trajectory of the flying stars within the 9 palaces can one search effectively. I had not anticipated the formidable nature of feng shui. Liu, captivated by my words, expressed his admiration, despite not fully grasping their meaning. Strangely, after we had traversed approximately 5 kilometers northwest from the burial site and just passed through a thick fog began to envelop us. The night was shrouded in mist, compelling us to halt our progress. It was curious how fog had suddenly descended upon us. The appearance of the dense mist caused Liu to furrow his brow, and he couldn't help but feel anxious about our ensuing endeavors. I reassured him, insisting that while encountering such phenomena deep in the wilderness at midnight could indeed be unsettling, my assessment suggested that this fog was more akin to the Earth's energy between the mountains rather than a mere weather occurrence. This is quite common in feng shui, especially concerning ancestral graves. If one encounters fog in the mountains or cemeteries at midnight, it signifies that the feng shui of the location is favorable. capable of harnessing and concentrating energy. This is also why some feng shui masters prefer to select auspicious burial sites during the night. For me, the presence of fog confirmed that my previous judgment was correct, and we had begun to enter the hidden 8 gates of this place. After I retrieved my Duanjia compass to reconfirm the direction, I altered our course once more, setting off towards the due east. Subsequently, I frequently adjusted our route. The journey varied in length, akin to wandering through a maze. Strangely, the fog seemed to monitor my every move. The more I adhered to my path, the denser it became, eventually reaching a point where I could scarcely see my hand in front of my face. Southwest. We must be nearing our destination, I exclaimed, encouraging Lu, who was visibly exhausted from our uphill trek. The southwest is the position of rebirth in Buddhism and also the location of the last, fatal gate in the 8 gates of feng shui. I believed that as long as we continued along the trajectory of the flying stars in the 9 palaces, we would certainly locate the Shanxiao. Due to the increasingly thick fog, I was compelled to slow our pace. Fortunately, Lingue Mountain was not particularly steep, and Lu and I continued our journey southwest without encountering any significant obstacles. Just as we exerted considerable effort to reach a cliff, I unexpectedly spotted a village not far ahead. Although the surroundings were engulfed in darkness and the fog obscured our view, causing the village's appearance to remain unclear, I noticed that the pointer of my Duanjia compass began to oscillate more vigorously as we approached, indicating that we had located the 5 yellow point, where the malevolent entities must be concealed. Xiao Chun, look over there. I don't recall there being a village here, Lu exclaimed, his nerves taut, his voice barely above a whisper. As a local from Anyuan County, he was intimately familiar with Lingue Mountain, and despite the fog obscuring his vision, he was certain that this place had not featured a village during our previous search days ago. Shh! Listen carefully. I gestured for Lu to be quiet. In the air, a murmur of chanting echoed, carried by the chilling winds from the village ahead. Damn, this is truly unnerving. It seems we have not erred in our search. I sighed with relief. Indeed, after traversing dozens of kilometers through the mountains, we had finally discovered the lair of the Shanxiao. Lu, shortly, I will set up a feng shui formation to deal with these Shanxiao. I need your assistance. Absolutely, I'm here for you. Don't be anxious. I noticed that Lu was trembling with fear, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. To swiftly eliminate the Shanxiao and rescue the remaining missing persons, I needed to calm his nerves as best as I could. In truth, whether it be the Shanxiao or the tree spirits I had encountered in Jizhou, or the serpent spirits and fox immortals that people often speak of, they are fundamentally manifestations of the earth's energy harnessed through feng shui. Those that cause harm are deemed malevolent entities, while those that do not are referred to as celestial beings. Such entities can still be found in many deep, old forests, yet most do not actively provoke humans. The Shanxiao, however, are a rarity. Regardless of whether they are malevolent spirits or so-called celestial beings, what they fear most is not the talismans or pure yang objects that exorcise evil, but rather the 7 stars of the Northern Dipper. At the end of the previous chapter, I mentioned that the Southern Dipper governs birth, while the Northern Dipper governs death. Simply put, whether human or spirit, ghost or enlightened beast, their lifespan is determined by the 6 stars of the Southern Dipper, while the 7 stars of the Northern Dipper dictate their demise. For instance, divinatory arts that determine life and death often reference the Northern Dipper's principal stars. The well-known Zhuge Liang employed starwarding techniques related to the Northern Dipper. Moreover, some regions today still uphold the custom of worshipping the Southern Dipper in the 6th lunar month, praying for longevity and blessings. This is an immutable law, a principle derived from the ancients' observations of the stars and their understanding of natural laws, which also serves as the foundation for all contemporary esoteric arts and Taoist practices. In Taoism, there is a saying, the Taoist arts are few, the southern star connects to the northern river, which implies that many talismans and incantations are derived from the southern and northern dippers. Given that we are now confronting the malevolent Shanxiao, I will certainly show no mercy. The methods I employ will naturally relate to the Northern Dipper. Chapter 22. The Northern Dipper's Zhushing formation. Perhaps sensing our presence, as I prepared to exorcise the Shanxiao, Lu suddenly nudged me, urging me to look towards the village. I noticed several dark figures lurking around the outskirts. Clearly, the Shanxiao had become aware of the sudden influx of yang energy. I quickly signaled for Lu to grab a handful of soil and put it in his mouth. Lu looked perplexed but complied nonetheless. This was the 5 yellow position of Lingue Mountain. The soil here forms the foundation of solid Yin Taoism. The mouth is the conduit for the flow of qi, so by blocking this conduit, we could conceal our presence, preventing the Shanxiao from detecting us easily. If we failed to do so, our fate would likely mirror that of the two desiccated corpses. Despite the dense fog, as the Shanxiao drew near, I could still discern their general appearance. They wore long white robes, draped in kasayas, adorned with a type of white hat, resembling a rooster's comb, reminiscent of Tibetan Buddhist attire. The kasayas were inscribed with various talismans, identical to those I had seen previously at the archaeological workstation. At this moment, Lu was trembling uncontrollably, instinctively reaching for his phone to call for help. Unfortunately, there was no signal in this remote area. Stay calm. I am about to set up a formation to eliminate these malevolent entities. You need to draw their attention. For the sake of safety, I made a gesture towards Team Leader Lu, signaling him not to act rashly. Time was of the essence. Previously, the police had discovered 2 corpses in the woods, indicating that the remaining missing persons were likely to face the grim fate of being drained of their life essence by the mountain demon. After advising Team Leader Lu, I promptly retrieved 8 copper coins and a piece of apricot-colored silk cloth from my bag. This silk cloth served as a tool for the magical formation known as Qimen. Measuring 3 feet 3 in both length and width, it symbolized the 3 talents of heaven, earth, and humanity. Adorned upon it were the most common symbols of Qimen: the 9 palaces, the 8 gates, and the 24 solar terms weather chart. In addition to these fundamental elements of mathematical Qimen, it also featured exclusive symbols from the magical Qimen, such as the Jade Maiden's 9 escapes and the yellow path diagram of heaven and earth. Unlike the Taoist rituals for exorcising spirits, which often rely on incantations and talismans, the greatest distinction of magical Qimen lies in its focus on communion with the divine. The essence of this communion rests upon the term Duanjia within Qimen, where Dun signifies concealment. Jia, the foremost of the 10 heavenly stems, remains unseen within Qimen yet acts as the supreme leader within this temporal and spatial dimension, issuing commands. Consequently, one must locate the hidden Jia within the 9 palaces and obtain its consent. Only then can it bestow upon you the support of all elements within heaven, earth, and humanity, enabling you to unlock the gates of heaven and earth and harness the natural forces for your command. This elucidates why magical Qimen is also referred to as Qimen's magical evasion. Here, I employed the North Dipper's Zhenxing formation, a specific arrangement that channels the power of the stars to suppress the Earth's energy. The term Zhenxing connotes the borrowing of celestial energy. Essentially, mountain demons are the products of the refinement of the mountains and waters. Their concealment in the 5 yellow positions of the mountains is due to their need to continually draw upon the Earth's energy for sustenance. If an unwary individual stumbles upon them, they too may suffer the fate of having their essence drained. However, once the mountain demon takes form, it cannot stray far from the mountains, so by temporarily sealing the Earth's energy using the power of the North Dipper, the demon would become akin to a fish out of water, a tree without roots, ultimately leading to its demise. Though Team Leader Lu presently appeared apprehensive, as a seasoned detective accustomed to the chaos of gunfire, he swiftly adjusted his mindset and regained his composure. After hearing my plan, he solemnly surveyed the surroundings before quickly moving approximately 67 meters away from me, drawing his pistol and firing 2 shots towards the village. While firearms proved ineffective against the mountain demon, the gunfire would surely draw its attention. Seizing this opportunity, I hurriedly sought a concealed position within the woods, laying the silk cloth upon the ground and placing the 8 copper coins in a clockwise manner. Starting from the east, within the Zhunsan Palace, Sunsi Palace, Lijiu Palace, and Jinba Palace. Once the coins were arranged, I grasped a handful of soil and placed it atop the central palace devoid of coins. Then aligned the 5 yellow soil of the central palace according to the position of the North Dipper's handle for that month, forming the shape of the Big Dipper. With everything meticulously arranged, as I performed the incantation, the mountain demons that had been wandering around the village seemed to sense a sudden influx of power, becoming increasingly agitated, and upon Lu's gunfire, they swiftly charged in that direction. Team Leader Lu, hold on! The night was deep, obscuring my view of Team Leader Lu's situation. All I could discern was that he was continuously running and dodging, accompanied by intermittent sharp gunshots. The North Dipper Zhenxing formation had commenced. Yet my greatest concern was not Lu's safety, but rather the necessity of maintaining the integrity of the formation. Any interruption could result in the borrowed power not only failing to manifest its intended effect but rebounding upon myself. Every phenomenon possesses duality, and magical Chiman is no exception. Approximately 5 minutes later, I observed the surrounding mist rapidly dissipating under a warm breeze. Even the previously gloomy sky began to brighten. The moon and stars shone brightly, particularly the North Dipper, which flickered in an eerie manner. At that moment, Team Leader Liu was undergoing an unprecedented and bizarre battle in his over 30 years of service. Fortunately, he had followed my instructions to seal his lower gates with the 5 yellow soil, allowing him to swiftly evade the frenzied onslaught of over a dozen mountain demons by utilizing the surrounding cover and his agile movements. Finally, as the mist completely cleared, the mountains began to tremble violently. Simultaneously, the mountain demons halted their assault on Liu, collapsing in agony and emitting wails of despair. Ultimately, as their bodies expelled a thick cloud of white mist, they were thoroughly vanquished. Once the mountain demons were dealt with, I exhaled a sigh of relief, collapsing onto the ground, drenched in sweat. This was my first encounter with a mountain demon, as well as my inaugural utilization of a formation that harnessed the power of the stars. Although I achieved success, it nearly depleted my strength to the point where I could scarcely rise. Fortunately, Team Leader Liu managed to locate the remaining missing persons within the thatched roof village. Though they lay unconscious, pallid, and appearing almost lifeless, they were thankfully out of immediate danger. Oddly enough, after the mountain demons vanished, the mobile signal restored itself. Even more strangely, when the dawn broke and Yin Xiaojun arrived with his team, the village that had once stood on the cliff had mysteriously vanished like a mirage. Chapter 23. A sudden visit due to the incident at Linguei Mountain. Upon my return from Chang'an, I was met with a scolding from my grandfather. He reproached me for not consulting him beforehand about such a significant matter. I understood his feelings. After all, I was his only grandson, and he feared for my safety. Naturally, after experiencing that ordeal, I felt somewhat exhausted and desired a period of rest. Thus, in the ensuing days, I largely remained at the fortune-telling studio, occasionally venturing out to play cards or fish with friends, or visiting nearby parks to converse with a few elderly colleagues, exchanging insights about fortune-telling. Sometimes, being an observer and listening to others recount their stories can be quite an enjoyable experience. About half a month had passed since my return from Chang'an, during which I had been living a leisurely and unhurried life. Until one day, a peculiar girl entered my shop. That morning, after finishing breakfast as usual, I opened my computer to browse the news. Regarding the Linguei Mountain incident in Chang'an, the relevant authorities had already sealed off the information, resulting in a lack of widespread reporting online. However, discussions about the event emerged on some folk forums, rife with speculation and hearsay. Just as I was browsing the internet, a girl suddenly walked in. She appeared to be in her 20s, quite beautiful and tall, resembling a model. Her hair was tied back in a high ponytail, and she wore a long black coat paired with deep blue jeans, a black backpack slung over her right shoulder. As a professional fortune teller, I noticed immediately that she possessed an air of affluence. In simpler terms, she seemed to hail from a wealthy family. You might wonder what constitutes a wealthy appearance in physiognomy. A woman's prosperous appearance is categorized into 3 types: the great noble, the medium noble, and the small noble. The great noble is characterized by a dragon-like visage and a phoenix-like neck, with the sun and moon as prominent features. The medium noble features clear brows and bright eyes, with a full chin. The small noble is identified by a high forehead and a square jaw. My understanding of physiognomy is limited, having only discussed it lightly with colleagues. Moreover, with advancements in cosmetic surgery, while physiognomy is not entirely obsolete, it has certainly waned in prominence. Tiomi, the so-called wealthy appearance resembles more of a temperament. This temperament can be assessed through one's demeanor, actions, and even their gaze, and is significantly influenced by one's upbringing. I believe many have experienced this. Some individuals exude an immediate sense of wealth or a good family background, while others appear as if they are destined for a life of toil. In this regard, the saying that each region nurtures its own people holds some truth. Hello, may I ask who you are looking for? The depth of the girl's gaze led me to believe she was not here for a reading. So I did not greet her as I typically would. Are you the fortune teller here? That would be me. I came to ask about my sister-in-law's baby, whether it will be a boy or a girl. The girl sat across from me at the desk, her demeanor relaxed as she regarded me. This was the first time I encountered a client with such a casual attitude. However, since it was a business inquiry, I refrained from commenting and promptly began to set up a Chiman chart on paper. Yet, upon seeing the Chiman configuration, I couldn't help but chuckle. Your sister-in-law has already given birth, hasn't she? And it's a boy. How did you know? The girl's face was a picture of astonishment. Because I am a fortune teller, I replied politely with a smile. Nevertheless, to clarify the situation for her, I endeavored to explain my divination principles in layman's terms. In Chiman, to determine the gender of a fetus, one must look to the Tian Rue star among the 9 stars. In this chart, the Tian Rue star resides in the current air palace, which is synonymous with the delivery room, and both the initial and final transmissions within the 3 transmissions are located in this palace, indicating that the event has indeed occurred. As for my assertion that the child is a boy, it is grounded in the principles of the 8 trigrams, where the Liu signifies the fetus. The Liu aligns with the Shangman, which represents the eldest son. Hence, I deduce that it is indeed a boy. Yet, I have divulged nothing to you. The girl listened with rapt attention, her intrigue palpable. As the saying goes, mastering the art of Chiman Duanjia means that one need not ask the inquirer for any information. Chiman predictions are based on the configuration of time and space, requiring no input from the carrot. Naturally, every divination technique has its limitations, and a fortune teller is not omniscient. Thus, not all queries can be addressed. In this context, allow me to introduce myself. I am Eliao, a journalist from the Chang'an Evening News. Perhaps sensing my insight into her thoughts or being astonished by my earlier prediction. Upon witnessing my smile, the girl abandoned her circumlocution and began to introduce herself. A journalist? I felt a twinge of surprise. I must apologize for my earlier behavior. I was indeed testing you to determine the veracity of what Uncle Yin had said. It appears he was correct. You truly are an extraordinary individual. Eliao courteously presented her press credentials and stated her purpose. I have come to interview you, having heard that you assisted in resolving the case at Lingue Mountain. Eliao clarified her intentions for being there. Without awaiting my response, she produced a copy of the Chang'an Evening News and pointed to a specific page, explaining, "The reason I wish to conduct this interview is not only to provide readers with a more scientific and detailed understanding of the I Ching, but also for another reason. In this rapidly advancing era, many hold a critical attitude towards I Ching and Feng Shui, yet they exhibit a peculiar reverence for foreign divination techniques such as astrology and tarot cards. This is not limited to I Ching alone. Contemporary societal trends tend to favor foreign ideologies. Believing that the moon is rounder abroad, I often ponder whether our traditional culture is truly inferior to that of other nations. It is precisely for this reason that I wish to delve deeper into the study of I Ching. Just recently, Uncle Yin introduced you to me, saying that you possess profound knowledge of I Ching and are a remarkable figure hidden among the populace. Therefore, I made a special trip here, hoping to produce a detailed feature article on the I Ching as part of our traditional culture. Observe this newspaper. I intend to publish the completed piece on the front page of Section A. Perhaps fearing my rejection, Eliao elaborated on her motivations and future plans. In truth, I felt hesitant about such an interview. However, upon reflection, I realized she had come with the noble aim of promoting traditional culture. Furthermore, I learned through our conversation that the Uncle Yin she spoke of was indeed Yin Xiaojun. Since we were acquainted through my grandfather's friend's son, it would be ungracious of me to refuse, and it would also seem inconsiderate. Thus, I ultimately agreed. I initially presumed that my acquaintance with Eliao would amount to nothing more than a routine interview. Yet, I could never have anticipated that her unexpected visit would embroil me in a monumental conspiracy. It was this very turmoil that afforded me my first glimpse into the fabled underworld. Chapter 24. Chiman and Feng Shui. On the day of the interview's completion, Eliao departed. Through our discussions, I learned that during this trip, she had arranged interviews with several other individuals, having gone to great lengths to secure these appointments. She mentioned that these individuals included researchers from the Kyoto Academy of Social Sciences and professors from Wonhan University, among others. Though I did not know them personally, the mere mention of their credentials indicated the impressive network Eliao possessed. Approximately half a month later, I received a copy of the Chang'an Evening News from Eliao. Containing the article she had penned about I Ching, a brief glance revealed her writing to be concise and profound, adeptly illustrating the applications of Feng Shui and I Ching in everyday life using the simplest of language. Additionally, she included a magazine titled The Gateway of Nature, which she informed me was a newly published periodical from their newspaper. Given the challenges facing traditional media, the newspaper was attempting to pivot toward attracting more readers by focusing on traditional culture. On the afternoon I received the newspaper, I found myself idly browsing the internet, engaging with some practitioners of metaphysics in a discussion group. Upon hearing the familiar notification sound, I noticed Eliao was online on QQ, prompting me to initiate a brief conversation. In this day and age, aside from texting, chatting online has become a favored pastime among the youth. During our exchange, Eliao unexpectedly posed a question to me. Do you believe in ghosts? I suppose they must exist. Why do you ask? Have you encountered one? Although Eliao was aware that I had assisted Yin Xiaojun and his associates in locating the missing individuals at Lingui Mountain and knew I was a fortune teller, she remained oblivious to my frequent dealings with the realm of yin and yang. Initially, Eliao did not respond. It was only after I brewed a cup of tea that the sound of a new message chimed on my computer. I was just chatting with my sister-in-law, and it seems she and my brother have encountered something ghostly lately. What happened? This was what she had just mentioned in our QQ chat, although I was not fully informed of the details. However, I plan to return home in a few days, and I will inquire further then. By the way, have you ever encountered a ghost? Occasionally, I suppose. What do you mean by occasionally? If you have indeed experienced such encounters, do feel free to share. I have developed a particular curiosity about these matters lately. Coincidentally, our newspaper is preparing to publish a new issue, and my editor has tasked me with gathering some folk tales of the supernatural. Sure, if I come across anything, I will let you know. I hope you mean that. In truth, after sending that message, I felt a twinge of regret. My grandfather often admonished me not to flaunt the skills that secure my livelihood, lest I attract misfortune. Furthermore, he had advised against accepting any yin and yang work during this period, which had led me to decline several opportunities. Moreover, as a journalist, if I were to involve her in such matters, it could potentially lead to complications if she were to report on it in the future. However, it seemed I was worrying unnecessarily, for no one could have anticipated that my return to action would be intricately linked to Eliao. 1 week later, during midday, I was at my divination center as usual, providing consultations on Bazi. After bidding farewell to a client, the familiar notification sound from QQ echoed once more. Upon opening it, I found a message from Eliao. Are you there? I urgently need to speak with you. I quickly replied, yes, I am here. She inquired, is it auspicious if toads appear in a grave? Toads? Yes. Furthermore, the soil seems to have darkened compared to before. The darkening of the soil indicates a disruption in the feng shui energy, which is a negative sign. Though I had not seen it with my own eyes, I instinctively made a judgment based on Eliao's description of the change in soil color. What do you mean? The elders believe that the presence of vitality in the grave is a good omen, so no one has disturbed it, nor have they driven away the toads. Please hold on. I will cast a divination to check. Can feng shui also be assessed through divination? Upon hearing my intention, Eliao immediately expressed her skepticism. Instead of responding, I took advantage of the moment to casually set up a Qimeng chart. In contemporary feng shui practice, on-site observation is often prioritized. However, it is worth noting that Qimeng can also be utilized for feng shui assessments. It is often referred to as the third eye of feng shui. As I mentioned earlier, Qimeng is a model simulating the dimensions of time and space, and its origins were not for divination, but rather for strategizing based on the movements of celestial bodies and the configurations of mountains and rivers, making it a comprehensive synthesis of astrological and geographical knowledge. Since it simulates time and space, it naturally follows that one can use it to assess feng shui. This is also why Qimeng is considered to govern land among the 3 ancient methods of divination: Tai, Lu Ren, and Qimeng. When one examines divination techniques throughout history, these 3 methods stand out as the most unique, often referred to as the highest predictive arts. Like all other techniques, these 3 are rooted in the principles of the I Ching. Yet they are also intricately connected to astronomy, geography, and human affairs, albeit with differing emphases. Specifically, Tai focuses on the celestial movements to discuss the heavenly principles, assess national fortunes, and investigate calamities. Lu Ren employs the 10 heavenly stems and 12 earthly branches to derive predictions regarding human matters and assess fortunes. Qimeng Duanjia, on the other hand, utilizes natural phenomena to connect heaven and earth. Manipulating yin and yang at it is a common saying in folk tradition that mastering these 3 methods grants one the status of a sage. Moreover, in contrast to Tai and Lu Ren, the greatest distinction of Qimeng lies in its inclusivity. It can assimilate various techniques for its own purposes, and because it governs land among the three methods. It aligns perfectly with the concept of the Earth's position is Kuan, which implies that a gentleman should carry the weight of virtue. Within the Chiman framework, the death gate pertains to ancestral graves and falls within the Kuran palace, indicating that it is a woman's grave. Furthermore, the year is 2005, the year of the wood rooster. The heavenly stem E aligns perfectly with the death gate's palace, suggesting it pertains to your elder. Correct? I glanced at the Chiman chart I had prepared and promptly deduced the situation. Eliao responded immediately after I sent the message. Yes, it is my grandmother's grave. Today is her memorial day. How did you discern that? Can feng shui truly be divined? Rather than elaborating on Eliao's inquiry, I continued. Is your grandmother's grave situated with the mountain to the rooster and facing the rabbit? That is, facing west from the east? Indeed. Is there a river to the west? How impressive. How did you deduce this? Eliao was utterly taken aback. This revelation was even more shocking than her earlier encounter with the toad at her grandmother's grave. The phenomenon of dead door coinciding with empty void indicated that the feng shui of this grave had been compromised. Moreover, the presence of the eight gods, particularly the Tang snake, with its opposing palace being the Taiyin, associated with malevolence, alongside the hidden assistance from the horse star, suggested that interference from external forces had occurred. Thus, it would be prudent for her to inform her parents, urging them to consult a professional feng shui master for an on-site assessment. Otherwise, their family might encounter difficulties. Out of goodwill, I cautioned Eliao. Although the Chiman divination could analyze feng shui, it had its limitations, particularly in not being able to visually assess the grave's condition, especially the interior. Since direct measurement was not feasible, the appropriate remedy could not be prescribed, which is why I suggested this course of action to Lyao for whether her family would heed this advice. I could not ascertain why involvement could only extend thus far. However, just a few days later, Eliao reached out to me again via QQ. This time, I learned that her family had encountered problems. On the day Eliao messaged me, I was experiencing the annual late spring chill. Approaching noon, I had invited Li Dawei to the shop, where we were leisurely chatting while enjoying hot pot and drinks. Just as Li Dawei was passionately singing Zhang Yuan's 10,000 Reasons, a message notification from QQ interrupted us.it was from Eliao. Are you available for a video call? I need your assistance. Sure, I replied. Shortly after, Eliao sent a connection request. Before I could inquire about the matter, Li Dawei, upon catching sight of Eliao's beauty on screen, exclaimed in excitement, "I in the video." Eliao appeared with a fresh face, donning black-framed glasses, her hair, which had previously been tied up, now cascading over her shoulders, giving her a somewhat fatigued appearance. Compared to before, she seemed less mature yet possessed an increased innocence. Regardless of whether she wore makeup, she was undeniably a beauty, which explained Li Dawei's sudden interest. I quickly silenced Li Dawei and asked Eliao the reason for her call. Ignoring Li Dawei's antics, Eliao sighed. Recently, my family has had some issues, nothing severe, but I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. So I thought to ask for your help. What seems to be the problem? I inquired. Lately, I've been dreaming of my grandmother at night. I see her from a distance, standing alone on the roof, surrounded by water. It's not just me. My mother has had the same dream. Additionally, my brother and sister-in-law have been experiencing a streak of bad luck. Just the other day, they were in a car accident on their way back from a social gathering. Fortunately, they were unharmed, only suffering some minor abrasions. My sister-in-law mentioned that they often feel as if someone is watching them when they return home at night. I can't help but wonder if there might be a ghost in the house. As a graduate of a prestigious university in Chang'an, Eliao harbored doubts about these so-called supernatural occurrences in her heart. Yet, given her and her mother's strange dreams, coupled with her brother's and sister-in-law's misfortunes, it was hard to dismiss the possibility. Thus, for the sake of safety, it seemed prudent to consult a professional in this field. At the very least, if there were indeed issues, they could be addressed promptly. If not, it would alleviate her concerns. I did not rush to agree with Eliao. Instead, I revisited our previous conversation. You mentioned on QQ that the soil at your grandmother's grave has turned black. At that time, I suggested your parents consult a feng shui master. Did they do so? Are you implying that our family's troubles might be linked to my grandmother's grave? She asked, her tone reflecting a hint of concern. Based on my experience, there is a possibility. I showed our chat to my parents, but they dismissed it as mere exaggeration. My second uncle understands feng shui. However, he insisted that my grandmother's grave is excellent. as he had engaged a renowned master to select it. Furthermore, finding another feng shui master to reassess the grave poses some challenges since it involves not just our family but also my elder and second uncle's families. Particularly my elder uncle. El Yao shook her head, her exquisite features marred by an expression of helplessness. I see. All right, I will assist you with this matter. We can discuss the specifics upon my arrival. Given El Yao's sincere request for my help, I could hardly refuse. Although my grandfather had advised against me traveling far during this period, the legs were mine, and this trip was merely to assess feng shui, which posed no significant danger. Afterward, El Yao sent me her home address via QQ. Upon reviewing the information, I discovered that El Yao was not a native of Chang'an but hails from Jiangxing. Jiangxing is not particularly close to us. That afternoon, after packing our belongings, Li Dawei and I took a train to Jiangxing. By the time we reached our destination, it was already evening. We found a modest inn that charged 80 for the night. And the following morning around 9, we took a taxi to El Yao's residence. Although El Yao initially intended to send a driver to fetch us, I found it cumbersome and declined. The reason we arrived at 9 in the morning was that El Yao had independently decided to invite me to assess the feng shui. While it wouldn't have been inappropriate for her parents to see, it could lead to unnecessary misunderstandings. Sometimes, it is better to avoid complications. Staying low-key is advisable. According to the address El Yao provided, her home was located in a community named Jinhu Mountain Villa. The driver informed me that it was an upscale villa area situated in the southern part of the city, inhabited by either the affluent or those in positions of power, particularly the influential and wealthy. Jiangxing is a renowned metropolis. Thus, living in such luxurious villas within such a large city indicated El Yao's extraordinary family background. Upon our arrival at Jinhu Mountain Villa, since taxis were not permitted inside, I had to call El Yao to request that the security grant us access. During the drive, out of professional habit, I observed the geographical layout of the area and noted that the feng shui was exceptionally favorable. The entire villa complex was built on a hillside. The mountain range's orientation was imposing, resembling a colossal dragon ascending from low to high, winding gracefully with vigor. The peaks were artfully arranged, neither too close nor too far apart. Perfectly balanced. Each villa was constructed atop a hill, encircled by a lake shaped like a jade ring. This arrangement is known in feng shui as jade belt around the waist, a classic configuration for promoting prosperity and success. Mountains govern population, waters govern wealth, and living here, one would find it difficult not to prosper. Of course, in today's world, upscale residences like Jinhu Mountain Villa are increasingly attentive to feng shui. After all, the current societal reality is that the financially challenged seek motivational platitudes, while the wealthy invest in such beliefs. Developers must have considered this during construction. Otherwise, how could they attract affluent residents? Upon reaching our destination, I found El Yao waiting at the entrance. After exchanging pleasantries, I turned to the matter at hand. Meanwhile, Li Dawei had been behaving like a smitten fool, stealing glances at the stunning beauty dressed in a casual white outfit. El Yao's home was expansive. Merely the garden in front of the villa spanned nearly 200 square meters. Inside, it was lavishly adorned, showcasing a quintessentially classical Chinese style. Upon entering, I felt as though I had stepped into an ancient noble's residence. Igniting my first impulse to earn money for a villa. "Your parents aren't home, are they?" I cautiously inquired as we stepped into the living room. El Yao smiled, gesturing for me to make myself comfortable, and instructed a servant to prepare tea and serve some fruits and snacks. They left early with my second uncle to celebrate my grandfather's 70th birthday. "Do your brother and sister-in-law live here as well?" "Not far from here. This is a development by my sister-in-law's family, and when my brother got married, he chose a unit nearby." Li Dawei and I exchanged glances, uncertain of how to respond. "Please take a moment to enjoy some tea. We have time now. Could you help me check if there are any spirits here? Afterwards, I'll take you to my grandmother's grave." Perhaps sensing that her phrasing was somewhat inappropriate, El Yao warmly offered us tea and outlined the day's plan. However, just as I raised my teacup to drink, the sound of a vehicle parking outside caught my attention, followed by the entrance of several middle-aged individuals. "Oh no, my parents are back." When they arrive, "Please say you are my colleagues from the newspaper." Upon discovering that my parents had suddenly returned, Lu Yao hastily reminded me not to disclose the purpose of our visit. I readily acquiesced, for she had invited me to assess the feng shui, merely speculating that their home was haunted. Should my parents become aware, a lengthy lecture would undoubtedly ensue. There were 4 individuals in total, 3 men and 1 woman. As introduced by Lu Yao, apart from her parents, there was also her second uncle. The fourth individual was a stranger to her, someone she was meeting for the first time. This man, in his 50s, donned a black tang suit, was of modest height, had a gaunt visage, and sported a tuft of goat-like facial hair. Furthermore, he held a compass in his right hand, suggesting that he was indeed a feng shui master. Upon the arrival of Lu Yao's parents and their cordial greeting, I learned that this man was indeed a feng shui practitioner, specifically summoned by Lu Yao's second uncle. "Mom, I thought you were visiting Grandpa. Why are you back so soon?" I inquired. "You often dream of Grandma at night, and with your brother's recent car accident, your second uncle decided to invite a feng shui master over, her mother." Lu Yun explained. "Lu Yao, let me introduce you. This is Master Zhao Qinyuan. He is the honorary president of our Jiangqing Yijing Cultural Research Association and was once a disciple of the Maoshan sect, possessing profound knowledge in the realms of yin and yang, as well as feng shui." Lu Yun's words were barely finished when Lu Yao's second uncle, Lu Zilu, immediately took over, introducing Master Zhao Qinyuan to everyone present. From Lu Yao, I learned that her second uncle, Lu Zilu, was the most devout believer in feng shui within their entire family. He currently engaged in the antique business, with shops in Jiangqing, Shanghai, and Kyoto. Previously, when she worked at a newspaper covering studies on I Ching and feng shui, many of the practitioners she interviewed were referred by her second uncle, who was also acquainted with Yin Xiaojun. "Lu Yao, your second uncle intends to discuss matters with Master Zhao. It's rather noisy here. Please escort your colleagues to the inner hall, where it is quieter. Xiao Chun, Xiao Li, please stay for dinner afterward. Since you are all Lu Yao's colleagues, I must treat you well. Sister Li, prepare a few extra dishes for lunch. We have guests." Lu Yao's father, Lu Zishou, warmly welcomed me and Li Daoe with a smile. I followed Lu Yao to a small sitting room next door. Meanwhile, Lu Zilu began to wander about the living room with Zhao Qinyuan. The latter was intently examining something with his compass. I, too, remained occupied in the small sitting room, retrieving the Dunjia style plate to determine the pivotal points and orientation of the villa. The so-called pivotal point is the center where the energy of a residence converges, known in feng shui as the nourishing point, taiji point, or 5-yellow point. This center is not simply the midpoint of the house. Precise measurements must be taken on-site for accurate location. Once I establish these points, I cast a divination based on the positioning of the 5-yellow point and the orientation of the villa. What I conjured was not a traditional hexagram, but rather a combination of Qimeng Duanjia and Tai divine numbers into a Guling plate. As I previously mentioned, the ancient triad states that Tai governs the heavens, while Qimeng governs the earth. Feng shui is indeed a product of the convergence of energies between heaven and earth. The ancients recognized this, thus merging Tai and Qimeng through certain methodologies, resulting in a specialized plate for surveying feng shui and locating dragon veins. This particular plate, originally created by a renowned Qimeng master known as Long Fushan during the Qing dynasty, is thus referred to as the Long Fu Gu Ling plate. The Guling plate has its advantages and disadvantages. Its strength lies in its ability to accurately discern various aspects of yin and yang residence feng shui, often providing more detailed information than a compass survey. This includes whether tampering has occurred, if there are mountain calamities, or the presence of spiritual entities. However, its shortcomings are evident. It necessitates on-site measurements, and the process of casting is relatively intricate. This explains why I was unable to use the Guling plate for Lu Yao previously. When Lu Yao mentioned the possibility of a ghost in her home, based on my past experiences in feng shui, I suspected it was likely the spirit of her grandmother causing the disturbances. Such phenomena are quite common in daily life. A prevalent example is during Qingming, Zhongyuan, or New Year's Eve, when individuals often dream of deceased relatives, as they are unable to communicate directly and resort to conveying messages through dreams. Additionally, these dreams frequently carry significant messages. I have heard from clients who recounted dreams of their departed loved ones expressing feelings of coldness, financial distress, or cravings for certain foods. I even heard from a police acquaintance about a case involving a missing girl in Kyoto a couple of years ago. While the family was strolling in the suburbs, the daughter vanished in the time it took to answer a phone call. After the police were alerted, extensive searches yielded no results. The case was eventually solved when, a few days later, the girl's mother dreamed of her in a large pit in the woods, crying out to her. Skeptically, the police searched similar locations nearby, and remarkably, they discovered the missing girl, who had been tragically murdered. Although the perpetrator had been apprehended and brought to justice, the enigma of dreams is truly remarkable, transcending the simplistic notion of thoughts during the day manifesting in dreams. To my astonishment, after casting the Guling plate and analyzing the information revealed in the hexagram, I found no issues with the internal feng shui of the villa. Instead, it was the external environment that bore the mark of malevolence, with the star of greed confronting the heavenly palace. Within the Guling plate, the heavenly palace signifies either a yin or yang residence, while the greed star represents treachery and deceit. The clash of these two elements indicated that the feng shui of this villa had indeed been tampered with. However, just as I was preparing to inform Lu Yao of my findings, an unexpected conversation erupted from the living room. "Mr. Lu, with all due respect, the feng shui of this residence is unfavorable, particularly at the entrance, which is the most ominous five-ghost position in feng shui." Rising to peek into the living room, I discovered Master Zhao Qinyuan had completed his assessment and returned. He gestured toward the entrance and continued, "According to my compass readings, this house faces the Zishan Wuxiang direction, and the entrance, which is the five-ghost position, is particularly perilous. As the saying goes, 5 ghosts bring calamity, leading to loss in both fortune and health, especially when malevolent stars are in the ascendant. The 5-ghost position gathers malevolent energy, and your household will inevitably face disaster. In lesser cases, it could result in misfortune and financial loss. In severe cases, it may even lead to bloodshed or the ruin of the family." Chapter 27. The 8 mansions of Yonyan: misfortune and financial loss. Bloodshed. Could it even lead to the ruin of the family? Zhao Qinyuan's words elicited expressions of terror from Lu Yao's parents in unison. Clearly, they were alarmed. Was it possible that both Lu Yao and I dreaming of her grandmother was also a consequence of the home's feng shui? "Master Zhao, if there are issues with the feng shui here, what should we do?" Lu Yao's mother, Lu Yun, inquired, her voice tinged with urgency. "Rest assured, as you were referred by my second brother, your compensation will be duly considered." Lu Yun's words prompted her husband, Lu Zishou, to immediately seek advice from Zhao Qinyuan on remedies. Despite Lu Yao's previous assertions that her parents had maintained a rather indifferent attitude toward feng shui and metaphysical matters, upon hearing such dire warnings and recalling the recent unpleasant occurrences at home, they ultimately opted to err on the side of caution. "Mr. Lu, you are too kind. Don't mitigate the 5-ghost position. It is quite simple. You merely need to place a specially crafted wooden gourd above the beam in the entrance corridor. This gourd bears the 5 mountains protective talisman that I personally commissioned, ensuring peace and protection for your household," Zhao Qinyuan proclaimed after taking a sip of tea, revealing his remedy, a wooden gourd. I overheard the conversation clearly from the inner hall. Just as Lu Yao's father urged Zhao Qinyuan to prepare immediately, I swiftly approached to intervene. "Xiao Li, you." Lu Yao's father, Lu Zishou, was taken aback by my sudden appearance. Lu Yao followed suit, her expression one of astonishment as she regarded me. I paid little mind to their surprise, stating, "Uncle and aunt, the issues your family is experiencing do not stem from the feng shui of the entrance or the 5-ghost position. Rather, it has been tampered with." Although I had previously promised Lu Yao not to reveal the purpose of our visit, upon hearing Zhao Qinyuan's assertions, I could no longer remain silent. Feng shui has the power to nurture or to destroy. If we were to follow Zhao Qinyuan's recommendations, the feng shui here would undoubtedly deteriorate. In such a case, not only would the problems remain unresolved, but the already favorable feng shui configuration could also be compromised. Problems? Ha, young man, do enlighten us on what issues may arise. Zhao Qinyuan scoffed, regarding me with disdain. It was evident that he was displeased with my remarks. "Not Xiao Chun, do you also possess knowledge of feng shui?" El Zishou inquired with curiosity. I nodded in acknowledgement. At this juncture, I felt it unnecessary to conceal my identity any longer. After all, I am indeed a fortune teller, and my purpose for coming to Jiangcheng was to assist El Yao in unraveling her uncertainties. Having already discerned the issues plaguing this villa through the Earth Spirit Plate, it was imperative for me to elucidate the matter to everyone. Consequently, I revealed my true identity to El Yao's parents and articulated my perspective on the villa's feng shui. "Uncle and aunt, I sincerely apologize for misleading you earlier. However, I must emphasize that the problems your family is experiencing are not caused by the so-called 5-ghost position, but rather by an object intended for suppression." "Suppressive object? What is that?" I explained that such an object is specifically employed in feng shui to stabilize energy, safeguard residences, and avert calamities. Noticing El Yao's curiosity, I elaborated further. I then revisited the topic of feng shui with El Zishio and Lu Yun. Upon my arrival, I took the liberty of examining the feng shui layout of this locale, which is characterized by a formation known as jade belt around the waist, a configuration conducive to wealth and authority. The presence of such an auspicious feng shui arrangement signifies that the developers have meticulously optimized the feng shui of the entire Jinhu Mountain Villa, including each individual villa. Even if you, uncle and aunt, may not grasp these concepts, there is no need for concern regarding feng shui issues while residing here. As for my rationale behind preventing Master Zhao from placing a wooden gourd at the entrance, it is because the jade belt around the waist feng shui pattern thrives on the energies of water and earth, while it is severely hindered by wood and fire elements. The entrance of each villa serves as a pivotal point for attracting auspicious energies within this formation. Should a wooden gourd, which belongs to the wood element, be placed at the entrance, it would undoubtedly disrupt the inherent energy of the locale, thereby compromising the integrity of the jade belt around the waist feng shui. I was uncertain whether El Yao's parents would comprehend my explanation, yet I endeavored to articulate the implications using the most straightforward language possible. Adjusting feng shui must adhere to the principle of harmony between heaven and humanity. What does this mean? It signifies that no matter how one adjusts the surroundings, the fundamental structure of feng shui cannot be disturbed. If one neglects the broader context and only addresses symptoms without considering the whole, then any attempts to adjust feng shui would be more harmful than beneficial, rendering such adjustments futile. Moreover, I must candidly express my differing opinion regarding the feng shui assessment methods employed by Zhao Qianyuan. It is not that I doubt his abilities or believe he is merely concocting illusions to swindle money. Rather, I contend that there are fundamental flaws inherent in his feng shui theories. The five ghost position that Zhao Qianyuan has been promoting is a term exclusive to the 8 houses feng shui school. The 8 houses feng shui, also known as the traveling year 8 houses, is one of many contemporary feng shui schools, rooted in the principles of qi, energy, theory. In the eyes of many feng shui practitioners, the traveling year 8 houses is among the most contentious schools. This is due to its methodology, which categorizes a residence into either the east 4 houses or the west 4 houses based on the orientation of the main entrance within the context of the later heaven Bagua. The east 4 houses comprise Kan, Li, Zhen, and Sun, while the west 4 houses consist of Qian, Jin, Kurin, and Dui. Similarly, individuals are classified as either east 4 or west 4 based on their birth years, ultimately combining these classifications with their domicile to ascertain the auspiciousness of their residence and the most favorable directions for habitation. Because this school solely utilizes the 64 hexagrams of the One Wang system for divining residential fortunes without incorporating any celestial stems or earthly branches, nor paying heed to the landform, it is limited to assessing only residential feng shui, disregarding the nuances of ancestral graves. The 8 houses feng shui experienced a peak of popularity during the Qing dynasty and remains prevalent in the Hong Kong, Macau, and Central Plains regions today. However, the esoteric arts in these regions are rife with charlatans seeking to profit unlawfully, thus amplifying the simplistic appeal of the 8 houses feng shui. The prevalence in the Central Plains can be attributed to the predominance of flatlands and a dearth of mountainous terrain, coupled with a regional architectural style that favors courtyard layouts. Such orderly configurations are precisely what the 8 houses feng shui favors. Based on my years of professional experience and exchanges with peers, I can assert that over 80% of feng shui practitioners in the Northern Plains currently espouse or have espoused the 8 houses feng shui. Ultimately, the 8 houses feng shui revolves around the concept of residence fate. Akin to divination. It involves deriving the Bagua attributes of both individuals and their residences, subsequently employing the theory of the 5 elements to determine the auspiciousness of a location. However, I must assert that such theories lack rigor. The core elements of feng shui can ultimately be distilled into 2 words, qi and momentum. Only through the fusion of these 2 aspects, emphasizing both landform and energy, can one achieve the harmonious effect of mutual support between the individual and their dwelling, as well as the unity of heaven and humanity. The crude classification of individuals as either East 4 or West 4, and the corresponding categorization of residences into East 4 or West 4, along with the stipulation that East 4 individuals residing in West 4 houses are inauspicious, while West 4 individuals in East 4 houses are doomed, reveals significant flaws in this one-size-fits-all approach, which is contrary to ethical norms. For instance, if one spouse belongs to the East 4 classification while the other belongs to the West 4, Which residence should they occupy? Fortunately, many individuals have begun to recognize the shortcomings and inadequacies of this theoretical framework, opting instead to study more rigorous systems such as Xian Kong and Sanhe Feng Shui. Regarding the Feng Shui issues at hand, in response to Zhao Qinyuan's rebuttals and El Yao's parents' inquiries, I laid bare my findings without reservation. Chapter 28. The sudden phone call uncle and aunt. I previously heard from El Yao that her brother has been experiencing a streak of bad luck and was even involved in a car accident. Is that correct? Indeed. Aside from him, aunt, have you also been feeling inexplicably fatigued lately, perhaps even experiencing nosebleeds? Yes. How did you know? My question left everyone present momentarily stunned, particularly El Yao's mother, Lu Yu, and at that moment. Her expression was one of disbelief, filled with questions. These symptoms were so private that she had not even disclosed them to El Yao, leading her to believe that I had not gleaned them from her daughter. In fact, she had dismissed them as mere consequences of her busy work schedule and the dry weather. Xiao Chun, what does this mean? Noticing my accurate observations had transformed El Yao's father's perception of me. El Zuxiu eagerly pressed for answers. However, I refrained from responding immediately. Instead, I led everyone out of the living room to the southwestern part of the villa. Here lay an exquisitely maintained garden. According to El Yao, this was where her father, El Zuxiu, cultivated flowers and tended to bonsai plants. I instructed El Zuxiu to fetch a shovel and pointed to a corner, signaling for Li Dawei to begin digging. Initially, the group was perplexed, unsure of my intentions. However, as Li Dawei excavated approximately half a meter deep and uncovered a striking object, astonishment swept over everyone. A nail. Seeing a peculiar nail unearthed from the otherwise pristine garden, El Zuxiu furrowed his brow and hurried over to inspect it. Unlike ordinary iron nails, this one was crafted from locust wood, approximately 10 centimeters long and as thick as a finger. Furthermore, it was firmly embedded in a piece of bone. I informed them that this was a cow bone. Cow bones are commonly found among certain objects used to disrupt feng shui, and their inclusion signifies a desire to impose a life of toil upon the victims. The locust tree, akin to the mulberry and willow trees, is categorized as a five-ghost tree. In feng shui, it is often said that such trees should not be present in homes, for they can adversely affect the energetic atmosphere. The act of driving a locust wood nail into a cow bone indicates that the individual who placed this suppressive object harbors deep-seated animosity towards your family, intending to ensure that you never find peace and cursing you to a lifetime of laborious existence. Though my words may be harsh at this point, there was no need for pleasantries. Whoever dares to mess with me will pay dearly. If I find out who did this, I'll make them regret it. Old Third, I will investigate this matter thoroughly for you. Let anyone in Jiangxing who dares to provoke the El family beware, El Zuxiu exclaimed, enraged, while pointing at the suppressive object on the ground. El Zilu, the second brother, was equally indignant. Observing their reaction, El Yao quickly stepped forward to offer consolation before inquiring about my earlier remarks. Is my mother's condition also due to this object? I had previously stated that feng shui could nurture or harm individuals, with suppressive objects being the most direct means of doing so. I nodded and elaborated. This area corresponds to the southwestern corner of the residence, which is associated with the Kuan trigram, representing the mother and the vitality of the body. Placing the suppressive object here constrains the Kuan trigram, while simultaneously counteracting the Jin trigram, which pertains to the nose. This is why I deduce that aunt frequently experiences nosebleeds and unexplained fatigue. Furthermore, the nail itself symbolizes male offspring, specifically your brother. This also elucidates why he has recently encountered a stroke of bad luck resulting in bloodshed. I provided El Yao with a thorough explanation of my deductions. This individual's method of suppression is particularly insidious. A mere nail has adversely affected several members of your family, uncle and aunt. I recommend installing surveillance in your home and being wary of those around you. The true origin of this talisman remains shrouded in mystery, leaving no one with a clear understanding. However, the mere fact that it was placed within the confines of such a highly secured luxury villa indicates that the individual responsible is acquainted with Lu Yao's parents. Moreover, the malicious intent behind such a sinister charm suggests a deeply malevolent nature. In the realm of feng shui, there are indeed numerous instances where talismans have been employed as instruments of harm. Particularly before the liberation and in the years following the reform, unscrupulous feng shui practitioners frequently exploited this tactic to extort money. Their method typically involved covertly tampering with the family's feng shui. placing a talisman to disrupt their original geomantic configuration, and subsequently presenting themselves as casual passers-by to point out the issues they had created. This way, they not only earned a reputation for their astute calculations and benevolent dispositions, but also seized the opportunity to amass a fortune. Achieving two objectives simultaneously, naturally, such tactics may be employed by feng shui practitioners seeking financial gain, or they may accept payment to carry out malevolent acts on behalf of others. Given the current situation in Lu Yao's household, it is highly plausible that this is the latter case. After I shared these insights, Lu Yao inquired how to dispose of these objects. I informed her that simply discarding the talismans would not suffice. They must be neutralized according to the principles of the 5 elements. Only then can we completely eradicate their detrimental influence, i.e. the 5 elements. While wood generates fire, it is also susceptible to being extinguished by fire. Therefore, incinerating these items would be an appropriate course of action. Although we have identified the talisman and mitigated the potential hazards within the villa, I still find myself uneasy. This unease does not stem from the absence of the perpetrator, but rather from the fact that both Lu Yao and her mother, Lu Yun, have frequently dreamt of her grandmother during this period. The phenomenon of dream visitation bears no relation to the talisman. My discovery of it was purely serendipitous, a fortunate accident while assessing the villa's feng shui with the geomantic plate. Had I not stumbled upon it inadvertently, it is likely that the talisman would have continued to exist, perpetually affecting Lu Yao and her family. Xiao Chun, from whom did you learn this remarkable skill in feng shui? Upon returning to the living room after the flurry of activity, Lu Yao's second uncle, Lu Zilu, promptly poured me a cup of tea, treating me as an esteemed guest, as a fervent enthusiast of feng shui and destiny analysis. He had just witnessed the events unfold before him. Consequently, after Zhao Qinyuan departed in disappointment, he began to bombard me with a plethora of inquiries regarding feng shui. I briefly shared my professional background, but refrained from engaging in idle chatter, instead proposing the idea of visiting the cemetery to both him and Lu Yao's parents. Are you suggesting that, in addition to our home, there may also be issues at Yao Yao's grandmother's grave? Lu Yao's father questioned, his curiosity piqued. I nodded in affirmation. Previously, Lu Yao mentioned that during your recent visit to pay respects, a toad appeared at the grave, and the soil had changed color. Based on my assessment, there seems to be a problem with the feng shui of the burial site. When the feng shui of the ancestral tomb falters, the spirits within may find unrest, often leading them to communicate through dreams with their living relatives, father, mother. Although we are currently unaware of who is orchestrating this harm, it is undeniably a premeditated act of murder. Given their intent to harm us, it is entirely possible they have tampered with our grandmother's grave. Lu Yao sat on the sofa, her expression grave as she regarded her parents. Although the talisman has been located, the lurking dangers behind it left her feeling increasingly anxious. It is often said that human hearts have grown more treacherous and society more perilous. Previously, she merely viewed societal competition as a manifestation of internal strife. Yet, she never anticipated that there could be something far more sinister lurking beneath the surface. Lu Yao's parents and second uncle also recognized this grim reality, and thus, upon my suggestion, they readily agreed. However, just as they prepared to escort me to the cemetery, an unexpected phone call abruptly altered everyone's plans. Chapter 29. The Lu family ancestral tomb. The call was directed to Lu Yao's second uncle, Lu Zelu.as, for who was on the other end and what was discussed. I remained oblivious. I only noted that Lu Zilu's brow furrowed deeply after answering, his demeanor turning serious. When he relayed the contents of the call to Lu Yao's family, their expressions mirrored his gravity. Xiao Chen. There is an urgent matter at Yao Yao's grandfather's place. We must hurry over. As for the cemetery, we shall postpone that for today. Tomorrow will be better. With tomb sweeping day approaching, it happens to be the day our entire family pays respects to our ancestors. I will have Yao Yao invite you, and you can take the opportunity to visit her grandmother's grave then. Additionally, thank you for today's assistance. I have arranged accommodations for you at a hotel. Shortly, a driver will take you there, and you may explore Jiangqing at your leisure, with all expenses covered by me. Lu Yao's father exhibited remarkable generosity, leaving me somewhat taken aback. On the way, I inquired with the driver about the Lu family's background. According to him, the Lu family is a prominent and esteemed household in Jiangqing, with their enterprises spanning various sectors and their connections intricately woven. Due to the family's vastness and the numerous entanglements involved, the driver hesitated to divulge too much to an outsider like me. Nevertheless, he did share one detail. In 5 days, it will be old Lu's 70th birthday. Not only will many prominent figures come to extend their congratulations, but I also heard that old Lu's eldest son, Lu Zifu, will be returning to Lu Zifu. Do you know him? I do not. I hastily denied, simply marveling at how Lu Old's 3 sons were indeed named in accordance with the order of fortune, prosperity, and longevity. I also found myself intrigued by Lu Yao's elder uncle, as the eldest son of Lu Old. It was only natural for him to attend the celebration of his father's milestone birthday. Such was expected. Yet, the driver's tone suggested that Lu Zifu might not be particularly eager about it. Regrettably, he provided no further insights into my inquiry. Perhaps he wished to refrain from disclosing too much to an outsider. Or perhaps he was simply unaware. After retrieving our luggage from the hotel, the driver took Li Dawei and me to a 5-star international hotel named Qingyun. According to the driver, this was also part of the Lu family's extensive holdings. While dining at the hotel, rain began to fall outside. Finding the hotel room tedious, Li Dawei decided to visit a nearby internet CAF, while I opted to stroll along the pedestrian street adjacent to the hotel. Jiangxing is a city renowned for its rich cultural heritage, a historical capital, and a genuine tourist destination. Approaching the tomb-sweeping season, despite the gentle spring rain and misty clouds, foot traffic was sparse. Yet, the ambience of traversing through ancient architecture made of blue bricks and stone tiles was quite delightful. Evoking a sense of time travel through history, as I wandered, a distant building caught my attention. It was a towering 100-story skyscraper, and my interest was not drawn to its grandeur, but rather to the name inscribed on its glass faade, Lu Group. Upon seeing these characters, I instinctively thought of Lu Yao. The mere fact that the Lu family could own such a skyscraper in a major city like Jiangxing speaks volumes about their extensive wealth. Moreover, an unsettling premonition gnawed at me. Initially, I believed my purpose in Jiangxing was merely to assist Lu Yao in resolving her dilemmas. However, after visiting her home in the morning and reflecting on the various unfolding events, I sensed that the situation was far more complex than it appeared. The following day, after the rain had ceased, the world emerged vibrantly green, washed clean by the spring showers. Early in the morning, Lu Yao called to instruct me and Li Dawei to prepare in advance. Today marks the day of the Lu family's Qingming ancestor worship. Out of courtesy, I made a point to purchase 2 bouquets of chrysanthemums from a funeral parlor beforehand. Around 8:30, Lu Yao arrived in a black BMW to pick up Li Dawei and me from the hotel. The Lu family's ancestral tomb is situated within a private cemetery. In light of the rapid economic development, land prices have soared, especially in a large city like Jiangxing, where not only residential and industrial land has reached exorbitant rates, but burial plots have also become exceedingly precious. To possess a private cemetery in such an area speaks volumes about the Lu family's formidable influence. According to Lu Yao, in addition to the Lu family's ancestral tomb, her grandmother and other deceased relatives are also interred here. Compared to the previous occasion of memorializing Lu Yao's grandmother, today is a significant occasion for the entire family. Outside the cemetery, luxury vehicles were parked in an orderly fashion along the roadside, some of which even Li Dawei, who had a modicum of automotive knowledge, had never encountered. At that moment, the cemetery was already bustling with people. I spotted Lu Yao's parents and her second uncle, along with over 20 individuals, each dressed in formal attire or simple garments, forming an imposing procession. Perhaps due to the sheer number of attendees, they did not notice my presence as an outsider. Sensing this, I discreetly led Li Dawei to the base of a robust cypress tree adjacent to the cemetery, taking advantage of the elevated position to carefully assess the feng shui of the area. The cemetery is nestled in the southern part of the city, surrounded by lush vegetation and vibrant greenery, with 2 rivers converging nearby, creating a picturesque setting replete with clear mountains, flowing waters, and the melodies of birds. The feng shui here is indeed exceptional. It is no wonder the Lu family enjoys immense wealth and a flourishing lineage. As I surveyed the surroundings, I couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Previously, during my work on feng shui columns, I had interviewed several university professors and experts from the Academy of Social Sciences, all of whom asserted the significant impact of ancestral tomb feng shui on the living. Is this truly the case? Yao approached from the nearby crowd, her curiosity piqued as she inquired. Although today marked the L family's ancestral worship, to her, it was merely a ritual to express her grief. Compared to the ancestral rites, my thoughts on the feng shui of this place seemed to intrigue her more. I nodded, explaining that, In the eyes of many, a residence is the place where we dwell daily, leading to a general belief that the feng shui of a house is more significant than that of a burial site, often neglecting the importance of our ancestors' graves. In reality, when it comes to personal influence, the effects of burial site feng shui are markedly greater than those of residential feng shui. Why is that? Li Dawei, who was smoking, interjected curiously. If we were to liken feng shui to a person's bazi, 8 characters, then residential feng shui would correspond to the annual fortune affecting a person this year, while burial feng shui would relate to the overall fortune influencing their entire life. Tio put it more concretely. Residential feng shui impacts only those living in that house, whereas burial feng shui affects the entire family lineage, including oneself. With ample time at hand, I endeavored to explain this to El Yao and Li Dawei in accessible terms. Chapter 30. An unexpected turn. Many people harbor questions regarding burial site feng shui. Why do ancestral graves influence their descendants? This has been the most frequently asked question throughout my years in this field. Here, I shall borrow a phrase from the Zhou Yi. Like voices respond to each other, like energies seek one another. As for what this energy is, the burial texts provide a clear explanation. The deceased harnesses the vital energy. Burial signifies concealment, the act of storing and safeguarding. Harness means to ride upon or utilize. In essence, the purpose of burial is not solely to provide peace for the deceased, but, more importantly, to store and utilize vital energy. What is vital energy? The burial texts elucidate. All things in heaven and earth are transformed from the energies of yin and yang. The energies of yin and yang manifest as wind, rise as clouds, descend as rain, coalesce as humanity, and, when they move upon the earth, become vital energy. In other words, all things in heaven and earth have evolved from the energies of yin and yang. And so have humans. If these energies penetrate the earth, they transform into vital energy, or earth energy. One can understand vital energy as a form of energy concealed within the earth. Since vital energy fosters all things upon the earth, it is essential to locate a burial site that can harbor this energy, as the remains must be interred within the earth to benefit future generations. This means that vital energy has the potential to nurture all things in the world. If a grave can absorb and store vital energy, then the remains, once buried, can relay this energy back to descendants through the earth. This is also why feng shui is referred to as Kanyu. Yu denotes the earth. Kanyu encompasses not just the geographical aspects but also the geographical energies. Hence, the 2 major schools of feng shui are termed form and qi. This is the reason why I praise the feng shui of this location. It was evidently arranged with great care by a skilled practitioner. Looking at it holistically, the cemetery resembles a vast burial ground, ideally situated at the confluence of 2 rivers. It stands with the mountains behind and faces the waters. Embodying the classic dual dragon spitting pearls formation in feng shui, mountains govern the vitality of descendants while waters govern wealth. The 2 rivers, like meandering dragons, converge at this point, resulting in an inexhaustible influx of vital energy. What is a burial site? In simple terms, it serves as a location that utilizes geographical advantages to store geographical energies. Therefore, those interred in this cemetery may not necessarily attain immense wealth, but they will undoubtedly achieve prosperity. I had yet to research the feng shui of the dual dragon spitting pearls. I only remembered that this cemetery was constructed by my grandfather before my birth. After listening to my explanation regarding the cemetery's feng shui, El Yao also began to take an interest. However, I sensed something amiss. What seems to be wrong? Your grandmother's grave is adjacent to the ancestral grave. I went to inspect it earlier, and just as you mentioned on QQ, the soil has indeed turned a grayish-black. Furthermore, the vegetation surrounding your grandmother's grave is not only sparse but has also shown signs of wilting and decay, which is not a favorable omen in feng shui. I conveyed my observations and thoughts to El Yao. Since I had not detected any external factors hindering the feng shui of this place, my experience suggested that the issue likely lay within the grave itself. As for the nature of the problem, it could be attributed to natural causes or possibly human interference. El Yao was taken aback by my words. However, before she could inquire further, the arrival of a vehicle transformed the previously noisy atmosphere of the cemetery into one of solemnity. El Yao, accompanied by her mother, Lu Yun, proceeded towards the cemetery's entrance point. 4 individuals emerged from a luxurious car. Among them, one caught my attention. This man, in his 50s, was tall with a mane of silver hair, bearing a resemblance to El Yao's father and second uncle. His deep-set eyes exuded an air of mystery that evoked a sense of trepidation. It was only after El Yao's introduction that I learned he was her elder uncle. El Zafu. The arrival of El Zafu subdued the previously boisterous gathering. I noticed that El Yao's elder uncle seemed to have a strained relationship with the family, particularly when El Yao's father approached him to extend greetings. El Zafu appeared unresponsive, not even reacting with a change of expression. The ancestral worship ceremony was straightforward, concluding in less than half an hour. After paying respects, El Zafu was the first to depart with his wife, followed by the rest of the attendees. Ultimately, only El Yao's family and her second uncle, El Zilu, remained in the cemetery. Seizing the opportunity, I shared my observations with El Yao's parents and second uncle, proposing the idea of excavating the grave. If there were problems within the burial site, unearthing it would shed light on the matter. Initially, El Yao's parents and second uncle expressed reservations. After all, exhuming a grave is no trivial matter. Even if they did not subscribe to beliefs in spirits or metaphysics, the psychological implications were challenging to accept. However, after I elucidated that issues with the feng shui here could potentially impact the ancestral grave, they ultimately consented after careful consideration, as I had anticipated. After we first offered incense and burned paper in reverence for El Yao's grandmother, Li Dawei began to excavate the grave. Upon inspection, I discovered significant problems within. Aside from the discoloration of the soil and the presence of several toads, the accumulation of water in the grave was quite severe, nearly submerging the urn. What astonished me further was that approximately 3 centimeters northeast of the urn, there was a wooden stake inserted into the ground. This stake bore an almost identical resemblance to the ones found in El Yao's home, although it was noticeably thicker, roughly 2 fingers wide. Affixed to the stake was a talisman inscribed in a greenish-blue hue with blood. Despite being in such a damp environment, the talisman showed no signs of decay or soaking. Upon opening it, I discovered it was a curse intended to harm, inscribed with the names and birth dates of El Yao's family members. If I were to hazard a guess, this was the root of the issue. The stake embedded in the grave was obstructing the vital energy, and the presence of so many toads indicated that the feng shui had indeed been disrupted. Moreover, the stake was positioned in the northeast, corresponding to the Jin direction, which represents young males and, within a family context, the home of the youngest son. The presence of the names and birth dates of El Yao's family on the talisman suggested that the perpetrator did not aim to harm the entire family but specifically intended to target El Zafu and El Yao's family. Seeing the pallor of El Yao's parents and their palpable fear, I hurried to analyze the situation. However, despite having identified the source of the problem, I could not find joy in this discovery. The color of the talisman left me with a foreboding sense. The mastermind behind this scheme was likely someone of considerable influence, far from an ordinary folk practitioner. Chapter 31. Consequences. What led me to conclude that this mastermind was someone of significant stature? Possibly a skilled practitioner? The origin of the matter lies in the azure talisman discovered within the grave. Typically, talismans are predominantly yellow, yet not all sects utilize this hue for their talismans. In my earlier years, I accompanied my grandfather to visit several esteemed figures from Taoist sects such as Shen Xiao and Mao Shan, during which I heard discussions regarding the colors of talisman paper. Among Taoist sects, yellow talisman paper is favored primarily due to its association with the earth element, which is believed to possess the efficacy to avert calamities and summon divine spirits. In the esoteric arts I practice, particularly in the realm of Qigong, we occasionally employ talismans such as Sanqi, Yunu Fanbi, and summonings of the 4 directions, predominantly using yellow as well. Conversely, red talisman paper is widely popular among the common folk, especially during weddings or when invoking romantic fortunes, as red is considered auspicious. White and black talisman papers are relatively rare. The former is notably prevalent in certain religious practices within Japan and Korea, while the latter is typically employed only in feng shui to dispel negative energies. For instance, in cases where a kitchen is fraught with malefic energy or an office is prone to fire hazards, black talismans are often used to summon the water deity to suppress the negative influences, as black corresponds to the water element, effectively countering the fire element of the kitchen. Lastly, I would like to emphasize the green talisman. To my knowledge, the only sect currently utilizing green talisman paper is the Sanha Angshan school. In the eyes of the practitioners of this sect, green represents the wood element within the 5 elements and is associated with the Zhan trigram in the I Ching, which symbolizes thunder. They believe that by inscribing spells on azure talisman paper, combined with their own Ingshan thunder techniques, they can more effectively command the spirits of the deceased. In succinct terms, I suspect that the malevolent force behind this must possess knowledge of Ingshan thunder techniques. Moreover, my family exclusively employs wooden nails, suggesting that the perpetrator is likely the same individual. How audacious to disturb our mother's grave. If I discover who it is, I shall surely flay him alive. As soon as Lu Yao's father finished speaking, her elder brother, Lu Zilu, immediately erupted in fury, cursing uncontrollably. Who the murderer is remains unknown. However, the among them are the Puan sect, adept in the art of feng shui and the dispelling of evil. The Lushan sect, skilled in communicating with spirits, and the Shenshao sect, renowned for commanding ghosts and deities through thunderous incantations. Particularly notable is the Shenshao 5 Thunder method, which has evolved into its own Yin Mountain Thunder technique. Practitioners of the Yin Mountain sect often cultivate spirits or dispatch the souls of the deceased to perform tasks. Thus, their talismans predominantly feature the green symbol, as green represents wood, and wood corresponds to the Zhan hexagram, which signifies thunder. This connection was the first thought that crossed my mind upon seeing the green talisman in the cemetery a few days ago, and it resurfaced upon hearing about your grandfather's terrifying demise. It now seems evident that this individual employed the Yin Mountain Thunder technique to forcibly extract your grandfather's soul without his awareness, a truly heinous act. Although the perpetrator has yet to be apprehended, he likely did not anticipate that someone from within his own field would intervene and possess such intricate knowledge of the situation. Likewise, I am filled with considerable indignation towards this person's actions. Though my tenure in this profession is relatively brief, my childhood experiences accompanying my grandfather in traversing the realms of Yin and Yang have granted me considerable insight. After years of honing my skills, if you were to inquire about what I fear most in this line of work, my answer would certainly not be ghosts, but rather the human heart. Compared to those malevolent spirits, unscrupulous practitioners pose a far greater danger. The residence of the Venerable Mr. L is situated in the northeast of Jiangxing, perched atop a hill adorned with bamboo, manifesting as an elegant courtyard. In contrast to the opulence of the villa where El Yao's family resides, this place exudes a sense of simplicity and natural harmony rather than ornate grandeur. Outside the courtyard, an array of luxury vehicles is currently parked, while many of L's relatives and friends have gathered to pay their respects. At this moment, the L family remains oblivious to the calamity that has befallen Mr. L, still under the impression that he has merely passed away. Initially, El Yao intended to inform her parents at the first opportunity upon learning that her grandfather might still be saved. But I ultimately prevented her from doing so. Clearly, the assailant possesses extensive knowledge of the L family, and may even be one of their own. Any premature disclosure could disrupt my plans and potentially alert the perpetrator. According to El Yao's account, Mr. L's body is currently being prepared for burial, with plans for cremation and a memorial service scheduled for the following date. El Yao mentioned that following her grandfather's passing, her uncle Lzef began to quarrel over the inheritance, almost resorting to physical violence. The L family is a prominent lineage. Aside from the three sons, F, L, and Shu, there are numerous relatives from both the maternal and paternal sides. It is often said that when a wealthy individual passes, many claim to be dutiful offspring. When one achieves affluence, relatives shower them with respect, yet once that person departs, many seek to seize advantages for themselves. Thus, these individuals are not to be underestimated. Upon entering, I could distinctly sense a palpable tension in the air, as if an explosion were imminent. Even before I crossed the threshold, I could hear a cacophony of voices from within. Among the clamor were El Yao's father, her second uncle, and her eldest uncle. Eldest brother, our father has only just departed, and you bring people to usurp control? Is this how you honor our father and mother? And our ancestors? Third brother, I know you are the most capable among us three, having been supported by our parents since childhood, obtaining a university education, and later taking over our father's position in the company. But do not forget, I am the eldest son. My return to the country is to reclaim what rightfully belongs to me. I oppose this. The third brother has diligently served the group, and our father chose him to be chairman due to his managerial prowess. Meanwhile, as the eldest son, you squander your time in idleness, even betraying us in the past. If not for our shared parentage, I, LZL, would not have spared you. Second brother, I know you enjoy siding with the third, but I have no time for your nonsense. Our father has passed, and I have brought a legal team with me. According to the law, in the absence of a will, the company shares will be inherited by me, the eldest son. Coupled with my existing shares, I shall now be the majority shareholder of the L Group, which I will take over. In the living room, the three brothers engaged in a heated argument before a multitude of witnesses, with some relatives joining the fray. One faction supported El Yao's eldest uncle, while another sided with El Yao's father. Through their exchanges, I gleaned the nature of the brothers' relationship. Their discord evidently did not arise overnight. It merely remained concealed due to Mr. L's presence. However, with his passing, their conflicts finally erupted into the open. Chapter 33. The Jade Maiden's hidden method. El Yao's eldest uncle was clearly well prepared, and as the argument escalated, numerous relatives rallied to his side, even some company executives joining in to attack El Yao's parents. Third brother, previously shielded by our esteemed elder, your family could monopolize the group and enjoy various benefits. But do not forget, the L Group belongs to all of us. You too should yield your claim. Indeed, the wealth cannot be monopolized by your family alone. We are all members of the L clan. This time, we propose that the eldest take the lead in generating profits for everyone. ZSHU, you and your spouse should take a step back. Although there were indeed some past grievances between ZF and our elder, ZF is the eldest son. With our elder now gone, it is only fitting that he oversees matters according to our family customs, a decision reached collectively. After tomorrow's funeral, we shall convene a shareholders' meeting at the company to announce the eldest's assumption of control. In an instant, the living room was filled with a cacophony of gossip and accusations. It seemed that the mere idea of El Yao's father succeeding Mr. L as chairman of the L Group was regarded as a transgression. Faced with such public scrutiny, even with the support of the second brother, El Yao's parents gradually found themselves at a disadvantage, and El Yao's mother could not contain her tears. The discord among the L family members was clearly audible to both El Yao and myself as we stood outside the door. After absorbing all this information, I finally understood the root of the L family's discord. Ultimately, it boiled down to financial matters. However, my instincts informed me that El Yao's uncle's eagerness to claim the inheritance was rather peculiar. This compelled me to suspect his potential involvement in the situation. After all, his father had just passed, and he was immediately rushing to assert his claim. As for El Yao, she stood there, her expression one of dejection. Although she had some understanding of the family's conflicts growing up, she never anticipated that such a breach of familial bonds would occur, especially on this significant day. She was not only angered but also profoundly disappointed. Wait, let's not dwell on this. We must focus on the task at hand. Noticing the moisture welling in El Yao's eyes, I promptly placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder to remind her not to lose sight of our objective. Disputes over inheritance in affluent families are not uncommon, but this was not the time for idle observation. With nightfall approaching, our immediate priority was to save a life. With my gentle reminder, El Yao seemed to regain her focus. She swiftly approached her mother, Lu Yun, and quietly informed her of her grandfather El Jianya's situation. As expected, Lu Yun stood frozen in shock upon hearing the news, before hastily pulling LZSHU and her second brother LZL into an adjacent room. I quickly followed, succinctly relaying my deductions to them. Is it true? My father still has a chance. Master Xiaoqing, this is no laughing matter. El Yao's father and second uncle were both astonished and elated, bombarding me with questions that I assured them that there was a 70% likelihood of success. As for the remaining 30%, it was entirely up to fate. After all, when calamities and deaths occur, the souls of the deceased must report to the underworld. Mr. L's misfortune occurred last night, and now, at 6:38 in the afternoon, which aligns with the time when souls typically traverse to the afterlife. If fortune favors us, I may intercept them en route. However, if luck is not on our side and they have already crossed the Yellow Springs and reached the Wangxiang platform, it would spell trouble. I candidly laid out my assessment. As soon as I finished speaking, El Yao's second uncle urged, "Then we must act without delay. Let us begin immediately." Although they had numerous questions they wished to clarify in person, particularly regarding the underworld I had mentioned, they understood that this was not the opportune moment for inquiries. I conveyed the necessary preparations to El Yao's second uncle, instructing him to send someone immediately to make arrangements. Subsequently, I led everyone to the room of the elder El, advising El Yao's parents to stand guard at the door, permitting entry solely to El Yao and Li Dawei. Theo, save the elder El. I must descend into the underworld. However, one cannot directly venture there in the physical body. It can only be done through the soul. Thus, I was not overly concerned about encountering troublesome entities below, but rather feared interruptions that might trap me there, preventing my return, particularly from El Yao's elder uncle. From the earlier quarrel among the three El brothers, I sensed that the elder El's sudden predicament, as well as El Yao's family and the feng shui talismans at the cemetery, were inextricably linked to him. Xiao Qian, I will personally guard you along with the third brother. Focus on your task without worry. Whoever dares to intrude shall find their leg broken. El Yao's second uncle vowed fiercely. Witnessing this, I felt somewhat reassured. The elder El's bedroom was styled in a classical manner, spacious enough to provide me with ample room to conduct my preparations. At this moment, the elder El lay quietly on the bed, donned in a funeral garment, and the room exuded a chill that made me shiver involuntarily. After approximately 20 minutes, El Yao's second uncle returned with the ink, paper, brush, inkstone, candles, and offerings I had requested, and I began my preparations. Hey, Yanggu, are you truly intending to descend into the underworld? Li Dawei, who was assisting me, could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired again. El Yao echoed his sentiments, expressing her wonder. I find the notion of the underworld quite fantastical. I've only ever seen it in films, never imagined it could be real. As they say, where there is yang, there must also be, and I arranged the offerings on the table while simultaneously inscribing on the yellow paper, explaining, what I am writing is an underworld pass. Upon a person's death, their first stop is the local earth god temple or city god temple. Only with their pass can the emissaries of the underworld escort the soul back. This underworld pass I am inscribing serves as my notification to the earth god of my descent into the underworld, detailing my reasons for the journey, the name and birth date of the soul I seek, as well as my own information, ensuring that they will grant me passage without unnecessary complications. Noticing El Yao leaning in, I responded. Once the underworld pass was completed, I placed it on the incense offering table and signaled for El Yao and Li Dawei to kneel and bow with me. I then instructed Li Dawei to light 9 candles, arranging them in the shape of a magic square at the center of the bedroom. Descending into the underworld is accomplished through various methods in different Taoist or magical sects, such as the Guanluoyin from the Elshan sect or the Daowang Shu from the Lingji sect. For this occasion, I employed the Yun Fu Su method from the magical arts, also known as the Lu Ding Fu Su method. Chapter 34, Descent into the Underworld. The Yun Fu Su is a specialized formation for descending into the underworld and summoning underworld soldiers for assistance. The term Yun refers to the Ding among the 3 extraordinary elements of Qi Min, Yi, Bing, and Ding. In Qi Min, Ding represents the Yin spirit, of which there are 6, collectively known as the Lu Ding, who oversee and deploy the underworld soldiers. In the realm of magical arts, any dealings with underworld soldiers, including descending into the underworld, often necessitate the aid of the Ding Qi Yun to open the gates of the earth, as I previously mentioned. Qi Min Dunjia encompasses a multidimensional model integrating elements of heaven, earth, humanity, and spirits. It serves as a method bestowed by nature for humanity to communicate with various dimensions. Just as we can utilize Qi Min for divination, we can likewise employ it to open the gates of the earth and enter the underworld. In fact, my grandfather once recounted a tale of a hermit who practiced the arts on Zhongnan Mountain, a master of Qi Min who not only opened the gates of the earth, but also the gates of heaven. It is said in Qi Min that there are 3 gates to heaven and 4 gates to earth. The earth gate signifies the underworld, while the heaven gate represents the divine. Rumor has it that anyone capable of opening the heaven gate transcends the ordinary human form, attaining extraordinary powers and possibly even becoming a deity. Naturally, I approach such claims with skepticism, as no one has witnessed these events firsthand. They remain mere hearsay. Especially in the realm of metaphysics, where a shroud of mystery often obscures reality, it is easy to embellish the truth. Nonetheless, I do not dismiss these legends entirely. After all, the Tao Te Ching speaks of the myriad gates of wonder, shrouded in profound mystery. From the perspective of social science, existence equates to fact. Legends are akin to Schrödinger's cat. Within the magical arts, the Jinn Palace of the 9 palaces represents the ghost gate of the underworld. Once the candles were fully arranged, I retrieved a piece of yellow talisman paper from my bag and inscribed a symbol. What is that talisman? El Yao, unable to assist further, could only watch as I busied myself. It is the Ding Yu talisman of the Lu Ding Yun deities, I explained, Then burn the talisman along with the underworld pass on the incense offering table using the northeast candle. Today is the 18th. Converting it to the heavenly stems and earthly branches, it corresponds to the Gung Shen Day, with the Ding-yu deities on duty. Burning them serves to inform the local earth gods and underworld soldiers through the Ding-yu deities. Facilitating my passage, Yao, once I descend, place a fire basin in front of the southwest candle and begin burning paper money. As long as I have not returned, the paper money must not cease. Understood? Yao nodded vigorously. Subsequently, I moved a chair beside the northeast candle and tied 2 red strings around my ankles. The other ends of the strings were affixed to the bases of the northeast and southwest candles. The northeast corresponds to the Jin Palace, while the southwest pertains to the Kuan Palace in the magical arts. The Jin Palace signifies the Ghost Gate, while the southwest is the Kuan Palace, representing the passage to rebirth. Once all preparations were completed, I placed the 2 pieces of yellow paper, measuring 3 inches by 3 inches, over my eyes, obscuring my vision. With everything in place, I closed my eyes and signaled for Li Dawei and Yao to remain silent. Instantly, the room fell into utter silence, the only sounds being the rhythmic beating of hearts and the crackling of burning paper money. Before long, a white mist began to emanate from the 9 candles, swiftly enveloping the entire room. To be honest, this was my first time employing the Yun Fu Su method to descend into the underworld, and I felt a twinge of apprehension. However, before I could dwell on my fears, a gentle breeze brushed against my face, and I found myself seemingly spiraling into a vortex. When I opened my eyes, I discovered that my soul had successfully arrived in a pitch-black, mountainous region. Surrounding me was an expanse of emptiness and silence, a stark contrast to the L residence, Jiangsheng, or the world I once knew. A path wound through the mountains, and as I walked forward, I noticed a temple appearing in the distance. This temple was likely the local earth god temple responsible for overseeing the area. However, this was no ordinary temple one might encounter at a tourist site. The rationale for this is that one must understand the fundamental nature of this world. Everything we perceive is merely what nature permits us to observe with our naked eyes. Yet, should we traverse a certain threshold of understanding and break through this dimensional limit, we can glimpse another realm. For instance, the existence of spirits. Ordinary individuals cannot perceive ghosts or souls, but if one possesses the yin-yang eye, visibility into such entities becomes possible. This earth god temple stands as one of those phenomena that nature does not allow us to see. The ancients spoke of dividing the world into 9 territories, with 9 regions governed by deities. Within the expanse of the cosmos, every blade of grass and every creature's fate is overseen by nature. In other words, within these 9 realms, there are subdivisions, each under the jurisdiction of various deities. The principle that wherever there is a community, there must be an earth god reflects this truth. The entities governing these areas may include earth gods, mountain spirits, or city gods, regardless of their nature. These temples house registers that ordinary mortals cannot access. These registers typically contain information about the local population, livestock, rivers, and mountains, particularly concerning the population, whether one passes away peacefully or for another reason, upon death. The soul's first destination is to report here, where it is duly recorded in the register. Subsequently, the earth deity will entrust the deceased soul to the emissaries of the underworld waiting here. You might wonder why some individuals can reincarnate after death while others become wandering spirits or even vengeful ghosts. There are 3 reasons. First, the individual in question has not yet reached the end of their natural life but has nonetheless passed away. Most of these individuals have suffered unjust deaths, and in such cases, the spectral enforcers do not intervene. Second, there are earthbound spirits, meaning that the soul is trapped in a specific location. Third, there are those who slip through the cracks. Just as the police in the mortal realm cannot apprehend every criminal, similarly, the spectral agents in the underworld are also prone to oversight. Moreover, based on my grandfather's years of experience, he conveyed to me that if a deceased person is left unclaimed and unburied, without a resting place in the afterlife, their spirit will feel desolate and homeless in the netherworld, prompting them to rise and become a wandering ghost. This perspective may differ from common understanding. However, since my arrival here, I have not entered the land deity temple, for I have already submitted my report to the spectral authorities through the talisman of the 6 Ding divine generals, rendering any further delay unnecessary. For a soul that has met a natural end, descending to the underworld is predestined, with the ultimate goal of returning to the cycle of reincarnation. Theo reached the underworld. One must first pass through the land deity temple. The second phase is the road to the Yellow Springs. Traversing the road to the Yellow Springs is a notably lengthy journey, yet it is also the most crucial period for a soul to return to the mortal realm. From the road to the Yellow Springs to the third phase, the viewing platform, a soul cannot be deemed a ghost. Only upon reaching the viewing platform, after the first 7 days have elapsed, does the soul transform into a ghost, thereby irrevocably losing the possibility of returning to life. This urgency is precisely why I am eager to descend into the underworld to seek out the spirit of El Jania. Chapter 35. The road to the Yellow Springs. On the road to the Yellow Springs, the chilling winds howl, a desolate scene unfolds before me, devoid of the sun, moon, and stars, lacking the melodies of birds and the fragrance of flowers, and utterly void of vitality. All that I can perceive are the withered trees, dead grass, and shattered stones shrouded in mist. Walking along this road evokes a sensation akin to traversing an endless mountain range alone in the dead of night, causing my hair to stand on end and a shiver to run down my spine. The further I press on, the more I feel the oppressive aura of the underworld pressing against me. Shadows of wandering souls begin to materialize around me, their faces contorted in anguish, hair disheveled, accompanied by their mournful wails, instilling a profound sense of dread within me. I strive to calm my nerves. The only course of action available to me is to quicken my pace while attempting to conquer this gnawing fear of the unknown. Thus, I wade through mountains and rivers, walking for what seems like an eternity. The exact duration eludes my memory, for time is but a concept here, and the spirits do not experience fatigue. Yet, despite this prolonged journey, I have yet to catch a glimpse of El Jania, and my anxiety begins to escalate. The length of the road to the Yellow Springs remains a mystery to me, and if I do not locate the Elder El before reaching its end, I may find myself in dire straits. Fortunately, matters do not seem as dire as I initially feared. After traversing a bit further, 3 dark silhouettes ahead suddenly capture my attention. El Jania. I call out loudly to the shadows. Upon hearing my voice, the figure in the center of the 3 immediately turns around. Although I have only seen El Jania in his misfortunate state, upon closer inspection, I realize I have not erred in my identification. "You are El Jania," he states, his hollow eyes regarding me, his voice low and raspy. He does not recognize me and is unaware of my identity. Instead of responding immediately, I glance at the spectral enforcers flanking him. These 2 spectral figures are enveloped in a mist, making it difficult to discern their features from even this close distance. All I can see is that they are clad in garments of an ancient style. Despite the absence of any communication between them, facing spectral enforcers for the first time causes my heart to race uncontrollably. Fortunately, I had previously taken the precaution of presenting the spectral authority documents to the land deity and the spectral enforcers through the 6 Ding divine generals. The enforcers seem to comprehend the situation, and after exchanging glances, they vanish without a trace, leaving only El Jania and me. I grasp El Jania's hand as we make our way back, detailing the events that transpired in his family. With time still on our side, I curiously inquire about the incidents of the previous night. "Elder El, what exactly transpired last night?" El Jania, appearing dazed, ponders for a moment, but soon a flicker of indignation crosses his brow. "Last night, Zai Fu, my eldest son, sought me out, demanding that I transfer all my shares in the company to him. After I refused, we engaged in a heated argument. And he returned home with a sorcerer of the underworld. According to my daughter-in-law, it seems he belongs to the Een Mountain sect." "Oh, indeed. The Een Mountain sect. What a misfortune for our family. If it weren't for you, Xiao Chun, I might—" As he spoke, El Jania could not help but burst into tears, his face awash with grief. Seeing him in such a state, I refrained from interjecting. I empathize with Elder El's feelings. As a father, the most despairing experience is not poverty or familial estrangement, but rather the betrayal of one's own flesh and blood. Had I not elucidated the entire sequence of events, El Jania might have never fathomed that the malevolent force behind it all was his eldest son, El Zafu. Now he knows, and that knowledge plunges him into an abyss of sorrow from which he cannot escape. After a considerable period, El Jania gradually regains his composure. Perhaps this ordeal has allowed him to gain a clearer perspective on his relationships. Thus, as we continue our journey, El Jania elaborates on the family conflicts that have arisen within the El household. To clarify the discord within our family, one must trace back to the 1970s. It was during the early years of reform and opening up that I left my entire family behind, burdened with a pack, to seek work in Shenzhen and Guangzhou. Those were truly impoverished times. I was willing to undertake any task as long as it paid. Eventually, I began working as a dock worker and gradually ascended to my current position. During those years, I was so focused on earning money and building my career that I neglected to care for my family, particularly my 3 sons. Among them, Zhe Shou, who was Yao Yao's father, was the most promising. He not only gained admission to Zhejiang University in the first year after the college entrance examination was reinstated, but he also secured an opportunity to study abroad. The second son, Zhe Lu, shares my temperament. Perhaps he was deeply affected by our poverty, and once he had some money, he chose to venture into the antique business. As for the eldest son, I had the highest hopes for him, being the firstborn. Yet, from a young age, he showed no concern for his younger brothers, instead leading a life of idleness and mingling with unsavory characters. Eventually, he fell into gambling, and later, upon my return to Jiangxing to establish the L Group, he not only refused to aid the company but also squandered company funds on indulgences and vice. It was only 15 years ago, burdened with enormous gambling debts, that he resorted to selling company secrets and engaging in smuggling and tax evasion. When his misdeeds were uncovered, he was promptly apprehended, facing a potential sentence of 10 to 20 years if convicted. It is a father's failure not to educate his son. My own oversight contributed to his downfall. I expended considerable effort to protect him, ensuring his family immigrated to the East. Yet, I never anticipated that he would not reform but would instead conspire with a sorcerer to harm us. As El Jianya spoke, he suddenly chuckled. Yet, in that laughter, there was no joy, only resignation. No delight, only disappointment. Although I lack his extensive experiences as an observer, I have witnessed the myriad events that transpired within the L family, bearing witness to the terrifying depths of human nature driven by greed. This resonates profoundly with me. They say a tiger does not consume its young, yet human malice knows no bounds. A creature as heartless as El Zafu, who would harm his own brothers and father for personal gain, can no longer be deemed human. He is less than a beast. Chapter 36. Business. The process of returning to life proceeded smoothly. After traversing the road to the Yellow Springs and the Land Deity Temple, I brought El Jianya's spirit back to the mortal realm. When I opened my eyes once more, it was already past 3 in the morning. The candles arranged in a 9-palace formation had been replaced one after another, and the fatigued expressions of El Yao and Li Dawei were laden with gravity. Only when I rose and opened my eyes did their previously anxious hearts finally find relief. Especially El Yao, who rushed over to inquire about her grandfather's condition. "How is it? Did you find Grandpa's spirit?" "Rest assured, I have returned." Sweating profusely, I tore off the yellow paper obscuring my eyes and informed Lu Yaoyue that the method of Fushu had been successfully executed. Approaching the bedside, I discovered that although old Master Lu remained in a state of unconsciousness, he exhibited faint signs of respiration. In her delight, Lu Yao hurriedly rushed out to share this momentous news with her parents and second uncle. Instantly, the room was enveloped in a chorus of joyful tears. At 5:30 in the morning, just as dawn broke, old Master Lu awakened. For him, the events of the previous night felt like a mere dream, particularly the conversations we had regarding the underworld, which he could scarcely recall. Nonetheless, the fact that he had returned to consciousness was certainly a cause for celebration. With old Master Lu's revival, the entire Lu family erupted with excitement. Though their emotions varied, some transformed their worries into joy, while others were engulfed by extreme trepidation. No one could fathom the miraculous occurrence of a person rising from the dead. Upon hearing the news, many exclaimed in disbelief that it must be a ruse. However, once old Master Lu clarified the situation, everyone realized that the entire affair was orchestrated by Lu Zifeng. That very day, old Master Lu acted with great integrity, ensuring that Lu Zifeng and the rogue sorcerer were taken to the police station. A few days later, I learned from Lu Yao that both individuals were ultimately arrested on charges of murder, facing inevitable incarceration. However, I remained unclear about the specifics of the situation as I was admitted to the hospital that day due to the overwhelming negative energy, which left me in a state of extreme weakness. Every spell carries risks, and for the practitioner, the foremost danger is the potential backlash. In my eagerness to save a life, I had not fully contemplated the consequences. Fortunately, after 2 days in the hospital, my health returned to normal, and upon my discharge, Old Master Lu even came to personally greet me, bestowing upon me a generous reward as gratitude. Given the Lu family's influence in Jiangxing, news of Old Master Lu's miraculous revival spread swiftly through the streets and alleys. Although the Lu family ultimately issued a denial, the discussions ignited by the event continued to proliferate online, with some journalists even camping outside the Lu residence for exclusive coverage. Fortunately, I remained unaffected by the commotion. After a few days of rest in Jiangxing, I returned home with Li Dawei. This time, having learned from my previous experience in Chang'an, where I faced my grandfather's ire for discussing matters of the underworld, I refrained from revealing anything about my descent into the netherworld, especially to him. My grandfather's anxiety regarding my use of spells stemmed primarily from his fear of potential backlash, which could endanger my life. This was a caution he had repeatedly imparted to me prior to my initiation into this profession. The events in Jiangxing, though more tumultuous than I had anticipated, ultimately concluded satisfactorily. During a chat on QQ with Lu Yao, I learned that she had resigned from her position at the Chang'an newspaper and returned to her hometown of Jiangxing. After all the upheaval the Lu family had endured, she had come to a clearer understanding of reality and a deeper appreciation for familial ties. Moreover, for someone of her privileged background, inheriting the family fortune at home was far superior to toiling as a reporter under the sun. Indeed, due to my association with the Lu family, the number of individuals seeking to engage in business with me had significantly increased. Particularly Lu Yao's second uncle, Lu Zelu. An antique dealer with a penchant for feng shui and metaphysics, he frequently consulted me on matters of the esoteric, even introducing me to some of his prominent acquaintances. I have always approached such business dealings with caution, striving to decline offers whenever possible to avoid entanglement. While interacting with these individuals could indeed broaden my network and enrich my experiences, the essence of our craft lies not in monetary gain but in providing counsel, aiding others in their dilemmas, and encouraging virtuous behavior, thus accumulating good karma. In today's society, the proliferation of dubious practitioners, charlatans, false masters, and fraudulent oracles has muddied the waters of the metaphysical trade. At its core, this is driven by greed, the root of all malevolence. When one succumbs to excessive desire, they risk becoming ensnared by their own ambitions, leading them astray. With the Lu family incident behind me, I returned to my tranquil routine. During holidays and festivals, Old Master Lu occasionally sent individuals to deliver gifts of tea, wine, and shopping vouchers, but apart from brief exchanges, my interactions with them were minimal. However, since Lu Yao's return from Jiangxing, despite not having seen her again, I maintained contact through QQ. Lu Yao is now employed at the Lu Group, specifically overseeing its e-commerce division. Yet her interest in metaphysics remains undiminished. She often inquires about matters pertaining to feng shui and the supernatural, and during a period when I lacked significant engagements, I readily offered her guidance. Encouraged by her suggestions and my own curiosity, I registered an online store on a shopping platform dedicated to providing counsel and promoting traditional culture under the guise of a scholarly shop, rather than overtly advertising it as a fortune-telling enterprise. Unfortunately, in 2005, although e-commerce was gradually gaining traction, my line of work faced significant challenges online. There were times when an entire week or even a month would pass without a single order. Occasionally, I would receive an order only for the client to request a refund after I had provided my insights. Fortunately, I did not rely on my online business for survival. During that era, starting an online store was merely a matter of curiosity. Whether or not clients chose to compensate me was inconsequential, as I found fulfillment in having helped them, viewing it as a virtuous act. However, around early July, my online store finally received an order. Chapter 37. An unusual customer on this particular day. After finishing my lunch as usual, I brewed a cup of tea for myself, reclined in my chair, and listened to online music while browsing the news. During that time, as the internet evolved, online music began to gain popularity. Although it may sound somewhat dated now, in that non-mainstream era, such tunes were the sustenance for our youthful spirits. While I was surfing the web, my Taobao page suddenly turned yellow. At that time, Taobao did not have the Wangwang chat tool, and all communication had to occur through pop-up windows on the webpage. I opened the window to find a user named Qingfeng Mingyue had sent me a message. Are you there? Hello, I am here. Do you charge 1 yuan for fortune-telling? Indeed. My typing skills were not particularly proficient, So I kept my responses brief. Point 1 yuan was the price I had set for my online fortune-telling services. As I had no intention of relying on this venture for income, thus keeping the price low, and of course, I could have offered my services for free. However, in the fortune-telling profession, there exists a saying, "A fortune told for free is of no value." This serves as a barrier to filter out those who might seek to exploit my services without compensating me. Very well, I would like to have my fortune told, Qing Feng Mingyue replied in no time. He purchased the item and made the payment. I inquired about the nature of his request, to which he responded that it pertained to his business. My financial luck has not been favorable recently. Please help me assess my fortune. Please hold on. Although it was a modest 1 yuan transaction, I treated it with utmost seriousness and promptly set up a Chiman chart on paper. 2 minutes later, I provided him with my insights. According to my fortune-telling principles, I will first assess your past and then your future. First, you are indeed engaged in business, specifically in the clothing industry. Second, you have a son. Third, you recently experienced a financial loss, particularly last month. I examined the Chiman chart closely and derived the aforementioned information. In reality, fortune-telling is not as mystical as it seems to me. It functions akin to a mathematical equation. Once the information is inputted, the answers unfold naturally. Before long, the other party responded, sending a flurry of thumbs-up emojis, followed by 3 affirmations, praising me as a living deity, leaving me somewhat flattered. Your prediction is remarkably accurate. I indeed suffered a financial loss last month. I had just opened an online store not long ago and mistakenly transferred a large sum to the wrong account while paying for a batch of goods from the Qiqing clothing market in Jiangsu and Zhejiang, resulting in a loss of several tens of thousands. The gentle breeze and the bright moon engaged in a candid exchange with me. Subsequently, he inquired about how I discerned such insights. I initially intended to respond. Yet ultimately I relented. After all, I seldom type, and while I wouldn't say my speed is akin to that of a turtle, it pales in comparison to those who are adept. Moreover, at that time, the input method lacked the functionality to collect everyday vocabulary, which was rather unkind to those of us in this profession. Certain words that came to our lips necessitated painstakingly inputting each pinyin. The 3 points I mentioned earlier are not difficult to interpret through the lens of Qimen. I have consistently employed Qimen for divination and have frequently stated that Qimen Duanjia serves as a multidimensional model of time and space. Once the correct deities are identified, one can swiftly deduce various pieces of information based on their placements. Taking the example of this gentle breeze and bright moon, in Qimen, the heavenly stem of the day, which is the sun stem, represents the person in question. At this moment, the sun stem, E, which appears on the E high day, signifies the deity, representing this gentle breeze and bright moon. Having identified the deity, one can methodically seek out the various pieces of information residing in the palace where E is located. Point 1. Why did I conclude that he is engaged in the clothing business? He resides in the Sunfor Palace, with the underground branches being Qian and Si. According to the vitality of the heavenly stems and branches, E in Qian and Si represents bathing and crown. Bathing implies washing oneself, while crown denotes wearing a hat. After bathing, what is the natural course of action? It is to don clothing to avoid catching a chill. Furthermore, in Qimen, Yi's symbolism precisely corresponds to clothing. Simultaneously, the sun stem Yi's placement in the Sun 4 Palace is adjacent to the life gate among the 8 gates. The life gate signifies business. Hence, I deduce that he is involved in the clothing industry. Point 2. Why did I conclude that he has a sun? The sun stem represents oneself, while the time stem, which pertains to the hour, symbolizes his offspring. Presently, it is the Bingwu hour, with the time stem being situated in the Li 9 Palace to the right of the Sun 4 Palace, following the natural progression of the Qimen wheel. If the Sun 4 Palace were to continue rotating clockwise, it would reach the Li 9 Palace, representing his next generation. Additionally, Bing represents yang fire, and in the Li 9 Palace, it is in a thriving state. Moreover, Yi represents wood, and Yi wood nurtures Bing fire, naturally symbolizing that he has a sun. Point 3. Why did I conclude that this gentle breeze and bright moon has recently suffered financial losses? In Qimen, the life gate signifies both business and wealth. At this time, the sun stem and the life gate are both situated in the Sun 4 Palace, with the life gate being buried. Being buried signifies entering a tomb, devoid of vitality, indicating that the individual's business has stagnated. Currently, it is July. According to the lunar calendar, it is the 5th month, which is the Renwu month. Looking back, the previous month was the Xinc month. In the Xinc month, Xian fortuitously falls in the Qin 6 palace, which is in opposition to the Sun 4 palace, and opposition leads to dispersion. Therefore, I concluded that he suffered financial losses last month. Having accurately predicted the past, it was only natural that I convey forthcoming information to this gentle breeze and bright moon. He had just inquired about his financial fortunes, and I glanced at the Chiman chart, composing a brief message to send to him. This month, your financial situation will not improve. You will have to wait until next month, during the Gue Wei month, for a turnaround. In Chiman, Wu symbolizes wealth and the profits of business. But currently, it is located in a void. Only next month, when Gue water fills the void, will your financial fortunes begin to improve. Though many seek auspicious words when consulting divination, I do not subscribe to this practice. I express what the divination reveals. It is essential to adhere to the truth. Next month? Excellent. 1,000 thanks. The gentle breeze and bright moon continuously sent gestures of gratitude, promptly confirming receipt of the information. Although this divination only netted me a single yuan, I felt quite content. It was not merely the fact that I had finally earned money through my online store, but rather that I had genuinely assisted someone using the knowledge I had acquired. Regardless of whether this gentle breeze and bright moon ultimately believed me, in his heart, he had accepted my encouragement. I am uncertain whether it was due to this transaction, but in the days that followed, my online store's business gradually improved. However, I declined a significant portion of the orders. In 2005, the majority of those frequenting Taobao were young individuals, with the remainder predominantly being online store proprietors. Shop owners like this gentle breeze and bright moon were relatively manageable. Yet many youths, some as young as 17 or 18, approached me for divination solely out of curiosity or inquiries about romance, leaving me rather speechless. However, soon after, my online store welcomed a rather peculiar customer. Chapter 38. An in-person meeting. This unusual customer was encountered 2 evenings later. The weather was sweltering, and I was enjoying drinks and skewers with Li Dawei when a sudden ding-dong notification resonated from the computer speakers. Upon checking, I discovered a message from a user named on Taobao. The profile picture indicated it was a girl. She inquired whether I was available, to which I replied politely with a smiling emoji. However, the next question from the girl left me momentarily speechless. "Are you accurate in your divination?" she asked. Caught off guard, I momentarily struggled to formulate a response. Perhaps noticing my delayed reply, she repeated her question. I returned a token smile and resumed my conversation with Li Dawei. Yet, just as I finished my response, the girl promptly placed an order and sent over a woman's birth date. "This is the birth date of a friend of mine. Could you take a look?" The girl's tone was straightforward, bordering on commanding. To be frank, my impression of her was rather poor. While we too belong to a service-oriented industry, fortune tellers are still human and possess emotions. Should we encounter a troublesome or haughty client, we naturally prefer to avoid them to sidestep any complications. However, upon glancing at the birth date provided by the girl, I felt a pang of compassion. It was not merely the prospect of earning a single yuan for the divination. Rather, given that this was an online consultation, if I were to refuse, she might very well file a complaint against me. The birth date provided by the girl included only the year, month, and day, lacking the hour. Some may wonder if it is possible to conduct divination without the hour. The answer is, of course, yes. To illustrate with a somewhat inappropriate analogy, this is akin to being without one arm. Nevertheless, it does not prevent people from recognizing you. Certainly, the absence of the hour does affect the 4 pillars of destiny. Yet, as I previously mentioned, fortune-telling is essentially a sophisticated mathematical equation. And a skilled fortune teller can often deduce the hour based on the life trajectory of the individual. The birth date of the girl's friend was February 9, 1979, making her 26 this year. When converted into heavenly stems and earthly branches, it is Ji Wei year, Bing Yin month, Ding Wei date. I glanced at the 4 pillars and then, adhering to my fortune-telling principles, conveyed to the girl the life path her friend had traversed. Firstly, from the perspective of the 4 pillars, your friend, born under Ding fire in Yin month, has the month stem revealing Bing fire, which signifies wealth, nurturing Ji earth. Simultaneously, the year stem Ji earth, as the food god, showcases her talents. Undoubtedly, she should be involved in the arts. Secondly, I deduce that your friend is not an only child. There should be an older brother or sister. Thirdly, this 4-pillar configuration indicates a favorable fortune beginning at the age of 8, transitioning into the Wu Chen luck cycle from 1997. This means that from 1997 onward, your friend's fortunes have soared, particularly in 2000 and 2001, during the Gengchun and XINC years, when her career experienced rapid growth. I relayed all my analyses in one go. Strangely, after I sent the message, the girl ceased her responses. Seeing this, I decided not to pursue the matter further, closing the webpage and returning to my drinks with Li Dawei. Initially, I thought this incident would conclude there, but to my surprise, when I awoke the next morning around 10, I discovered that the girl had contacted me once again. This time, her demeanor was noticeably more amiable than the previous day. She sent several smiling and handshake emojis, and her tone was considerably gentler. However, rather than continuing the discussion about the 4 pillars, she confirmed receipt of my analysis and posed a peculiar question. Aside from fortune-telling, do you possess other skills? What do you mean by other? Do you have any knowledge regarding matters related to spirits? A little. The girl's inquiry struck me as somewhat odd, but adhering to my principle of honesty. I responded truthfully. About 5 minutes later, the girl sent another message. May I ask, Master, where are you from? Would you be able to make a trip to Yinjing? Rest assured, I will reimburse your travel expenses. And regardless of the outcome, I will offer you a token of appreciation as compensation. The girl implored me earnestly. Without a moment's hesitation, I declined her request. It was not that I was unwilling to assist her. Rather, the sweltering heat of July rendered me lethargic. Yanqing is not particularly close, and in such oppressive weather, the thought of venturing out was quite unappealing. Moreover, Yanqing is a first-tier city, where numerous practitioners are readily available to address such matters. Perhaps due to my refusal, the girl ceased all further communication. Her mysterious demeanor intrigued me, yet I chose to disregard it. Coincidentally, in the following days, I returned home for my cousin's wedding, during which I refrained from conducting any business. Upon my return, I discovered that the girl had sought me out once more. However, this time she did not request my presence in Yanqing. Instead, she inquired about my address and phone number, expressing her intention to visit me in person. On the afternoon 2 days later, as I was taking a nap in my shop, a knock at the door interrupted my slumber, and a girl entered. She appeared to be around my age. Slightly plump, clad in a black short-sleeved t-shirt and jeans, her sun-kissed skin suggesting frequent exposure to the elements. Through our conversation, I learned that she was indeed the peculiar girl I had encountered on Taobao a few days prior. Upon our first meeting, her surprise at my youth was evident as she scrutinized me closely. Having grown accustomed to such attention, I invited her to sit down and inquired about the purpose of her visit. With a slightly awkward accent from Yanqing, she introduced herself as Li Mei, currently working in Yanqing. When I asked about her profession, she refrained from disclosing details and instead asked, "Are you the only one here?" "Indeed, I am the sole master here," I replied. "I recall you mentioning online that you possess some knowledge about such matters. Are you certain of that? Well then, please tell me what you need," and why Patience was wearing thin. Had she not traveled such a distance, I would have likely lost interest by now. The matter is this. The birth date I provided you previously belongs to my sister. She has recently encountered some troubles, feeling as though something is following her, and she has been particularly prone to colds and fevers. And where is she now? She remains in Yanqing. Due to her unique status, she cannot easily reveal herself. I came here to request that you visit her. Master Chun, I understand you may refuse, but we truly have no other options. The compensation is negotiable. My sister has assured me that any amount will suffice if you help resolve the issue. Li Mei earnestly conveyed her sister's sincerity. I was on the verge of declining once more when her next words astonished me. Master Chun, there are certain details I cannot disclose. It is not my intention to withhold information, but my sister's status is indeed sensitive, as she is part of the entertainment industry. Noticing my inclination to refuse, Li Mei earnestly implored me again, this time with greater candor. Part of the entertainment industry? I furrowed my brow, taken aback. To someone like me, the entertainment world seemed foreign, a realm far removed from ordinary life. Indeed, because my sister is in this field, it is difficult for her to engage openly with such matters. In this day and age, whether it be fortune-telling or divination, many perceive these as superstitions. Moreover, she is constantly followed by paparazzi. Should she be photographed, her status would undoubtedly cause a scandal, potentially jeopardizing her career and even leading to her being blacklisted by relevant authorities. For this reason, such matters must be handled by me, her assistant. We have approached several practitioners before, yet none seemed reliable. They offered vague and ambiguous readings. Master Chun, you are the only one who speaks clearly and accurately. which is precisely why she has asked me to come and request your assistance. Li Mei retrieved a tissue from her bag to wipe the beads of sweat dotting her forehead, her gaze imbued with both sincerity and impatience. Were it not for dire necessity and the absence of a reliable master, she would not have ventured through the sweltering heat from the far reaches of Yinjing to arrive here. After considerable contemplation, particularly following Li Mei's earnest entreaty, I ultimately acquiesced to her request. It was not due to any celebrity allure or the prospect of remuneration. Rather, it was a simple act of compassion towards Li Mei, a diligent worker, seeking to lend her a helping hand. Having traveled such a distance, I felt it would be unjust to deny her assistance. That evening, I summoned Li Dawei, and together we accompanied Li Mei to Yinjing. Li Dawei had been languishing in a mobile phone store for the past few days, similarly disinclined to venture out due to the oppressive heat. However, upon learning that the individual we were to meet was a star from the entertainment industry, he readily agreed without a second thought. This marked my first journey to Yinjing, and it was also my inaugural encounter with a so-called celebrity. Naturally, I am not one to idolize stars, and thus I have little interest in their lives. Yet after hearing some of Li Mei's descriptions along the way, I sensed that this situation might be extraordinary. According to Li Mei, her sister had been experiencing restless nights and a streak of ill fortune as of late. Recently, while filming, she had nearly fallen from a rooftop while suspended by wires. Additionally, she had been unable to sleep soundly, plagued by the unsettling sensation of an unseen presence lurking nearby, and frequently fell ill with fevers. From these signs, I suspected that she had unwittingly attracted something malevolent. However, the full scope of the situation would only become apparent upon meeting her in person. We traveled by plane, departing around 4 in the afternoon and arriving by approximately 5:30. Upon exiting the airport, Li Mei's colleagues had been awaiting us for some time. Li Dawei and I boarded a Volkswagen business van, where Li Mei informed us that, to avoid unnecessary complications, we would be directly taken to our hotel. The meeting with the other party would occur in secret at the hotel after they returned from filming the following day. I had no objections, as it was the other party who was in a hurry. The accommodations arranged for us by the female star were quite satisfactory, situated in a luxurious 4-star hotel in the prime district of Yinjing. After refreshing ourselves with a shower, Li Dawei and I intended to explore the area. Yinjing, much like Jiangxing, is a city steeped in rich cultural heritage. However, while Jiangxing is characterized by its southern waters and lushness, Yinjing, especially under the twilight glow, emanates a profound sense of historical weight. Having come all this way, I felt compelled to wander and experience the local customs and savor the regional cuisine. Alas, the weather was uncooperative. No sooner had I stepped outside the hotel than a torrential downpour began. Reluctantly, I returned to our room with Li Dawei. The rain persisted throughout the night, accompanied by thunder and lightning, causing a sense of unease that deprived me of restful sleep. After finally dozing off in the early hours, I was jolted awake by the intermittent wail of sirens outside. This unsettling situation continued throughout the night. It was only during breakfast the next morning that I overheard discussions revealing that a homicide had occurred nearby the previous night. And apparently, there was more than one incident. I remained indifferent to the specifics, as such matters did not pique my interest. With the rain still falling steadily outside, I spent the entirety of the day confined to the hotel. In the evening, Li Mei returned, having booked a room adjacent to mine. She informed me that someone would be arriving shortly and instructed us to wait for her signal to proceed to her room for discussions. Approximately half an hour later, Li Mei knocked on my door, ushering Li Dawei and me into the neighboring room. Inside, there was only one woman. As I entered, I had yet to fully ascertain her identity when Li Dawei excitedly nudged me. It was then that I realized that Li Mei's sister was none other than a female star who had skyrocketed to fame in recent years due to a film. Out of respect for her privacy, I shall refer to her as Zhang Xiaoya. Reflecting upon the fortune-telling I had previously conducted for Li Mei and the trajectory of Zhang Xiaoya's life, I was convinced that my earlier readings had not been erroneous. Zhang Xiaoya displayed a visage of confusion and shock upon meeting me, likely taken aback that a master sought out by Li Mei from such a distance was merely a youth in his 20s. Younger than she had, I briefly introduced myself, and perhaps recalling the fortune I had read for her a few days prior, Zhang Xiaoya quickly composed herself and greeted me warmly. As I scrutinized her closely, I noted that despite it being our first encounter, she appeared somewhat different from her on-screen persona. Besides being more gentle than I had anticipated, Her complexion was pallid and drawn, her eyes vacant and listless, and she did not exude a robust vitality. Based on my experience and the symptoms Li Mei had described during our flight, I concluded that she had likely become entangled with something sinister. Such phenomena are not uncommon, particularly for those in the acting profession, who frequently find themselves in varied environments and among diverse individuals or objects. If one possesses a frail constitution or is of a weaker fate, it is all too easy to attract unwanted entities. However, as I employed specific methods to validate my hypothesis, I discovered that I had underestimated the complexity of the situation. Chapter 40. Lu Ling Tongzi. How does one accurately ascertain whether an individual has attracted malevolent spirits or is afflicted by unclean forces? Beyond mere observation of their demeanor and physical appearance, there exist several more specialized methods for someone like me, who has long traversed the realms of yin and yang. The first method involves the opening of the yin-yang eye. Many are familiar with the concept of the yin-yang eye, while some individuals, such as those born under certain auspicious signs, may possess this ability innately. Ordinary people can also unlock it through specific practices. However, I can assure you that remedies such as using willow leaves or cow tears to cleanse the eyes are sheer nonsense. Additionally, many practitioners of Taoism or Buddhism gradually awaken their third eye as they cultivate their spiritual practice, enabling them to perceive what is hidden from the ordinary eye without any external aids. The second method involves the analysis of the ghost pulse, which in Taoist medicine refers to the middle finger. According to Taoist theory, the base of the middle finger represents the divine, the middle section denotes the immortal, and the tip signifies the ghost. Thus, by examining the ghost pulse, one can determine whether they have been besieged by supernatural entities. I would like to clarify that the term ghost pulse I mentioned pertains specifically to Taoist medicine and should not be conflated with traditional Chinese medicine. Taoist medicine and traditional Chinese medicine are distinct. In fact, traditional medicine in our country originates from the I Ching, hidden within Taoism, and manifests through medical practices. Thus, traditional Chinese medicine is a derivative of Taoist medicine. Historically, the concept of traditional Chinese medicine did not exist. The knowledge of healing and saving lives was typically referred to as the Qi Huang art or Xinglin Qingnong. The term traditional Chinese medicine emerged only over 200 years ago to differentiate it from Western medicine introduced to our country. The third method is divination, primarily utilizing one's birth chart, the 8 trigrams, and other means to discern the individual's divine and spatial information. The fourth method employs a compass, or luopan. While this method is efficient, it has the prerequisite that the compass must be consecrated, which is what I intend to use next. I retrieved a Dunjia-style compass from my bag and instructed Zhang Xiaoya to place her hand upon it. The Dunjia-style compass, akin to a luopan, features a central pointer known as the Tianqi pointer, which serves as a compass if an individual is free from unclean influences. Placing their hand on the pointer should not result in any deviation. However, should there be any malevolent presence, the magnetic field of these spirits would interfere with the direction of the Tianqi pointer, leading to instability in its movement, as I had anticipated. Upon placing her hand on the compass, I observed an immediate change in the central Tianqi pointer. However, the nature of the change was unexpected. Strangely, the pointer had sunk. Upon glancing at the pointer, I could not help but furrow my brow. The term sinking pointer refers to the pointer not aligning with true south, but rather deviating and remaining stationary. Under normal circumstances, regardless of the compass's orientation, the pointer should invariably point south. The occurrence of a sinking pointer indicated that Zhang Xiaoya was being influenced by a potent magnetic field. I scrutinized the direction indicated by the pointer and, based on the current time and Zhang Xiaoya's position, I proceeded to adjust the Dunjia-style compass's 9 celestial plates and the 8 divine plates sequentially. The Tianqi pointer fluctuated, entering the Sun Palace, revealing the presence of the serpent spirit above and the convergence of yang fire and yin water below, indicating a manifestation of deceptive spirits. What do you deduce from this? Zhang Xiaoya inquired curiously as I muttered to myself. After meticulously examining the Dunjia-style compass and confirming my findings, I raised my gaze to meet Zhang Xiaoya's, seated across from me, and stated, "You harbor something within you, but it is not a ghost. It is a celestial being, indeed. This disc is a specialized tool of Qi, integrating the energies of heaven, earth, humanity, and divinity, along with the information of the 24 mountains and 72 configurations. It can accurately ascertain the current state of an individual or a location based on the direction indicated by the pointer. From the information gleaned from the disc, it is evident that you are indeed accompanied by a celestial being. Most likely the spirit of Lu Ling Tongzi. After taking a sip of water, I placed the Dunjia disc back into my bag. Zhang Xiaoya appeared startled by my words, her expression dazed as she widened her eyes and inquired about Lu Ling Tongzi. Lu Ling Tongzi is akin to a minor ghostly spirit, yet we typically refer to it as a celestial being. This distinction lies in the fact that minor ghosts are fashioned from the corpses of infants, whereas Lu Ling Tongzi is derived from willow trees, particularly those of considerable age which are believed to possess greater efficacy. I elaborated to her and the nearby Li Mei, explaining my reasoning for identifying the presence of Lu Ling Tongzi. When you placed your hand on the disc, the pointer indicated the southeastern direction, corresponding to the Sun Palace. Sun represents the Yin wood, and in the context of discerning Yin and Yang, it signifies the realm of living beings. Should the pointer lean towards this position, it indicates that the encountered spirit is undoubtedly related to wood. Moreover, the Sun Palace is associated with the Tang snake, concurrently aligned with the rest gate within the 8 gates. The combination of Tang snake and rest gate precisely symbolizes the manifestation of Yin spirits. Based on this amalgamation of information, I strongly suspect that the entity accompanying you is indeed Lu Ling Tongzi. I am not a deity. I cannot instantly discern the exact nature of what Zhang Xiaoya harbors. Thus, I must rely on the divinatory techniques passed down through generations and the accumulated wisdom of predecessors to analyze the situation. To my knowledge, the creation of Lu Ling Tongzi involves 2 methods. One involves inserting a segment of willow branch into water for no less than 3 years. Once the branch sprouts into a tree, a propitious day is chosen to uproot it, fashioning it into a small figure and setting up a ritual altar, employing incantations and talismans to invoke spiritual powers, thereby endowing the willow branch with sentience and transforming it into a so-called celestial being. The second method entails placing a willow branch atop the grave of a deceased child, allowing it to take root over several years, subsequently becoming a vessel for the infant spirit before being sculpted into a human form. Regardless of the method, the practice of conjuring Lu Ling Tongzi is condemned by Taoism, as it contravenes the natural order of the universe and embodies a quintessentially malevolent path. Nonetheless, among the populace, there remain individuals who seek to tread this treacherous road, yearning for overnight wealth or a reversal of fate, particularly within the entertainment industry. Although I have not witnessed it firsthand, I have occasionally encountered sensational news regarding certain celebrities engaging in the cultivation of minor spirits while browsing online. In many respects, the entertainment world is a realm driven by fame and profit, where individuals often resort to any means necessary to achieve notoriety and wealth, not to mention the allure of nurturing minor spirits or seeking talismans of dubious nature. I was uncertain whether Zhang Xiaoya grasped the entirety of my explanation, but I noted her expression darkening, seemingly frightened by my words. Observing her distress, I hastened to reassure her. There is no need for fear. Although we refer to Lu Ling Tongzi as a celestial being, it fundamentally shares its essence with minor spirits, both belonging to the realm of Yin. With me present, you shall not come to harm. I then inquired, may I pose a personal question? Go ahead, she replied. Have you ever engaged in the practice of nurturing minor spirits or sought out talismans? Given the absence of outsiders in the room, I felt emboldened to broach such a sensitive topic. Chapter 41. An unexpected occurrence nurturing minor spirits? Absolutely not. I have never believed in such things. My question detonated like a bomb, instantly throwing Zhang Xiaoya into a state of panic as she vehemently denied my inquiry. It is for the best that you have not, for as the saying goes, inviting a deity is easy but sending one away is difficult. Whether it be Lu Ling Tongzi, minor spirits, or other similar entities, these practices belong to the realm of the occult and should be avoided. Zhang Xiaoya's reaction surprised me to some extent. As far as I knew, Lu Ling Tongzi was quite rare and typically did not seek to engage with outsiders. If Zhang Xiaoya was truthful, it suggested she had been secretly manipulated by someone, resulting in her being possessed by Lu Ling Tongzi. However, if she was lying, the implications were far more concerning. After all, the entertainment industry is notoriously treacherous, especially for stars like Zhang Xiaoya, who are inherently adept at using performance to disguise their true selves. Thus, even gazing directly into her eyes, I could not discern whether she was being truthful. Nevertheless, I refrained from probing further, recognizing that these matters were personal. What I could do was to accept payment for my services and assist her in dispelling the Lu Ling Tongzi. Today is the 3rd day of the 6th lunar month. An auspicious day for celestial activities. I shall prepare a list of items for you to procure. We can send Lu Ling Tongzi away tonight. I requestedly made a fetch paper and pen, then proceeded to outline the necessary items for Zhang Xiaoya. As previously mentioned, both Lu Ling Tongzi and minor spirits fundamentally belong to the realm of Yin. Thus, the methods for their dispelling are largely similar. After glancing at the list, Zhang Xiaoya promptly handed it to Li Mei. As Zhang Xiaoya's personal assistant, Li Mei exhibited remarkable efficiency, returning to the hotel within an hour and a half with the required items. The items listed were not particularly rare. They included incense burners, joss paper, red candles, 5 grains, as well as 3 feet each of blue, black, and floral fabrics, in addition to some sweets favored by children. Since both Lu Ling Tongzi and minor spirits possess an inherent childlike nature, it is more effective to coax them down with offerings of food and treats rather than to forcefully drive them away. Surely, you have heard the adage that inviting a deity is easy, but sending one away is fraught with difficulty. Why is it that summoning a deity is simple, yet dismissing one proves so challenging? It is precisely due to these so-called spirit pets that their summoning requires little effort on your part. To put it elegantly, it is a matter of fortunate timing. To put it less charitably, it merely involves a monetary expenditure. However, bringing one home does not guarantee future tranquility, for you must cater to its every whim, ensuring that this ancestral spirit is well tended to. Only when it is in high spirits will it deign to assist you. Should you fail to provide adequate care, provoke its displeasure, or contemplate abandonment, you shall undoubtedly face repercussions from the spirit. In such instances, you may find yourself compelled to spend exorbitant sums and employ various means to appease it in order to facilitate its departure. The optimal moment for releasing a spirit pet is during the witching hour, particularly during the periods of high and zi, by 11 o'clock at night. I had prepared the offering altar, lit the incense, and commenced the release of the Lu Ling Tongzi. The entire process unfolded seamlessly, and by the time I concluded my tasks, it was approximately 1 in the morning. The Lu Ling Tongzi, now contained within a small vial, had its opening sealed with a soul-calling talisman. Upon my return, I would release it and perform a rite of transcendence. For individuals like myself, who frequently traverse the realms of Yin and Yang, it is not uncommon to assist wandering spirits or help those who have met untimely ends find peace. However, the act of collecting small spirits differs from nurturing them or venerating Lu Ling Tongzi. Our intent in collecting small spirits is to guide them to their rightful destinations, while nurturing spirits serves purely for personal gain. After successfully releasing the Lu Ling Tongzi, Zhang Xiaoya felt an immediate sense of relief. Her complexion visibly improved from earlier. Subsequently, she did not stay the night. Instead, she presented me with a confidentiality agreement. Upon reviewing the document, I found its terms quite straightforward. It mandated that both Li Dawei and I keep the matter private, forbidding us from discussing it with anyone. Should any detrimental impacts or severe losses arise from a breach of this confidentiality, we would bear full responsibility. Given that Zhang Xiaoya is a household name, her public persona is of utmost importance. Should word of this situation escape, she would undoubtedly face dire consequences, including accusations of superstition and the potential loss of endorsements and various commercial opportunities. Understanding the concerns of celebrities, I carefully perused the agreement before signing my name alongside Li Dawei's, imprinting our seals on the final page. Once the contract was finalized, Zhang Xiaoya presented me with a bank card before donning her mask and sun hat. Departing from the hotel, true to her celebrity status, she was quite generous. The card contained a sum of 100,000 yuan. It is worth noting that in 2005, such a sum could purchase a modest apartment in a less central area of Yanjing. After her departure, I returned to my room to wash up, then ventured out for a late-night snack with Li Dawei, taking the opportunity to experience Yanjing's nightlife. I did not linger long in Yanjing. After 2 days of exploration, I returned to my hometown. Upon my return, Li Mei reached out to me once, informing me that Zhang Xiaoya had shown considerable improvement over the past few days. No longer plagued by nightmares or recurrent fevers, and her complexion had notably brightened. After that, I ceased communication with Li Mei and refrained from following developments in the entertainment industry. To my astonishment, in the following days, I received multiple unsolicited invitations from individuals claiming to be affiliated with the entertainment sector. Some sought my assistance in fortune-telling, others wished for my guidance in feng shui, while a few requested name changes. There were even celebrities who, through their assistants, inquired about my expertise in cursing techniques, offering 50,000 yuan for a love spell to ensnare a certain man's affections. Regrettably, these inquiries came through intermediaries, leaving me unaware of their identities. Initially, I suspected it might be a scam, as telecommunication fraud had already surfaced in 2005. However, upon hearing the name Zhang Xiaoya, the truth dawned upon me. It is often said that the entertainment industry is rife with intrigue, deceit, and rivalry. I had previously dismissed these claims, but my experiences following my involvement with Zhang Xiaoya led me to reconsider. My original intention was to sever ties with this world, recognizing the darkness and malice that some individuals harbor. Yet, I could not have anticipated that I would soon be drawn back into this realm with the arrival of a certain piece of news. Chapter 42. Lu Yao's cousin bound by the confidentiality agreement. I consciously chose to forget about Zhang Xiaoya in the entertainment industry during my time after returning from Yinjing. However, in mid to late July, an unexpected occurrence once again ensnared me. One day, after completing a feng shui consultation for a local client, I returned to my shop only to receive a phone call from Lu Yao. Upon answering, before I could greet her, Lu Yao promptly stated her purpose. "Could you do me a favor?" "What happened?" "My cousin has been in a daze for the past few days, her gaze vacant. And she's running a fever. I suspect she might have been frightened." "What do you think?" "That is indeed a possibility." I poured myself a glass of water, turned on the fan, and sank into my chair. "I would like you to accompany me to check on her. After all, there have been precedents, and you are an expert in this area. Additionally, I heard there has been a recent incident at her school, which raises my concerns." "Incident? In Jiangxing?" "No, in Yinjing. She is a first-year music student at the Yinjing Academy of Arts." There's something wrong with Yinjing?" "Oh, nothing of concern." "Very well, I shall come over in the next few days. Until then, I shall see you in Yinjing." "All right, regarding the payment, I will compensate you once the matter is resolved." "That is agreeable." After hanging up, I retrieved a chilled beer from the refrigerator and drank nearly half of it in one go. Lu Yao's request had caught me off guard. Just days after returning from Yinjing, I found myself inexplicably summoned back. This time, I invited Li Dawei to accompany me once more. However, unlike previous occasions, there were no celebrity assistants in tow, and the affair felt significantly less burdensome. We boarded a train the following morning at 10 and arrived at Yinjing Station around 5 in the afternoon. Before the train arrived, I called Lu Yao, and upon disembarking and exiting the terminal, I found her waiting in a black Santana. According to Lu Yao, her cousin, named Zhang Xuedong, is a first-year music student at the Yinjing Academy of Arts. Zhang Xuedong is 3 years younger than her, hailing from Donghai City. Although she has relatives in Yinjing, she has always resided in the dormitory with her classmates. Lu Yao mentioned that Xuedong had started displaying these symptoms a week prior, prompting the school to contact Lu Yao's aunt, who then rushed over. Xuedong has since been discharged from school and is currently hospitalized for treatment. This situation is quite peculiar. One of Xuedong's cousins works at the local police station, and he mentioned several recent homicides in Yinjing. Upon my arrival yesterday, I took the liberty of investigating the school, only to discover that the day before Xuedong exhibited these symptoms, a homicide had indeed occurred on campus. This cannot merely be coincidence. As we drove to the hospital, Lu Yao described her cousin Zhang Xuedong's condition. "What is her current state?" "She remains the same. Sometimes she appears normal, other times she runs a fever. The doctors have examined her and preliminarily concluded that she was startled, compounded by the recent flu outbreak, which has led to her current condition." Lu Yao spoke in a tone that suggested skepticism towards the doctor's diagnosis, likely having altered her worldview after witnessing the events surrounding her family. Zhang Xuedong was in a private hospital room when I arrived. As I entered, the strong scent of medicine assaulted my senses. The room felt chilly, especially in the amber light of the setting sun, which cast an eerie glow throughout the space. Zhang Xuedong lay sleeping, receiving in 4 drip, while her mother, Lu Ru, quietly kept vigil by her bedside. Though I had visited old Master Lu's home previously, there had been too many people present, and I had been preoccupied with saving him, leaving me with little recollection of the Lu family's relatives. However, Lu Ru recognized me immediately. According to Lu Yao, Lu Ru had been present at the scene when old Master Lu fell ill and had witnessed my descent into the underworld to rescue him. As soon as I entered, Zhang Xuedong's mother greeted me warmly, regarding me with admiration. Recognizing me spared us the need for formal introductions. I approached the bedside to examine the sleeping Zhang Xuedong. Like Lu Yao, she was a quintessential beauty, though her pallor was alarming. Master Chun, could you please take a look and see if Xuedong has encountered any malevolent spirits? As I observed Jiang Xuedong, LV Yao's aunt, Lu Ru, promptly approached with concern, inquiring about the situation. Initially, she had been skeptical of such supernatural matters. However, her attitude shifted dramatically after witnessing the events surrounding her sister's family and old master LV. It was not merely a case of encountering malevolence. Rather, it seemed that a part of her spirit had been lost. Based on LV Yao's earlier description during our journey here, coupled with my current observations, I arrived at this conclusion. Jiang Xuedong's complexion was ashen, her limbs were cold, and notably, her lips were chapped and devoid of color, clear indicators of a soul that had strayed. Naturally, now that her spirit was lost, it was merely a matter of employing the right remedies to retrieve it. Summoning the soul, or calling it back, is a practice with numerous methods in folk tradition. Given that we were in a hospital, I refrained from using my usual method of constructing a bridge of shadows, instead opting to utilize a brush, an ink box, and a piece of yellow talisman paper to draw a spirit-retrieving talisman. If one were to pay close attention, they would notice that some talismans are drawn with vermilion while others are rendered in ink, referred to as red script and black seal respectively. Is there a distinction between the two? Indeed, there is. Red script is primarily employed for exorcism, as vermilion is a substance of the utmost yang, also serving as a medicinal ingredient. This category also includes talismans inscribed with the blood of the most yang. Conversely, black seal is more often used during divine invocations. The spirit-retrieving talisman I utilized, being specifically crafted for summoning souls, was most suitably rendered in black seal. The talisman would bear the name of the individual from whom the spirit was to be retrieved, Jiang Xuedong, along with her birth date and time. Furthermore, in most Taoist traditions, after completing a talisman, it is essential to affix a seal, such as the Yangping Zijigu seal, the Taoist Scripture Master Seal, or the Heavenly Master Seal, to enhance the talisman's efficacy. There are some exceptions, such as in the practice of magical arts, where a seal is unnecessary. However, just as I placed the completed spirit-retrieving talisman beneath Jiang Xuedong's pillow, a sudden, forceful voice rang out, abruptly interrupting my actions. Chapter 43. A series of murders. Halt! What are you doing? Inside the hospital room, the unexpected shout startled me. Upon looking up towards the entrance, I realized that a man in police uniform was glaring at me with a serious expression. The man appeared to be in his late 20s, standing tall with a resolute gaze that exuded an air of authority. Jidong, what brings you here? The sudden appearance of the man was immediately recognized by Jiang Xuedong's mother. Lu Ru, godmother, who is this person? Oh, allow me to introduce him. This is Master Chin, who assisted with the matters concerning the LV family. Lu Ru continued, Master Chun, this is Xuedong's godbrother, Su Jidong, currently working at the Yanqing Police Department. Lu Ru introduced me to Su Jidong and explained his identity. Since he was a god relative of the Jiang family, with no ties to the LV family, he had only heard snippets of discussions among the elders regarding the LV family's affairs and had not witnessed anything firsthand. Thus, upon seeing me, Su Jidong exhibited no goodwill, instead scrutinizing me as if I were a suspect. What is that you are holding? He inquired. A spirit-retrieving talisman. What of it? I replied. Godmother, what on earth are you doing? What era are we in, and you still believe in these superstitions? Do you wish to harm Xuedong? Upon noticing the talisman in my hand, Su Jidong's expression changed dramatically, and he retorted with a forceful tone directed at Lu Ru. Even though Lu Ru was his godmother, he showed no reluctance to criticize her in front of us outsiders. Feudal superstition? Ha! Experience yields true knowledge. How can you dismiss these practices as mere superstition without trying? LV Yao interjected. Moreover, this is a hospital, not a police station. You are a police officer, not a doctor. Su Jidong's domineering demeanor not only irritated me but also prompted LV Yao to speak out against him. Isn't the talisman you hold a form of superstition? It's surprising you graduated from Chang'an University with such a mindset. How is it that you seem to regress after graduation? Indeed, I am not a doctor. But I am Xuedong's godbrother. Since it concerns her, I have every right to intervene. If you truly had the capacity to intervene, then why is Xuedong still unwell? Asked the doctors. She has been hospitalized for several days, received injections and taken medication, yet why does she remain in this state? LV Yao countered. Yes, we must trust in science. But if a person solely relies on science, how is that any different from superstition? Within the confines of the hospital room, aside from myself, LV Yao likely had the most authority to speak on the matter. After all, she had personally experienced and witnessed much. Observing the heated exchange between LV Yao and Su Jidong, Lu Ru hurriedly attempted to mediate. Yao, Jidong, please cease your quarrel, Master Chun. I am Xuedong's mother, and I will take responsibility for this matter. You may proceed with confidence. I shall bear all consequences. Lu Ru called out to me. She had heard LV Yao's words, which had deeply affected her nerves. Seizing the opportunity, I placed the drawn spirit-retrieving talisman beneath Jiang Xuedong's pillow and then took a cup of fresh water. Circling the bed 3 times in each direction, sprinkling it over Jiang Xuedong's body. Soon after completing this simple ritual, I noticed a slightly chilly breeze wafting in through the window. Moments later, the previously slumbering Jiang Xuedong seemed to sense something. Suddenly opening her eyes wide, she then sat up in bed, curling into herself, appearing greatly startled. Xuedong, do not be afraid. Your mother is here, mother. Once she discerned her surroundings, Jiang Xuedong gradually calmed down. Her reaction indicated she had indeed been frightened earlier. Fortunately, she had since broken her fever, and her complexion appeared considerably improved, allowing everyone to breathe a sigh of relief. Su Jidong, having witnessed the entire event, wore a grim expression, seemingly at a loss to explain how my casual actions had resulted in an improvement in Jiang Xuedong's condition. However, he had no time to ponder this, as he approached the bed to comfort Jiang Xuedong and began to inquire about some matters. Xuedong, I heard from your teachers that the deceased was your classmate. Is that correct? Yes, her name is Lu Lily, and she is our class monitor. Your classmates mentioned you were the first to arrive at the scene of the incident. Did you see any suspicious individuals or discover any unusual items at that time? I truly did not. Very well, please rest well during this time, and I will return to ask you further questions if necessary. Su Jidong refrained from probing further, perhaps fearing that his godmother would misunderstand. He quickly approached Lu Ru after standing up, explaining, Godmother, based on our understanding, Xuedong was the first to discover the deceased. So my visit is not only to see her, but also to take a brief statement. Please do not think too much of it. Has there been any progress in the case? Lu Ru inquired with curiosity. Alas, no. Recently, Yanqing has been quite unsettled. There have been 7 murders in just half a month. The most recent occurring last night. Currently, based on the evidence gathered from the scene, we can only speculate that these cases are likely the work of the same perpetrator. So, you mean to say this is a serial murder case? Upon seeing Su Jidong shake his head, LV Yao interjected with interest. Regrettably, Su Jidong did not respond to this question, stating only that the case was too far-reaching and impactful, necessitating confidentiality from all personnel involved to avoid inciting public panic. Upon hearing Su Jidong's words, I was suddenly reminded of my last visit to Yanqing, during which a torrential downpour ensued, accompanied by the sound of police sirens echoing outside. The following morning, while having breakfast, a nearby guest mentioned a murder that had occurred in the vicinity that night. I was uncertain whether there was a connection, but at that moment, I could not afford to dwell on such matters. Night had fallen, and my stomach had begun to grumble. Therefore, I resolved to first satisfy my hunger. However, while dining with LV Yao and Li Dawei, an unfamiliar phone call suddenly came in. I answered the call, and a deep, husky voice with a distinct Yanqing accent immediately resonated on the other end. Initially, I assumed it was a telemarketing call, but once the caller disclosed his identity, I realized he was a member of the Yanqing Police Department. What he subsequently said struck me like a bolt from the blue, leaving me momentarily speechless, causing my chopsticks to clatter to the table. Chapter 44. A text message. W. Li Mei is dead? Oh, I see. You want to take a statement? Very well. I shall see you shortly. As I answered the phone and listened to the caller explain the reason for their call, a sudden blankness engulfed my mind. Li Mei, the assistant to the celebrity Zhang Xiaoya, had exchanged brief words with me just a few days prior when I returned from Yinjing. Yet, I could hardly fathom that mere days later, she had met with such a tragic fate. The news of Li Mei's demise shattered my appetite, leaving me unable to enjoy my meal. Although our acquaintance had been brief, I had once harbored a certain disdain for her due to her involvement in fortune-telling online. However, upon meeting her in person and learning of her role as a celebrity's aide, I found myself sympathizing with her plight. As a star's assistant, she toiled relentlessly, managing the various menial and exhausting tasks for Zhang Xiaoya. Earning meager pay while often enduring the whims of the stars, I admired her resilience and dedication, particularly at such a young age. Little did I anticipate that such a hardworking and capable young woman would meet such a grim end. On my way to the police station, I found myself lost in contemplation, feeling a pang of sorrow at the thought of her untimely death. Upon arriving at the Yinjing Police Department, specifically the Dongshan substation, I was greeted by the officer who had called me, a man named Liu Weiguodai in his 50s. He served as the head of the criminal investigation team and was the lead investigator on this case. Since my visit was solely to assist with the investigation, Liu Weiguo promptly led us into his office and offered us water, displaying a courteous demeanor. "Captain Liu, when did Li Mei pass away?" I inquired. "Last night," he replied, opening his notebook to jot down notes. Although we received the report this morning, the coroner's examination suggests that the time of death was estimated to be between 11 p.m. and 1 a.m. last night. "And the cause of death? I'm afraid we cannot disclose details about the case at this moment," he said apologetically. "We sought you out to gather information, as we discovered that the deceased's phone last displayed the interface for calling you." "Ah?" I was taken aback. "So she attempted to contact me before her death?" Noticing my surprise, Liu Weiguo quickly clarified. I understood his words, but the revelation that Li Mei had tried to reach me shortly before her demise was unexpected. "After all, we were not close. I would hardly consider us friends, Mr. Chen." "Do you work in Yinjing?" Liu Weiguo asked. "No. I'm from out of town. I only came to assist a friend with a matter today." "And what was your relationship with the deceased? How did you come to know her?" "I wouldn't call us friends. We've only met once or twice. She had previously sought me out for a fortune-telling session." "Fortune-telling?" "Yes, my line of work evidently surprised Liu Weiguo, prompting him to scrutinize me anew. After a brief departure from the office, he returned holding a transparent evidence bag containing a photograph. The image depicted a black plastic bag discarded in a public trash bin. Inside the bag were an assortment of candles, red strings, offerings, and a doll crafted from willow branches, adorned with talismans. Unfortunately, the photo's low resolution and nighttime setting obscured the details of the talismans. Nevertheless, it immediately reminded me of the willow spirit I had delivered to Zhang Xiaoya a few days prior. I had inquired then whether she kept such things, and she had denied it. Yet, seeing the photograph on Li Mei's phone, I became convinced that Zhang Xiaoya had indeed lied. The scene suggested that after I had helped Zhang Xiaoya send away the willow spirit, Li Mei had disposed of these items. "This is a photograph we retrieved from the deceased's phone, taken 2 days ago, Mr. Chen. Do you know what these items are for?" "I do not." I feigned ignorance. In truth, I suspected these items were the willow spirit Zhang Xiaoya had previously commissioned, but due to confidentiality agreements, I could only state this. Moreover, even if I revealed the truth, the willow spirit had been sent away a week prior, indicating that Li Mei's death was unrelated to it. Liu Weiguo likely shared this sentiment, as his inquiry stemmed from mere curiosity. "I've heard of multiple recent homicides in Yanjing. I asked this case connected to those incidents?" Seizing the opportunity as Liu Weiguo returned the photograph, I swiftly shifted the conversation. "Mr. Chen, let me reiterate. You are merely assisting us in this investigation, and I will not disclose specific details regarding any homicide case." Liu Weiguo replied, dousing my curiosity with cold water. He proceeded to ask me a series of innocuous questions, which I answered truthfully. By the time we completed the statements, it was already 10 o'clock at night. Before I departed the station, Liu Weiguo expressly advised me to remain in Yinjing for the time being, ready to respond should they require my assistance in the investigation. With no alternative, I acquiesced. Thanks to LV Yao's foresight in reserving a hotel room for us, after finishing a late-night meal, Li Dawei and I returned directly to our accommodations. Lying on the bed, I pondered the conversation at the police station and the circumstances surrounding Li Mei's death. Why had she attempted to call me before her demise? What could she possibly have wanted from someone she hardly knew? This revelation left me thoroughly perplexed as I drifted into slumber. It wasn't until the following morning, around 9 o'clock, that I reluctantly awoke. Originally, my plan was to leave Yinjing after assisting LV Yao's cousin in reclaiming her spirit. However, Li Mei's murder and her attempt to contact me before her death had ensnared me in this web of interconnected crimes. While I was not officially considered a suspect, I felt compelled to remain in Yinjing for the sake of aiding the police in their investigation. Upon learning of Li Mei's death, my immediate impulse had been to seek out Zhang Xiaoya. Given that Li Mei had been her assistant, regrettably, as a major star, Zhang Xiaoya had only ever communicated with me through Li Mei, leaving me without any direct means of contacting her. Just as I wrestled with this dilemma, My phone suddenly buzzed with a new message. Initially, I found the content puzzling, but upon seeing the name at the end, realization dawned. Zhang Xiaoya was the one who had sent me the message. Chapter 45. The threatening letter. I was taken aback by Zhang Xiaoya's initiative to contact me, yet I surmised it was likely related to Li Mei's death. She invited me to meet her at the hotel, and I replied affirmatively, providing her with the details of my accommodation. Approximately half an hour later, Zhang Xiaoya arrived disguised in a black cap and mask, her face obscured. Although I could not see her features clearly, her eyes revealed a weariness that suggested she had aged in the brief time since my last visit to Yinjing. Upon our meeting, Zhang Xiaoya approached me with a sense of urgency. Sharing the news of Li Mei's tragic fate, I had already learned of this the previous night and informed her that the police had taken my statement. Could Li Mei's death be connected to that spirit I delivered? Impossible! Zhang Xiaoya interjected abruptly, cutting off her sentence. I firmly rejected that notion, assuring her that the willow spirit had been sent away, and I had already performed the necessary rites upon returning home. Furthermore, I explained that the willow spirit merely disrupted fortunes, posing no threat to life. Then when I asked if you kept any spirits, you were lying to me. My accusation struck Zhang Xiaoya like a dagger to her heart. She paused momentarily before retrieving a box of cigarettes from her black LV bag, lighting one and taking a few puffs before confessing, yes, that spirit was indeed something I had acquired during my trip to Shaanxi. In the entertainment industry, many engage in spirit keeping, talismanic practices, or even curses, but my intention was solely to improve my luck. I never wished to harm anyone. It makes sense now why several individuals claiming to be celebrity assistants reached out to me for fortune-telling and other services. I mused, reflecting on her statement. So, your purpose for contacting me is related to this? Not exactly, she replied, producing a brown envelope from her bag and handing it to me. What is this? A threatening letter. A threatening letter? My skepticism grew as I opened the envelope. Zhang Xiaoya had indicated. The contents of the letter indeed contained vile curses directed at her, accompanied by traces of blood on the paper. Unfortunately, the letter was typed, making it impossible to investigate through handwriting. However, a particular phrase at the end caught my attention. Zhang Xiaoya, you are nothing but a whore, a vile creature. Do not presume that I am unaware of the unsavory deeds you have been engaged in behind closed doors. You are nurturing ghosts, seducing producers, and even sharing a bed with directors. I possess all the evidence, so brace yourself. Your comeuppance is imminent, starting with your assistant. The contents of the letter are quite explosive. Regardless of their veracity, Zhang Xiaoya's image in my mind has been severely tarnished. I subsequently returned the letter to Zhang Xiaoya and inquired, have you reported this to the police? From the tone of the letter, it seems the sender knows you well. No, she replied. When the police contacted me yesterday, they merely asked for some information regarding Li Mei.as for this letter. I received it this morning. Zhang Xiaoya shook her head, took a deep drag from her cigarette, and sighed heavily. As for the sender's identity, I am currently in the dark, which is why I thought of you first and intended to ask for your discreet assistance in investigating. Honestly, I considered hiring a private detective, but I suspect the sender may be the murderer of Li Mei. Moreover, you successfully assisted me in disposing of Lu Ling's spirit last time, so I trust your capabilities. Rest assured, as long as you help me uncover the sender's identity, I will compensate you handsomely. With that, Zhang Xiaoya extinguished her cigarette and gestured a 5 with her fingers. I was uncertain of the exact amount, but it was certainly more than the previous sum of 100,000. In the end, I acquiesced to her request. It was not merely for the sake of profit. I was entangled in this matter myself. I needed to find a way to uncover the identity of Li Mei's killer swiftly, to clear my name and grant her a peaceful rest. By the way, do you have any connections at the police station? I indicated for Zhang Xiaoya to allow me to keep the threatening letter, then curiously asked, I know a few. She replied, what's the matter? When I went to the police station to give my statement yesterday, I inquired about some information regarding Li Mei's death, but unfortunately, the police refused to disclose anything, claiming I was an assisting party in the case. I understand. Leave this matter to me. I will expedite a request for a case report on Li Mei. Zhang Xiaoya perceived the undertone of my words and readily agreed. Also, please provide me with a contact number. I may need to reach you directly when necessary. Sure, but you must keep it confidential. Not a problem. Due to the sudden demise of her assistant and the unexpected threatening letter she received today, Zhang Xiaoya has decided to cancel all her engagements and remain at home, awaiting the final outcome of this investigation. After seeing her off, I returned to my room and scrutinized the threatening letters several times. Unfortunately, I was left with no leads and felt utterly at a loss. In the afternoon, I received a phone call from Yao. She informed me that her cousin, Jiang Xuedong, had recovered and just been discharged from the hospital. Then she revealed a shocking piece of news. Last night, the Yanjing Academy of Arts was haunted. However, she was unclear on the specifics. She was currently en route to the academy with her classmates to gather more information. I have a college friend who is a reporter at Yanjing Television and is investigating this series of murders. She mentioned that several students were present at the scene last night when the haunting occurred. Then come pick me up. I want to go with you and Li Dawei to check it out. All right, see you soon. Since Li Mei's death might be another incident in the series of murders, I believe that investigating the deceased at the Art Academy could provide a fresh avenue for inquiry, especially since the police were withholding any case details. Half an hour later, Yao arrived at the hotel. Along with her was her college friend, Song Xiaoxia, a frontline reporter for the social news segment at Yanjing Television. It seemed that Yao had briefed her about our connection while en route. Thus, upon meeting, Song Xiaoxia immediately exhibited her journalistic instincts, bombarding me with a flurry of questions. Though these inquiries ventured into the realm of the supernatural, I was too preoccupied to ponder them, providing only cursory responses. On the way, we discussed the haunting at the Art Academy. According to Song Xiaoxia, the incident occurred last night. Initially, following the murder, the police had cordoned off the scene. Yet, several students had sneaked in during the night, inadvertently crossing paths with the supernatural events. Chapter 46. Autopsy Report. Zhang Xiaoya, true to her status as a superstar, possesses extensive connections and remarkable efficiency. Just as I was about to depart with Yao and Song Xiaoxia for the Yanjing Academy of Arts, she called to inform me that the materials were ready and would be sent to me. 15 minutes later, a middle-aged man arrived at the hotel, handing me a leather document folder. Upon opening it, I discovered precisely what I sought: Li Mei's autopsy report and case files. The scene of Zhang Xiaoya's delivery unfolded right before Yao and Song Xiaoxia's eyes. Upon learning that I had obtained these invaluable leads, both women displayed expressions of astonishment and inquired how I had managed to do so. Given the peculiar circumstances and my trust in Yao and her friend, I recounted the events surrounding Li Mei and Zhang Xiaoya without reservation. Zhang Xiaoya, the big star? Exclaimed Yao. Oh my, you actually know her. Is it common for people in your line of work to encounter celebrities? Both Yao and Song Xiaoxia gazed at me with admiration, particularly Song Xiaoxia, as a reporter for Yanjing Television. She understood better than anyone that such big stars were not easily accessible, let alone forming any connections with them. Subsequently, Song Xiaoxia unleashed another barrage of questions, inquiring about Lu Ling's spirit and other gossip regarding those who might be nurturing ghosts within the entertainment industry. I refrained from answering her, instead focusing intently on the autopsy report and case files contained within the leather folder. According to the forensic records in the autopsy report, Li Mei's time of death was estimated to be around 1 o'clock in the morning 2 nights prior. The cause of death was identified as asphyxiation. I found this perplexing, as the report explicitly stated that the forensic examination found no traces of carbon monoxide or any other chemical substances capable of causing fatal asphyxiation within Li Mei's body. Nor did she have any history of illness. This indicated that suicide was not a possibility. If it were not suicide, then it must be homicide. However, the peculiar aspect lay in the fact that the autopsy revealed no signs of struggle or bruising on Li Mei's body. This case was oddly reminiscent of suicide, yet it did not bear the hallmarks of it. It had the appearance of homicide, yet lacked any evidence to substantiate such a claim. Upon sharing the contents of Li Mei's autopsy report with everyone, Yao, who was driving, promptly expressed her opinion. Furthermore, according to the police records in the case files, when they investigated Li Mei's residence, they found no signs of forced entry. Everything was neatly arranged, with no suspicious fingerprints. Additionally, outside of this case, I learned on the way to the crime scene, Song Xiaoxia swiftly took out her notebook to jot down the interview content regarding the 3 students. Indeed, it was on the rooftop of that very building where the incident occurred. It was approximately past 11 last night when a few of us were preparing to go out for an all-night internet session. As we approached the vicinity of the teaching building, we suddenly heard a light, melodic singing emanating from the rooftop point. One of the students, sporting bleached hair, recounted. Following that, another student, clad in a black t-shirt and sporting an afro, continued, and it was a girl's voice. We, not believing in the supernatural, mustered our courage and climbed up. However, once we reached the top, a shadow darted past us. The students endeavored to convey their first-hand experiences from last night to Song Xiaoxia. After their account, they departed. The four of us then proceeded directly into the teaching building, making our way straight to the rooftop. Brother Yang, do you think it could be a ghost? Li Daowei inquired curiously along the way. Lu Yao and Song Xiaoxia both turned to look at me, especially Song Xiaoxia. She had never held much belief in ghosts, and even after hearing Lu Yao's introduction of me, she remained merely skeptical and curious. If I recall correctly, the murder case here should have occurred about a week ago, right? Yes, on July 13th, Song Xiaoxia interjected promptly. The 13th was today the 20th, marking the 7th day since the incident. So, does that mean Lu Lily has returned? As soon as I spoke, Lu Yao immediately grasped the implication. It was at that moment we arrived at the rooftop of the teaching building. ASI opened the door to the top floor. A chilling gust of wind accompanied by the blood-red sunset struck us forcefully in the face. Chapter 47. The Northern Dipper Summons the Soul. The teaching building had only 8 stories, so we easily reached the rooftop. Upon opening the iron gate to the terrace, the gust of cold wind washed over me, sending shivers down my spine. Standing on the terrace, I surveyed my surroundings. The center was cordoned off with caution tape, indicating it was likely where Lu Lily had met her demise. As darkness descended, only a few offices and dormitory buildings within the school remained lit. Standing atop the terrace, taking in the eerie atmosphere, particularly in light of the murder that had transpired here, an inexplicable sense of dread welled up within me. What did you mean by the 7th day? Has Lu Lily's spirit truly returned? Song Xiaoxia inquired, snapping several photographs with her camera while questioning me. I replied, "This is merely my conjecture based on the descriptions provided by those 3 students, which is why I plan to stay here tonight. If indeed it is the spirit of the deceased returning, I may have the opportunity to communicate with her. Is it true? Are there really ghosts in this world? Can you communicate with them?" The question posed by Brother Yang was met with jest. Not only can Brother Yang communicate with spirits, but he can also traverse the underworld. Shut up, I promptly interjected to halt Li Daowei's words. Despite Song Xiaoxia being a friend of Lu Yao, in my own experiences with the supernatural, I preferred not to draw too much attention to myself. I then briefly explained to Song Xiaoxia, after death, the soul first visits the local earth deity to register, before embarking on the journey to the underworld. However, on the 7th day, the spirit returns via the Wangxiang Tai to bid farewell to the living. Since today marks Lu Lily's 7th day, it would be an opportune moment for me to perform a ritual to summon her. In fact, not only Lu Lily, but earlier this morning, while conversing with Zhang Xiaoya at the hotel, I had also contemplated summoning Li Mei's spirit on her 7th day to seek clarity. Why the 7th day, rather than any other time? The reason lies in what I've just mentioned. Furthermore, during my previous experiences in the underworld rescuing the old master of the L family, I specifically mentioned the process one undergoes after death. Upon death, the soul departs the body, dissipates, while the spirit first visits the local earth deity or city god to register, before proceeding along the Yellow Springs Road to report to the underworld. During the period when the spirit is reporting, neither mediums nor Taoist priests can summon spirits through various methods. It is only on the 7th day, when the spirit reaches the Wangxiang Tai, that the soul's collector grants them a day's reprieve, allowing them to return to the living world to say their goodbyes. This 7th day is what is commonly referred to as the head 7. It is also the time when dreams of the deceased are most likely to occur. If one observes carefully, they will notice that on this night, peculiar noises often arise, and dreams of departed loved ones are common. Once the head 7 passes, the spirit returns to the underworld, and unless they are those who have been left unburied or have become restless spirits due to neglect, normal souls cannot be summoned again, let alone communicated with. In other words, from last night until 11 tonight, we have the prime opportunity for spiritual communication. Exactly. My explanation enlightened journalist Song Xiaoxia. Subsequently, I signaled everyone to remain calm here, as the most propitious time for summoning was during the midnight hours of the high and Z times. Time crept by soon. As nightfall enveloped us, everything fell into silence. Since it was still early, we temporarily left the rooftop to grab a bite nearby. After our meal, I settled on a bench by the lake in the school park, revisiting the autopsy report and case files of Li Mei under the glow of the lights. The weather was pleasantly cool. In the campus, students and teachers occasionally strolled about after dinner, walking their dogs. Despite the recent murder and the tales of hauntings from last night, life continued unabated, with many perceiving it merely as students fabricating drama for attention. After all, it was the 21st century. This was a university, not a marketplace or tea house. While I was engrossed in my research, Lu Yao and Song Xiaoya happened to approach. Lu Yao had just seen off her cousin Jiang Shuedong. Earlier during dinner, Jiang Shuedong had gone to her dormitory, as she had fully recovered, and since the school had announced an early break, she was returning to pack her belongings to catch a flight back to Donghai with her parents. Take a look at this poster. Lu Yao handed me a celebrity poster. The individual on the poster was a currently popular female singer. I had little interest in such matters, but having encountered news of these entertainers daily, I gradually recognized them. Lu Lily's dormitory was adjacent to Shuedong's. While helping Shuedong pack, I had also visited Lu Lily's dormitory. Her roommate mentioned that Lu Lily had attended a signing event for this singer on the day of her murder. Lu Yao sat on a nearby stone bench, stating that the police had already taken most of Lu Lily's belongings, and hearing her classmates mention this, she brought the poster along, hoping it might serve as a clue when meeting Lu Lily's spirit later. In contrast to my demeanor, Lu Yao appeared quite optimistic. As time wore on, the night deepened, and the air grew increasingly stifling. The earth felt like a steamer, with thick air seemingly suspended, causing discomfort. Even the dogs on leashes began to grow restless, barking incessantly. Approaching midnight, I signaled everyone to return to the rooftop and prepare for the summoning. Commonly referred to as spiritual communication, there are numerous methods prevalent in folklore. Many are familiar with techniques such as pin spirit, plate spirit, asking rice, and mediums, all of which fall into this category. However, for me, the most adept method remains utilizing magical techniques. Around 10:30 p.m., I arranged the incense burner, candles, and paper money I had prepared earlier on the terrace. I then took out 7 copper coins and positioned them in the northeast direction to form the shape of the Big Dipper. The northeast direction is the gateway to the underworld. Why arrange the Big Dipper? As I previously mentioned, the southern dipper governs life, while the northern dipper governs death. All souls, as long as they exist in the mortal realm, I can summon them using the power of the northern dipper. This means that regardless of where Lu Lily's spirit might be, as long as she is in the living realm, I can call her forth through the Big Dipper. Since today marks the 7th day of the deceased Lu Lily, if all goes well, I should be able to extract some information from her before midnight, perhaps even uncover the identity of her killer. However, I had underestimated the complexity of the situation. As I began the summoning, after 2 hours of waiting, the moment of Z passed, yet Lu Lily's spirit never appeared. Simultaneously, I noticed that the pointers on the divination board remained motionless. In other words, Lu Lily's spirit had never manifested in the mortal realm at any point. Chapter 48. Coincidence? The present circumstances are beyond the imagination of anyone, including myself. I am equally astonished by this turn of events. It is a well-established principle that after death, the soul is destined to return within the first 7 days, regardless of the individual or the cause of death. This has been a fundamental truth since time immemorial regarding the balance of yin and yang. If Lu Lily's spirit is absent, there are only 2 possible explanations. First, her soul may have been taken by someone after her demise, or second, her spirit had already departed prior to her death. As for which possibility holds true, I cannot ascertain at this moment. Upon witnessing my failure to commune with the spirit, both LV Yao and Song Xiaoxia shuddered, especially after hearing my 2 hypotheses. Not wishing to linger any longer, and recognizing that my attempt to summon the soul was fruitless and time was of the essence, I decided to return to the hotel to reconsider my strategy. On my way back, I placed a call to the celebrity Zhang Xiaoya, hoping that her connections could assist in uncovering the specifics surrounding the recent homicides in Yinjing, particularly the identities of the victims. Initially perplexed by my request, Zhang Xiaoya only grasped the importance of the information once I revealed that Li Mei's death might be linked to the serial killings. She promptly agreed to assist me. The next morning, while I was still asleep, Zhang Xiaoya called to inform me that the information had been dispatched. Approximately half an hour later, I successfully obtained the desired documents. Back in my hotel room, I meticulously examined the material. Perhaps due to the hasty preparation or an intention to keep certain details from an outsider like myself, the information provided was rather scant, only including the names, ages, professions, contact details of relatives and friends, and causes of death of the victims, with no mention of the intricate case details. According to the data, there have been a total of 8 homicide cases in Yinjing. including Li Mei. All 8 victims were female, with asphyxiation listed as the cause of death, and, like Li Mei, no external injuries were found by the forensic experts. Among them, the oldest was 32 years of age, while the youngest was merely 17. The victims' professions varied significantly. Some were students, others were corporate employees, and some were individual entrepreneurs. One victim's profession caught my attention. Yu Hong, a 23, to my astonishment, it was indeed her name that resonated, causing me to instinctively pause. The name carried an undeniable weight. For the sake of discretion, I shall refer to her as Tianjing. Compared to Zhang Xiaoya, Tianjing gained prominence much earlier, undoubtedly holding a superior status within the entertainment industry. Her rise to fame can be traced back to the mid-1990s, when she shot to stardom through a nationally acclaimed historical drama, after which her popularity soared, establishing her as a household name and a major celebrity. As for whether the threatening letter sent to Zhang Xiaoya was authored by Tianjing, I refrained from speculating further with her. Zhang Xiaoya was well aware of this, which is why she specifically urged me at the end of our call not to discuss it with anyone, lest it provoke unnecessary misunderstandings. After hanging up, I found myself ensnared in insomnia. It was not the conversation with Zhang Xiaoya that preoccupied my thoughts, but rather the events surrounding the soul summoning atop the Yanqing Art Academy that night. The absence of Lu Lily's spirit during the 7th day after her demise puzzled me immensely. It is worth noting that just last night, 3 students from the school distinctly heard melodies emanating from the rooftop and even glimpsed a spectral figure. If that apparition was not the spirit of Lu Lily, then whose could it be? This case was proving to be far more intricate than I had initially anticipated. As I pondered, sleep eluded me. Noticing that LV Yao was online on QQ, I decided to express my desire to meet Su Jidong. Su Jidong was the investigator assigned to this case, and if I could establish contact with him, I would have the opportunity to examine the deceased remains. Have you made any discoveries? LV Yao promptly replied. I explained. During the spirit summoning at the school, I surmised that Lu Lily's soul had vanished. Hence my intention to inspect the bodies of the deceased for confirmation. How will you ascertain that? She inquired. You'll find out when the time comes. When you speak with Su Jidong, tell him I have made a significant discovery regarding the case. I am not particularly fond of typing on my phone, and given that voice input was not available at that time, I refrained from providing a lengthy response. LV Yao did not press further and simply acknowledged with an OK emoji before agreeing. Despite having had a minor altercation with Jiang Shuedong's elder brother at the hospital, which had left me with a less than favorable impression of him, I recognized that he was, after all, the investigator on this case. My current priority was not to harbor biases against certain individuals, but to set them aside. Naturally, I anticipated that Su Jidong would not easily acquiesce to my request, which is why I had emphasized the phrase significant discovery during my chat with LV Yao. That would serve as my bargaining chip. It was not until 2:30 a.m. that I finally drifted into a restless slumber. The following day, before I had fully awakened, LV Yao called to inform me that Su Jidong had agreed to my request and instructed me to head directly to the police station. Although I was still fatigued, the news propelled me out of bed. Around 8:30 a.m., after breakfast, I proceeded to the Forensic Identification Center of the Yanqing Police Station with Li Dawei and LV Yao. Upon hearing the news, Song Xiaoxia also drove there independently. The Forensic Identification Center, a quaint 4-story building, stood across from the police station, exuding an air of antiquity. The premises were enclosed by a wall, and although the courtyard in front was adorned with various flowers and plants, I felt an overwhelming sense of eeriness and solemnity upon entering. Su Jidong had been waiting for some time. He appeared to be acquainted with Song Xiaoxia, and their conversation ceased only upon my arrival. When he noticed me approach, his gaze was still laced with disdain. However, due to the information divulged by LV Yao earlier that morning, he inquired about the clues as soon as I alighted from the vehicle. LV Yao mentioned you have made a significant discovery regarding the case. Pray tell, what is it? May I discuss it after examining the remains? I replied. Su Jidong's tone remained unyieldingly harsh, which made me uncomfortable, yet I felt compelled to endure it for the sake of validating my suspicions. He shot me a disapproving glance. Perhaps considering the presence of LV Yao and Song Xiaoxia, he refrained from further comment and led the way into the building. Despite the Forensic Identification Center being a modest 4-story structure, the morgue was typically located in the basement. The above floors housed various facilities such as autopsy rooms, archives, offices, and rest areas. As the accompanying forensic pathologist explained, due to the ongoing investigation, the police had temporarily stored the remains of the 8 deceased, including Li Mei, here, as soon as I exited the elevator. A chilling draft enveloped me. To be candid, although I had dealt with the deceased for many years and had previously ventured into the underworld, this was my first visit to such a place, and I felt a twinge of trepidation. Inside the morgue, an oppressive atmosphere prevailed, while the forensic pathologist appeared entirely accustomed to the surroundings. Upon opening the door, he skillfully slid open the drawers of the morgue. Revealing the bodies of the 8 deceased before us, I held my breath as I approached and boldly unzipped one of the body bags. Sure enough, after glimpsing the remains, I finally grasped the gravity of the situation. "Well, have you made any discoveries?" LV Yao inquired curiously as she approached, noticing my prolonged silence and furrowed brow after inspecting the bodies. With a heavy sigh, I replied, "It seems my suspicions were correct. The 3 vital points of these individuals have already been sealed, indicating that their souls had departed long before their deaths." "What do you mean by the 3 vital points?" Let me remind you. This is a forensic identification center, not a fortune-telling establishment. If you wish to indulge in superstitions, please refrain from doing so in a place like this. Su Jidong interjected sternly before I could respond to LV Yao's question. However, I paid him no mind and turned back to the bodies, ready to elucidate further to LV Yao and the equally intrigued Song Xiaoxia. Humans are the product of the union of heaven and earth. Thus, from the moment of conception, our beings harbor 3 innate energies derived from the cosmos. These 3 energies, known in Taoism as the 3 flowers of vitality, are essential to our existence. We often hear practitioners of Taoism emphasize the importance of breathing out the old and inhaling the new in their practice of returning to one's true essence. The true essence refers to these 3 energies. However, after birth, these energies are suppressed by the atmospheric energies we inhale, converging instead at 3 significant points in the body, which serve as the connections for the soul. These points are referred to as gates. And where exactly are these gates located? Song Xiaoxia asked, preparing her camera to capture both my explanation and the scene before us. Yet, her intentions were ultimately thwarted by myself and the others present. Continuing, I elaborated, the heavens possess 3 wonders, the sun, moon, and stars. The earth has 3 qualities, wood, fire, and earth, and humanity has 3 essences, spirit, energy, and essence. Among these, the essence of spirit pertains to the 3 gates. The spirit gate is located between the brows. The energy gate is positioned about a finger's breadth above the navel, at the dantian, and the essence gate resides at the center of each foot. Typically, whether alive or deceased, these 3 gates remain open. However, should a person become disassociated from their soul while alive, or if some force seals their connection to these innate gates, death ensues, leading to the closure of these gates, resulting in noticeable rigidity at their locations, akin to hardened lumps of flesh. As I was explaining to Lu Yao and Song Xiaoxia, the forensic expert nearby curiously approached the corpse and pressed down on the 3 key points I had just mentioned: the center of the deceased's forehead, the abdomen, and the soles of the feet. As expected, after verifying the truth of my assertions, the forensic expert widened his eyes in disbelief. However, I was no longer concerned with such reactions. The accuracy of my judgment implied that the souls of these deceased had vanished. If the most tragic fate for the living is to be homeless, then for the dead, nothing is more sorrowful than the loss of their souls. Frankly speaking, upon reaching this conclusion, I felt a profound sadness. They were victims, unable to enjoy their lifespan during their lives, and now they had met such a dismal end in death. I was uncertain about the reasons behind their fate, so after leaving the morgue, I specifically inquired with Su Jidong, hoping to obtain detailed information about these deceased, particularly their birth dates. If a person's soul cannot be found in life, it can only be said that they must have encountered a formidable sorcerer or malevolent spirit. As for why such calamity befell them, it was evident that these 8 deceased possessed some unique characteristics. The 8 characters of their birth dates would reveal this most clearly. Initially, upon hearing my request, Su Jidong was reluctant. Observing his hesitance, I proposed exchanging clues for information and shared parts of my conversation with Zhang Xiaoya from the previous night. Particularly, I mentioned that all 8 deceased were fans of the singer Xie Zhixin, who was also associated with the Tianda Xianghui. With Lu Yao and Song Xiaoxia vouching for me, and the validation of my earlier statements by his forensic colleagues, Su Jidong, though still skeptical, ultimately agreed. 10 minutes later, Su Jidong returned to the entrance of the Forensic Identification Center, holding an A4 sheet. Although the content on the paper was brief, it contained the birth dates of the deceased. Some were precise down to the hour, while others only provided the year, month, and day. However, these details were of little consequence to me. Once back in the car, I borrowed paper and pen from Song Xiaoxia and immediately converted the year, month, and day into the traditional heavenly stems and earthly branches. Here, I digress. In today's technological age, there are an array of ancient calendar applications available on mobile phones, making it easy to check the information when needed. Yet in earlier times, including as far back as 2005, mobile phones were not as advanced, and their functions were quite rudimentary. Thus, for those of us in the field of divination, quickly finding the heavenly stems and earthly branches for a specific year, month, day, or even hour required either carrying an ancient calendar or relying on the wisdom passed down by our predecessors. In the system of heavenly stems and earthly branches, the year is the easiest to ascertain, as there is only one per year. However, the subsequent month, day, and hour are more complex. Therefore, in the study of fate, our ancestors developed a method. 1. Year determines month. This involves deducing the month's heavenly stems and earthly branches based on the year's. This method is known as 5 tigers retreating for the year. Why is it called this? Because the first month is the month of establishment, marking the time when the handle of the Big Dipper returns to the eastern position after a full cycle through the seasons. The east corresponds to the branch of Yin, which represents the tiger, hence the name 5 tigers retreating for the year. The mnemonic for this method is, in the years of Jia and Ji, Bing takes the lead. In the years of Yi and Gung, Wu is the head. For Bing and Xian years, seek Gung above. For Ding and Ren, follow the current flow if asking about Wu and Gue. Seek above Jia and Yin.to illustrate, for instance, what is the heavenly stem for the first month of 2024? Since 2024 is the year of Jia Chun, according to the first line of the mnemonic. In the years of Jia and Ji, Bing takes the lead. This indicates that the heavenly stem for the first month of 2024 is Bing, and since I previously mentioned that the first month establishes Yin, it follows that this year's first month is Bing Yin. 2. Month determines day. This involves deducing the day's heavenly stems and earthly branches based on the month's. This method is called shooting stars chasing the moon. This method was originally summarized by the blind school of Bazi, but due to its lengthy mnemonic and complex process, I will refrain from elaborating further here. 3. Day determines time. This deduces the heavenly stems and earthly branches of a specific hour based on a given day. This method is known as 5 mice retreating for the day. In this method, the first hour of the day is always Z, which corresponds to the mouse, giving rise to this name. For me, calculating the heavenly stems and earthly branches using these mnemonics posed no difficulty. Thus, I quickly became adept at converting the times of the deceased into heavenly stems and earthly branches. However, upon closely examining the birth charts of these deceased, I finally understood why they had met such a tragic end. Chapter 51. Special Fate Patterns. No wonder. The problem lies here. After arranging the 8 characters, I looked over the 4 pillars of these deceased's charts and found, without exception, that they all possessed 8 characters. Even worse, they were afflicted by the Tiango calamity. What does this mean? Lu Yao inquired curiously. The so-called 8 characters means that all the heavenly stems and earthly branches in the 8 characters are Yin. In the 10 heavenly stems and 12 earthly branches, odd numbers are Yang while even numbers are Yin. Individuals with entirely Yin characters carry a heavier Yin energy than usual, making them more susceptible to attracting unclean entities. So, does this imply that their deaths were entirely related to these 8 characters? As soon as I finished speaking, Song Xiaoxia, sitting in the passenger seat, quickly followed my reasoning and posed this question. Not entirely did I shook my head. If it were merely a matter of 8 characters, they would be prone to attracting unclean entities, but would not necessarily invite fatal disasters, or end up with their souls vanishing or scattering. After all, 8 characters are quite common. The most deadly aspect is that they are afflicted by the Tiango calamity. Tiango. What is that? Song Xiaoxia asked. Intrigued, I attempted to explain in the simplest terms. You have undoubtedly heard of the phenomenon of the Tiango eating the moon. In folklore, Tiango is a malevolent star and a symbol of disaster in Taoism and divination. Tiango is a natural spirit in many regions. There is the tradition of avoiding the Tiango direction during weddings. The Tiango direction refers to the location where Tiango appears. This means that if the day of the wedding coincides with the appearance of this malevolent star, it can lead to marital discord or even childlessness. Hence, many individuals consult fortune tellers to choose auspicious dates and times for their wedding to avoid this ominous force. Additionally, in certain areas, people will post an image of Zhang Xian to ward off Tiangong before their wedding. And after marriage, they may seek blessings from Zhang Xian for children. In Taoism and folk culture, Zhang Xian is believed to pacify Tiangong. Anyone afflicted by Tiangong, especially women, is naturally prone to bloodshed, and thus their fate carries an inherent aura of malevolence. If the individual also possesses 8 characters, while it may seem innocuous to ordinary people, in the eyes of unscrupulous sorcerers, their souls become prime material for ghost crafting. Ghost crafting? As I finished speaking, Lu Yao suddenly understood the implication. No wonder when you summoned souls on the rooftop last night, you said Lu Lily's soul had already vanished. Wait, can I interpret your mention of ghost crafting as the so-called nurturing of little ghosts? You could say that, essentially, they are similar in nature. The distinction lies in that ghost crafting specifically refers to using adult souls, while nurturing little ghosts involves utilizing the spirits of stillborn infants. In response to Song Xiaoxia's inquiry, I provided an affirmative answer. Whether it is ghost crafting or nurturing little ghosts, both are unscrupulous practices employed by sorcerers seeking profit. Compared to nurturing little ghosts, ghost crafting, though high risk, offers high rewards. The risks are substantial due to the potent resentment of adult souls, which can be difficult to control. A failed attempt at ghost crafting can result in backlash. However, the rewards are significant because once successfully crafted, the power of the ghost far exceeds that of a little ghost. Nurturing little ghosts can only aid in attracting wealth, changing fate, and improving marital prospects. Whereas ghost crafting can also assist in unspeakable deeds, even altering one's destiny or extending life. This explains why certain sorcerers choose to take such risks, particularly with the 8 victims of this serial murder case, as their unique fates make them easier to craft into ghosts. The consequences of being targeted by unscrupulous practitioners are dire. As I continued, "Be why your reasoning, it seems one should be cautious in revealing their birth details." Lu Yao remarked, "Exactly, especially the hour, if possible. Refrain from disclosing it." I wholeheartedly agreed with Lu Yao's sentiment. In this day and age, many people readily share their precise birth times online to seek divination, which, while convenient, comes with its own set of risks. If your 8 characters are commonplace, it may not be an issue. But if your 8-character pattern is unique, caution is warranted. What about nurturing little ghosts? Can you elaborate? Song Xiaoxia interjected once more. I've heard rumors about celebrities nurturing little ghosts during my years as a reporter, but I remain unsure of their veracity. Compared to using adults for ghost crafting, nurturing little ghosts is significantly easier, as little ghosts are infant spirits, whose resentment is lighter if well cared for. They will assist you in your endeavors. I remarked that, aside from certain folk practices in our country, the practitioners of the dark arts in the South Seas are particularly adept at raising spirits. Otherwise, why would those celebrities in the entertainment industry frequently travel there? Upon this realization, Song Xiaoxia's eyes widened in understanding, and she hurriedly took diligent notes on my observations. At present, due to my lack of concrete evidence, I could only discuss the matter at hand, boldly speculating that based on the fact that the deceased's innate 3 gates had been closed upon my discovery of the body in the morgue, my judgment was likely quite accurate. The perpetrator must have, through some means, discerned the unique fate of these 8 deceased individuals and harbored malicious intentions, forcibly seizing their souls. As for why the deceased suffocated without any visible signs of injury, it appears that this murderer must have employed some form of malevolent sorcery. In other words, there certainly exists a dangerous individual in Yinjing skilled in the arts of spirit cultivation and manipulation. I solemnly shared my conclusions with everyone, which left all present in the vehicle utterly speechless. Even Lu Yao, among others, gazed at me in astonishment, as if my words had struck fear into their hearts. It is indeed unsettling. Such matters would frighten not only ordinary people but even someone like me, who frequently traverses the realms of the living and the dead. Simultaneously, I felt a profound anger. After all, to use the souls of the living to cultivate spirits is a heinous act, utterly devoid of morality. To subject this perpetrator to 1,000 tortures would be no overstatement. Furthermore, while arriving at this conclusion, I also pondered why Li Mei had called me before her demise. Perhaps it was because she had witnessed something beyond the ordinary before her misfortune, instinctively thinking of me, a practitioner of the yin-yang arts. After all, I had previously foretold Zhang Xiaoya's fortune and assisted in guiding away the spirit of Lu Ling. She was aware of my expertise in such matters. Regrettably, the call never connected. Had it done so, I might have been able to save her at the first opportunity, or at least glean some vital clues from her. The thought of this stirred a twinge of guilt and self-reproach deep within me. Chapter 52. Spirit Descent. As for the identity of the assailant, I remain in the dark. The only major suspect that comes to mind is the Tian de Xianghui, mentioned by Zhang Xiaoya over the phone last night. She had noted that there was a formidable master within this organization, known not only for his accurate fortune-telling and ability to alter destinies, but also for summoning spirits, with many in the entertainment industry among his clientele. Given the connection to the entertainment world, I plan to follow this lead and investigate Tian de Xianghui. Unfortunately, Zhang Xiaoya had yet to acquire the address for me. When I inquired with Song Xiaoxia, a local of Yanjing, she too claimed to have never heard of it. Left with no choice, Li Daowei and I departed the forensic center and returned to our hotel. Meanwhile, Lu Yao and Song Xiaoxia went directly to find Su Jidong after my departure, conveying my earlier deductions to the police. This was my intention, after all. Ultimately, solving the case relies on the police's efforts. My role is merely to provide them with a perspective based on my knowledge. Upon returning to the hotel and discussing with Lu Yao via QQ, I learned that Su Jidong had laughed at the so-called clues upon hearing them, subjecting Lu Yao and Song Xiaoxia to ridicule. To him, these were mere superstitions, devoid of credibility. However, with regard to Tian de Xianghui, the police maintained a meticulous approach, choosing to investigate it rather than dismissing it outright. After all, it was a lead we had obtained from Zhang Xiaoya. And one of the deceased was her assistant. Even if Su Jidong and his colleagues did not believe us, they could not afford to overlook Zhang Xiaoya, a prominent star. Around midday, I received a call from Zhang Xiaoya. The situation was progressing smoothly. She had successfully extracted the specific address of Tian de Xianghui from her close friend, Tian Jing. During our conversation, I also learned that tomorrow marks the 19th day of the 6th lunar month, a date when Tian de Xianghui would hold a so-called blessing ceremony, attracting numerous individuals from the entertainment industry, including Zhang Xiaoya's close friend, the star Tian Jing, and her niece, the singer Xie Jixin, who had a mysterious connection to all the deceased. For most, June 19th holds no particular significance, but for Buddhists and folk ceremonies, it is a day commemorating Guanin's enlightenment. There is a well-known saying in folklore and Buddhism regarding the 3 births of Guanin. These 3 births are celebrated on the 19th day of the 2nd lunar month, the 19th day of the 6th lunar month, and the 19th day of the 9th lunar month. During these dates, not only folk ceremonies but also Buddhist temples often hold events such as bathing the Buddha, blessings, and releasing life. Since tomorrow is the day to visit Tian de Xianghui, I plan to rest well in the meantime. After this incident, I realized that I truly am not suited for involvement in criminal investigations. Solving cases is far more troublesome than fortune-telling or feng shui. It drains both mental and physical energy, leaving me sleepless for days, my head heavy as if filled with lead. My greatest wish now is to swiftly identify the perpetrator, thus preventing further tragedies and allowing me to leave Yanjing sooner. After taking a rejuvenating nap that evening, Li Daowei and I decided to find a place to enjoy skewers and drinks to unwind. However, just as we were about to exit the hotel, Zhang Xiaoya's call came through unexpectedly. Master Qin, are you free right now? I have something urgent that requires your assistance. You're still at the hotel, right? I've sent a car over. You'll understand once you arrive. Without waiting for me to inquire about the situation, Zhang Xiaoya took the lead, agreeing on my behalf. I paid little mind, as her tone had conveyed a sense of urgency, indicating that she might be in trouble. Since she sought my help, it was undoubtedly not an ordinary predicament. 5 minutes later, the car dispatched by Zhang Xiaoya arrived at the hotel. Li Daowei and I got in and were driven to a villa on the outskirts of Yanjing. Zhang Xiaoya had been waiting for some time. Upon my arrival, she swiftly approached the car to explain the situation. One of my junior sisters has suddenly gone mad, frothing at the mouth and self-harming. Mad? I inquired. Yes, she has previously suffered from depression, but she's never been as frenzied as she is today. I sensed something was amiss, so I wanted you to come and take a look. I absorbed her words in shock. Zhang Xiaoya succinctly recounted the reasons for my visit, while leading me into the villa. According to her account, the incident had unfolded quite suddenly, and since her junior sister was a recently promoted idol singer within their company, They had not immediately called for an ambulance, but instead restrained her first. Upon entering the bedroom on the second floor, I discovered 3 men desperately holding down a short-haired girl in her 20s. Though the girl struggled on the floor, her face contorted in rage, her disheveled hair obscuring half of her features, I recognized her instantly as the singer Panting. The reason for my recognition stemmed from a reality talent show that had garnered immense popularity this year. Besides the singer Xiejixin, Panting was also one of the contestants. Another individual linked to Xiejixin, I mused. From the previous 8 homicides to the sudden madness of Panting, although I had yet to ascertain whether these events were interconnected. The direction of the clues suggested that it was utterly implausible to believe that the entire affair had no relation to Xiejixin. She has fallen victim to a curse, and it appears to be a spirit descent. I crouched down, cautiously placing my hand before Panting's nostrils, then meticulously observed her eyes and abdomen. Panting's breathing was rapid, as though she were suffocating, and there were dark spots in her eyes. Additionally, her abdomen, particularly around the navel, bore scattered bloodstains. Based on these symptoms, I arrived at my earlier conclusion: a curse. The dark arts of the South Seas. What on earth is happening? Why would a perfectly healthy individual suddenly fall victim to such sorcery? My words not only left Zhang Xiaoya in utter astonishment, but the nearby middle-aged men also displayed expressions of profound bewilderment. However, at that moment, I had no time to explain. Instead, I immediately instructed them to procure a rope or a belt to bind Panting's hands and feet without delay. Chapter 53. Invoking the 4 divine guardians. With a collective effort, we successfully restrained Panting using 2 belts, allowing her a temporary respite. Subsequently, I directed Zhang Xiaoya to close all the doors and windows in the room and to prepare a clove of garlic along with a bottle of strong liquor. Due to the suddenness of Zhang Xiaoya's phone call, I had been unable to grab my backpack, so I was left to improvise with the most common items at hand to counteract the spirit possession afflicting Panting. Although Zhang Xiaoya was filled with questions and uncertain about the purpose of these items, she promptly complied. Why did I deduce that Panting had fallen victim to a form of witchcraft? Here, I must first elucidate our understanding of such practices within the realms of Yin-Yang practitioners and Taoism. Despite the myriad theories surrounding the origins of this witchcraft, based on my observations and the wisdom passed down from my forebears, I believe that witchcraft, much like voodoo, fundamentally represents a form of poison. The distinction lies in the fact that witchcraft employs talismans, corpse oil, ashes, and malevolent entities as its means of poisoning, whereas voodoo utilizes insects. From this perspective, it is highly probable that this form of witchcraft originated in our country and, with the passage of time and the migration of populations, gradually absorbed elements from the witchcraft practices of the Yunnan Guizhou region and the local shamanistic traditions of Southeast Asia, ultimately evolving into what is now recognized as witchcraft. Since witchcraft itself is a form of poison, one can surmise that if poisoned, the blood within the human body would inevitably be affected. Blood is the essence of the liver, and the eyes are the windows to the liver. This explains why ancient forensic experts would first examine the eyes when conducting autopsies. They could discern whether the corpse had been poisoned by observing the eyes. Typically, individuals afflicted by witchcraft exhibit dark spots or lines within their eyes, which serves as the basis for my conclusion that Panting had indeed fallen victim to witchcraft. As for why I determined that Panting had succumbed to spirit possession, it is because spirit possession involves the witchcraft practitioner using a particular malevolent entity as a medium. If a person inadvertently comes into contact with this medium, the malevolent entity will attach itself and become parasitic. In this regard, spirit possession bears some resemblance to the phenomenon commonly referred to as being haunted by a ghost. Once this form of witchcraft manifests, the malevolent entity influences the individual's aura, resulting in symptoms akin to madness. The dantian, regarded as the sea of energy within a person, serves as a crucial nexus for the flow of energy. Thus, if a malevolent entity takes hold, disrupting the aura, the dantian area often displays blood spots. Present, Panting exhibited such symptoms. With malevolent entities present, the next step is to expel them. In everyday life, garlic and strong liquor are among the most common exorcistic substances. The liquor should preferably be of high proof and made from grains. Those artificially concocted through technological means lack any exorcistic properties. However, this time, I did not intend merely to expel the malevolent entity from Panting. Given that she had been covertly afflicted by witchcraft, I aimed to eradicate it entirely to prevent the malevolent entity from escaping and harming others. Therefore, once Zhang Xiaoya brought forth a clove of garlic and a bottle of Maotai. I promptly pricked my finger, allowing my blood to draw a talisman on each of the 4 walls of the bedroom. There are numerous methods for expelling malevolent entities. This time, due to my haste, I had not brought my usual tools, so after careful consideration, I decided to employ the invocation of the 4 divine guardians from the mystic arts. The 4 divine guardians are not the mythical Qinglong and Baihu, but rather 4 deities who patrol the 4 cardinal directions. We know that a day is divided into 12 hours, corresponding to the 12 earthly branches. These 12 earthly branches represent the 12 celestial positions through which the sun traverses. In the realm of mystic arts, these 12 earthly branches correspond to 12 deities situated within the celestial gates of the Yellow Path. Among these 12 deities, 4 are assigned to duty each day, patrolling the cardinal directions, east, south, west, and north, where they discern auspiciousness and inauspiciousness, good and evil, and rectify malevolent forces. To ascertain which 4 deities are on duty that day, one must calculate based on the year's ruling tai sui and the day's heavenly stems and earthly branches. For me, deducing this was not a challenge. I swiftly identified the 4 divine guardians for the day. Today, being a Jimao day, the eastern guardian is Gongqiao, the southern guardian is Tai, the western guardian is Congkue, and the northern guardian is Dengming. The symbols I had drawn on the walls with my blood served as a summons for their assistance. Once the symbols were completed, I gestured for Li Dawei to forcibly pry open Panting's mouth and directly insert the garlic. Following this, I applied the liquor onto her body, particularly her abdomen. Upon completing these actions, I noticed an immediate transformation in Panting. She began to convulse, and a wisp of white smoke emanated from her head. This phenomenon persisted for approximately 5 minutes until a chilling gust of wind surged forth from her, dispersing the white smoke, leaving Panting's body cold and her mouth emitting a piercing, mournful wail. Although the sound originated from Panting, it bore the timbre of a young girl, perhaps 12 or 13 years old, entirely unlike her own voice. This spectacle horrified Zhang Xiaoya and the others. They were witnessing supernatural phenomena for the first time. Their faces frozen in shock, as if they had been electrified, a mixture of tension and trepidation evident in their expressions. However, I could not afford to soothe their fears at that moment, for the invocation of the 4 divine guardians had been completed, and the 4 deities had arrived to assist. The malevolent entity afflicting Panting sensed this newfound power and began to struggle fiercely. Soon, as the influence of the 4 divine guardians intensified, the wailing grew increasingly desperate and faint. Ultimately, with a violent expulsion of a dark liquid, Panting collapsed, and I realized that the spirit possession had been successfully dispelled, the malevolent entity vanquished by the power of the 4 guardians. Approximately an hour later, the unconscious Panting regained consciousness. She had no recollection of the events that transpired that evening, merely feeling as though she had experienced a dreadful nightmare. Upon awakening, she discovered herself cold, weak, and feeling as though she had just recovered from a severe illness. I informed her that these were symptoms following the dispelling of the spirit possession and that she would recover after a day or 2 of rest. I then inquired if she had encountered any peculiar individuals or objects in the days leading up to this incident. After all, having been subjected to spirit possession, Panting must have come into contact with some form of medium. Initially, Panting denied my suspicions, but soon, she seemed to recall something and pointed to a lipstick on the dressing table beside the bed. It struck me that just last night, Jixin had gifted me a lipstick, claiming it was a limited edition from a high-end brand overseas. I had found it appealing and accepted it. Xie Jixin? The lipstick? A sudden realization dawned upon me. My earlier conjectures had indeed been correct, and this matter was once again linked to Xie Jixin. Curiously, I picked up the lipstick to examine it, swiftly identifying the source of the issue. Was there something wrong with the lipstick? It was made from corpse oil. Faced with Zhang Xiaoya's curiosity, I spoke candidly. Upon hearing my words, everyone present was left in a state of shock. Chapter 54. The blessing ceremony. My declaration successfully silenced everyone in the room. Corpse oil. Even if they are unaware of the reasons behind this object being fashioned into lipstick, they are well aware of what it truly is. This is especially true for Panting herself. The mere thought that the lipstick she applied today is made from corpse oil renders her not only pale as a ghost but also induces a wave of nausea, as if she might expel her very innards. After all, the average person finds even cockroaches repulsive, let alone oil extracted from a corpse. However, I find myself experiencing a sense of enlightenment and clarity. The reasons for this are twofold. Firstly, I have finally discovered the catalyst behind Panting's descent into the realm of sorcery. Secondly, this unfortunate incident has led me to realize that there may be a sorcerer in Yinjing. Moreover, this sorcerer is likely connected to Xiejixin. Subsequently, I inquired further about Xiejixin from Panting. According to her, in 3 days, they will participate in the grand finale of a large-scale reality talent show. Coincidentally, both she and Xiejixin have made it to the finals. Even more coincidentally, the two are the fiercest competitors for the championship. This implies that Xiejixin may have sought out a sorcerer to cast a spell upon Panting in her quest for victory. I endeavored to weave these clues together. Although such notions may initially sound ludicrous, the entertainment industry is rife with hidden rivalries and treachery. It is not uncommon for actors to vie for resources and recognition, all in pursuit of fame. This competition may appear tranquil on the surface, yet beneath it lies a tumultuous undercurrent. From this perspective, Xiejixin's clandestine dealings with the sorcerer seem entirely plausible. The following morning, I accompanied Li Dawei to the Tianda Xianghui. Today, June 19th, marks the day of a so-called blessing ceremony held by Tianda Xianghui, presenting a perfect opportunity for me to meet the master within. Moreover, Panting's recent incident has cast suspicion upon the singer Xiejixin, who, fortuitously, will also be present. The location of Tianda Xianghui is not in the bustling heart of Yinjing, but rather in the outskirts on a mountain known as Xishan, named for the magnificent dawn light that bathes it in colors at sunrise. Upon our arrival with Zhang Xiaoya, I found this place not only serene but also remarkably concealed. Contrary to my expectations, this was not a traditional Buddhist temple but rather a shrine known as Tianda Xiangmiao. In our daily vernacular, we often refer to temples, yet there is a significant distinction between a Si and a Miao. The primary difference lies in the deities worshipped and their respective purposes. A Si serves as a residence for monks, primarily venerating Buddha and Bodhisattvas, thus being a structure exclusive to Buddhism. Conversely, a Miao can be dedicated to Buddhist icons while also serving to honor various deities, spirits, or renowned figures. Common examples include land temples, city god temples, dragon king temples, and Guandi temples. Additionally, in contemporary society, a major difference between Si and Miao is that the former cannot be privately owned, whereas the latter can be. For instance, the Tianda Xianghui before me. On my way there, I fortuitously encountered a friend of Zhang Xiaoya's from within her circle, Mr. Tan, who owns a film company. Mr. Tan, perhaps mistaking me for Zhang Xiaoya's acquaintance, shared insights about the Tianda Xianghui. It was established last year by a Chinese expatriate from Nanyang named Zheng Jianan, who is highly regarded, with many referring to him as Master Zhang. During his time in Nanyang, Master Zhang became a favored guest among numerous stars in the entertainment industry, renowned for his accurate divinations and various rituals. While I hold little interest in the efficacy of his practices, Mr. Tan's introduction illuminated the fact that this so-called master hails from Nanyang, a region where sorcery is notably prevalent. This realization piqued my interest further. The Tianda Xiangmiao spans a vast area, nearly encompassing the entire mountaintop, surrounded by dense woods that render it quite secluded. Without the guiding signs along the ascent, outsiders could easily lose their way. Furthermore, the architecture, adorned with intricate carvings and exuding an antique charm, leads me to perceive this place less as a temple and more akin to a private estate steeped in materialism. In this day and age, many individuals, upon acquiring wealth, seek to repackage themselves. At just past 9:30. The parking lot before the temple was already filled with a variety of vehicles. While these cars may not be flashy, they include Toyota coasters, Mercedes-Benz vans, and RVs. Though seemingly unremarkable, those who travel in such vehicles are often of notable status, either dignitaries or social elites. It was only upon entering with Zhang Xiaoya that I discovered today's so-called blessing ceremony had not invited the general public. The courtyard was expansive, spanning at least 400 to 500 square meters. The path leading to the main hall was adorned with a red carpet laid out by the event staff, flanked by several rows of grand chairs, behind which stood an array of banners and canopies. A multitude of people had gathered in the courtyard, comprising political and business figures, as well as celebrities, including Zhang Xiaoya's close friend, the renowned star Tianjing. However, I did not spot Tianjing's niece, Xiejixin. Standing at the entrance, I surveyed the scene, estimating that there were at least 100 attendees, with more still arriving. The atmosphere rivaled that of award ceremonies at film and television festivals. Yet, After approximately an hour of waiting, the master had yet to make an appearance. Even Tianjing, who had been chatting with Zhang Xiaoya moments ago, seemed to have vanished. In light of this situation, I took the opportunity to slip away to the back courtyard amidst the bustling crowd, where guests were still milling about due to the ceremony's delay. The back courtyard was even more expansive than the front, shrouded in a dense grove of bamboo. I ventured deeper into the bamboo thicket. An unsettling aura began to envelop me. After navigating a few winding paths, I arrived at a small courtyard nestled within the bamboo. Through the window, I caught sight of 3 individuals inside. One was a middle-aged man, though the dim light obscured my view. The second was Tianjing. The third woman, though I had never seen her in person, I recognized immediately. She was the popular idol singer Xie Zhixin, frequently featured in entertainment news and adored by countless fans. Chapter 55. Evidence. Although I had discovered Tianjing and Xie Zhixin within this bamboo cottage, I refrained from drawing closer. I sensed that something was trailing behind me. As someone who frequently traverses the realms of the living and the dead, I cannot claim to be certain of the presence of malevolent forces. Yet my experience allows me to perceive their existence. Particularly, when I produced my divination compass and observed the needle's erratic movements, my suspicions were confirmed. The unclean entity, I surmised, was likely a malevolent spirit nurtured by Master Zhang. In truth, many sorcerers or wandering practitioners possess the habit of cultivating spirits. This serves not only for profit, but also as a means of self-defense, treating these spirits as protective guardians. They often employ these spirits as bodyguards or servants, maintaining a constant state of vigilance. Should any suspicious activity arise, these malevolent entities would alert their master. Given that approaching recklessly could easily arouse their notice, I prudently retreated from the bamboo grove and returned to the front courtyard to await a more opportune moment. Around 11 o'clock, with Tianjing, Xie Zhixin, and the so-called Master Zhang Jinan all arriving in the front courtyard, the blessing ceremony finally commenced. It was at this moment that I could truly ascertain the appearance of the man revered as Master Zhang. He appeared to be in his 50s or 60s, of short stature, sporting slicked-back hair, a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, and adorned with a heavy gold necklace and rings that were quite ostentatious. From Zhang Jinan's garb and his plump, corpulent figure, he resembled less a master and more a nouveau riche. Seizing the opportunity while Zhang Jinan was engaged in greetings with the guests, I discreetly motioned for Li Daowei to accompany me back to the bamboo grove. With everyone preoccupied in the front courtyard for the ceremony, I found the perfect moment to investigate the small bamboo cottage. Of course, to gain entry, I first needed to deal with the malevolent spirit lurking nearby. Unlike my previous encounter at Panting's residence, I was now equipped with protective tools. Thus, upon returning to the bamboo thicket, I promptly instructed Li Daowei to keep watch while I retrieved a small porcelain vial inscribed with a protective talisman, a white candle, and a small pouch of incense ash from my backpack. I lit the candle and placed the porcelain vial at the entrance of the small cottage. Then, I poured some incense ash into the vial and scattered the remainder along the path leading to the cottage. Once my preparations were complete, I motioned for Li Daowei to find a hiding spot. Why was I using incense ash to dispel malevolent spirits? It is often said that deities delight in incense while ghosts feast upon ash. This statement conveys the notion that celestial beings relish the offerings of incense, which explains the pervasive smoke that envelopes the statues in many temples and Taoist shrines. Conversely, spirits are particularly fond of consuming earth, especially the fragrant ash. Given this proclivity, whether it be spirits forged by human hands or nurtured infant souls, I can exploit this trait to lure them into a porcelain vessel. My experience suggests that such entities, due to their dubious origins, are not only imbued with malevolent energy but are also excessively greedy. A mere token of benefit can easily deceive them. Just as I anticipated, after Li Daowei and I concealed ourselves, I observed a chilling breeze begin to swirl around the ashes strewn upon the ground roughly 3 to 5 minutes later. This sinister wind originated from the direction of the small cabin and was steadily drawn toward the porcelain bottle. As the ash was lifted by the wind, it ultimately toppled the bottle and extinguished the candle, leading me to realize that the malevolent force had successfully fallen into my trap. I hurriedly rushed over and secured the lid tightly. Once all was accomplished, I finally felt a sense of relief. Following that, I surveyed my surroundings. Upon confirming that no one was present, I quietly approached the bamboo grove cabin. The door was locked, but fortunately, the adjacent window was a standard wooden casement, easily opened with a firm push. Climbing through the window, I discovered that the cabin was not particularly spacious, consisting of 3 rooms. Inside, a peculiar fragrance lingered, reminiscent of the lipstick scent I encountered at Panting yesterday. This instinctively led my thoughts to the notion of corpse oil. Observing various photographs of Zhang Jinan alongside celebrities and dignitaries hanging on the living room wall, I deduced that this must be his residence. I first ventured into the room on the left, which served as Zhang Jinan's bedroom. The bedroom itself appeared unremarkable, save for the disarray of the bed. In addition to various items indicative of intimate relations, I was startled to find several articles of women's clothing strewn about. Even the trash bin by the bedside contained open packaging and used tissues. "Hey, Yang-gu, come look at this." At that moment, Li Dawei discovered a diary within the drawer of the bedside table. The diary was filled with numerous names, some unfamiliar to me, while others were those of female celebrities, including prominent figures from both sides of the Taiwan Strait. Notably, the names of Zhang Xiaoya and her close friend Tianjing, along with Tianjing's niece Xie Jixin, were also listed. However, Zhang Xiaoya's name was not marked. Whereas Tianjing and Xie Jixin's names were ticked off, I was uncertain of the implications, but the scene before me clearly suggested something ominous. After instructing Li Dawei to replace the items, I proceeded to the room on the opposite side of the living room, in stark contrast to the living room and bedroom. This room exuded an eerie atmosphere. Upon entering, I found the windows tightly sealed, and the unique fragrance in the air grew increasingly potent. However, I did not find any lipstick here. Instead, I stumbled upon a plethora of implements used by sorcerers on a table in the corner. Among them, a child-shaped bronze vessel at the center of the table captured my attention. Before this child-shaped vessel lay a variety of offerings, including a dish of corpse oil. Additionally, on either side of the table, 8 jars sealed with yellow paper were positioned. I immediately recognized these jars as earthen granary jars. Their surfaces were densely inscribed with incantations, and several talismans were affixed to the openings. Particularly, when I bent down to closely examine the scent, I discerned an intensely potent aroma of corpse oil emanating from within. "Hey, Yang-gu, what is a granary jar?" "It is a vessel specifically used for sealing souls and refining ghosts," I explained gravely. My brows furrowed in response to Li Dawei's curiosity. Although I was uncertain regarding the specific nature of the talismans on these granary jars, the evidence before me compelled me to conclude that the souls of the 8 deceased, including Li Mei, were likely contained within. Observing the 8 granary jars displayed on the table, I boldly arrived at this conclusion. While I could not confirm this with absolute certainty, the sights and sounds within this room left me with little choice but to consider such a possibility. I instructed Li Dawei to step back while I cautiously opened one of the jars. "Hey, Yang-gu, you previously mentioned that the innate 3 barriers of those 8 deceased had been shut, and their souls had been taken for ghost refinement. If the jars indeed contain them, wouldn't they have transformed into vengeful spirits?" Li Dawei inquired nervously as I opened the granary jar. Based on my understanding, sorcerers typically require corpse oil to nurture spirits for 49 days, which explained the particularly strong odor of corpse oil within the jars. After 49 days, if the corpse oil were entirely consumed, it would indicate the successful refinement of a ghost, I clarified, noting that the series of murders in Yinjing had occurred only a little over a month ago, clearly implying that the spirits had yet to be refined. Otherwise, Zhang Jinan would not have displayed the 8 granary jars upon the offering table. If the souls were indeed present, I could potentially release them and assist in their transcendence. While addressing Li Dawei, I tore apart the talisman sealing the jar's opening. The moment the talisman was ripped away, I distinctly sensed a gust of cold wind emanating from within the jar, though it quickly dissipated. Pinching my nose, I carefully inspected the interior of the jar. It appeared my suspicions were correct. Indeed, there was corpse oil inside. However, a third of it had already evaporated, leaving a substantial amount remaining. Additionally, some objects appeared to be soaking within the oil. They resembled purple river carts. A purple river cart refers to the placenta. This substance, once regarded as a medicinal material, is now strictly prohibited, with its trade classified as illegal. However, for sorcerers, purple river carts serve as excellent materials for ghost refinement. Moreover, floating atop the corpse oil was a talisman. Upon scrutinizing the inscriptions, I was startled to discover the name Li Mei and her birth date inscribed there. I subsequently opened the remaining granary jars in succession. Finding identical contents within, with the names inscribed on the talismans belonging to the victims of the Yinjing serial murders, it was indeed them. Only at this moment did I finally confirm that the perpetrator of the serial killings was none other than Zhang Jianan, the individual revered as a celestial master. Following this revelation, Li Dawei and I meticulously searched the vicinity for further clues. Before long, Li Dawei unearthed something akin to a booklet from a drawer in a nearby desk. I meticulously flipped through it, and from the photographs tucked within, it appeared to be a fan registry for Xie Zhixin in Yinjing. The photos depicted group shots from Xie Zhixin's fan meeting, prominently featuring her. Back in 2005, while the internet had started to rise, fandom typically thrived offline, through fan meetings or the formation of clubs. Such clubs were once known as fan groups, later evolving into the current fandom culture. The registry not only listed various names but also detailed birth dates, telephone numbers, and current addresses. Remarkably, it included the names of the 8 deceased, including Li Mei, with red lines drawn beneath their names and birth dates for special emphasis. It was no wonder that these victims were all connected to Xie Zhixin. It appeared that Xie Zhixin had taken advantage of the fan meeting to document the identities of her fans, subsequently providing this information to Zhang Jianan. The discovery of this registry in the drawer unraveled one of my lingering questions. Thus, it seemed that Xie Zhixin had engaged in some manner of transaction with that master. It now seems that this is indeed the case, as I pondered in response to Li Dawei. Subsequently, I did not waste any more time and promptly called Yao, instructing her to relay this matter to Su Jidong. Although Su Jidong had consistently displayed a poor attitude towards me, once they stealthily arrived from the back mountain and beheld the evidence, their expressions were immediately transformed into one of profound shock. On that day, the police in Yinjing deployed a substantial force, collaborating with relevant departments to seal off the entire Tianda Xianghui, conducting a thorough investigation of all individuals present and the entirety of the Tianda Temple. In addition to the items Li Dawei and I had discovered in the Bamboo Grove cabin, the police even uncovered several infant corpses contained within vessels at the Lotus platform of Guanyin in the front courtyard, along with a significant amount of cash and jewelry. Moreover, there were also counterfeit identification cards and passports. From the moment the police arrived at noon until the early hours of the following day, the investigation and evidence collection proceeded, allowing unrelated individuals to depart only after the work was completed. I left at 1 o'clock that night, not because the police required my assistance in their investigation, but rather because I needed to perform a ritual to liberate the souls of the 8 deceased. They had been trapped in a barn jar and had long missed their appointed time to report to the underworld. Without this ritual, they would ultimately become lost souls, forever unable to reincarnate. Although the police insisted that this case should remain confidential to avoid causing public panic, the enormity of the situation, coupled with the presence of numerous celebrities, led to the events of the Xiashan Tianda Xianghui making headlines in major media outlets the next day, instantly becoming the focal point of societal discourse. The following morning, shortly after 8, I was roused from my slumber by a call from the television reporter Song Xiaoxia. On the phone, she repeatedly inquired about the events of the previous day and even sought to arrange an exclusive interview with me. I was somewhat speechless and hung up without uttering a word. However, in the evening, Yao initiated a conversation with me on QQ regarding the police's subsequent handling of the case. According to information she gleaned from Su Jidong, the police had apprehended Master Zhang Jianan and Xie Zhixin for interrogation the previous noon. Initially, Zhang Jianan vehemently denied any involvement in the matters at hand. Yet, in the adjacent interrogation room, Xie Zhixin was already terrified into submission by the police, and within a few questions, she divulged everything. According to Xie Zhixin's confession, she had engaged in a secret transaction with Zhang Jianan. Utilizing her influence over the youth, she would assist Zhang Jianan in sourcing materials for spirit summoning, and in return, he would bestow upon her various benefits, such as summoning spirits, casting spells, and even spiritual consecration. To be frank, upon hearing this, I couldn't help but chuckle. It is often said that greed clouds judgment, and fame can render one foolish. From the looks of it, this adage holds true. In her quest for fame, Xie Zhixin failed to contemplate how to genuinely enhance her own capabilities and benefit her audience, instead opting to resort to these nefarious practices to alter her fortunes and ascend to the pinnacle of the entertainment industry, even allegedly involving herself in the murder of her rival, Pan Ting. Such a person is not only exceedingly foolish but has also reached a level of absurdity. The saying goes, as long as one lives without remorse, what matters are the rights and wrongs of the world. Ultimately, individuals like Xie Zhixin, with their dubious intentions, fail to grasp that harming others ultimately leads to self-destruction, and that retribution is the most impartial of all judgments. Volume 4, Strange Beings in the Mountains, begins, Chapter 57. Two guests. Due to the immense public reaction to the case, revelations regarding the entertainment industry have been incessantly surfacing in recent days. The police even utilized Siejishin to uncover a network of celebrities engaging in the summoning of spirits or worshipping fox spirits. Regrettably, this did not fall under the category of a criminal case. And due to the societal implications and lack of substantial evidence, the matter was swiftly resolved after a brief reprimand. Following the successful resolution of the serial murder case, I remained in Yinjing for an additional 2 days to assist the police with matters pertaining to Zheng Jianan. After all, Zheng Jianan was a practitioner of curses, and this case was an exceedingly rare instance of a criminal act involving sorcery. The intricacies of curses and spirit summoning were beyond the grasp of the police, necessitating the guidance of someone knowledgeable in these matters. During this time, Zhang Xiaoya visited me at the hotel. Besides expressing her gratitude, she also presented me with 300,000 as a reward. Furthermore, she disclosed that the previously sent threatening letter had been clarified with the progression of the case. That letter had been sent by Siejishin on behalf of her aunt, Tianjing. The reason was somewhat amusing. Siejishin had resorted to this tactic to elevate her aunt, feeling resentful that Zhang Xiaoya had eclipsed Tianjing in popularity over the past 2 years, overshadowing her in every occasion and even usurping some of Tianjing's business opportunities, thus prompting her to teach Zhang Xiaoya a lesson. Siejishin is currently in custody under charges of illegal assembly, suspected murder, and disturbing public order. Like Zheng Jianan, she awaits the consequences of the law. I returned home 2 days later. Although I had not made any public appearances in Yinjing and my information had not surfaced in the news media, the world is devoid of secrets, especially with the loquacious Li Dawei in tow. Upon returning home, his tendency to boast became evident, as he regaled relatives and friends with tales of his experiences in Yinjing and encounters with various celebrities. His indiscreet chatter ultimately reached my grandfather's ears. Upon learning of this, my grandfather, in a fit of anger, scolded me at the fortune-telling establishment. His reproach was not directed at my assistance to the police in solving the case, but rather at my and Li Dawei's indiscreet proclamations, indicating a lack of discretion and self-preservation. Ever since I entered this profession, my grandfather has consistently emphasized one principle. In this line of work, one must never be ostentatious. I comprehend the benevolent intentions of my grandfather, as he is undoubtedly concerned that my ostentatious behavior might invite misfortune upon me. Consequently, for an extended period thereafter, I refrained from undertaking such endeavors, venturing out only to chastise Li Dawei on occasion. The majority of my time was devoted to simpler pursuits, such as fortune-telling or feng shui consultations, rarely straying far from home. However, my tranquil existence was abruptly disrupted that autumn. In the autumn of 2005, a time etched in the memories of many, the world was rife with significant occurrences. For instance, the Qinghai-Tibet Railway was fully inaugurated, and the perpetrator of the shocking Inner Mongolia murder case was apprehended. Moreover, the song Yuliang Zhishang by Phoenix Legend began to sweep through streets and alleys, while Jay Chou's new album November Chopin achieved immense popularity, becoming a topic of fervent discussion during mealtimes. Various shops along the streets would play this album on a loop, filling the air with its melodies. Regrettably, this phenomenon was later curtailed due to complaints from the public regarding noise disturbances. That same autumn, avian influenza began to emerge in several regions. For urban dwellers, it seemed to bear little impact. Yet for many farmers relying on poultry for their livelihoods, it was nothing short of a catastrophe. The outbreak inflicted severe losses upon numerous poultry farmers and related industries, leading to a widespread aversion to consuming chicken, duck, and goose. The price of poultry plummeted to a mere 7 or 8 yuan per chicken, or even less. Although this situation had no direct bearing on me, the subsequent series of bizarre events prompted a profound reevaluation of my understanding of metaphysics and the world at large. This brings us to the two unfamiliar visitors who unexpectedly arrived at my grandfather's home in early November 2005. A cold front swept in, causing temperatures to plummet in the northern regions. This month often heralded the onset of our annual off-peak season. Additionally, having earned a modest income from the likes of the LV family and Zhang Xiaoya, I decided to close my establishment as the weather turned frigid. Another significant reason for my early closure was my grandfather's deteriorating health, which had markedly declined since the previous month. Having lost my grandparents at a young age, I was raised by my grandfather and grandmother, why grandmother passed away a few years ago while I was still in school, leaving my grandfather as the sole surviving relative from that generation. My affection for him runs deep. He is not only my kin, but also the one who imparted to me the skills necessary for survival. At 80 years of age, I am acutely aware that reaching such an age often signifies a diminishing number of days left to live. Therefore, after careful consideration, I chose to return to the village and close my doors. My grandfather's village is situated in a windswept valley between two mountains, where snowfall is particularly common during this time of year. One evening, as snow fell outside, I was dining with my grandfather when our dog began to bark incessantly. Upon stepping outside to investigate, I discovered two unfamiliar middle-aged men standing at my grandfather's door, each carrying red plastic bags filled with fruits and snacks as gifts. After some conversation, I learned they were from out of town, specifically visiting my grandfather. Initially, I surmised they were friends concerned about his health. However, upon escorting them inside, my grandfather did not immediately recognize them. It was only after the men revealed their names that a flicker of recognition crossed my grandfather's face, prompting him to usher them into his study. What they discussed remains a mystery to me, as my grandfather forbade me from entering the room. Their voices were hushed, and with the dog barking outside, I could scarcely glean any details even while attempting to eavesdrop. After approximately an hour, the door to the study opened, and the two men departed shortly after exchanging pleasantries, leaving in the dark. Once they had left, my grandfather summoned me with a grave expression. Chapter 58. Events from 40 years ago. With the departure of those two strangers, I noticed a somber change in my grandfather's demeanor. He called me into the study. Wuyong, you need to prepare yourself tonight. Tomorrow, you will accompany them to Guqing. Guqing? Grandfather, who are they? Do they seek your counsel? I inquired, intrigued. They are from the Guqing Geological Bureau. They wish to enlist my assistance in investigating the phenomenon of the Earth Dragon turning. Unfortunately, my health has deteriorated to the point where even a trip to the street is a challenge, let alone a journey afar. Earth Dragon turning? Dragon vein? At the mention of these words, my mind instinctively conjured images associated with them. I then asked why such a phenomenon would occur, and why grandfather, however, did not rush to respond. Instead, he slowly made his way to his desk, leaning on his cane, and retrieved a photograph from a book, handing it to me. As I examined the photograph, I noticed it was an old black and white image featuring 4 individuals. The youngest man on the far left, with a crew cut and a lean physique, I immediately recognized as my grandfather in his youth. The photograph was taken 40 years prior, and inscribed on the back was a reminiscence of an event I had personally witnessed. While I scrutinized the photograph, my grandfather recounted the events of that time. 40 years ago, a seismic event occurred on a mountain in Guqing. Though the quake's impact was limited, only affecting Guqing and its surroundings, the consequences were dire, claiming the lives of over 1,000 individuals. In addition to the earthquake, a series of strange occurrences were reported before and after the event. Prior to the quake, Guqing experienced an unprecedented drought, parching the earth to the point where not a blade of grass could grow. Yet, remarkably, the vegetation on that mountain thrived, full of life. Moreover, many witnessed celestial phenomena in the sky prior to the quake. Villagers residing at the mountain's base claimed to hear what they described as the roar of dragons in the dead of night. After the earthquake, the drought vanished overnight, only to be replaced by a once-in-a-millennium flood. Such occurrences are indeed remarkable, and my grandfather's account broadened my horizons. But that is not the most peculiar aspect. Strangely, following the flood, all vegetation in Guqing did not flourish. Instead, it withered and died. Even now, I remain perplexed by the underlying reasons. During that period, local authorities reported that all livestock in Guqing seemed terrified, huddling together in silence. I stared at my grandfather in astonishment. Frankly, had I not heard it from his mouth, I would never have believed that such extraordinary events could transpire in this world. Even after my extensive travels and previous experiences with my grandfather in the realm of yin and yang, I had never encountered such outlandish phenomena capable of affecting an entire city. In fact, on the night of the earthquake, I overheard a staff member mention that a local master had approached the Geological Bureau, informing them of the dragon vein's significance. Regrettably, the leadership dismissed his claims, sending him away. After all, in that era, feng shui had been branded as superstition. Local master? Indeed, there are many capable individuals in this world, often preferring to remain in the shadows. But how did they find you? I inquired further. Following the earthquake, the Geological Bureau formed a task force to investigate the mountain. However, upon their return, the entire team perished under mysterious circumstances. After sipping some tea, my grandfather continued. Eventually, the Geological Bureau, left without options, turned their attention to feng shui. They sought out 4 feng shui masters, including myself, to conduct an investigation. We are the 4 individuals in that photograph. My grandfather pointed to the image in my hand. In addition to myself, the 3 others were also colleagues and esteemed friends, although during that era, they were either imprisoned or dispatched to remote areas for re-education. Prior to that, they were renowned feng shui experts across the nation. Among them, one hailed from the Central Plains, serving as the head of the Central Plains Geological Bureau, specializing in Yanggong's 3 harmonies feng shui. Another was from Wuzhou, a direct disciple of Liao Gong's 9-star feng shui. The last was an elderly Taoist from the Jiangxi and Jiangsu regions, well-versed not only in Taoist practices but also in the study of the golden lock and the stars. Upon our arrival in Guqing, our investigation revealed that a genuine dragon vein lay concealed within the mountain. The earthquake was triggered by celestial disturbances that startled the dragon residing there, hence causing the earth dragon to turn. Subsequently, we 4 located the dragon's eye within the dragon vein and advised the relevant authorities to erect a fulu-long pillar at that spot, intending to pacify the dragon vein and ensure favorable weather and peace for the region. After the Fulong pillar was struck down, everything indeed returned to normal. I had initially thought that this matter would simply pass, but unexpectedly, the 2 individuals who spoke with me earlier mentioned that not long ago, the mountains in Guqing experienced another earthquake. Reflecting on past events, my grandfather could not help but sigh deeply. Upon hearing this, I finally understood the gravity of the situation. It was precisely because of the frequent seismic activity in Guqing that their director thought of us, the 4 geomancers who had once struck down the Fulong pillar. Alas, over 40 years have swiftly passed, and the 3 esteemed elders who accompanied me to stabilize the dragon vein have long since departed from this world. Even the local staff involved in that affair have aged considerably or passed away. Perhaps it was the poignant memories that stirred my grandfather's thoughts, prompting him to pause and refrain from continuing his narrative. Bathed in the dim light, I gazed at my grandfather's weathered and frail figure, and an unfamiliar heaviness settled in my heart. Suddenly, I felt a pang of sorrow. Wuyong, once you arrive in Guqing, remember not to draw too much attention, especially when it comes to the secretive techniques I have taught you. Additionally, once you reach the mountain, be sure to pay close attention to the location of the dragon eye. Perhaps sensing the melancholic atmosphere, my grandfather quickly flashed me a reassuring smile and offered me a cup of tea, reminding me, the dragon eye is the most critical part of the dragon vein. It was there that I, along with the 4 elders, struck down the Fulong pillar to stabilize the dragon vein. Logically speaking, since the Fulong pillar is buried deep underground, as long as it remains undisturbed, there should be no issues. However, if someone has tampered with it, you must exercise extreme caution. Anyone capable of locating the dragon eye is certainly no ordinary individual. You must promptly report to the relevant authorities to resolve the issue as soon as possible and prevent any further disasters. Yes, I understand what I must do. In response to my grandfather's repeated reminders, I readily agreed. Chapter 59. The dragon vein. The following morning, around 9:30, the 2 men from last night returned to my grandfather's home and accompanied me to Guqing. In the past, whenever I ventured far, I would always call upon Li Dawei. However, this time, I did not. Ever since returning from Yanjing, his incessant chatter has brought me considerable trouble. Though I may have a solitary disposition, I am still human, and like anyone else, I possess my own temperament. Thus, I resolved that in the future, I would refrain from bringing him along to avoid unnecessary complications. Guqing, located in the northwest region of the Hitao area, lies adjacent to the Yellow River. Due to years of erosion from the river, the land there has been fertile since ancient times, fostering a thriving agricultural community. The name Guqing itself derives from this very fact. I boarded the train around noon that day. In that era, the speed of green trains was generally slow, and given the considerable distance from Luzhong to Guqing, I did not arrive at my destination until the following morning. Upon my arrival at the train station, I was greeted by 2 members of the Guqing Geological Bureau. Upon first sighting me, they displayed expressions of surprise. After all, their purpose in visiting my grandfather was to invite him out of retirement, only to find a young man in his 20s instead. However, Once the two individuals who accompanied me introduced my relationship with my grandfather, their apprehension eased somewhat. After leaving the train station, I found a hotel in Gucheng City to rest for the night. Sitting in a hard seat on the green train for over 20 hours had left me quite fatigued. The next morning, I set out with the staff from the Gucheng Geological Bureau to Yueyang Mountain. According to the staff, Yueyang Mountain had begun exhibiting frequent seismic activity since mid-last month. Their monitoring revealed that in just the past 7 days, there had been over a dozen minor earthquakes. The ensuing panic triggered a flurry of rumors, each more outrageous than the last. Some individuals even opted to vacate their homes and sleep on the streets. Comrade Xiao Chun, do you know about the events at Yueyang Mountain 40 years ago? I heard from retired officials in the Bureau that there had been earthquakes and many strange occurrences in that area, inquired Zhang, the head of the Disaster Prevention Section in the Geological Bureau, who was seated in the passenger seat. Like his colleagues, he was unaware of what transpired 4 decades ago. After all, that event occurred when many were still in infancy or had yet to be born. They had only heard snippets of tales from retired officials. Yet, such hearsay is seldom taken seriously, especially by those in public service. I smiled and admitted that I was not entirely clear on the details either. Just tell us what you know, Zhang pressed. To be frank, our bureau does not see any major issues with the recent earthquakes at Yueyang Mountain, as this area is known for its frequent tectonic activity. However, our director is quite concerned and even sent someone to summon your grandfather. If you know anything, please share. Rest assured, I won't spread it around. Perhaps sensing my reluctance to divulge information, Zhang adopted a more cordial tone. His politeness made me somewhat uncomfortable. However, considering that I might need their assistance in the future, I decided to share a bit of information. Are you familiar with the concept of dragon veins? Dragon veins? You mean the mountains often referenced in feng shui? Before Zhang could respond, the driver, Liu, interjected. While this definition was not entirely accurate, since rivers and lakes can also represent dragon veins, their understanding was not entirely off. Are you suggesting that there is such a thing at Yueyang Mountain? Zhang suddenly realized something, turning to me with wide eyes filled with curiosity. I took a sip of mineral water and confirmed his speculation. The reason your director sought out my grandfather is due to concerns regarding the dragon vein at Yueyang Mountain. Should the dragon vein become disturbed, it would inevitably lead to earthquakes and various natural disasters. I did not intend to frighten Zhang and his colleagues. After all, a similar phenomenon had occurred here 40 years ago. Of course, like my grandfather, I still harbored numerous questions regarding that seismic event of 4 decades past, particularly the strange occurrences surrounding it. Even now, recalling those events leaves me astonished at their absurdity. Subsequently, Zhang posed more questions, but I refrained from answering further. Engaging with individuals like them felt futile. Regardless of how many times I explained, they would merely treat it as a story rather than a reality. I had no desire to waste my time on such matters. Yueyang Mountain, located to the west of Gucheng, is not particularly close to the city center. We departed at 8 in the morning and took approximately an hour and a half to reach our destination. There, I met the director of the Gucheng Geological Bureau, Gao Yuan. He was a middle-aged man in his 50s, slimmer than I had imagined, clad in a black leather jacket, an archetypal civil servant. After exchanging a few pleasantries, I learned that his father was also a retired official from the Geological Bureau, and he had personally witnessed the earthquake 40 years ago. Now, 40 years later, he had followed in his father's footsteps. Similarly, Gao Yuan had heard tales of the past from his father. After our brief exchange, Gao Yuan led our group up the mountain by car. Yueyang Mountain is not steep but undulates gracefully, resembling a serpentine dragon stretching from the southwest to the northeast. While it may lack grandeur, its dragon spine is unmistakable. I couldn't help but recall a line from the Hanlong Jing. The dragon moves with inherent truth. The star peaks rise like the dragon's body. What constitutes a dragon vein? First, one must observe its form. Second, its energy. For instance, at Yueyang Mountain, the entire area exhibits undulating shapes and vibrant energy, clearly indicating the presence of a dragon vein. Although Gao Yuan's father had personally experienced the earthquake 40 years ago, he was aware of the dragon vein but not the dragon eye. Therefore, I took out a map I had received from my grandfather before coming to Gucheng. According to my grandfather, after he and the 3 geomancers resolved the issue of the dragon's upheaval, he meticulously drew a map of the dragon vein at Yueyang Mountain, marking the position of the dragon eye. Following my grandfather's instructions, upon locating the dragon eye, I was to observe whether there had been any changes in the environment, including the surface vegetation and soil color. If necessary, we might need to excavate to check the status of the Fulong Pillar. However, as I followed the map to the designated location of the Dragon Eye, I was utterly taken aback by the scene before me. Chapter 60. The 7 Stars of the White Tiger according to my grandfather's hand-drawn map. Along with my recent observations of Yueya Mountain, I discerned that this dragon vein was weak. What constitutes a weak dragon? The weak dragon is a type of dragon vein. Feng Shui categorizes the celestial and terrestrial dragon bones into 12 configurations: life, death, strength, weakness, harmony, discord, advancement, retreat, fortune, illness, interception, and slaughter, based on the shapes of mountains and the geographical momentum. This is also referred to as the 12 patterns of seeking dragons. The manifestation of a weak dragon is characterized by mountains that appear frail, peaks that are slender, branches that are withered, and a dragon body that lacks vigor. In simpler terms, it means that the entire mountain range exudes a feeble aura, reminiscent of a horse that has become gaunt and collapsed on the ground, evoking a sense of frailty and weakness. This resembles the Moon Cliff Mountain before me. Although it undulates majestically for miles, its structure is thin, with rugged stones, presenting a rather emaciated appearance devoid of grandeur. This epitomizes the characteristics of a weak dragon. Yet, despite its frailty, a weak dragon remains a dragon vein. Being a dragon vein, it must possess a dragon eye on the map left to me by my grandfather. The location of the Moon Cliff Mountain's dragon eye has been marked. It lies within a fan-shaped plain nestled among the peaks. Moreover, after he and 3 Feng Shui predecessors buried the hidden dragon pillar, he specifically had a pavilion constructed directly above the dragon eye, named Sitting Chin. Above the pavilion's beams, a stone from Mount Tai was affixed. This pavilion is known in Feng Shui as the Four-Corner Slim Tea Pavilion. Its purpose, apart from providing a means to swiftly mark the location of the dragon eye in case of unforeseen circumstances, is to utilize the presence of the tea pavilion and the stone from Mount Tai to suppress the earthly energy emanating from the dragon eye. However, to my astonishment, upon arriving at the location indicated on the map, I discovered that the area had been utterly transformed, having been replaced by a factory. Gaoju, when was this factory built? I inquired. I believe it was introduced as a project at the end of last year, with construction commencing early this year, and it officially went into production last month. Is there a problem with this factory? Xiao Chun? Gao Yuan hastily countered upon noticing my serious expression. What does this factory produce? I asked. I think it's a paper factory, but I'm not entirely sure. After all, the Geological Bureau is only responsible for geological exploration and related disaster monitoring and prevention. Matters concerning land development fall under the jurisdiction of the Business and Natural Planning Departments, I sighed, glancing anxiously at Gao Yuan. No wonder you and your father only knew that the earthquake years ago was caused by this dragon vein. Yet we're unaware that the core of the dragon vein is the dragon eye, and the dragon eye of Moon Cliff Mountain is right here. Dragon eye? You can envision this mountain's dragon vein as a person. Here, the peaks serve as bones, the soil as flesh, water as blood, and the vegetation as skin, while the dragon eye represents the vital essence. Seizing the opportunity, I elucidated the significance of the dragon eye to the group. The dragon eye is the most crucial part of the dragon vein. It is alive, and its position is not fixed, often changing every 3 cycles. 1 cycle equals 60 years, meaning it shifts every 180 years. The dragon eye flourishes with concentrated energy, perishes with dissipated energy, retreats with weakened energy, and stirs with chaotic energy. We often say, to paint a dragon and dot its eyes. This eye does not merely refer to the physical eye but rather to enliven it, to imbue it with vitality. No wonder my father told me from a young age that after 4 eminent figures drove a wooden stake here, Guqing has not experienced an earthquake since. That stake was driven right here. Gao Yuan suddenly understood. That was the hidden dragon pillar, Gao Ju. You must think of a way for us to enter the factory. If the factory inadvertently disturbs the hidden dragon pillar while digging the foundation, Moon Cliff Mountain may experience a seismic upheaval, triggering an earthquake. All right, leave it to me. I noticed that the factory was surrounded by 3-meter-high walls, and entering recklessly would likely result in being expelled. So I made this request to Gao Yuan. He readily agreed. Afterward, he quickly dialed a number on his phone. For a director of the Geological Bureau, even if it was not under his direct supervision, his connections made it relatively easy to gain access to a factory. Approximately 5 minutes later, after receiving a call, Gao Yuan revealed a look of reassurance. Let's go. Shout Chen that I spoke with a friend from the Environmental Protection Department. He will call the factory and say we are there to check on environmental matters. Cough, cough. That's indeed a good plan. I smiled and followed Gao Yuan. Upon arriving at the factory entrance, I learned that it was named Rixing International. There were several security guards at the entrance, each robust and tall, quite unlike the typical guards found at other factories. However, with Gao Yuan's presence, our entry proceeded smoothly. The factory's representative welcoming us was a middle-aged woman named Li Hong, dressed in a wine-red suit. Upon inquiry, I learned she was the operations manager of the factory. Seeing us come to inspect environmental conditions, she enthusiastically introduced us to the factory's relevant details. Following my instructions, Gao Yuan had Li Hong guide us around. I took the opportunity to observe my surroundings. Finally, behind the factory's office building, I spotted the sitting Chen Pavilion. I felt a wave of relief. After 40 years, the pavilion had not been dismantled due to the factory's construction. Since the pavilion still stood, it indicated that this location had not been disturbed during the factory's establishment. Moreover, upon observation, the vegetation surrounding the dragon eye showed no signs of inexplicable wilting or rampant growth, and the soil exhibited no signs of water seepage or cracking, suggesting that the earthly energy in this area remained stable. Could it be that my grandfather was overly cautious? The normalcy of the dragon eye left me somewhat puzzled. However, as I surveyed the area around the pavilion, I suddenly sensed something amiss. Managerly, these 7 stone pillars seemed quite peculiar. Oh, these were installed specifically by our headquarters. Although they are foreigners, they also believe in feng shui, claiming that it can adjust the feng shui and attract wealth. Foreigners? Yes, we are a joint venture, but the majority stakeholder is Japanese, and we only hold a small portion. Perhaps sensing that discussing feng shui with us, as public officials, was somewhat inappropriate, Li Hong quickly clarified. My heart sank as I suddenly realized that this situation might be even more complex than I had imagined. The 7 stone pillars before me encircled the pavilion from a distance of about 10 meters. The pillars bore intricate carvings of peculiar patterns. At first glance, they appeared to be irregularly arranged dots connected by lines. However, anyone familiar with metaphysical knowledge, particularly the river map and Luo book, would recognize that these dots were deliberately etched to disrupt the dragon vein's feng shui. Specifically, the 7 stars of the White Tiger, Chapter 61, Astral Divination and Feng Shui. Upon closer inspection, I noted that these 7 stone pillars were cylindrical, approximately 30 centimeters in diameter, and at least 2 meters tall. The portion visible above ground stood nearly a meter high, while the remainder was firmly anchored underground. Managerly, when were these stone pillars erected? After thoroughly examining the patterns on the pillars, confirming they belonged to the 7 stars of the White Tiger from the river and Luo's 28 mansions, I inquired further. Last month, Li Hong replied, looking perplexed. The factory just officially began production last month, and headquarters specifically sent someone to install these pillars here. Their feng shui master said it would adjust the feng shui and attract wealth. Headquarters? So, this was the suggestion of the Japanese feng shui master, correct? Yes. Does this violate any environmental policies? Cough, cough, not at all. We were merely curious about these peculiar pillars and asked about them. Managerly, don't overthink it. Gao Yuan interjected, realizing our current identities were not suitable for such inquiries. Subsequently, to prevent raising any suspicions, I and Gao Yuan's group wandered around a bit more, discussing the importance of environmental protection and other official rhetoric before departing. On the way down the mountain, Gao Yuan asked if I had made any discoveries. I share my thoughts. I can basically conclude that the recent frequent earthquakes in Mooncliff Mountain are caused by those 7 stone pillars. Are you saying those 7 stone pillars disturbed the dragon vein? Gao Yuan exclaimed in shock. Yes. Furthermore, I am certain that the person who authorized the installation of the 7 pillars at the Dragon Eye possesses knowledge of astrological feng shui. How so? This year is 2005, during the lower cycle of the 3 Yuan 9 movements, under the auspices of the 8 White Star. Additionally, according to the annual divisions of the 28 mansions, this area is located in the northwest, precisely corresponding to the Chuncho. The combination of the 8 White and Chuncho results in the White Tiger roaring towards the heavens. This implies that if the annual star and the year coincide with the 8 White Star and Chuncho, the power of the 7 stars of the White Tiger would be enhanced in feng shui. Once the White Tiger is empowered, it can indeed disrupt the dragon vein and obliterate the dragon eye. I explained. As I mentioned earlier, the dragon eye flourishes with concentrated energy, perishes with dissipated energy, retreats with weakened energy, and stirs with chaotic energy. Those 7 white tiger pillars, firmly embedded there, have disturbed the energy field of the dragon eye, causing the dragon vein to be in disarray, which is why frequent seismic activity has ensued. Astrological mansions? Cough, cough. The more I hear, the more confused I become. Xiao Qian, how can astrological mansions be related to feng shui? Old Zhang, the head of the disaster prevention department sitting in the passenger seat, asked, looking utterly bewildered. Not only him, but Gao Yuan also frowned, gazing at me with an urgent expression. The 7 stars of the White Tiger are among the western 7 stars of the 28 mansions in the celestial sphere. They are, respectively, Kuemu Wolf, Lu Jin Dog, Wei Tu Ji, Angry Chicken, Bai Yu Wu, Zihua Monkey, and Qinshui Yuan. What is inscribed on the stone pillars is precisely this. As for whether feng shui has any relation to the stars, I can confidently assure you that it does, and significantly so. Noticing the curiosity of the crowd, I seized the opportunity to elucidate. Feng shui is the study of harmonizing with nature. This nature encompasses not only geography but also the celestial bodies above, including the sun, moon, and stars. The saying as above, so below embodies this concept. Particularly, the inherent dragon veins concealed within rivers and mountains are the natural manifestations following the descent of heavenly energies. Should there be anomalies in celestial phenomena, or if someone employs the power of the stars to place a suppressive object on the dragon veins, the energy field of the dragon veins will inevitably become chaotic. Over time, not only will the dragon's eye be compromised, but the dragon vein itself may also be destroyed. The 7 stone pillars were specifically intended to disrupt the dragon's eye. Although I am still uncertain about the motivations behind the actions of the Japanese party, I harbor a foreboding sense of unease. From my understanding, many elements of the Fusang nation originate from our own country. They also have feng shui masters and believe in the principles of yin and yang. Given this, anyone with a modicum of understanding of feng shui should realize that these white tiger stone pillars could not possibly adjust the feng shui, let alone attract wealth. Furthermore, it is rather uncanny that the pillars are situated precisely at the dragon's eye. Is this mere coincidence? To be candid, I do not believe so. Yet, I am reluctant to indulge in wild conjectures, as this is a foreign-funded enterprise, and the stakes are high. Currently, the only course of action I can take is to enlist Gao Yuan's help in investigating the background of this factory, particularly the true nature of the Japanese investment behind it. From my earlier conversation with manager Li Hong, I gleaned 3 key pieces of information. 1. The pillars were erected last month, coinciding with the time of frequent earthquakes in Guqing. 2. The 7 stone pillars are the work of the Japanese. 3. The individual who installed the stone pillars possesses profound expertise in stellar feng shui. Based solely on these 3 pieces of information, I cannot help but suspect the true intentions behind the establishment of this factory at Yuya Mountain. In response to my request, Gao Yuan, the director of the Geological Bureau, readily agreed without hesitation. Upon returning to the hotel, I immediately called my grandfather to relay the situation here. After listening, my grandfather remained silent for a considerable time. After about 2 minutes, he finally responded with a long sigh. The White Tiger's 7 constellations pertain to stellar feng shui. It appears you have encountered a formidable challenge this time. Are you suggesting that Fusang has established a factory here with the intent of targeting the dragon vein? Although my grandfather did not explicitly state it, I could discern from his grave tone that he had sensed something. While you have been involved in feng shui for some years, your youth may leave you unaware of certain past events, particularly those that transcend metaphysics. When Fusang invaded our central plains, aside from seizing our territory for profit, there was another extremely significant reason. What reason? I inquired eagerly, noting his sudden pause that, perhaps I am overthinking it. Wu Yang, your immediate priority should be to find a way to remove those 7 pillars. Otherwise, the chaos in the dragon's eye will only intensify, inevitably triggering a seismic upheaval. Understood, grandfather. Please take care of your health. I will handle things here. In light of my grandfather's admonitions, I felt a profound sense of duty. After ending the call, I lay on the bed, hands behind my head, meticulously reflecting on what I had witnessed and heard at Yuya Mountain, as well as my grandfather's hesitations during our conversation. Although he did not complete his thoughts, I had heard some rumors regarding how Fusang severed our dragon veins and disrupted our fortunes. Yet, rumors remain mere whispers, gossip at best. However, I firmly believe that uncovering the background of this Japanese enterprise will ultimately unveil the truth. Around evening, I received a call from Gao Yuan. He informed me that, after some inquiries, he had acquired certain insights into the paper mill. However, he did not divulge the details over the phone. Instead, he drove me to his home upon arriving at the hotel. He mentioned that his father had insisted on having me over for dinner. Although I was unsure of the reason behind Gao's father's desire to meet me, I accepted the invitation graciously. This visit would allow me to glean the information Gao Yuan had gathered and, additionally, to consult with his father regarding the seismic event from 40 years ago. After all, he is one of the few surviving individuals, alongside my grandfather, who can shed light on those events. Chapter 62. Classified photographs according to Gao Yuan. His father, Gao Huajun, was once a professor at Yinjing University of Geosciences. Due to the seismic upheaval 40 years prior, he was reassigned back to his hometown to engage in geological research in Guqing. Currently, he is retired and resides in a rest home. As for why Gao's father was so eager to meet me, Gao Yuan, as his son, was unaware. Nonetheless, he had managed to gather some information regarding the paper mill. I have a classmate at the Municipal Investment Promotion Bureau. He informed me that the paper mill has two shareholders. The primary shareholder is a Fusang company called Nichi Shou Capital Company Limited, while the other is a local enterprise in Guqing named Tianqing Trading. Since Nichi Shou Capital is a foreign entity, I have yet to uncover specific details, only that the president is named Harada Shuichi. As for Tianqing Trading, I asked my colleagues at the to investigate. It is a local enterprise owned by the Ma family. The Ma family? I inquired, intrigued. Yes, the Ma family is a prominent clan in Guqing. Yet due to historical reasons, they do not hold a favorable reputation among the locals, Gao Yuan explained. According to my father, during the Republic era, the Ma family was once a local warlord faction. Fearing execution before the establishment of the nation, they fled to Fusang with the wealth they had plundered. Who would have thought that after the reform and opening up, they would transform into businessmen investing in their homeland? It seems this Ma family has a significant connection with Nichi Shou Capital. You are absolutely right, Xiao Qian. Coincidentally, tomorrow marks the first day of the lunar calendar's 10th month, the Cold Clothes Festival. According to our customs, every household must pay homage to their ancestors. The Ma family's ancestral tomb is near my hometown. I have learned that they will be returning as well. Tomorrow, I will take you to see if we might encounter the current head of the Ma family. Ma Santai. Sounds good. Gao Yuan's suggestion was quite promising. Since I was unable to find specific information about the Fusang company, it seemed prudent to begin with the Ma family. Around 6 in the evening, Gao Yuan drove me to the rest home in Guqing City. After alighting from the car, I first stopped at a nearby shop to purchase some fruit. After all, it would be rather impolite to visit Gao's father empty-handed. The rest home consisted of rows of tidy, well-kept single-story houses. While they appeared quite ordinary, the environment was serene, and the scenery was lovely. Each household had its own garden, catering to the interests of the leaders who enjoyed gardening. Gao Yuan's father, Gao Huajun, had prepared the meal and was waiting for me. Upon my arrival, he greeted me warmly and even brought out a cherished bottle of Maotai, insisting that I should not leave without being thoroughly intoxicated. To be honest, I felt somewhat out of place in the presence of such a hospitable elder, as this was our first meeting, and I had never heard of him before. However, through our subsequent conversation, I learned that he was acquainted with my grandfather, a connection stemming from the earthquake 40 years ago. You must have heard about that incident from your grandfather, Gao Huajun remarked, pouring me a drink as he jested. I nodded. You summoned me for the same reason concerning the events of 40 years ago. However, rather than responding directly, Gao Huajun raised a toast before excusing himself to the study. When he returned, I noticed he was holding a small, ancient-looking wooden box. The contents appeared to be of great significance, as not only was the box locked, but even Gao Yuan, upon seeing it, inquired curiously about its contents. Inside are some classified photographs from 40 years ago. Over the years, I have never shown them to anyone else, not even to Xiao Yuan. Now, it is time to unveil them. Opening the wooden box, Gao Huajun presented the photographs to me. The images were black and white, already yellowed with age, giving them a sense of history. To my surprise, most of the photographs depicted the landscape of Yuya Mountain. Upon careful comparison, I found that the images indeed corroborated my grandfather's account. The vegetation of Yuya Mountain had exhibited rampant growth before and after the earthquake, while the flora surrounding Guqing was in a state of desolation and decay. Yet, what astonished me the most were two particular photographs that caused me to instinctively furrow my brow. One featured my grandfather alongside 3 other esteemed feng shui practitioners. This photograph was identical to one my grandfather had shown me the night before I arrived in Guqing. Another photograph presents an even stranger spectacle. According to the esteemed Mr. Gao's account, this image was captured prior to the earthquake, depicting a Dragon King temple situated by the banks of the Yellow River. Outside the temple, a multitude of animals gathered at the entrance: snakes, mice, foxes, weasels, and hedgehogs. Remarkably, numerous fish and turtles leapt from the river, arriving at the temple's threshold. All living creatures seemed to congregate before the statue of the Dragon King, adopting a posture of reverence. Were it not for this photograph, I could scarcely fathom the existence of such an absurd and bizarre scene in this world. These images were taken 40 years ago. During my investigation of this matter, the first one is a group photo of your grandfather and 3 other feng shui masters, and I even made sure to give your grandfather a copy. The remainder consists of the genuine scenes I documented at that time. Alas, the country was facing difficulties then, and our equipment was limited, resulting in only these indistinct black and white photographs. Otherwise, we could have more accurately captured the peculiarities of that era. Noticing my astonishment, Gao Huajun hastily explained. Before I could utter another word, he revealed the purpose of my invitation. Xiao Qian, ever since I met your grandfather, I have referred to him as Brother Tan. The reason for inviting you to my home, aside from introducing you to Brother Tan's grandson, is to seek your assistance. You wish for me to help uncover the true nature of these phenomena? Indeed, 40 years ago, after the earthquake, our investigation team had also intended to consult your grandfather and those 3 feng shui masters. However, we did not anticipate the subsequent decade of turmoil, and with the tranquility that Yuyishan has experienced in recent years, we gradually forgot about it. It is only now, after so many years, that abnormalities have re-emerged at Yuyishan, prompting me to send Xiaoyuan to seek out your grandfather. Since you have arrived, I thought it an opportune moment to request your help with the investigation. To be frank, I have always felt that there is something amiss, yet despite our lifelong efforts, we have never been able to uncover the key to the truth. As he spoke, Gao Huajun could not help but let out a long sigh. His sigh was laden not only with regret but also with the helplessness of confronting the unknown. Chapter 63. The Mysterious Master. In response to Gao Huajun's request, I found myself agreeing without hesitation. My acquiescence stemmed not only from the intense curiosity aroused by the photographs, but also from another significant reason. The incident of the Earth Dragon's upheaval 40 years ago is intrinsically linked to the Dragon's Eye at Yuyishan. Presently, the site of the Dragon's Eye has been occupied by a paper mill, with 7 white tiger stone pillars erected around it. Although I am still unclear as to their motives for doing so, my intuition suggests that the Japanese investors traveled great distances to establish their factory right at the Dragon's Eye location. Is this mere coincidence? I do not believe it is so simple. There must be some unspeakable secret involved, perhaps even connected to the upheaval incident from 40 years ago. Of course, this is merely conjecture at this point. In order to uncover the truth, I first needed to grasp the specifics of the events from that time. Thus, I made a point to inquire further with Gao Huajun. Mr. Gao did not withhold any information, instead willingly divulging all that he knew. Although this matter is still classified as top secret by the relevant authorities, and sharing it with outsiders requires permission, you, Xiao Qian, being Brother Tan's grandson, are considered an insider, so it is permissible for me to share with you. 40 years ago, around the time of the earthquake in Guqing, numerous supernatural phenomena emerged here that remain inexplicable by science to this day. Prior to the earthquake, an unprecedented severe drought afflicted the local area and its surroundings within a 500-mile radius. The drought impacted the entirety of Guqing, yet the vegetation on Yuyishan thrived remarkably. Additionally, many people reported hearing strange roars emanating from Yuyishan during the night. The sky also exhibited peculiarities before the earthquake, particularly with numerous twinkling stars surrounding the moon. Alas, we lacked high-precision cameras in that era, or we could have documented these occurrences and consulted astronomical experts. And what transpired afterwards? I asked, utterly captivated. Gao Huajun took a sip of his drink, contemplating for a moment before continuing. Subsequently, the authorities recognized that these events might not be trivial. Therefore, despite publicly proclaiming that everything was normal and urging everyone not to panic, they covertly established an investigation team to conduct a discreet inquiry. At that time, I was teaching at Yinjing Geological University, and due to my ongoing research in geography, combined with being a local of Guqing, The authorities approached me and assigned me to lead the investigation team at the Guqing Geological Bureau under the pretext of transferring to a governmental position. Upon returning to Guqing, my colleagues and I captured a plethora of photographs, the most astonishing being the scene at the Dragon King Temple you just viewed. Unfortunately, despite our extensive documentation, we were unable to explain any of it scientifically. Gao Huajun gestured towards the photograph in my hand, letting out another sigh. Later, the earthquake struck. Yet what baffled us was that from the day of the earthquake onward, the persistent drought, which had lasted nearly a month, vanished without a trace. Instead, the Yellow River began to flow backward, resulting in a once-in-a-millennium flood. Alongside the flood, all the livestock in Guqing appeared to be paralyzed with fear, lying motionless on the ground. No matter how much we tried to drive them away. However, through investigation, we confirmed that the earthquake originated from Yuyishan. Yet, when some of our investigation team members collaborated with the fire department to venture into the mountains, the outcome was utterly unforeseen. That very night, they all died under mysterious circumstances, with the coroner attributing their deaths to sudden cardiac arrest. Perhaps recalling the tragic events of that time stirred emotions in Gao Huajun. As he chose not to elaborate further, I noticed his eyes glistening with moisture, perhaps stirred by memories of those lost colleagues. Mr. Gao, do not be too troubled. Your health is of utmost importance, I consoled. Pouring him a cup of tea, Gao Yuan also comforted his father from the side. Soon, Gao Huajun composed himself and continued. The earthquake struck in the early hours, and everyone was preoccupied with disaster relief. Our investigation team was also busy examining these anomalies. That night, a mysterious figure visited the Geological Bureau and claimed that the cause of these strange occurrences was the awakening of the dragon vein at Yuyishan, urging us to summon feng shui masters to pacify it. So that is how you found the 4 feng shui masters, including my grandfather? Actually, it was not us who sought them out. Before I could finish my sentence, Gao Huajun interrupted. The reason we were able to locate your grandfather and the others so smoothly was that the mysterious figure left us a note before departing. What? The enigmatic figure indicated that to resolve the upheaval of the Earth Dragon, we should consult these 4 feng shui masters. Initially, we were skeptical, considering the sensitivity of feng shui in that particular era, coupled with the scarcity of key individuals. Nevertheless, we approached your grandfather with a last-ditch effort mentality, and to our astonishment, it indeed resolved the matter. To be candid, the events of 40 years ago fundamentally altered our perspective on feng shui and led me to believe that your grandfather is indeed a remarkable individual. After the decade of turmoil concluded, I made a special visit to your grandfather's home to pay my respects. You were merely a year or 2 old at the time. Do you remember what that mysterious figure looked like? Was he from Guqing? I did not follow up on Gao Huajun's words, but instead posed this question. That mysterious figure? I only recall that he appeared quite youthful, perhaps around 40 years old. With a straight posture and a distinctive side-part hairstyle, he spoke in a peculiar dialect, and his Mandarin was rather awkward, sounding unlike a local. Did he know my grandfather? He likely did not. I once inquired with your grandfather, but he claimed not to recall. How I wish we had taken a photograph at that time. It seems that Yuyishan indeed harbors mysteries. By the way, Mr. Gao, are you familiar with the Ma family? Having gleaned as much as I could about the events from 40 years ago, I posed this question after gaining a comprehensive understanding of the situation. I am not very familiar with the Ma family. They only returned to the country a few years ago. For the paper mill at Yuyishan. I have already heard about it from Xiao Yuan. Rest assured, Xiao Chun, I will investigate the shareholders behind that paper mill. Especially the company from Japan. Gao Huajun discerned my intentions and took it upon himself to delve into the matter without waiting for me to say more. With a retired official like Gao Huajun on the case, I welcomed his involvement with open arms. Afterward, we refrained from discussing these taxing subjects and instead indulged in light-hearted conversation, sharing many mundane stories. Regrettably, I am not much of a drinker. After just 1 cup, I found myself rather tipsy by the time I departed, my steps unsteady. Once back at the hotel, a refreshing shower revived me significantly. However, just as the night deepened and I prepared to retire, the entire Guqing once again experienced seismic activity. Chapter 64, The Feng Shui Master. At the break of dawn the following day, Gao Yuan and I drove to Shigo village, located beneath Guqing. Along the way, we found ourselves discussing the earthquake that had transpired the previous night. Although the tremor was not particularly severe, it nonetheless sent waves of anxiety throughout Guqing. leaving the populace in a state of unease. As I departed from the hotel, I noticed the staff engaged in fervent discussions with a few early-rising guests about the incident. Even on the streets, braving the chill of late autumn, there were numerous individuals setting up tents to sleep by the roadside. Everyone seemed to speculate that this was a precursor to a more significant earthquake. Tension and apprehension hung over the city like the dark clouds above, lingering and refusing to dissipate, of course. I was well aware of the earthquake's origin. Moreover, the tremor served as a stark reminder that the Longyan of Yuyishin had become a ticking time bomb, poised to explode at any moment. Particularly, given my understanding of celestial and geomantic principles, the 7 white tiger stone pillars surrounding Longyan had begun to exert their influence. To make matters worse, it was now the season of frost's descent in the 24 solar terms. In just a week, with the arrival of the winter solstice, the power of the 7 white tiger constellations would peak alongside the approach of the 4 departure days, and Longyan would undoubtedly suffer the consequences. Should Longyan be compromised, the dragon vein would wither away, akin to a human devoid of vitality or a tree stripped of its roots. At that point, the upheaval would be far more catastrophic than merely the rolling of the earth. It could potentially unleash irrevocable calamities upon the local area and even the entire northwestern region. Perhaps my words were overly alarming, as Gao Yuan's demeanor shifted to one of heightened seriousness. Although he was not versed in astrological geomancy, he had gleaned from my explanations the gravity of the repercussions stemming from a dragon's upheaval. Consequently, without a second thought, he pressed the accelerator to the floor. Hastening our journey to Shigo Village. As today marked the Cold Clothes Festival, coupled with the weekend, a considerable number of vehicles, much like ours, were already en route to the countryside cemeteries or returning to their ancestral homes for ancestral rites. Shigo Village lies at the foot of a mountain known as Matushin, separated from Gao Yuan's hometown, Donggo Village, by a deep gully. This locale serves as the ancestral home of the Ma family. Like Yuyishin, Matushin is part of the Chilean mountain range. The distinction lies in the fact that Yuyishin boasts a more imposing stature, with a higher elevation and greater renown, while Matushin, being at the border of Guqing and neighboring counties, remains relatively unremarkable, seldom attracting outsiders. According to Gao Yuan, although he and his father, Gao Huajun, primarily reside in the city, they return only during festive occasions or when required for ancestral worship. Nevertheless, they hold a profound connection to the Ma family's ancestral tomb and residence, which are renowned locally for their opulence, unmatched by any other. This was something I had anticipated in the past. While practicing geomancy for clients who had prospered, I frequently encountered those who returned home to flaunt their newfound wealth. They often lavishly renovated their ancestral homes and even sought out geomancers to ensure their ancestral graves were situated on auspicious grounds. True to Gao Yuan's words, upon arriving in Shigo Village, I was immediately captivated by a splendid compound before even stepping foot into the village. In stark contrast to the surrounding old structures made of mud bricks and red tiles, this courtyard, adorned with blue stone bricks and tiles, exuded a uniqueness that lacked the ruggedness typical of northern architecture, instead exhibiting a delicacy reminiscent of Jiangnan, creating a striking contrast with its surroundings. Several luxury vehicles, including Benzes and BMWs, were parked in front of the courtyard. However, the gates were firmly locked, and there was no sign of life within, leading me to conclude that the Ma family had likely gone to the cemetery. Without wasting any more time, I urged Gao Yuan to guide me to the burial site. In fact, I had already formulated a plan for the upcoming encounter during our journey to Shigo Village. If I were to meet Ma Santai, the current head of the Ma family, I would directly state my intentions and elucidate the implications of the Dragon Vein and Longyan of Yuyishin. Should Ma Santai be swayed by my reasoning, he could assist in persuading the people of Fusong to remove the 7 white tiger stone pillars at the earliest opportunity, of course. If he were to refuse, I would have to resort to more forceful measures. I would instruct Gao Yuan, in his capacity as the director of the Geological Bureau, to report to the higher authorities while simultaneously taking action to forcibly remove the pillars from the paper mill. However, such a drastic approach would only be employed as a last resort, as I needed to consider Gao Yuan's political career. The interplay between politics and commerce is exceedingly intricate, especially given the involvement of foreign investments in this matter. The burial sites of Shigo Village and nearby villages are situated on a plain within Matushin. The location of the Ma family's ancestral residence is somewhat peculiar, requiring passage through the cemetery and over a small hill to reach it. Gao Yuan informed me that the Ma family had renovated their ancestral tomb in the late 1970s and early 1980s, shortly after their return to the country. I climbed the small hill and stood atop it. Gazing down at the Ma family's ancestral residence, I confirmed this to be true. Habitually, upon visiting such places, I assessed the local geomancy, and this occasion was no exception. Although Matushan lacks the grandeur of Yuyishan and does not possess a dragon vein, the feng shui of this area is still commendable. Particularly, the site of the Ma family's ancestral tomb is one of the rare geomantic wonders. However, before I could observe further, my attention was drawn to a gathering of over 20 individuals in front of the ancestral tomb. At the forefront stood an elderly gentleman with a head of white hair. Clad in a black Zhongshan suit, he appeared to be advanced in years, yet his posture was remarkably upright, and his demeanor radiated vitality akin to that of a younger man. This was Ma Santai, the current head of the Ma family, as explained to me by Gao Yuan, who stood beside me. His commanding presence suggested he was no ordinary individual, although I had never encountered Ma Santai before. Observing him from 50 meters away, I sensed an extraordinary aura about him, one that exuded a natural authority and a seasoned gravitas, likely forged through numerous trials and tribulations from the scene before me. It seemed that Ma Santai had rallied his entire family to pay respects to their ancestors during the Cold Clothes Festival. However, just as I was preparing to approach, my attention was drawn to 5 men who had appeared not far away. At the forefront was a middle-aged man. The distance made it difficult to discern his features clearly, but I noticed that the 5 appeared to have a master-disciple relationship or perhaps a boss-subordinate dynamic. As they were all clad in matching black Tai Chi attire, the eldest among them carried what seemed to be a compass, while the others followed closely behind, equipped with shovels, hemp ropes, wooden frames, and other tools. A feng shui practitioner? My curiosity was piqued. The middle-aged man approached Ma Santai and circled the Ma family's ancestral residence several times before engaging him in conversation. Though I could not hear the specifics of their dialogue, I observed that after the man finished speaking, Ma Santai, with his hands clasped behind his back, began pacing nervously. A moment later, Ma Santai gestured dismissively to the feng shui practitioner, who then instructed his disciples to commence digging at the ancestral tomb. This unfolding scene left me perplexed, and as I drew closer to the gathering, I overheard the ensuing conversation between the feng shui practitioner and Ma Santai, which illuminated the gravity of the situation. Chapter 65. The Golden Monkey explores the Moon Cave. As the Ma family was preoccupied with examining the ancestral tomb, they were oblivious to my presence. Thus, when I approached, I could clearly hear their discussions. From the exchange between Ma Santai and the feng shui practitioner, I learned that the Ma family had recently experienced 3 strange occurrences. The first bizarre event involved Ma Santai suffering from recurring nightmares, in which his deceased parents were continually chased away by a pack of monkeys. The second oddity was that numerous family members had inexplicably fallen ill, affecting both the elderly and the young alike. The third occurrence was even more outrageous. Villagers from neighboring areas reported that during nighttime travels, some had spotted a towering tree inexplicably sprouting from the Ma family's ancestral tomb, upon which a group of monkeys resided, periodically emitting mournful cries. Yet, with the break of dawn, the tree and the monkeys would mysteriously vanish, leaving everything as it was. It was precisely due to these strange happenings that Ma Santai had realized something was amiss with the ancestral tomb, prompting him to summon a feng shui practitioner in hopes of uncovering the cause. From their dialogue, I discerned that the feng shui practitioner was named Qi Chuntang, a well-known geomancer in the area. In response to the Ma family's predicament, Qi Chuntang proposed that they excavate the tomb to investigate for any anomalies before prescribing a remedy. However, when the tomb was unearthed and its contents revealed, the expressions of all present turned to horror, for it was entirely empty, devoid of even a coffin. Empty? Where are Dad and Grandma and Grandpa's remains? Could they have been stolen? Witnessing the inexplicable disappearance of the coffin from the grave left all present utterly astonished, particularly Ma Santai. This tomb housed the remains of his parents, and he understood the circumstances surrounding it better than anyone else. It was puzzling. Years ago, he had specifically enlisted the services of a feng shui master to relocate his parents' remains to this very site. Yet the coffin had vanished without a trace. Mr. Qi, what on earth is happening? Ma Santai inquired, his expression grave as he sought answers from Qi Chuntang. However, this question left Qi Chuntang bewildered. This is the first time I have encountered such a situation. Mr. Ma, please have someone excavate the area around the grave immediately. It is possible that the soil was improperly heaped during the relocation. If we still cannot find it, we must consider the possibility of foul play and report it to the authorities. Chi Chuntang articulated his perspective. Upon hearing this, I couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. It is often said, empty fame serves no one. Superficial talents ultimately harm. This adage proved to be entirely true in this instance. Chi Chuntang could not discern the problem after observing for quite some time, revealing that his knowledge of feng shui was merely superficial. However, through my keen observations of the tomb and its surrounding environment, I identified the issue at hand. As the crowd prepared to dig around the grave with shovels, I stepped forward to halt their actions. Greetings, Mr. Ma. We are from the Geological Bureau. Upon my sudden interjection, Gao Yuan, who had just arrived, promptly introduced himself to Ma Santai. Geological Bureau. What brings you here? Ma Santai queried. Father, at such a critical moment, why are you bothering with them? Finding Grandma and Grandpa's remains is the priority. I intended to explain the reason behind the coffin's disappearance to Ma Santai, but before I could speak, a middle-aged man in a black suit interjected. Mr. Ma, I advise you not to disturb the soil recklessly. Otherwise, not only will the remains be irretrievable, but you will also invoke the wrath of the Luo Ho Sha. Within 7 days, there will be bloodshed. Stop spewing nonsense. Who knows more about feng shui? You or I? Where did this young upstart come from? Off you go. Chi Chunting retorted. Mr. Chi is the president of the Ganzhouyi Association. Can you claim to be more knowledgeable than him? With Chi Chunting's words, many of the Ma family members echoed their agreement, casting me glances akin to those directed at an uninvited beggar at a banquet, which was rather uncomfortable, however. I chose to disregard their derision and posed several questions to Ma Santai. Mr. Ma, if I am not mistaken, the recent inexplicable illnesses afflicting your family members are likely among those born under the zodiac signs of the tiger, dragon, and pig, correct? Indeed. I have heard that when the tomb was relocated, you consulted a feng shui master? Yes. My parents were originally interred in a nearby cemetery, and after my return from Zhengzhou in the 1980s, I specifically invited a feng shui master to assist in selecting this site. Alas, that master has since passed away. In that case, the feng shui master who pinpointed this location must have mentioned that its feng shui configuration is known as Golden Monkey Exploring the Moon, which is a living site. Furthermore, this site's feng shui can only protect the Ma family for 36 years. After that, a relocation is mandatory, is it not? Yes, that is indeed the case. Young man, how do you know all this? My inquiries left Ma Santai thoroughly convinced. Likewise, those who had initially intended to dismiss me were left speechless, as they had not expected a young man in his 20s to possess such extensive knowledge and accuracy. Yet, instead of continuing along the same vein as Ma Santai, I pointed out the issues with the feng shui of the area. A living site, like a tomb, is akin to a being. Both are alive and have a lifespan. For instance, this particular site is called Golden Monkey Exploring the Moon because it is surrounded by mountains, with the grave situated at the center of a plain encircled by these peaks. The mountains resemble monkeys, while the grave represents the well used for moon exploration. The saying goes, remarkable sights yield remarkable individuals. Based on the configuration of Golden Monkey Exploring the Moon, if all goes well, the Ma family is destined for great fortune in the ensuing years. However, Ma Santai interjected, sensing my sudden change in tone. Forgive my candor, but the feng shui configuration of Golden Monkey Exploring the Moon has already been disrupted. The recent earthquakes have disturbed the energy of this place, startling them. I sighed. There is an adage in feng shui, when the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. A startled monkey will cause chaos. If they are startled, they will direct their anger towards the owner of the tomb, thus creating trouble for your family. This explains the bizarre dreams you have experienced and the inexplicable illnesses among certain members of the Ma family. Particularly among the descendants of the tomb owner, those born under the dragon, tiger, and pig signs are the most susceptible to being affected, as there is a saying about the 6 harms and 6 clashes of the zodiac. The monkey corresponds to Shen, while the dragon, tiger, and pig correspond to Chan, Yin, and Hai, respectively, which are particularly unfavorable for the monkey. And what about my parents' coffin? Provided that you excavate within 3 zhang to the southeast of the grave, you will surely find it. This is because Shin and Si are in harmony, with Si representing the southeast. However, The grave must first be filled before any excavation is undertaken to avoid the harm of the Luo Ho Sha to those digging. I elucidated. Upon hearing this, Ma Santai immediately summoned individuals to act on my instructions. Ultimately, the crowd successfully discovered the coffin in the southeast direction. Yet, I sighed once more, not out of pity for the Ma family, but as a feng shui master. I understood that a living site like Golden Monkey exploring the moon could only be used for one burial and one formation. If the feng shui is disrupted, the spirit of the monkey would entirely dissipate, rendering this place commonplace. Even if a new burial were to take place here in the future, it would bear no efficacy. Moreover, such living sites are not only suitable for burials, but can also be utilized to maintain local water sources. In the case of Guqing, located in the northwest, where water is scarce, if the position of the living site were to be used to drill a well, the mountain and river energy from the Golden Monkey could ensure a continuous water supply, benefiting the local villagers. Utilizing a living site for burial is, in many ways, a wasteful act for us feng shui masters. This outcome, particularly in the current situation, leaves me feeling regretful. Chapter 66. The anomaly of Ma Kaiwei. My intervention allowed the Ma family to successfully avert this crisis. Including the feng shui master Qi Chuntang, everyone now regarded me with a changed demeanor. Especially Qi Chuntang, who glared at me with the intensity of a sworn enemy. I found it beneath my dignity to engage with him. As a feng shui master and the president of the Ganzhouyi Association, Qi Chuntang had failed to recognize the issue at hand and instead issued misguided commands, clearly indicating that he had yet to master his craft. Once the coffin was retrieved, the elder Dam sought my assistance in finding a new burial site for his parents. After all, the Golden Monkey exploring the moon site was now lifeless, and interring them there would yield no feng shui benefits. However, I did not rush to agree, as I had another pressing matter to discuss with him. The White Tiger stone pillars of Longyan, which I could leverage for a transaction with Ma Santai. A paper mill. When I recounted the situation regarding Yue Mountain to Ma Santai, he fell into deep contemplation. After a moment, he countered, "Xiao Qian, are you certain about what you've said?" "Yes, as I mentioned earlier. The disruption of the Golden Monkey exploring the moon site is due to the instability of the dragon vein at Yueya Mountain, caused by the paper mill. Otherwise, I would not have traveled such a distance to seek you out. The paper mill at Yueya Mountain is indeed connected to our Ma family. It is a project in which my eldest son is involved," Ms. Santai explained. "Since the dragon vein has been disturbed, it could potentially trigger earthquakes, so I will take charge of this matter. Eldest son, you are a shareholder of that factory. You must go to the paper mill with Xiao Chun immediately and remove those pillars." "Understood, father." As soon as Ma Santai's words fell, his eldest son promptly took me and Gao Yuan to the paper mill. Although the paper mill in Yuyishan is predominantly owned by the Japanese company, Rishin Capital, the Ma family remains the second largest shareholder. Thus, removing a few pillars from the factory is not a daunting task for them. Naturally, regardless of the challenges that may arise, I firmly believe that the Ma family will take action. The reason is simple. The Longan issue has already begun to affect their ancestral grave. Be it out of a sense of righteousness or self-interest, the Ma family has no reason to refuse. Moreover, I had promised Ma Santai that once the matter was resolved, I would assist in selecting a favorable feng shui site for their ancestors. This arrangement is undoubtedly advantageous for the Ma family. Ma Santai's involvement made the Longan situation progress far more smoothly than I had anticipated. That afternoon, Ma Santai's eldest son, Ma Yuxian, led me, Gao Yuan, and relevant personnel from the Geology Bureau to the paper mill, where we successfully removed the 7 White Tiger stone pillars. The following day, I returned to Matushan to help the Ma family select a new feng shui site, just as my grandfather had foreseen. Once the pillars were removed, there were no further disturbances at Yuyishan, and Guqing also experienced no more earthquakes. Everything returned to its previous tranquility. However, I did not leave just yet, as I sensed that the Japanese had yet to reveal themselves, and I felt they were harboring some dark secret. 2 days later, in the afternoon, Ma Santai invited me to their ancestral home for a visit as a gesture of gratitude. I gladly accepted. Seizing the opportunity to inquire about Rishin Capital and Harada Shuichi, I arrived at the Ma residence at dusk. As I had anticipated, the ancestral home was decorated in a classical style, evoking a sense of stepping back into ancient times. In the living room, Ma Santai had been waiting for my arrival and warmly welcomed me, making it clear that he regarded me as an esteemed guest of the Ma family. However, apart from Ma Santai, another individual caught my attention. This young woman, in her 20s, was around my age and possessed a striking beauty and poise that bespoke her affluent background. Dressed in a sleek black suit, with trendy shoulder-length hair, and adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, she exuded an air of sophistication and aloofness, as if she had long severed ties with the world around her. Xiao Chen, allow me to introduce you to my granddaughter. Kaiwei, who has just returned from abroad, Ma Santai said. Kaiwei, this is Qin Wuyang, or Xiao Chen as I call him. Do not be deceived by his youth. His expertise in feng shui and destiny far surpasses that of many self-proclaimed masters. Thanks to him, your great-grandparents can now rest in peace, and our Ma family has also averted disaster. Ma Santai took the initiative to introduce his granddaughter. Kaiwei sat across from me, and I noticed that she regarded me with a distinctly unfriendly gaze. Her expression was not only filled with hostility but also a hint of disdain, as though she believed someone of my profession should not occupy such a space. Xiao Chun, we owe you a great deal this time. Once the meal is prepared, I must toast you several times. As I observed Kaiwei, Ma Santai poured me tea, his face brimming with gratitude. You are too kind, Ma Lao, I should be the one thanking you. Otherwise, the Longan issue would not have been resolved so swiftly, I humbly replied. Grandpa, you said tonight was to welcome me, yet you brought a feng shui master here? Kaiwei interjected. Xiao Wei, that is quite rude. A practitioner of superstition has become the guest of honor. It seems that even after years, you remain as antiquated as ever, Kaiwei retorted. Though she did not look at me, her sarcastic remarks were pointedly directed, and I felt somewhat speechless. Were it not for my desire to gather information about Rishin Capital and Harada Shuichi, I would have been disinclined to be present. Kaiwei, enough, Ma Santai scolded. Xiao Qian, please do not take offense. Kaiwei has been living abroad for years and tends to speak without restraint. Now that the meal is ready, let us enjoy a drink together. I could not be bothered to engage with Kaiwei. Although she was as beautiful as Lu Yao, her demeanor paled in comparison. Since Ma Santai's children resided in urban areas such as the city or the northern regions, only Ma Santai remained in the rural ancestral home. Thus, apart from the servants, it was just the three of us, myself, Ma Santai, and Kaiwei, making the atmosphere feel somewhat desolate. Ma Santai offered me a local specialty, Hongchuan wine, to entertain me, though my true intention was not to indulge in feasting and drinking. Ma Lao, are you familiar with the Japanese company Rishin Capital? I heard their president is named Harada Shuichi. After taking a small sip of wine, I expressed my purpose to Ma Santai. However, before he could respond, Kaiwei, who had been quietly eating her meal across from me, suddenly froze upon hearing the name. Her chopsticks fell to the ground in an instant. Chapter 67. The transaction. Kaiwei's reaction astonished both me and Ma Santai. Curious, Ma Santai inquired about her sudden change, but Kaiwei merely brushed it off as a clumsy accident. Yet, her evasive gaze suggested that the matter was far from straightforward. Regarding the paper mill at Yuyishin, I had specifically asked Kaiwei's father about the situation, given that it was he who co-invested with Harada Shuichi. Ma Santai continued to speak about the paper mill while sipping his wine. Xiao Chan? I know a bit about this Harada Shuichi, as I am acquainted with his master. Master? Yes, Harada Shuichi's master is a renowned onmyoji in Japan, exceptionally skilled in divination, feng shui, and healing. Upon mentioning this, Ma Santai paused. Seemingly lost in reminiscence, he lifted his cup, took a gentle sip, and continued. Years ago, my parents brought our entire family to Japan. It is not a proud tale, for my grandfather committed numerous atrocities in the Northwest before the establishment of the nation, which led us to flee to Japan in 1945. I was only 10 at the time. Our family was lost in a foreign land, enduring hardships beyond measure. All our possessions were swindled, and my grandfather passed away in a foreign land during our first year. My parents worked tirelessly to raise me. When I turned 16, I ventured into society myself, setting up a tea stall to sell our hometown sampatai. Initially, we lived in poverty, often on the brink of starvation. It was not until the mid-1960s that I met Harada Shuichi's master, Mr. Guding, who guided me in feng shui and destiny, turning my fortunes around and leading to my current success. In fact, Mr. Guding is a benefactor to me. And what about Harada Shuichi? I, disinterested in the Ma family's past struggles in Japan or Ma Santai's rise to success, hurriedly pressed for the main point. Harada Shuichi is Mr. Guding's adopted son, very intelligent and young. He became the head of an investment company at just 30. By the way, I heard from Tsaiwei's father last night that Harada Shuichi was in our country a couple of days ago and is expected to arrive in Guqing soon. Ma Santai's words piqued my interest. Harada Shuichi's arrival coinciding with the removal of the 7 white tiger stone pillars seems too coincidental to be mere happenstance. I suspected there was more to it. The closer Harada Shuichi arrived at this time, the stronger my belief that he might be connected to the recently removed pillars, suggesting he harbored some secret. Regrettably, Ma Santai knew little else about Harada Shuichi. I had hoped to glean more from Kai Wei, but she finished her meal early and retreated to her room, leaving me with no opportunity for interaction. Around 8:30 that evening, after dinner, I was driven back to Guqing City by Ma Santai's chauffeur. However, just as I returned to the hotel, I received a call from an unknown number. Qingping Lake Wetland Park. Although I was unsure why Kai Wei suddenly sought me out, meeting in such a desolate place at night indicated she had something significant to discuss. When I arrived at the wetland park, I found Kai Wei already waiting in a luxurious Mercedes-Benz. She was elegantly seated on a long bench, dressed in a long black coat, crossing her legs and smoking a cigarette. Upon seeing me, she adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses and promptly explained the purpose of our meeting. I brought you here to ask for your assistance. What kind of assistance? I sat beside Kai Wei, declining the cigarette she offered. Are you skilled in matchmaking? Matchmaking? What do you mean? Let me be straightforward. My parents, in pursuit of the Ma family's ambitions, have resolved to marry me off to the chairman of Rishin Capital, Harada Shuichi. What? Are you intending to have me consult the fortune-telling? I have no faith in such superstitions. Ma Kai Wei inhaled deeply from her cigarette, her countenance remaining as haughty as ever. Yet, despite my skepticism, my parents, like my grandfather, are quite superstitious about fate. Since you have previously assessed the feng shui for the Ma family, the elders will undoubtedly trust your assertions. Thus, I plan to have you concoct a ruse, claiming that my destiny does not align with that of Harada Shuichi, and that forcing such a union would adversely affect our family's fortune. In essence, you should speak of it in the most dire terms possible. I fell silent. So it turns out Ma Kai Wei invited me to this chilly rendezvous merely to enlist my assistance in fabricating a lie? Nevertheless, I ultimately acquiesced. Very well, I shall assist you with this. But I have a condition. Speak. Since you are acquainted with Harada Shuichi, I would appreciate your help in procuring detailed information about him and his mentor. The more comprehensive, the better. What do you require this for? Ma Kai Wei inquired, her curiosity piqued. That is not something you need to concern yourself with. It has no bearing on your family. Okay, we have ourselves an agreement. Furthermore, you must ensure that this remains a secret, particularly for my grandfather. Your grandfather is unaware of this matter? My father dared not inform him, and given my grandfather's advanced age, I wish to spare him any worry. One's destiny should be determined by oneself. In this modern age, I shall never acquiesce to such an archaic and inhumane practice of arranged marriages. Ma Kai Wei replied resolutely. I gazed at her in astonishment. Go be frank, at this very moment. My impression of Ma Kai Wei underwent a complete transformation. Her confidence, resilience, and rationality far surpassed those of her peers, evoking a flicker of admiration within me. The notion of advantageous alliances among affluent families is something I often encounter online. However, I never anticipated finding myself entangled in such a situation. Tsaiwei's father, whom I had met just days ago at the Ma family's ancestral grave, is named Ma Yuxian. Although Ma Yuxian presently holds the esteemed position of chairman of the Ma Group and is a distinguished entrepreneur and patriotic expatriate, he possesses a gentle demeanor, leaving me with a favorable impression. Thus, this arrangement with Ma Kai Wei seemed rather manageable for me. However, what I did not foresee was that the very next morning, as I remained in slumber, a phone call from Gao Yuan would bring this transaction to a sudden halt. For, during the previous night, a grave incident befell the Ma family. Chapter 68. The Honghe Reservoir. What? Ma Yuxian has passed away? Upon receiving this shocking news from Gao Yuan, I instinctively sprang from my bed, the remnants of sleep instantly eclipsed by a wave of disbelief. Indeed, I had just learned from colleagues in the Water Conservancy Department. They mentioned that Ma Yuxian was murdered last night, and his body was discovered at the Honghe Reservoir. Has the cause of death been determined? I am uncertain of the specifics. I am currently en route there. Xiao Chun, are you coming? Yes, come fetch me at once. After hanging up, I sat on the bed in a state of bewilderment. Frankly, the news was so explosive that I struggled to fully comprehend it. Last night, I had dined at the Ma family ancestral residence with Ma Santai. None could have anticipated that while I was enjoying a jovial evening with the elder Ma, his most trusted son, Ma Tsaiwei's father, would meet such a tragic fate. 5 minutes later, Gao Yuan S. Santana arrived at the hotel to pick me up. I in the car. Both Gao Yuan and I wore grim expressions. Although our interactions with Ma Yuxian had been limited to a few occasions at the Ma family's ancestral grave and during the removal of the Baihoshi pillar at the paper mill, the abrupt loss of a vibrant individual less than a week later was a reality neither of us could process. Moreover, the death of Ma Yuxian would undoubtedly impact the Ma family. My primary concern was not the circumstances surrounding Ma Yuxian's demise, but rather Ma Kaiwei. Just the previous night, I had met with her at Wetland Park, discussing various matters, and she had specifically requested me to fabricate a lie to deceive her parents. Initially, I had intended to pay a visit to Ma Yuxian in the coming days, only to find that within the span of a single night, he had been taken from us. The Honghe Reservoir is situated in the northwest of Guqing, adjacent to Yueya Mountain. By the time we arrived at the Honghe Reservoir, it was already past 8 in the morning. Before exiting the vehicle, I could hear the distant wail of ambulances and the heart-wrenching cries of mourning. Upon reaching the scene, I observed several vehicles belonging to the Ma family, alongside police cars and vehicles from the Water Conservancy Bureau. The crime scene was located by the reservoir's edge, cordoned off with police tape. Aside from the grieving relatives of Ma Yuxian, the police were diligently conducting investigations and gathering evidence. The weather was dismal, the sky shrouded in a thick, grayish fabric, while a biting wind sent dry earth and fallen leaves swirling through the air, casting a pall over the entire reservoir. According to the officers on site, Ma Yuxian's daughter, Ma Kaiwei, and her spouse had been present earlier but had fainted upon seeing her father's remains due to overwhelming grief. At that moment, they had been transported to the hospital by ambulance. Ma Yuxian's body was covered with a white shroud, which had already been stained crimson, and even the surrounding grass bore traces of blood, indicating severe injuries. Curiosity compelled me to lift the shroud. However, upon glimpsing the corpse, I was rendered speechless. Ma Yuxian's remains appeared to have been viciously mauled, barely recognizable. His soaked clothing was tattered, and his body was a gruesome sight, with wounds exposing bone particularly around his waist, arms, and legs. This is incredibly brutal. Officer Su, have you determined the cause of Mr. Ma's death? Gao Yuan approached to take a look, and in shock, he inquired of Su Bo, the captain of the Guqing Criminal Investigation Team. Not yet, Su Bo replied gravely. I raised my hands in a gesture of resignation, indicating that all of this was merely my conjecture. However, my judgment did not garner the approval of Su Bo. He cast a sidelong glance at me, seemingly warning me to refrain from uttering nonsensical remarks that could disrupt the morale. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, I discreetly accompanied Gao Yuan onto another boat, returning to the shore. Coincidentally, the director of the Guqing Water Conservancy Bureau arrived at that very moment. Gao Yuan had previously informed me that the Honghe Reservoir fell under the jurisdiction of the Water Conservancy Department. With a body discovered in the reservoir, that of Ma Yuxian, the CEO of the Guqing Ma Group, this was no trivial matter for the people of Guqing. Thus, upon receiving the news, the director promptly made his way here. Just as I was preparing to board a vehicle to visit Ma Kaiwei at the hospital, a casual exchange between the Water Conservancy Bureau director and Gao Yuan immediately captured my attention. Chapter 69. A special place. Director Liu, did you just mention that this land has caught the eye of a Japanese enterprise that wishes to purchase it? Upon overhearing the conversation between Director Liu of the Water Conservancy Bureau and Gao Yuan, I promptly interjected. Oh, Lao Liu, this is Xiao Qin. He assisted with the response to the Yuyishan earthquake last time. Gao Yuan took the initiative to introduce me. Xiao Qin, allow me to introduce you to Lu Jidong, the director of the Water Conservancy Bureau. The last time I inquired about the 2 shareholders of the paper mill, it was through him that I found the information. According to Gao Yuan, he was the head of the Geological Bureau, while Lao Lu was the director of the Water Conservancy Bureau. Despite their different professional domains, both were members of the Guqing government and shared a particularly close relationship. Even regarding the events at Yuyishan, Lu Jidong was largely informed. I didn't expect that the feng shui master Lao Gao mentioned was actually you. Truly impressive. At some point, Xiao Qin, you must help me with some feng shui guidance. Upon hearing Gao Yuan's introduction, Lu Jidong's face instantly brightened with a smile, and he extended his hand towards me. I felt a bit embarrassed by Lu Jidong's flattery and subsequently inquired about the earlier topic. Regarding that, indeed, a Japanese enterprise was interested in purchasing this area a couple of days ago, claiming they intended to develop it for ecotourism. However, we ultimately rejected their proposal, for the Honghe Reservoir is a crucial water source for Guqing. And per regulations, no development is permitted. What is the background of that Japanese company? Do you have specific information? Rishin Capital. Oh right, they are the shareholders of that paper mill. Rishin Capital? Upon hearing this name, a sudden realization dawned upon me. It seemed that Ma Yuxian's death might be connected to Rishin Capital, particularly with that Harada Shuichi. After leaving the Honghe Reservoir, I asked Gao Yuan to take me to the hospital. During the journey, we discussed this case, and we both instinctively pointed our suspicions toward Rishin Capital. However, I was uncertain as to why Rishin Capital desired to acquire this location. Additionally, yesterday at the Ma family's ancestral home, Ma Santai mentioned that the president of Rishin Capital, Harada Shuichi, had already arrived in our country. What has he been doing these past few days? Perhaps, if I could speak with Ma Kaiwei, I might uncover some clues. Ma Kaiwei and her mother were currently receiving treatment at Guqing First People's Hospital. Upon my arrival at the hospital, I found Ma Kaiwei lying on her hospital bed, weeping profusely. Outside the ward, two relatives from the Ma family were keeping vigil from them. I learned that both Ma Kaiwei and her mother were not in serious condition and would be discharged after a day or two of careful recuperation. They also cautioned me not to inform Ma Tsaiwei's grandfather, Ma Santai, about the incident. Understanding their good intentions, I readily agreed. In contrast to the aloof, icy demeanor she exhibited yesterday, she now lay on the hospital bed, her face pale and filled with sorrow. Witnessing her heart-wrenching expression rendered me momentarily speechless. All I could offer was a gaze filled with compassion and sympathy. Her father had met with a tragic fate, and her mother was likewise hospitalized. Such a monumental blow to a girl in her 20s was akin to a cataclysm. Perhaps Ma Kaiwei would eventually return to her previous proud and unapproachable self. But from this moment forth, the fragility that once enveloped her would be irrevocably lost. Are you here to gloat over my misfortune? Perhaps noticing my silence as I stood in the doorway of the ward, Ma Kaiwei trembled as she questioned me. No, I came specifically to see you. I approached her bedside. I don't require your pity. I understand that you are in profound grief, but death is irreversible and— Stop. Before I could finish my sentence, Ma Kaiwei interrupted me. Now that my father is gone, our agreement is void. Please leave. I wish to be alone. My visit is actually related to your father's death. I recognized that Ma Kaiwei was engulfed in intense sorrow, so I did not take offense at her demeanor. I endeavored to soften my tone, hoping to soothe her emotions. I possess crucial information regarding your father's death. It may be connected to Rishin Capital. Upon hearing the name Rishin Capital, Ma Kaiwei immediately sat up in bed. With an expression bordering on fury, she glared at me. Are you implying that my father's death is linked to Harada Shuichi? Yes, although this is merely my conjecture. Do you not find this situation rather peculiar? Why did your father go to the reservoir last night? According to police investigations, your father's vehicle was not at the scene, suggesting he must have gone there with someone else. Furthermore, that location has caught the attention of Rishin Capital. I believe the perpetrator who harmed your father, if not Harada Shuichi himself, is certainly connected to him. Seizing the opportunity, I relayed all the discoveries made at the Honghe Reservoir to Ma Kaiwei. I am not a member of the police force, and this case does not pertain to me. Yet I am determined to uncover the truth, especially since it involves that Japanese company to investigate Rishin Capital and its president Harada Shuichi. I realized I could only rely on Ma Kaiwei. I poured a glass of water for Ma Kaiwei, signaling that calmness was essential at this moment. She did not drink, but my words evidently had an effect. She lowered her head, lost in thought, before finally looking up to ask, "Why are you so invested in Rishin Capital and Harada Shuichi, Dragon Veins?" Huh? Ma Kaiwei appeared bewildered. I then elucidated my purpose for coming to Guqing and the matter concerning the Dragon Veins of Yuyishin in detail. You might find it hard to believe, but I assure you, it is the truth. The concept of Dragon Veins pertains to the rise and fall of a region's fortunes, and it is intimately connected to a nation's fate. Harada Shuichi is Japanese, and nearly everything I have encountered in Guqing has some connection to him and Rishin Capital. Do you think this is mere coincidence? Ma Kaiwei furrowed her brows, falling silent. I understand that you may still be skeptical. After all, I have heard from your grandfather that you have lived abroad and received a modern education. However, I possess a means to convince you. If you are physically able to endure it, come, I shall take you to a place. Where? A place where you can see your father. Huh? My words struck a chord with Ma Kaiwei, eliciting a look of shock mixed with a glimmer of hope in her eyes. I glanced at the door to ensure we were alone before revealing my intentions to her. Predictably, she was left utterly speechless. Chapter 70. Descending to the underworld again. Qingting Garden Community. This is one of the most prestigious residential complexes in Guqing and also serves as Ma Kaiwei's residence in her hometown. Although she had lived abroad for an extended period and chose to remain in a bustling city like Shanghai upon her return, Guqing was still her roots. She mentioned that this house was specifically purchased for her by her father, Ma Yuxian, during his lifetime. Earlier in the hospital, I had shared my plans with Ma Kaiwei and requested her assistance in finding a secluded and safe location. After hearing my proposal, although she was taken aback, she ultimately agreed and brought me here. Hey, did you really mean that you would take me to the underworld to see my father? Upon entering her home and shutting the door, Ma Kaiwei immediately questioned me. Even now, she struggled to accept that such things could exist in this world. However, her attitude toward me and the concept of metaphysics had shifted slightly. She was no longer as resistant and opposed as she had been before. Perhaps her father's death had prompted her to understand why so many people in society believed in Taoism and Buddhism. Of course it is true. You will understand shortly. I cast a fleeting glance around the spacious room, responding in kind. The expanse was considerable, over 300 square meters, immaculately furnished. On the pristine white sofa in the living room lay the long black coat I had worn during our encounter at the wetland park the previous night. The air was imbued with a refreshing fragrance, identical to that which enveloped me. I instructed Mitsai to securely close the doors and windows, drawing the curtains tightly shut. Subsequently, I retrieved several items I had purchased from the funeral parlor and cautioned Mitsai, saying, "Shortly, I shall set up a ritual formation. Once it is arranged, I will lead you into the underworld. Remember, no matter what you see or hear, remain silent. You must adhere to my guidance. Understood?" Mitsai gazed at me in astonishment, her eyes brimming with curiosity. This marked my second descent into the underworld. The first was in Jiangqing.at that time. I had employed the Jade Maiden subduing method to rescue old Master El Yao's grandfather. Drawing from the success of my initial experience, I planned to utilize the same method once more. However, I was acutely aware of the physical toll the journey to the underworld could impose. Yet, I had little time to dwell on such concerns. Firstly, Mitsai's plight stirred my compassion, prompting me to seek solace for her wounded spirit through this venture. Secondly, this presented a timely opportunity to directly inquire about the events surrounding Ma Yuxian from the previous night. Just as I had done when preparing the 9 Palaces formation last time, I swiftly gathered all necessary items, including the documents required for our descent into the underworld. Once everything was ready, I instructed Mitsai to sit beside me, close her eyes, and remain silent. I then covered her eyes with yellow paper and bound a red string around her ankles, connecting her to the Jin Palace within the 9 Palaces. The entrance to the realm of spirits. Soon, as I ignited the Dingqi Jade Maiden Talisman, the temperature in the room began to shift ominously. I could distinctly sense a chilling wind swirling about us. Mitsai, too, must have sensed the peculiarity. It was her first encounter with such phenomena, and a hint of fear crept into her heart. Despite my hand clasping hers, her body trembled involuntarily. "Do not fear. This is a normal occurrence," I murmured soothingly. Almost immediately, an overwhelming sensation of descent enveloped us. Upon opening my eyes, I discovered that we were no longer in Mitsai's home, but rather in a dark, desolate forest. Is this the underworld? Mitsai gasped, startled by the sudden transformation of our surroundings. The landscape was shrouded in darkness. The sky was devoid of light, bereft of sun, moon, or stars, lacking any semblance of vitality. Yet, this place was not the underworld itself, but a necessary passage to reach it. After death, the first procedure involves registering at the local Earth deity's temple, typically within 12 hours of passing. Once registered and identity verified, the spirit would embark on the Yellow Springs Road alongside the waiting officials of the afterlife. Your father passed away last night, and it has yet to be 12 hours. Based on my experience, he is likely still at the Earth deity's temple, so we can go there to see him. I explained. Mitsai appeared at a loss for words, but upon witnessing me hasten my steps, she quickly followed suit. Having descended into the underworld once before, I navigated the path with ease, leading Mitsai swiftly to the Earth Deity's temple. As fortune would have it, upon our arrival, I spotted 3 figures in the distance making their way along the Yellow Springs Road. Alas, the closer I got, the thicker the mist became, obscuring their features. Fortunately, I had previously dispatched the necessary documents for the underworld, which included Ma Yuxian's name and birth details. Hence, I called out loudly for Ma Yuxian. Upon hearing his name, the 3 figures indeed halted in their tracks. As I approached with Mitsai, I confirmed that one of the figures was Ma Yuxian. Upon seeing her father, Mitsai, though merely a spirit, could not conceal her sorrow, throwing herself into Ma Yuxian's embrace and weeping uncontrollably. I deliberately stepped back, despite the multitude of questions swirling in my mind, recognizing that this precious time should be reserved for the father and daughter. After all, this might be their final meeting. However, as Mitsai and Ma Yuxian exchanged their heartfelt laments, the 2 officials of the afterlife who had been by Ma Yuxian's side suddenly approached me. The mist was so thick that, coupled with their archaic garb, I found it difficult to discern their true forms. Having never encountered such a situation before, I instinctively retrieved the talisman I always carried. This talisman had been gifted to me by my grandfather prior to my initiation into this world. It was a specialized talisman from the realm of Qi Min, capable of warding off all malevolent spirits, including the officials of the underworld. Initially, I feared that the 2 officials approaching me intended to confront me. After all, my grandfather had warned me of 3 risks associated with descending into the underworld. First, the invasion of Yin energy, which could not be mitigated by any means. Second, the potential harassment by wandering spirits. And third, the possibility of encountering unreasonable officials who might cause trouble even if one possessed the necessary documents. I was apprehensive that these 2 officials might represent the third risk. Yet, my fears proved unfounded. They did not seek to confront me. Instead, they uttered words that left me utterly astonished. Chapter 71. The secrets of heaven cannot be revealed. The 2 officials approached me, their true forms still concealed. But I caught a glimpse of their black robes, tall hats, and the long soul-retrieving banners they wielded. Chan Shi Wuyang, one of them intoned. Yes, that is I replied hastily. Yu Yashan, year of EU, month of Hai. Day 28. What of the day 28 of the month of Hai in the year of EU? Is there something significant about that day? I inquired politely. The officials repeated this phrase several times. My initial fear morphed into bewilderment. Yet, they did not clarify my question, simply stating, we are entrusted by another to convey this to you. Be why whom? The secrets of heaven cannot be revealed. In due time, you shall come to know. With that, the 2 officials returned to Ma Yuxian's side, leaving me standing there in a daze, utterly confounded by their words. Setting aside the mystery of the significance of the day 28 of the month of Hai in the year of EU, it was astonishing to learn that even officials of the afterlife could be entrusted with a task. Who could possess such authority as to command the soul-retrieving officials of the underworld? I had never heard of such a thing. Yet, considering it from another angle, this person not only possessed great power but must also have some acquaintance with me. Why they chose not to approach me directly, but rather through this indirect means, was a conundrum I could not unravel. Moreover, the date mentioned by the officials, day 28 of the month of Hai in the year of EU, corresponded to this very year. The year of EU signifies the year 2005, and the month of Hai refers to the lunar month of October. Thus, the date mentioned was the 20th day of the lunar month of October, which translates to November 29, 2005, in the Gregorian calendar, merely half a month away. Could it be that this individual wished to meet me at Yu Yashan on that day? This was the only conclusion I could draw from the information at hand. Regardless, I would undoubtedly visit Yu Yashan on that day. Perhaps then, I would uncover the truth of the matter. Meanwhile, on Mitsai's side, after a brief emotional outpouring and mutual confessions of sorrow, both the grief-stricken Mitsai and the regretful Ma Yuxian gradually found solace. Uncle Ma, could you tell me what transpired last night? I noticed that time was of the essence and thus approached Ma Yuxian to inquire. Last night, a friend invited me to discuss business at the Honghe Reservoir. He wished to purchase that piece of land and sought my assistance as an intermediary to negotiate with the relevant authorities. I asked this friend Hirota Shuichi. Ma Yuxian's description brought to mind the words of Lu Jidong, the director of the Water Conservancy Bureau, from earlier that morning. Yes, indeed. Ma Yuxian nodded. Why does he wish to acquire that land? I had posed this question earlier, considering the significance of the Honghe Reservoir as a strategic zone for Gu City, crucial to national interests. Even if I interceded, the relevant authorities would likely not consent. Unfortunately, Hirota Shuichi had not been forthcoming, merely mentioning that there was a treasure within the reservoir. A treasure? Yes, but he did not specify what it was, only stating that his investment in China was motivated by this item. Additionally, I inquired about the matter concerning the 7 pillars at the paper mill. I never expected that upon mentioning this topic, his demeanor would shift dramatically. He reproached me for not consulting him prior to removing the pillars. I inquired whether those columns were intended to disrupt the dragon vein, to which he vehemently denied, merely stating that they were meant to attract wealth and alter fortunes. Subsequently, I had intended to depart, only to be unexpectedly rendered unconscious by the feng shui master beside him. Later, I found myself submerged in water, and upon regaining consciousness, I discovered that something had latched onto me, ultimately leading to my loss of sensation. Emma Yuxian meticulously recalled the events of the previous night. I pondered over his description. According to the police, you succumbed to injuries inflicted by a wild beast. Did you not observe what attacked you? Ma Yuxian shook his head in resignation. I truly have no recollection. I only remember a massive entity swimming around me in the water. This implies that there might be some creature lurking in the Honghe Reservoir. His response reminded me of the dark red fish scale discovered in the reservoir that morning. Where is Hirota Shuichi now? At the paper mill. Xiao Chun, if you plan to seek him out, exercise caution. This individual possesses greater cunning than I initially presumed. I had even contemplated uniting him with Kai Wei. Reflecting on it now, I realize how muddled my thoughts have become with age. This realization left Ma Yuxian feeling quite aggrieved. I attempted to reassure him that human nature is inscrutable, and he need not be overly self-reproachful. Afterwards, I intended to inquire further about Hirota Shuichi, yet before I could articulate my question, the 2 spectral figures raised their hands in a gesture of obstruction. The time has come, dear daughter. I must take my leave. Please convey my apologies to your grandfather and your mother, and tell them I am truly sorry. Father, please take care of yourself. Refrain from staying up late, eat on time, and remember that life is arduous. Do not overexert yourself. Dama Kai Wei once again choked on her words, tears streaming down her face. Subsequently, Ma Yuxian turned to me. Master Xiao Chun, may I request a favor from you? Speak freely. You must have heard my father recount our family history. Prior to liberation, our family was not held in high esteem. Therefore, even though we now possess numerous enterprises in Guqing and have engaged in many charitable acts, we remain despised by those who have schemed against us. When Kai Wei was young, her classmates often taunted her as a descendant of bandits. Thus, I encouraged her to study abroad. Although she possesses a strong spirit, her inner self can be fragile at times. You are an expert in destiny, well-versed in the intricacies of human nature, and knowledgeable about matters beyond the comprehension of the average person. In the future, should Kai Wei encounter challenges regarding marriage or any other difficulties, I hope you can assist her in discerning the nature of those around her. My greatest concern in this lifetime is her well-being, and I express my gratitude here. Certainly, I assure you. Without hesitation, I accepted Ma Yuxian's request. The parting of life and death is invariably sorrowful. I watched Ma Yuxian and the spectral figures gradually fade into the mist. A wave of emotion washed over me, leaving my heart heavy with a bittersweet blend of feelings. Upon my return to the realm of the living, the time had already surpassed 3 in the afternoon. Kai Wei was in tears, and it took her a considerable while to regain her composure. Perhaps due to my assistance in understanding her wishes, she unexpectedly expressed her gratitude. I smiled gently, then darkness enveloped me, and I fainted. Chapter 72. Strange phenomena. I was unaware of how much time had passed. When I awakened, I found the outside world cloaked in darkness, and I was lying on a soft double bed. A lamp illuminated the room with a warm, gentle hue, creating a cozy atmosphere. The air was infused with the familiar scent of lilies. The fragrance triggered memories of my fainting episode after returning from the underworld, and I realized that I must still be in Ma Saiwei's home. Gritting my teeth, I rose from the bed. Fortunately, my sojourn in the underworld was brief, and unlike my previous experience on the road to the Yellow Springs, a short rest had revitalized me significantly. It was already 10 o'clock at night, and upon seeing that I had awakened, Ma Kai Wei, who had been lost in thought on the sofa, hurriedly poured me a glass of water. I summoned my grandfather's private doctor to examine you. The physician assured me that you were not seriously harmed, merely experiencing a sudden depletion of energy, necessitating a period of rest. I accepted the glass and drank it eagerly, but Saiwei's words left me unable to argue. For I indeed felt as if my body had been drained of vitality. I instructed the housekeeper to save dinner for you. Please eat before you leave. That sounds reasonable. As I reached for my backpack in preparation to depart, Ma Kaiwei promptly returned from the kitchen with the evening meal. I did not hesitate, for I had not consumed anything since this morning, and my stomach was already protesting with hunger. While dining, I learned from Ma Kaiwei that she had specifically visited the ancestral home that afternoon to see her grandfather, Ma Santai. Now aware of Ma Yuxian's demise, Ma Santai was utterly devastated by the loss of his son. In a fit of rage, he sent someone to the paper mill to confront Harada Shuichi. Unfortunately, Harada Shuichi had already vanished without a trace, leaving Ma Santai with no choice but to forcibly shut down the paper mill in Ma Yuxian's name and report Harada Shuichi's situation to the authorities. Nevertheless, I firmly believe that Harada Shuichi will return. After all, during our time in the underworld, Ma Yuxian had mentioned that his investment in China was motivated by treasures hidden within the Honghe Reservoir. What those treasures are remains a mystery to all, yet Harada Shuichi certainly would not relinquish his pursuit so easily. Today, I genuinely thank you. Had it not been for your intervention, I would have remained oblivious to the existence of souls and spirits. Nor would I have had the chance to reunite with my father, which has granted me considerable solace. You are being too modest. The typically aloof and proud young lady unexpectedly expressed her gratitude, leaving me somewhat taken aback. Yet suddenly, I sensed something amiss. Wait a moment. You mentioned that you visited your grandfather this afternoon? Is there an issue? Ma Kaiwei instinctively adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses. No issue. It's just that you accompanied me to the underworld. Yet while I suffered from the backlash of negative energy, you emerged unscathed. I stared at Ma Kaiwei in astonishment. Perhaps my constitution is stronger than yours. How can that be? I retorted, you are unaware. When mortals descend to the underworld, regardless of their abilities or achievements, they will inevitably be impacted by the negative energy of that realm. This is a principle imparted to me by my grandfather. By the way, could you share your birth date and time? I curiously requested her birth chart. However, the outcome was disappointing. Saiwei's birth chart, while aesthetically pleasing, with flourishing wealth, authority, and destiny, bore no remarkable uniqueness. How peculiar. I murmured to myself. This was the first time I encountered such an anomaly. It was also the first instance since entering this field that I found myself perplexed by my own knowledge. I could not comprehend why Ma Kaiwei exhibited such traits. Yet, I chose not to dwell on it further. After all, the realm of metaphysics is vast and enigmatic. Much like the cosmos, one could spend an entire lifetime yet still fail to grasp all its underlying principles or unravel the mysteries of natural evolution. As Ma Kaiwei was preoccupied with managing her father Ma Yuxian's affairs in the following days, I refrained from interrupting her. After finishing dinner, I hurriedly departed from the Qingting Huayuan community. Upon returning to the hotel and briefly refreshing myself, I collapsed into bed. Today had indeed been exhausting for me. First, I visited the Honghe Reservoir, followed by an unrelenting trip to the hospital, and then I accompanied Ma Kaiwei to the underworld. Even after having slept for 7 or 8 hours, I still felt utterly drained. However, as I was drifting off to sleep, I vaguely sensed the ground trembling. Initially, I dismissed it as a dream. It was not until the following morning when Gao Yuan called me that I realized something was amiss. Xiao Chen, there was another earthquake last night. What? According to our monitoring, at 3:32 this morning, Guqing experienced a magnitude 3.7 earthquake, with the epicenter located at Yueya Mountain. This is truly bizarre. Those 7 columns had been removed. Hadn't they? Gao Yuan on the other end of the line sighed in confusion. As the director of the Geological Bureau, Gao Yuan had believed that the crisis at Yueya Mountain had been averted post-removal of the White Tiger stone columns. Yet, no one had anticipated that just a week later, the earthquake would recur. Have you checked the situation at the paper mill? I inquired. I just dispatched someone to investigate. Everything appears normal at the Longyan area. Currently, operations have ceased due to Ma Yuxian's death. I heard that Ma Santai leveraged connections to forcibly shut down the factory. That is indeed perplexing. Logically speaking, the issue at Longyan should have been resolved after the removal of the White Tiger stone columns. Are you suggesting that this earthquake is merely coincidental? Perhaps, but it remains uncertain. This matter is of great significance, so I dare not hastily draw conclusions. Subsequently, I instructed Gao Yuan to drive over and pick me up. In any case, it would be prudent to visit Yuyishin in person. However, just as Gao Yuan arrived, I stepped out of the hotel, preparing to get into the car, when the sudden change in the surrounding environment caught my attention. At present, the entire urban area of Guqing is marked by the desolation of withered vegetation along both sides of the roads. Furthermore, an artificial river adjacent to the hotel has inexplicably dried up. Even on the way to Yuyishin, I observed that the trees lining the roads had succumbed to death overnight. As I surveyed the scene, an aura of lifelessness enveloped me. This sight filled me with an ominous premonition. Especially upon reaching the foot of Yuyishin, I discovered that the vegetation here had nearly descended into a state of rampant growth. These bizarre occurrences inevitably reminded me of the photographs I had previously seen at the home of Gao Yuan's father, Gao Huajun. They also evoked memories of the geological upheaval that transpired 40 years ago. Chapter 73. The air rages against the stars at this very moment. Atop Yuyishin, the landscape is adorned with lush greenery and flourishing branches. It is a vivid contrast to the desolate surroundings, revealing that this location seems to exist within an entirely different climate. Indeed, a different world. I stood beside the car, gazing at the environment around me. Unable to quell the tumult within 40 years ago, Yuyishin had once exhibited a similar spectacle. Yet, my recollection of that time is limited to a few black and white photographs, unable to convey the visual and spiritual impact of such surrealism. Only now do I truly comprehend it. Heavens, is this a dream? If it is a dream, it is astonishingly vivid. Accompanying me, besides Gao Yuan, is Old Zhang, the head of the Disaster Prevention Department at the Geological Bureau. Like me, they noticed the transformation of Yuyishin and its surroundings during our journey. Upon alighting from the car, both men were left utterly speechless. Suspecting that this earthquake was still linked to the Dragon Vein, I first directed Gao Yuan to drive to the papermaking factory located at the Lungyan site. Due to Ma Yuxian's death, the factory had been forced to close. At this moment, it stood desolate, not only eerily quiet but also in a state of disarray. With many doors, windows, and equipment having been damaged. It seems that old Master Ma Santai had indeed taken decisive action. As I had discussed with Gao Yuan over the phone, when I entered the factory and reached the Lungyan site, I found that nothing appeared amiss. I then took out the Duanjia-style compass to examine the energy field of the Dragon Vein. From a feng shui perspective, the energy here was stable, indicating that the Dragon Vein posed no issues. Yet, the more untroubled it seemed, the more anxious I felt. After all, the earthquake was exceedingly peculiar, compounded by the abnormality of Guqing's vegetation. This was not a good omen. While I continued my investigation in the mountains, Lu Jihong, the director of the Water Conservancy Bureau, called Gao Yuan. According to Lu, the Honghe Reservoir was also facing issues, with nearly half of its water having vanished. Upon learning this news, I immediately instructed Gao Yuan to drive to the reservoir. Upon our arrival, I discovered that it mirrored Lu's description perfectly. Before my eyes, the vegetation surrounding the reservoir had also withered completely. I had visited this place yesterday, and while it wasn't exactly teeming with life, it was certainly vibrant. Yet now, not only had the vegetation withered overnight, but the reservoir's water had inexplicably diminished by more than half. The water level had plummeted by nearly 5 meters. This is truly bizarre. Old Gao, with the earthquake, the withered vegetation, and now the diminished water in the reservoir, could this possibly be related to Yuyishin again? Seeing Gao Yuan and me arrive, Lu Jihong expressed his exasperation to Gao Yuan. Due to his connection with Gao Yuan, Lu was somewhat aware of the Dragon Vein's matters. I refrained from joining their conversation and instead wandered around. That moment, another earthquake struck. Accompanying the tremors was a peculiar sound that suddenly emanated from the mountains. This sound resembled the roar of a wild beast, deep and chilling. Especially for Gao Yuan and Lu Jihong, the unexpected earthquake had already terrified them, and the ensuing eerie cries sent their adrenaline surging. Without waiting for me to say anything, both men hurriedly pulled me into the car, and with a swift press of the accelerator, we vanished from the scene. In the days that followed, the frequency of the earthquakes escalated. It could be said that Guqing and its surroundings experienced at least 5 tremors daily. Although the magnitudes were minor, this extraordinary phenomenon, coupled with the withering of vegetation, left everyone in a state of anxiety, particularly myself. Frankly speaking, I now felt utterly powerless, uncertain of what course of action to take that I am a fortune teller, a feng shui master, and a practitioner of yin and yang. What I can do is to utilize my knowledge to identify the issues and seek solutions. However, in recent days, I have repeatedly ascended the mountain to confirm that the feng shui, dragon vein, and longyan all exhibited no problems. I have explored every conceivable cause, yet the final outcome has left me profoundly disheartened. I even began to suspect that these issues had transcended the realm of metaphysics. After all, the gates of the marvelous are shrouded in enigma. To comprehend the relationship between heaven and humanity, to grasp the transformations of ancient and modern times, remains an insurmountable challenge. During this period, aside from continuing to closely observe the situation at Yushin with Gao Yuan, I also found time to attend Ma Yuxian's funeral. After all, our acquaintance was a bond, and I felt compelled to offer him a final farewell. Additionally, I received an invitation from Ma Santai, hoping that I could select a suitable burial site for Caiwei's father atop Matushin. This was a matter of obligation for me, so I readily agreed. Once Ma Yuxian's funeral was concluded, Ma Santai once again invited me to the ancestral home, hosting a banquet to express his gratitude. Similar to the previous occasion, the dinner consisted of myself, Ma Santai, and Ma Caiwei. The difference this time was that, due to Ma Yuxian's passing, everyone's misdemeanor had undergone a significant transformation. During the meal, Ma Santai sought my counsel regarding certain matters related to the underworld, even expressing a desire to venture into the afterlife to visit Ma Yuxian. However, I ultimately declined his request. The realm of the underworld is not one that just anyone may traverse. Especially for someone like Ma Santai, an elderly man in his 70s, such an endeavor is fraught with danger. After dinner, I accompanied Ma Santai to his study, sharing a pot of tea while sipping tea. We engaged in conversation about the recent earthquakes in Guqing and the phenomenon of withered vegetation. With the advancement of the internet, this issue has not only caused a stir in Guqing, but has also ignited fervent discussions online. Various media outlets are reporting on the matter, and even some so-called adventurers have driven to Guqing, seeking to uncover the cause behind it all. However, as we chatted, a glance out the window suddenly captured my attention. The night sky revealed an unusual sight. At that moment, the moon hung crimson against the night, resembling a streak of blood. Surrounding it were 3 twinkling stars that formed a perfect triangle. Encircling the moon, they flickered like breathing lights, their brilliance surpassing that of the surrounding stars. Moreover, as this celestial phenomenon unfolded, a stream of purple energy continuously emanated from the east, directed towards the stars. This stream of purple energy was precisely aligned with the direction of Yushin. The air rages against the stars, so this is how it manifests. Upon witnessing this spectacle, I suddenly experienced a moment of clarity, understanding the significance of what I was observing. Chapter 74. Astrological divination is something amiss with the sky. Ma Caiwei, who had just entered, could not contain her curiosity as she noticed me standing by the window. Gazing upward, ignoring her, I continued to fixate on the 3 flickering stars surrounding the moon, muttering to myself, "Today is October 16, a EC day." According to the divisions of the zodiac, these 3 accompanying stars should correspond to the star officials of Penghui, Bingfu, and Tianbian-do. It is now Ding Hai time, and Do is located in the heavenly market, the 7 royal stars of the Dui Palace, which means that during this time, the heavenly stem is Ding Qi. Ding Qi enters Dui, forming the auspicious pattern of the 3 wonders ascending to the palace. "Hey, what are you murmuring about?" Ma Caiwei asked, intrigued. "I never expected you to understand celestial observations." Hearing my mutterings, both Ma Caiwei and Ma Santai approached me, their gazes following mine toward the night sky. It is no wonder there were earthquakes. I suddenly realized. I have finally comprehended the reasons behind the many bizarre phenomena at Yushin. It turns out that what that little devil, Harada Shioi, said was not entirely unfounded. Indeed, there are treasures hidden within the mountains. "What treasures?" Ma Caiwei asked, her confusion evident as she interjected. I shook my head. It is still uncertain. However, based on the manifestations of the Qiming divination, it appears to be the Ding Qi ascending to the palace among the 3 wonders, coupled with the continual surge of energy directed towards the purple abode from the direction of Yushin. All of these are omens heralding the descent of treasures. To speak directly to the matter at hand. This marks my inaugural foray into celestial interpretation. Thus, even when I shared my perspectives with Ma Caiwei and Ma Santai, I could not assert with absolute certainty. After all, the Chemin Yanchun method I employed is one of the most intricate and enigmatic among the myriad of Chemin forecasting techniques, and I do not possess exceptional mastery over it. The so-called Chemin Yanchun, also known as Duanjiachuanqing or Qinqing Shu, involves placing the stars of the three enclosures, 4 images, 7 luminaries, and 28 mansions within the He Luo 9 palaces, utilizing temporal variables for deduction. This is knowledge I have only recently gleaned from my grandfather after attaining a certain proficiency in ordinary mathematical Chemin over the past 2 years. Xiao Qian, Ma Santai interjected, I have heard of Chemin. But what is Yanchun? Can Chemin also be used to observe celestial phenomena? He handed me a cup of warm tea, I explained. Certainly. Chemin is fundamentally a spatio-temporal model composed of the 4 domains of heaven, earth, humanity, and spirit, with the heavenly domain representing the myriad stars. The method I employed this time is Chemin Yanchun, a more profound predictive approach than the commonly seen rotating or flying plate Chemin techniques. Essentially, it belongs to the realm of astrology. Fearing that Ma Santai and Ma Kaiwei might not fully grasp the concept, I elaborated further. As the ancients said, the will of heaven is unknowable, and fate is unalterable. Astrology is a method derived from the observations of celestial changes by our forebears, summarizing their findings into a means of predicting celestial phenomena. Unlike foreign astrology, our nation's astrological tradition has a far richer history and excels in both accuracy and scope of prediction. Regrettably, contemporary society often leans towards foreign influences, believing that the moon abroad must be rounder, while neglecting the invaluable cultural heritage left by our ancestors. After sipping my tea, I continued, astrology in our country is divided into 2 main schools. The first is the real star school, which relies on direct observation of celestial bodies for divination, such as the 7 political stars and 4 residues. The second is the virtual star school, which hypothesizes the influence of celestial bodies that do not physically exist based on the theory of the 5 elements. The most prominent representative of this school is Ziwei Shu. Compared to the virtual star school, the real star school is the more challenging of the 2, as it involves exceedingly complex divination methods and a vast array of astrological knowledge. Additionally, the current environmental pollution makes it increasingly difficult to discern the stars, especially at night. Chemin Yanchun is a variant of the real star school. I previously mentioned that Chemin Duanjia holds a high status within the realm of divination due to its rigorous logic, strategic planning, and ability to navigate fortune and misfortune, as well as its flexibility in integrating various forms of divination. For instance, I have previously employed Duanjia Chuanren and Chemin Chuanbatzi, among others. Besides Luren, Batzi can be applied to Chemin, and naturally, celestial phenomena can also be incorporated. The Ding Qi Gui Run Shang Dian configuration is a pattern within Chemin Chuanqing, which is also referred to as the Jade Maiden ascending to heaven in astrology. In Chemin, there are 3 auspicious elements, Yi, Bing, and Ding, corresponding to the sun, moon, and stars. Among these, the star represented by Ding is the most crucial deity in Chemin Chuanqing. According to the Ganshi Xingjing, the Do mansions Pang Kuei, the Bing Fu, and the Tian Bian star accompany the moon. Obtaining Ding Qi Gui Ren Shang Dian signifies the emergence of treasures. Such a complex concept, yet you mention the emergence of treasures. Now that is quite a revelation. Ma Kaiwei remarked, though she had not fully grasped my explanation, she did remember the mention of treasures at Yuya Mountain. I returned to my seat, taking another sip of tea, choosing not to delve deeper into this topic. Instead, I recalled a statement made by 2 spectral messengers during my time in the underworld. Yuya Mountain. Year of EU, month of Hai, day 28. Today is already the 16th of October, corresponding to the 16th of Hai. Thus, in 12 days, the foretold date will arrive at that time. I was unaware of the significance of this date. However, now, as I uncover the celestial implications, a sudden clarity washes over me, albeit with lingering uncertainty. Consequently, for the next few days, I found myself almost continuously at Yuya Mountain. Through my observations, I noted that as soon as darkness fell, the 3 stars, Peng Kuei, Bing Fu, and Tian Bian, of the Do Mansion flickered in and out of view around the moon. Moreover, the purple aura surrounding Yuya Mountain grew increasingly dense, accompanied by a relentless series of earthquakes, escalating from 3 to 5 occurrences daily, eventually reaching over 10. Yet, the current state of Yuya Mountain was markedly different from when I first arrived. Aside from the vegetation flourishing wildly and becoming ever denser, the relentless media coverage had transformed the area into a veritable hub of activity. Despite the ongoing earthquakes, which could have deterred many, People continued to gather, cameras in hand, eager to document the spectacle. If live streaming had been available in that era, the crowds would have swelled even further. On the 27th of Hai, the region of Gucheng was gripped by a Siberian cold front, resulting in a sudden drop in temperature and heavy snowfall. Having been in Gucheng for nearly a month, I had made it a habit to visit Yuya Mountain daily, akin to a forest ranger. Roaming the hills, tomorrow marks the 28th of Hai, as foretold by the spectral messenger. Perhaps due to the approaching date, I found myself plagued by insomnia and increasing unease over the past few days. The snow soon enveloped the entirety of Yuya Mountain in a blanket of white, yet the flora within remained vibrantly green, an astonishing sight to behold. However, what preoccupied my thoughts was not this spectacle, but rather the resounding roars that had been emanating from Yuya Mountain since dawn, accompanied by ominous rumbles of thunder. I had previously encountered such roars at the Honghe Reservoir, and to my surprise, they had returned after half a month. The thunder, although not deafening, had persisted without cessation. In the northwest, winter should not bring thunder. Yet, the occurrence of winter thunder, combined with seismic activity and the peculiar roars echoing from the mountains, instilled within me a sense of foreboding. The previous night's roar had ignited widespread discussion online, and despite the frigid temperatures and heavy snowfall, many still flocked to Yuya Mountain. Even Ma Kaiwei, who had initially planned to return to Shanghai, was drawn here by the strange phenomena. Expressing a desire to investigate further, I could not dissuade her. However, after leading Ma Kaiwei on a brief exploration of the mountain, a group of 7 individuals emerging from the woods immediately captured my attention. Their demeanor appeared furtive, and each carried a black leather case. I could not discern what lay within, but I noticed they were heading toward the northern peak. Murmuring amongst themselves as they passed by, had they remained silent, I might have mistaken them for the adventurous thrill-seekers from the base of the mountain. Yet, upon overhearing their conversation, I realized something was amiss. "Hey, are they speaking Japanese?" I swiftly turned to Ma Kaiwei after they had walked past. Having studied in Fusong, she was undoubtedly well-versed in the language. She nodded, saying, "It sounds like it," but I couldn't catch what they said. I took a sharp breath. How peculiar. What are these little devils doing here? Let us follow them and uncover their intentions. With this newfound knowledge, I felt the situation was more complex than it appeared, prompting me to discreetly lead Ma Kaiwei in pursuit. The mention of the Fusong language triggered memories of Harada Shuichi, that scoundrel. Since the incident involving Ma Yuxian, he had been in hiding, evading both Ma Santai and the police of Gucheng. Could he have returned to his homeland? I found that improbable. If his purpose for coming here was indeed the treasures of Yuya Mountain, he would certainly not relent, as anticipated. When Ma Kaiwei and I stealthily trailed the group to a nearby peak, they came to a halt. In addition to these individuals, 2 others had been waiting there for some time. However, before I could discern their features, Ma Kaiwei suddenly erupted in anger, pointing at a man in his 30s clad in black athletic wear and white sneakers atop the peak. "It's him." "Who?" I inquired. "Harada Shuichi." "Sure, control your excitement, or they might notice us." Encountering Harada Shuichi here took me by surprise. To avoid being discovered, I quickly pulled Mitsai away and hid behind a locust tree not far from the mountain peak. The sky continued to drift with snow, seemingly intensifying. Coupled with the howling north wind, this provided us with an excellent hiding place. At that moment, Harada Shuichi was engaged in conversation with the group of individuals who had arrived at the summit. I could not make out the details of their discussion. I only noticed that after their arrival, they retrieved 3 dark objects from a box and placed them on the ground. After some individuals squatted and busied themselves for a while, Harada Shuichi led them away. Once they descended the mountain, I hurried to the scene to investigate. Due to the snowfall, I could clearly discern the spots where Harada Shuichi had tampered with the ground. Upon clearing away the surface soil, I discovered that they had driven 3 iron nails into the ground. These nails were 30 centimeters long and about the thickness of a wrist. Intriguingly, they were engraved with various patterns. Unlike the 7 white tiger stone pillars I had previously discovered at the paper mill, these nails bore hexagrams instead of astral symbols. The hexagram was the Jin hexagram from the 8 trigrams. Moreover, surrounding the hexagram were the 5 luminaries. "What are the 5 luminaries?" Mitsai inquired curiously as I muttered to myself. In astrological terms, they refer to Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Venus, and Mercury. In modern astronomical terminology, they correspond to the 5 elements of metal: wood, water, fire, and earth. I explained. As the saying goes, heaven has 5 stars, and the earth has 5 elements. The 5 luminaries are often utilized in feng shui formations as stabilizing elements. Does that mean Harada Shuichi is setting up a feng shui formation here? After several days of communication, particularly after I had taken her to the underworld once, Mitsai's attitude towards metaphysics had evidently transformed. I nodded in agreement. It seemed likely. After concealing the iron nails beneath a nearby stone and filling in the hole, Mitsai and I continued to follow Harada Shuichi's footprints in the snow. Just as before, after this group left the summit, they walked about 7 or 8 miles before reaching another peak. Here, they also drove 3 iron nails into the ground. The difference was that this time, the hexagram on the nails was not the Jin hexagram, but the Kan hexagram. Similarly, surrounding the hexagram were the 5 luminaries. After handling the nails here, I tracked them once more. As I had anticipated, Harada Shuichi consistently drove 3 iron nails into the ground at each location he visited. Each set of nails bore different hexagrams. Thus, I continued my pursuit until dusk. I counted and realized that throughout the day, Harada Shuichi and his subordinates had traversed the entire undulating Yuya mountain range. They had driven a total of 21 iron nails in 7 locations. It was only when I followed them to the 8th location that I suddenly understood something. Recalling where they had driven the nails today. What on earth are they doing? Mitsai panted, her face flushed and breathless after a day of climbing hills with me. From these 8 locations, they formed a diagram resembling the post-heaven 8 trigrams, perfectly surrounding the paper mill. Based on the clues left by Harada Shuichi, I reached this conclusion. However, regarding the specifics of this feng shui formation, frankly, I could not ascertain what kind of formation they were establishing with just these 24 iron nails. After all, the realm of metaphysics is as vast as the stars in the Milky Way, and the formations are numerous and complex. It is impossible for me to know them all. Nevertheless, one thing was certain. This was undoubtedly a malevolent formation. For after the 3 iron nails were driven into the 8th location, Harada Shuichi and his cohorts exchanged knowing smiles. Given the nature of these individuals, their elaborate setup surely harbored some ulterior motive. Likely connected to the dragon vein, as Harada Shuichi and his group descended the mountain. I stealthily approached to remove the nails, just as I had done before. As expected, the 3 iron nails at this 8th location were inscribed with the final hexagram. The Zhan hexagram. What kind of formation is this? I pondered aloud as I pulled out the 3 iron nails. At that moment, a voice suddenly reached my ears from not far away. This is the 24 Mountain Zhalong formation. I was startled. Initially, I thought it was Harada Shuichi, but when I turned to look, I found it was a middle-aged man, around 40 years old. Chapter 76. The Mysterious Man. Who are you? The man's sudden appearance startled both Mitsai and me. Upon closer inspection, he stood upright, sporting a 3/7 hairstyle. Although he wore an old-fashioned deep blue Zhongshan suit, he appeared quite youthful, perhaps in his 30s or 40s. Moreover, I noticed he possessed a unique aura that set him apart from ordinary people. This aura conveyed a sense of detachment from worldly affairs, especially in his steadfast and composed gaze, which seemed to transcend the mundane. I felt an inexplicable respect for him, although I had no idea who he was or why he was here. My intuition suggested he was not affiliated with Harada Shuichi. These items are used to set up the 24 Mountain Zhalong formation. Fortunately, you arrived in time. Otherwise, at the hour of high tonight, when the formation activates, the creatures of this land may suffer. The man spoke calmly, glancing at the 3 iron nails I had set aside. It seems you have a fair understanding of feng shui. His accent was peculiar, his Mandarin somewhat halting, interspersed with a dialect I could not quite place. I mulled over his words several times before I could grasp his meaning. Haha, I know a little, I replied, trying to downplay my understanding. The man appeared quite affable, maintaining his usual calm demeanor. In feng shui, natural formations such as mountains and rivers are said to embody heavenly stars and earthly signs. Each mountain corresponds to a star, and each river to a degree. The 24 Mountain Zhalong formation utilizes the power of the 5 luminaries to disrupt the energy of the dragon vein. I stand corrected, I responded earnestly, captivated by his knowledge of feng shui. As the saying goes, there is always a greater sky beyond the sky, and greater people beyond people. This adage, often repeated by my grandfather since my childhood, resonated deeply. Especially in the domain of metaphysics, many masters remain hidden in society. For instance, had this man not appeared, I would still be oblivious to the existence of the 24-mountain Jialong Formation and the purpose behind Harada Shuichi's elaborate setup. In feng shui, one hexagram encompasses the 8 trigrams, one hexagram governs 3 mountains, and one mountain is further divided into the 5 luminaries. The 5 luminaries in the heavens correspond to the 5 elements on the earth. Since one hexagram governs 3 mountains, the 8 trigrams represent the 24 mountains. Thus, it is evident why they placed 20 iron nails on this mountain, the mysterious man elaborated. Those individuals earlier were clearly well-versed in the art of astrological feng shui, attempting to harness the power of the stars to disrupt the mountain's formation and sever the dragon vein. Young Chun, it is normal not to grasp these concepts at your age. Should you further refine your understanding of metaphysics in the future, you will naturally come to understand. You know me? Initially, I was intrigued by his explanation of the 24-mountain Jialong Formation, but I was taken aback when he referred to me as Young Chan, prompting me to furrow my brow. Haha, as the saying goes, every event has its cause, and every conversation has its connection. With cause and connection, we inevitably come to know one another. I was somewhat speechless. Although he had unveiled the secrets of the feng shui formation, his overly literary manner of speaking left me feeling somewhat vexed. Just then, the man glanced at me before pulling me aside. I noticed his expression had turned serious. Time is of the essence, young Chun. I have come to seek your assistance with a matter. This matter, though related to heavenly secrets, concerns the survival of the people of Guqing. Tonight marks the arrival of a heavenly calamity. When the calamity strikes, 10 thunders will descend, triggering an earthquake. You must ensure that all unrelated individuals on the mountain are sent away, and instruct the police to seal off the area, preventing anyone from entering. Once we pass this night, the Earth Dragon will no longer stir, and thereafter, Guqing and its surrounding areas will enjoy bountiful harvests and enduring peace. Heavenly calamity? Can you elaborate? This was the first time I had encountered this term since delving into metaphysics. I had anticipated potential earthquakes in Guqing recently, but the notion of a heavenly calamity struck me as somewhat bewildering, even absurd. However, the man did not respond to my question. Instead, his brow furrowed, and his expression darkened considerably. When the hour of high arrives, you will understand. The first moment of high. The celestial phenomena in northwest China will shift. That time. Purple energy will envelop the peak, and the 3 corpses will feast upon the moon. At the second moment of high, the snow will cease, the wind will quiet, and fog will shroud the mountains. The third moment of high. The clouds will part, the fog will dissipate, and the earth will tremble. Until the following day, the celestial officials of the zodiac will unleash 10 thunders. That time. The Earth Dragon within the Moon Cliff Mountain will leap forth from the abyss. Are you referring to the dragon vein? How did you come to know that something would transpire tonight? The words of this individual left me utterly astonished, evoking a peculiar sensation as if I were conversing with someone from the future. The secrets of heaven must not be divulged. I hope that what I have just shared with you remains confidential. For those who reveal celestial secrets often meet dire fates. The man gazed at me with a serious expression, as if issuing a warning. Judging by your demeanor, you appear somewhat frightened. A little, I admitted. The man's clear, water-like gaze seemed to penetrate my very soul. Fear often stems from the unknown, just as all of nature is the result of the cosmic cycle and the evolution of the universe. So too is every blade of grass, every mountain, every stone, and indeed, you and I. You are an astute individual, and we are destined to cross paths. The way to conquer your fear of the unknown is not dictated by my words, but rather by your perspective. Will you choose to remain an indifferent observer, or will you immerse yourself in the mysteries of nature and strive to save the world? The choice rests entirely upon your nature. I did not comprehend the meaning. When enlightenment dawns, one comes to understand, much like the teachings of the I Ching, which speaks of the great and profound unity of the cosmos, where all things are interconnected and cyclical. Once you grasp this unity, you will comprehend the essence of my words. The man offered me a faint smile before sweeping his sleeve and vanishing into the swirling snowstorm, leaving behind echoes of a melody that lingered atop the mountain. All things in heaven and earth are inherently the same. Why inquire of fortune or misfortune? The matters of a century, both grand and trivial, are but fleeting dreams. The sudden appearance of this enigmatic figure disrupted my thoughts. After he departed, it took me a considerable time to regain my senses. Though his words were somewhat profound, I had committed them firmly to memory, especially regarding the events anticipated for tonight. The recent peculiar occurrences in Goose City and Moon Cliff Mountain had already rendered me restless. Now, with the mysterious man's revelations, I felt an unsettling premonition. Perhaps the secrets of Moon Cliff Mountain would be unveiled this very night. However, just as I intended to descend the mountain with Mach Highway, an epiphany struck me. Chapter 77. The reclusive extraordinary being after the mysterious man departed, a particular thought suddenly surfaced in my mind. Earlier, while accompanying Mach Highway to the underworld, the emissary had reiterated, Moon Cliff Mountain. The 28th day of the 12th month in the year of Eo. Tomorrow coincidentally marks that very date. Could it be that he is the one who instructed the emissary to relay this message to me? I stood there as if struck by lightning, frozen in place while the wind and snow lashed against my face. I lamented not having considered this sooner. Otherwise, I could have sought his counsel on numerous matters, particularly regarding metaphysics. If indeed it was he, then his ability to command the spectral soldiers to communicate with me speaks volumes of his profound mastery and unparalleled capabilities, truly a rarity in this world. Not only I, but even my grandfather would undoubtedly be in awe. I had heard my grandfather speak of hidden masters in our folklore, individuals who practiced Taoism and Buddhism, shunning worldly affairs and eschewing the mundane, living in seclusion and obscurity. Could this mysterious man also be one of those reclusive sages? Regrettably, the hour was growing late, and I could not dwell on these thoughts any longer. Upon descending the mountain, I promptly relayed the events I had encountered to Gao Yuan and other relevant authorities. Naturally, I refrained from disclosing my conversation with the enigmatic man, merely informing them that an earthquake was expected at Moon Cliff Mountain tonight. Upon hearing my alarming warning, the leaders in Gao Yuan and Goose City expressed astonishment. After all, modern technology cannot predict earthquakes. How could one accurately ascertain such a phenomenon solely based on the stars, and even specify the time? However, they ultimately chose to believe me. Presently, the situation in Guqing is well known to all, from the frequent earthquakes at Yuyishan to the subsequent withering of vegetation across the city. These phenomena can no longer be simply explained through scientific reasoning. Adopting an attitude of better to believe in the existence than in its absence, they ordered the local and surrounding police to seal off the entirety of Yuyishan that very evening, prohibiting anyone from entering without permission. Meanwhile, I remained at a police command post at the foot of the mountain, awaiting the bizarre occurrences foretold by the mysterious man. To be frank, I felt quite anxious at that moment. After all, the police forces from Guqing and the neighboring cities had nearly emptied their ranks based on my words. Should the predicted earthquakes and strange phenomena fail to transpire, I would find myself in a precarious situation, the focus of ire and potentially facing legal repercussions. Yet, what was destined to come eventually arrived. 8:09 p.m., precisely during the hour of the pig, I was resting in the tent of the command post, dozing off, when I was abruptly awakened by a commotion outside. Upon stepping out, I was taken aback to find that the sky above Yuyishan was shrouded in a peculiar dark purple cloud. This cloud was strange, remaining solely above Yuyishan, while the areas beyond appeared unchanged. Shortly after its appearance, the ground began to tremble. Then, the wind and snow suddenly ceased, giving way to a dense fog so thick that one could scarcely see a hand in front of oneself. The fog swiftly enveloped the entire mountain, spreading into the surrounding towns. The spectacle before us not only left the personnel stationed at the foot of the mountain dumbfounded, but also startled me profoundly. The timing of these occurrences aligned perfectly with the predictions made by the mysterious man. As the fog rolled in, a haunting wail began to echo through the deep mountains. The sound was shrill and harrowing, sending chills down our spines, causing even the birds and beasts in the mountains to scatter in panic, fleeing down the slopes. In an instant, the forest was thrown into chaos, the earth trembled, and the night was filled with devastation. This phenomenon persisted from the hour of the pig until the hour of the Rat was not until the stroke of midnight, heralding the arrival of the 28th day of the 12th lunar month, that the sky erupted with several peals of thunder, abruptly silencing the cacophony. Simultaneously, the once tumultuous Yuyishan returned to a state of tranquility. After 1 o'clock in the morning, having crossed into the hour of the rat, I, accompanied by the police, ventured into the mountains to ascertain what had transpired. The area struck by the thunder was a valley, now reduced to scorched earth, with the surrounding trees unrecognizable, consumed by flames. Fortunately, the heavy snowfall of the day had prevented the fire from spreading outward. While others were engaged in extinguishing the flames, I stumbled upon some charred scales on the ground. I was unsure of their origin, but I noticed these scales bore an uncanny resemblance to those found at the scene of the incident, specifically in the Hongha Reservoir. It was only now that I began to grasp the meaning behind some of the words spoken by the mysterious man. He had stated that tonight marked the arrival of a heavenly calamity, and that a dragon of the earth would leap from the abyss. Initially, I believed he referred to the dragon veins in geomancy. However, it now seemed evident that he was not. Perhaps it was a great serpent hidden within Yuyishin, or perhaps some other creature altogether. As for what the mysterious man referred to as a heavenly calamity, I surmised it might be akin to the legendary tribulation. In addition to the scales, the police also discovered 9 corpses nearby, all of which bore the marks of lightning strikes at that moment. Their faces were unrecognizable, reduced to a grotesque state, making identification impossible. It was not until noon the following day that I learned from the police that those 9 corpses belonged to Harada Shuichi and his accomplices. Harada Shuichi was dead. Tiomi. This felt like divine justice, a fitting retribution. Although he and his cohorts were from Fusang, and their deaths on this land could potentially raise diplomatic issues, when I relayed this news to Ma Kaiwei and Ma Santai, they simultaneously displayed expressions of relief, tears welling in their eyes. After that fateful night, I lingered in Guqing for a few more days, primarily to confirm that no further anomalies would arise. Fortunately, after that night, Yuyishin experienced no more earthquakes, and the previously desiccated vegetation in Guqing rejuvenated with newfound vitality. In fact, when Gao Yuan and I visited the paper mill, we discovered that the longan trees had transformed the area into a lake. The water was crystal clear, and even in early November, the shores were lush with green grass. Everything had returned to a state of serenity. A week later, I departed from Guqing and returned to my hometown. Upon explaining the events that transpired in Guqing to my grandfather, who was recuperating at home, he was equally perplexed and astonished, particularly regarding the mysterious man, and my grandfather even speculated that the individual might be a hermit living in the mountains. This revelation astonished me. During my time in Guqing, I had initially suspected that he might be a reclusive individual well-versed in geomancy and astrology, or perhaps a practitioner of the Tao. The notion of him being a celestial being had never crossed my mind. Chapter 78. The E-Studies Symposium Volume 5. The return of all things to the stars. At the end of 2005, during the 12th lunar month, the biting cold prevailed, with snow and wind raging. Once again, we found ourselves in the coldest season of the year. It had been over a month since the events at Yuyishin and Guqing transpired. Throughout this time, the controversies surrounding Yuyishin had yet to cease. Whether online or offline, numerous media outlets were engaged in follow-up interviews and investigative reports, with discussions and rumors proliferating across major forums, creating quite a stir. However, at this moment, I found myself devoid of interest in such matters. During my time in Guqing, my grandfather's health had deteriorated significantly. He was now bedridden, his complexion alarmingly poor. As if he were nearing the end of his days, my mother informed me that during this period, my grandfather seemed to sense his impending demise, and thus, while he still had the strength, he meticulously organized his belongings, including books he had read and clothes he had worn. My mother also revealed that she and my uncle had prepared burial garments in advance. Upon hearing this, my eyes instantly brimmed with tears. My grandfather had surpassed 80 years of age. I understood that the man who had accompanied me throughout my growth, taught me countless lessons, and provided guidance and shelter in times of need was approaching the twilight of his life. Despite his role as a fortune teller, often predicting the fates of others and traversing the realms of life and death, when faced with such a reality, I realized I was no different from an ordinary person. Beyond sorrow and helplessness, there was nothing I could do. The Lunar New Year of 2006 was undoubtedly the most painful and unforgettable spring festival of my life. My grandfather was gravely ill, and we had all prepared for his passing. Sorrow and despair enveloped everyone. I understood that in a matter of days, my grandfather might permanently depart from my life. However, following the onset of spring in 2006, my grandfather suddenly rejuvenated, akin to a withered tree blossoming anew. Not only did his complexion improve, but he was also able to rise and walk. Witnessing this, everyone, including my mother, was overjoyed, believing that he had successfully navigated the crisis. Yet, Despite the joyous scene, I could not share in their happiness. I was acutely aware that this was merely a fleeting moment of clarity, a final glimmer before his inevitable departure from this world. I had initially thought my grandfather would quietly spend his remaining days at home. However, I never anticipated that, following a phone call, he would abruptly decide to embark on a long journey. This occurred in early March. I was still asleep in the room next to my grandfather's when my mother called me, saying that he had received a phone call and insisted on leaving, disregarding all pleas to stay. I hurriedly dressed and went to my grandfather's room. He was packing his belongings and, upon seeing me, urged me to prepare as he intended to take me on a trip to the East Sea. He did not specify the purpose of our journey, but regardless of the destination, everyone in the family, including my mother, opposed this idea vehemently. After all, we all understood that my grandfather's health was not suited for long travels. Should anything happen, the consequences would be unbearable for us all. None wished to see him pass away far from home. Yet, despite the family's objections, my grandfather's determination prevailed. Ultimately, I had no choice but to acquiesce. On the day we finished packing, my grandfather took me away from our hometown. As for the reason behind our journey to the East Sea, he revealed it to me on the train. It turned out that renowned practitioners of e-studies from across the nation would be gathering in Donghai City for a decade-long symposium on e-studies. A symposium? Grandfather, you traveled all this way to attend that? I handed my grandfather a cup of hot water. With a solemn nod, he spoke in a frail voice. This upcoming seminar is quite extraordinary, organized by the Halua Society, occurring once every decade. Wuyong, you are still young. There were some matters I did not disclose to your grandmother and your mother back in my youth, so it is entirely normal for you to be unaware of them. Now, as my days draw to a close, I wish to seize this opportunity to introduce you to those individuals. Furthermore, the esoteric knowledge I acquired in my youth was imparted to me by an elderly Taoist priest, who also gifted me a book. You have always been curious about the contents of that book, have you not? Once we arrive at the East Sea, all will be revealed. I previously heard from your mother that you burned that book. What precisely was inscribed within it? My grandfather's words evoked memories of the past. His entire skill set was acquired before the liberation from a one-armed old Taoist. Moreover, that old priest left behind a book before his departure. As for its contents, none could say. I only recall that when my grandmother was still alive, she told me that my grandfather would lock the book away in a cabinet, and, when he took it out to read, he would retreat alone to the mountains. Later, during the winter of '57, my grandfather was away for 6 months. Upon his return, 2 fingers from his right hand were severed. Although this event transpired before my birth, it remains vividly etched in my memory. However, when I posed my question, my grandfather did not answer. Wuyong, there are some things I cannot discuss right now. You will understand once we arrive. This was the first time I had seen my grandfather so enigmatic. Moreover, it was not only my grandfather who exhibited such mystery. By evening, upon our arrival at the East Sea, a middle-aged man seemed to have anticipated our arrival. As we stepped out of the train station, he approached us respectfully and bowed to my grandfather. Subsequently, he drove us in a black Passat through the city to a mountain by the sea. The East Sea derives its name from its proximity to Jiangcheng. According to this middle-aged man, the mountain we were visiting was called Tsaomu. Upon our arrival, we discovered a Taoist temple at the summit, aptly named Tsaomu Temple. Contrary to the typical image of a tourist attraction, the temple appeared somewhat rudimentary, with its blue bricks and gray tiles. The temple was quite spacious, surrounded by a grove of trees. Flanking the entrance were couplets that read, "When grass and trees flourish, true beings naturally emerge." In front of the temple, a multitude of individuals had gathered, all appearing to be of a similar age to my grandfather, seemingly there to welcome you. My grandfather remarked that these individuals were remarkable. Although they generally kept a low profile, each one, when brought forth, was like a master in the realm of esoteric knowledge. Among them were indeed some extraordinary figures. Chapter 79. The 3 mounds and 5 tombs palm technique at the entrance of the temple. Many individuals awaited my grandfather. Although I had never seen any of them before, each one inspired a sense of awe within me. Standing at the forefront was an elderly Taoist priest clad in a blue robe, appearing to be in his 80s or 90s, exuding an air of ethereal wisdom. My grandfather informed me that this venerable priest was the abbot of Tsaomu Temple and the host of this seminar on e-studies. His name was Lu Xuanzong, the 13th generation heir of the Elzu Penglai lineage, known as Tsaomu Zhenren. and he was also the founder of the Halua Society. I was somewhat familiar with the Elzu Panglai lineage, as it is a branch of the Chuanjian inner alchemy sect that originated from the Kolai Mountain, a subsidiary of Mount Tai. The term inner alchemy distinguishes it from the external alchemy sects of Taoism, which involve the use of metals and minerals like lead and mercury to concoct elixirs for cultivation. However, as Taoism evolved and society advanced, many practitioners recognized the dangers of consuming heavy metals, as there have been numerous historical incidents of misfortune associated with external elixirs. For instance, among the 21 emperors of the Tang dynasty, 5 perished due to elixir consumption, and renowned figures such as Han Yu and Su Shi also suffered from its effects. In contrast, inner alchemy does not involve the creation of elixirs. Rather, it treats the human body as a furnace, cultivating the essence, qi, and spirit within, thereby solidifying them into an elixir for the purpose of achieving immortality. Historical records indicate that the founder of the Panglai lineage, Yu Yuanxiu, entered the Inxian Temple in the Kolai Mountains Chashiyu during the Wanli period of the Ming dynasty to practice Taoism and ascended at the age of 80. Subsequently, the Panglai lineage spread to regions such as central Shandong and Yintai and Jiaodong, eventually reaching Hebei and northeast China. As for the Halua Society, I learned about it from my grandfather during our train journey today. According to him, the Halua Society was a grassroots social and academic organization established by Lu Xuanzang and a group of like-minded friends, dedicated to exploring the mysteries of the universe through esoteric knowledge and geomancy. The organization convenes once every decade, with all members required to attend, regardless of their location, including my grandfather. Apart from my grandfather and Lu Xuanzang, the individuals before me were all members of this society. While my grandfather engaged in conversation with these long-lost friends, he also took the time to introduce me. Upon learning that I was the grandson of Tan Yongnian, everyone effusively praised my youthful accomplishments. Noting my early entry into this field, though their words sounded somewhat flattering, my curiosity was piqued more by the other members of the Halua Society and the reason behind this long-awaited seminar after a decade. After all, my grandfather had mentioned that the members of the Halua Society were either masters of esoteric knowledge or extraordinary individuals, which further ignited my intrigue. As night fell, we arrived at the temple, where the monks had prepared a meal and arranged accommodations for us. Although Tsaomu Temple appeared unassuming from the outside, it was quite spacious within, with numerous rooms. As spring had arrived, the weather was pleasant, and with the temple situated by the sea, the environment was remarkably serene. Staying here evoked a sense of living in ancient times. My room was adjacent to my grandfather's. Concerned for his health, I quickly finished my meal and headed to his side. My grandfather had not dined yet. He was engaged in conversation with a friend. This man, in his 60s, had been introduced to me by my grandfather earlier at the entrance. He was a feng shui master from Leshan, Sichuan, named Luo Jichuan, renowned for his expertise in the Liaogong 9-star method. Furthermore, this individual was one of the 3 feng shui predecessors who had accompanied my grandfather to the Yueya mountain over 40 years ago to seek dragon veins and establish dragon pillars. My grandfather remarked that despite Luo Jichuan being the youngest member of the Halua Society, his skills were formidable. He not only excelled in Liaogong feng shui, but also possessed a remarkable technique known as the 3 mounds and 5 tombs palm technique. I had heard of this technique, which is one of the few methods in contemporary esoteric practices that can directly discern life and death through finger calculation. While I did not grasp the specifics, I learned some information through my conversation with Master Luo Jichuan. This technique, akin to the Little Chiman method, requires the utilization of the 9 palaces of the Luoshu diagram. It employs the 9 fingertips of the index, middle, and ring fingers to form the palaces, subsequently arranging the 8 trigrams within. The 9 palaces correspond to the 8 deities as follows: Little Hao, Mount Tai; Great Hao, 3 mounds, Central Void, 5 tombs, Grain Depletion, Yellow Springs, Life Depletion. For males, the journey begins from Mount Tai towards Great Hao at the age of 10, while for females, it reverses from Yellow Springs to Life Depletion. Since Mount Tai governs life and death, the 3 mounds and 5 tombs palm technique is also referred to as the Mount Tai Yellow Springs palm. Master Luo Jichuan revealed that he learned this technique in '93 during a geomantic expedition in Guangxi from a reclusive elderly Yao tribesman. Its essence lies in the adage, men fear dying on the road to Mount Tai, while women fear giving birth in the Yellow Springs. However, I refrained from inquiring further about its application. As the saying goes, the method should not be lightly transmitted, The Tao should not be sold cheaply, the teacher should not be encountered on a casual journey, and the healer should not knock on doors. This was a unique skill of theirs, a means of livelihood. I saw no need to impose upon them due to my own curiosity. Nevertheless, although I did not press for more information, Master Luo Jichuan, after glancing at my grandfather, voluntarily shared some insights with me. With a sigh, he said, I have already discussed your grandfather's situation with him. According to the 3 Mounds and 5 Peaks Lu Ming method, your grandfather's life palace has reached the position of Mount Tai. His time is likely running short. I glanced at my grandfather, who merely smiled. Having long since quit smoking, he requested Master Luo Jichuan to bring him a cigarette. After lighting it and taking a deep pull, he gazed at the swirling smoke and remarked, people are not so different from smoke. In the end, they all return to dust. We are practitioners of these studies. And in our eyes, life and death are merely the workings of fate. One cannot defy destiny. I am over 80 now, and have long since come to terms with life and death. If I were to voice a single wish, it would be to uncover the secrets concealed within that book. Why curiosity compelled me to ask, Grandfather, what book are you referring to? It was indeed the ancient tome left behind by the one-armed old Taoist who taught me my craft during my youth. I recall that it was you who burned that book, was it not? I have never laid eyes upon that ancient text since my grandmother informed me, while she was still alive, that my grandfather had set it ablaze prior to my birth. Indeed, I did burn that book, as its contents struck us as excessively arcane and even absurd. Why grandfather responded, yet not long ago, Master Lu Xuanzang of the Taoist temple encountered 2 extraordinary individuals whose inscriptions upon the wall bore an uncanny resemblance to those within that very book. This revelation was the impetus for my insistence on coming here after receiving Master Lu's call. Upon hearing this, I instinctively furrowed my brow. Chapter 80. The 2 Mysterious Guests. Why grandfather's words caught me off guard. Having never seen that book, I found it challenging to comment on its contents. However, his mention of Master Lu Xuanzang's recent encounter with 2 enigmatic figures, and the text they left behind piqued my interest significantly. Seizing this opportunity, my grandfather proceeded to elucidate the primary reason for attending the He Luo Society seminar. The call I received at home today was from Master Lu. He informed me that not long ago, an earthquake had transpired in the nearby maritime region, followed by the inexplicable phenomenon of a mirage over the sea. A mirage? Yes, an island suddenly appeared on the ocean's surface. Initially, no one paid it any mind, as such occurrences are merely physical phenomena and do not belong to the realm of metaphysics. Yet herein lies the peculiarity. No one anticipated that this island would persist for several days without vanishing, which was decidedly abnormal. It resembled an isolated isle that had genuinely emerged. Why grandfather inhaled deeply, continuing, and with the appearance of that island, a dense fog enveloped the sea. While strolling on the mountaintop, Master Lu even spotted a small boat emerging from that island. That very evening, celestial anomalies manifested, and 2 mysterious guests unexpectedly arrived at the Taoist temple. They were deemed mysterious because not only were they clad in ancient attire, but their manner of speech was peculiar as well. Mysterious guests, grandfather. What did they say? My grandfather's words elicited memories of the extraordinary events I encountered in Guqing last year, along with that remarkable figure in the mountains. Nonetheless, this situation was far more bizarre than the incident involving the Earth Dragon's upheaval in Guqing. The fact that both individuals were garbed in ancient clothing rendered it even more astonishing. According to Master Lu's recollection, the 2 spoke in an unfamiliar dialect, which he found difficult to comprehend. As night fell, he prepared accommodations for them. However, during their stay, strange occurrences unfolded. Master Lu recounted that he suddenly experienced discomfort and retired early. Yet, in the latter part of the night, he felt as though he were sleepwalking. Upon awakening, he discovered he was being carried away by those 2 mysterious individuals to an unknown location. As for where they went, Master Lu could not recall, only that he found himself in a cave, surrounded by walls inscribed with text identical to that of the ancient tome I had burned. I had specifically shown that book to Master Lu in the past, which is why he recognized it at once. Regrettably, we are still unaware of the specific circumstances, which is why Master Lu has invited us to Yuntao Pavilion tomorrow to discuss tea and the principles of change. My grandfather furrowed his brow and sighed deeply. Your grandfather is correct. Master Lu conveyed the same to me over the phone. It seems that while the 2 mysterious guests may not be directly associated with the island mirage, It is challenging to dissociate the two phenomena. At this juncture, Luo Zhichuan interjected. As scholars of the principles of change, we are well aware that beyond the mountains, there are yet more mountains. And beyond humanity, there exist reclusive masters. Immortals seldom manifest in the mortal realm, yet when they do, it is invariably for a reason. Uncle Luo, do you imply that they are immortals? It is highly probable. I recall you mentioning that you encountered an extraordinary individual in Guqing last year. Indeed, there are numerous masters in this world, though they rarely reveal themselves. Luo Zhichuan asserted confidently. I then turned to my grandfather, inquiring about the ancient tome, for I had long been curious about it. I had asked him about it as a child, but he always deflected my inquiries. Yet, when faced with my question, my grandfather remained reticent, gazing at me with profound significance, stating, "Alas, Wu Yang, the reason I burned that book was due to the myriad natural mysteries it contained, which common folk could scarcely comprehend, revealing too many celestial secrets. Celestial secrets must not be disclosed. Should you come to know them, it could prove detrimental to your future, and my grandfather was most unwilling to entangle you in this." His response left me momentarily speechless. To be frank, I was indeed eager to uncover this answer. However, I chose not to press further, and my grandfather was right. Celestial secrets must not be divulged, regardless of their nature. Revealing such secrets often invites divine retribution and punishment from the heavens. Especially in our line of work, according to my grandfather, Master Lu Xuanzang of the Caomu Temple meditates and cultivates his practice in his chamber each evening after sunset. Hence, none of us disturbed him. After chatting with Luo Zhichuan for a while, my grandfather joined others in their rooms to reminisce. I, however, did not follow, for after a day of travel, I felt weary, even though it was barely past 8 in the evening. Just as I had concluded a quick wash and was preparing to retire early, my phone suddenly rang. I picked it up and discovered it was a call from Ma Kaiwei. Ever since the events in Guqing last year, after settling my father Ma Yuxian's affairs, she had returned to Shanghai. I had not seen much of Ma Kaiwei, and this time she sought me not for assistance, but to convey that someone wished to meet me. Curious, I inquired as to who it was. Ma Kaiwei replied, "It is a friend of my grandfather." "A friend of your grandfather?" "Yes, I do not know his specific identity, and he did not disclose it. However, I heard my grandfather mention that this person is quite significant and hails from Yinjing, presumably wishing to consult you regarding feng shui or something similar." Ma Kaiwei was well aware of my background. Thus, upon learning from her grandfather that someone wished to meet me, she instinctively thought of this possibility. I shared her sentiment. Subsequently, Ma Kaiwei continued, "Originally, when I contacted that person this afternoon, I intended to give him your phone number so he could call you directly. However, he insisted that I extend an invitation, stating he must meet you in person. His tone sounded somewhat grave, which is why I resorted to calling you." "Very well, I am currently in Donghai. I will send you the address shortly. You may bring him over." I informed Ma Kaiwei of my whereabouts. Regarding this favor, I felt that if it were a minor request, I would assist. However, if it required a long journey, I would decline. For my primary obligation now is to accompany my grandfather, who is nearing his final days, and I do not wish to divert my attention during this time. There are plenty of fortune tellers and feng shui masters available. My absence would not be felt. Moreover, there are numerous esteemed experts and extraordinary individuals within the temple at present. I could easily delegate this task to them. Yet, to my surprise, the reason this person sought me was entirely different than what Ma Kaiwei and I had speculated. Chapter 81. The Special Individual. The next day, after breakfast, my grandfather and I were led by a young Taoist disciple to Yun Tao Pavilion. The pavilion, situated close to the temple, is a modest yet traditional octagonal tea house, perfectly positioned to offer a breathtaking view of the vast East China Sea. Upon my arrival, all members attending the seminar had gathered. Beneath the gentle spring breeze, the air was infused with a delicate aroma of tea. A dozen or so individuals were seated, savoring tea and discussing the principles of change, engaged in lively conversation about astronomy and geography, creating a particularly vibrant atmosphere. These individuals were all friends of my grandfather and considerably my seniors. I dutifully sat behind him after escorting him to the pavilion, munching on sunflower seeds and sipping tea while observing. Master Lu Xuanzang engaged in casual conversation for a while before recounting in detail the extraordinary incident he had recently experienced. According to Master Lu's account, this event transpired on the 8th day of the lunar month last month. 3 days prior to the 8th, an earthquake occurred in the East China Sea, accompanied by the appearance of a mirage, wherein an island materialized amidst swirling clouds on the barren sea surface. On the morning of the 8th, a thick fog enveloped the entire East China Sea, and while strolling at Yuntao Pavilion, he vaguely discerned a small boat setting sail from that island towards East China City. The entire sequence of events bore a striking resemblance to my grandfather's description from last night, albeit with greater detail. Particularly captivating was Master Lu's narration of the two mysterious guests and the nocturnal wanderings through the cosmos. Listening to him felt akin to hearing a storyteller weave a mythic tale. In the evening, when the two guests arrived at the temple seeking lodging, I, moved by their plight, graciously consented. Little did I know that that night, I would suddenly feel unwell and faint in my chamber, only to awaken later and find myself being carried by those two guests, traversing the realms of heaven and earth. After taking a sip of tea, Master Lu Xuanzang continued, subsequently, we flew for approximately half an hour, during which they carried me to the summit of a mountain and led me into a cave. Inside the cave, a gentle breeze wafted through, and golden rays shimmered. The walls were inscribed with densely packed characters. I glanced at a portion of the text and recognized it to be from the very tome that Old Tin had shown me years ago. Perhaps you all find this hard to believe, but if I were to assert that this was not a mere dream, would you believe me? Upon finishing, Lu Xuanzang smiled serenely and inquired about the thoughts of everyone present. His question left all, including myself and my grandfather, momentarily speechless. Lu Xuanzang then sighed deeply and remarked, those gathered here are either practitioners of the Tao or scholars of divination. Though our origins may differ, our ultimate aim remains the same, to unravel the profound mysteries of heaven and earth. What is the Tao? Heaven is the Tao, earth is the Tao, the cultivation of immortality is also the Tao, and our existence in this world is yet another manifestation of the Dao. My master often told me that the path of the immortals is as deep as the ocean and as vast as the sky, far beyond the comprehension of ordinary mortals. Only those with the right destiny may receive enlightenment from the immortals. In retrospect, it is quite possible that those two visitors were hidden immortals. Although I encountered them, I missed the opportunity to be enlightened by them. It seems I am indeed fated to be distanced from the Tao. Master Lu, do divine beings truly dwell among us? During the ensuing discussions, I could not contain my curiosity and posed this question. Why, inquiry stemmed from my desire to uncover the truth ever since I encountered that enigmatic figure in the mountains last year. I must clarify that I am a fortune-teller and a practitioner of yin-yang philosophy. Previously, I had demonstrated some spells pertaining to summoning spirits or traversing the netherworld, such as the Jade Maiden's incantation for descending to the underworld. In dealing with malevolent forces in Yinjing, I had also summoned deities for assistance, among other instances. However, to speak candidly, my understanding of the netherworld or divine beings is that they are entities beyond human perception. Existing in another realm, to glimpse or sense them, one must employ metaphysical methods. I firmly believe that there are indeed individuals possessing extraordinary abilities who exist beyond the mundane. Yet, as Master Lu Xuanzang suggests, are these so-called immortals merely concealed among the populace? This notion truly raises my skepticism. However, at that moment, before Master Lu could address my query, a young acolyte approached. After whispering a few words to Master Lu Xuanzang, the acolyte turned and departed. Subsequently, Master Lu looked at me with a smile and said, Wuyong, since you wish to discern whether divine beings truly exist, it just so happens that our guest has arrived. And you shall soon understand. Master Lu, who else have you invited? Luo Zhichuan inquired with curiosity. He is a friend from Yinjing. This time, at our decennial e-studies symposium hosted by the Hello Academy, we have two topics to discuss. One pertains to my extraordinary experience last month, and the other is related to our esteemed guest. This is fundamentally why I invited you all here. Master Lu Xuanzang teased, creating an air of mystery. Initially, I was quite intrigued. However, 10 minutes later, with the arrival of two individuals, everything became clear. Ma Kaiwei? Upon seeing Ma Kaiwei accompanied by a white-haired elder with a youthful demeanor, I instinctively stood up, astonished. Just the night before, I had spoken with Ma Kaiwei on the phone. She had mentioned that someone was seeking my assistance, and I had provided her with this location, instructing her to call me upon her arrival. Yet now, Ma Kaiwei had unexpectedly appeared, completely catching me off guard. Allow me to introduce this gentleman. He is Master Xiao Guani from Yinjing. Though not a member of our Hello Academy, He possesses intricate connections with US.as. The guests arrived. Master Lu Xuanzong promptly introduced Master Xiaoguani. I scrutinized the newcomer. Master Xiaoguani, judging by his name, was likely an expert in e-studies. Clad in a black Zhongshan suit, he appeared to be in his 60s or 70s, yet his eyes conveyed a depth of wisdom and subtlety. To be frank, I was somewhat bewildered. The simultaneous appearance of this individual alongside Ma Kaiwei immediately led me to surmise that he was indeed the person she had mentioned seeking my help. However, the peculiar aspect was that he and Master Lu Xuanzong seemed to be acquainted, and my grandfather had informed me that while Master Lu was focused on internal alchemy, he also possessed considerable knowledge of metaphysics. Given this, why would he seek my assistance? Furthermore, Master Xiaoguani evidently had a profound understanding of e-studies. This only compounded my confusion. Yet, it was Master Lu Xuanzong's subsequent remarks that elucidated why Master Xiaoguani had come and what he sought from me. Chapter 82. The struggle for national destiny within the Yuntao Pavilion. The atmosphere became noticeably lively with the arrival of Ma Kaiwei and Master Xiaoguani. Apart from Master Lu Xuanzong, some members of the Hello Academy were also familiar with Master Xiaoguani. Through their exchanges, I learned that Master Xiaoguani held two significant positions, one as a professor of stratigraphy at the National Ocean University, and the other as the deputy director of the 819 Institute. I had heard of Ocean University, which has a branch in Qingdao. However, the 819 Institute was entirely unfamiliar to both myself and my grandfather, as well as the other members of the Hello Academy. The 819 Institute is our external designation. Internally, it is referred to as the Special Research Group for Natural Culture under the Academy of Social Sciences. Headquartered in Yinjing, the institute was originally established in 1968 under the leadership of the renowned scientist Qian Lao, specifically to study supernatural phenomena. Over time, as circumstances evolved, the institute became independent from its original framework and shifted its focus toward metaphysics and mysterious cultural studies. Seeing the confusion among the attendees, Master Xiaoguani did not hesitate to elaborate. After setting down his teacup, he began to explain. The primary task of the Special Research Group for Natural Culture is to address supernatural occurrences, applying metaphysical approaches to phenomena that defy scientific explanation. Additionally, we provide guidance on e-studies and feng shui for societal development, such as auspicious selections for significant projects or important dates. Certainly, our endeavors are not publicized. After all, we regard metaphysics as an unexplored science. However, in the eyes of the general populace, these two realms are distinctly separate. To avoid unnecessary complications, the Special Research Group has always maintained confidentiality and never disclosed its operations. Those gathered here are luminaries of e-studies and masters of metaphysics. Moreover, I share a profound friendship with Master Lu. Hence I find it appropriate to share this with you. My visit today is also prompted by a matter for which I seek the assistance of the esteemed teachers of the Hello Academy, particularly that of Master Tan's grandson, Mr. Qiandami. I was taken aback as Master Xiaoguani suddenly directed his attention towards me. He nodded. Mr. Qian, last year, you undertook considerable endeavors in Yinjing, Jiangqing, and Guqing, and our group is aware of your situation. As for the specifics of the assistance required, allow me to elaborate gradually. In summary, we are facing a significant predicament, one that is related to Fusong. Fusong? Upon hearing this term, everyone present, including my grandfather, instinctively furrowed their brows. Master Xiaoguani affirmed, indeed, we are all acutely aware of our historical interactions with this eastern neighbor. While history may be behind us, their ambitions remain unquenched, and the specter of conflict has never truly dissipated. Presently, an invisible war, the struggle for national destiny, has already commenced. Master Xiaoguani's gaze lingered on the assembly, his countenance growing increasingly grave as he elaborated. The ancients proclaimed that warfare is of utmost national significance, a matter of life and death. However, warfare encompasses not only the tangible clash of arms, but also the unseen currents that flow beneath. As Zhuge Liang articulated in the Three Kingdoms, there exists both visible and invisible warfare. The visible warfare involves physical combatants, while the invisible encompasses celestial bodies, the elements, and the vast cosmos, which naturally includes metaphysics. Are you suggesting that Fusong has been undermining our nation's fortunes? A member of the Hello Academy, named Wei Ziyuan, interjected. My grandfather referred to him as Old Wei. He was over 70 and a master of physiognomy, particularly adept in the Lu Zhuang method and the divine physiognomy of the iron blade. Old Way's statement awakened the assembly, myself included. Indeed, it was true. You may be taken aback, but such occurrences have been far from uncommon in recent years. Not only Fusang but also others have sought to employ nefarious arts to disrupt our nation's fortunes. Master Xiao Guani nodded thoughtfully and continued, those among us are masters of metaphysics. Naturally, you excel in divination and fortune-telling. However, you may be unaware of the intricate and tumultuous dynamics underlying contemporary international relations. The ties between nations resemble those in commerce, characterized by both cooperation and competition. Yet, beneath the facade of tranquility, hidden crises often lurk. Let us take ourselves as an example. Following the reforms and opening up, our nation's fortunes have flourished, yet this has also incited jealousy and suspicion from certain countries. While they appear to befriend us on the surface, they have continually sought to undermine our destiny through various covert means. Mr. Chun knows best about last year's incident concerning the dragon vein in Guqing.at that time. An individual from Fusang sought to sever the dragon vein there. The world's dragon veins originate from Kunlun, with Yuya Mountain being an extension of Kunlun. Thus, the dragon vein of Yuya Mountain is a branch of the ancestral dragon vein of Kunlun. According to our clandestine investigations, the reason that individual from Fusang wished to sever the dragon vein was due to covert support received from Fusang, under the guise of investment in our country, aiming to take advantage of the opportunity to tamper with the ancestral dragon vein of Kunlun. Such instances have occurred numerous times over the years, but due to the sensitive nature of these matters, higher authorities have mandated that they remain undisclosed. Now I understand why Harada Shuichi traveled thousands of miles to invest in our northwestern region. It seems my previous conjecture was correct. These little devils indeed harbor ill intentions. The struggle for national fortune involves numerous facets, yet it is invariably intertwined with metaphysics. This is also the reason for the continued existence of the 819 Institute, whose primary mission is to win this invisible war and safeguard our national fortune. Regrettably, I currently have an ominous premonition. Is something amiss? I hurriedly inquired. Indeed, this is also the reason for my visit to confer with all of you esteemed teachers. In this private setting, Xiao Guani no longer concealed his thoughts and revealed the true purpose of this visit. A month ago, an earthquake occurred in the East China Sea, which I heard about from Daoist Liu, who has already discussed it with you. However, the cause of the East China Sea earthquake was not a natural phenomenon. Could it be related to the dragon vein? Even though Xiao Guani did not explicitly state it, I still vaguely guessed something based on my experience in Guqing last year. At present, it remains uncertain, but the geological department has provided us with information indicating that there were no volcanic eruptions or tectonic movements in the earthquake zone. Moreover, as someone engaged in marine geology research, I am quite aware that the area where the earthquake occurred is not situated on a seismic belt. Additionally, at the time of the earthquake, a cargo ship happened to be passing through that maritime region. The crew aboard captured some footage. Upon viewing the video, everyone, myself included, was left astounded. Chapter 83. The Conspiracy of Fusang. This video was recorded at dusk on a certain day last month. Although the video is brief, lasting only 1 minute and 34 seconds, its content is extraordinarily explosive. It is evident from the footage that a crew member aboard the cargo ship passing through the earthquake zone captured the moment a structure, resembling a temple, inexplicably emerged from the sea surface following the earthquake. Furthermore, surrounding this structure, numerous shadowy figures appeared to be wandering. Unfortunately, as night fell and considering the low resolution of mobile phones in that era, neither the structure nor the figures were captured clearly, leaving us unable to discern specific details. Yet, based solely on this footage, it became apparent to everyone that the earthquake of last month was likely, as Xiao Guani stated, not merely a natural occurrence. From the visuals, could it be the spirits of the deceased? This possibility cannot be dismissed. Those who perish far from home or meet their demise in the vast ocean may find their souls adrift, unable to find rest, ultimately becoming lingering spirits. Moreover, apart from the video, Daoist Liu's earlier mention of mirages being linked to the earthquake seems rather coincidental. As the discussion deepened, everyone began to express their views. Seizing this opportunity, I combined Xiao Guani's earlier remarks and inquired about the connection between the East China Sea earthquake and Fusanji. In response, Xiao Guani explained, following the earthquake, the Fisheries Administration of Donghai, in conjunction with the Maritime Police, intercepted a Fusang vessel entering our waters. While nothing suspicious was found aboard that ship, the company behind the cargo vessel raised concerns. Investigations revealed that the cargo ship belonged to a foreign trade enterprise in Donghai, whose shareholders included a company from Fusang named Rising Sun Capital. Rising Sun Capital? Upon hearing this name, I immediately recalled my encounter with Harada Shuichi in Guqing. Rising Sun Capital is precisely Harada Shuichi's company. Yes, and this is also the reason I sought you out. However, Harada Shuichi is already deceased. I witnessed his corpse during the thunderstorm in Guqing, and subsequently, the local police confirmed this through forensic examination. I find this perplexing. Harada Shuichi and his feng shui master accomplice were indeed struck by lightning that night. Ma Kaiwei, who was beside me, can attest to this. Yet, in response to my confusion, Xiao Guani merely smiled faintly. Master Chan is correct. Harada Shuichi is indeed deceased, but the enterprise, Rising Sun Capital, remains operational. As I mentioned earlier, an invisible war has already commenced. Tio put it plainly, Fusang is employing sorcery to siphon our national fortune, attempting to transfer our blessings to themselves. With Rising Sun Capital serving as their vanguard, we have conducted covert investigations revealing that Rising Sun Capital was established by a certain consortium in Fusang, with Harada Shuichi acting as a proxy for investment in China. Harada Shuichi's master, named Gu Tingchuan, is a renowned onmyoji in Fusang. Regarding Gu Tingchuan, I believe Kaiwei is well aware, as her grandfather, Ma Santai, is acquainted with him. Xiao Guani glanced at Ma Kaiwei beside me. I had previously heard Ma Santai speak of this during my visit to his home. However, neither Ma Santai nor I anticipated that Fusang would engage in such covert actions. Xiao Laosher, may I pose a question? You mentioned that Fusang is waging an invisible war. What exactly are they doing? And why are they doing this? At this moment, Ma Kaiwei, who had been merely listening, could no longer contain her curiosity and posed the question that everyone was eager to know. Xiao Guani did not respond immediately. Instead, he retrieved a leather briefcase from his possession and produced a cowhide envelope marked with the word top secret. Upon opening the envelope and revealing its contents to the gathering, we finally discovered the answers. These documents are of the utmost confidentiality. As members of the Halua Society, it is permissible for you to see them, but I implore you to keep this information secret. The documents meticulously record the actions taken by Fusang to siphon our national fortune over the past century since the Meiji Restoration. In summary, their primary approach has been to disrupt the dragon veins of our mountains and rivers through feng shui and to exploit sorcery to steal our fortunes. Allow me to share a few real examples. The first pertains to the dragon vein of Changbai Mountain. In 1910, Fusang annexed Goguryeo and utilized it as a springboard to extend into our northeastern territory. At that time, Fusang Onmyoji placed 13 dragon nails on the ridges to the northeast of Goguryeo, effectively severing the dragon vein there. By the end of that year, calamities ensued, leading to an extremely severe plague in northeastern China. Subsequently, a series of natural disasters and warfare ensued, with earthquakes occurring frequently, sometimes exceeding 100 times a year. Ultimately, in 1934, the infamous Dragonfall incident occurred in Inko, which you are likely familiar with. Since then, the local area has been unable to recover its former glory. These are not mere coincidences. In 1938, while Fusang constructed the so-called Soul Tower in their homeland, they plundered a significant quantity of feng shui spiritual stones from our territory. These stones originated from the 5 mountains and 5 towns, as well as from the majestic Forbidden City and the Great Wall. Among them, the stones from Mount Tai, the rich earth of Purple Mountain in Nanjing, the bricks of the Great Wall, and the statues from the Forbidden City were particularly notable. Furthermore, in 1939, Fusang invaded Guangxi and Guinan, attempting to sever the water dragon veins of the Li River and the Xijiang River through sorcery. As for why they ventured so far into the southern heartland, I trust you all are aware. Indeed, Director Xiao makes a compelling argument. At this moment, my grandfather interjected. If we perceive our country as a coiling dragon, then the regions of Liangguang are akin to the dragon's belly. Geographical principles elucidate that in the universe, there exist great gateways, with fortunes at the forefront and mountains and rivers possessing distinct natures, with momentum taking precedence. Although the Li River and Xijiang River systems may not rival the Yangtze and Yellow Rivers, due to their location in the dragon's womb, they paradoxically become the regions with the most abundant water energy in our nation. Xiao Guani nodded in agreement. Mr. Tan's observations are astute. Mountains govern population, while waters govern wealth. The Liangguang region, with its numerous water systems, has always been one of the most economically developed areas. Moreover, according to subsequent investigations by relevant departments, During their invasion, Fusang deployed various feng shui formations throughout the region, thereby disrupting many of our natural feng shui treasures. Regarding the years following the liberation, particularly after the period of reform and opening up, our nation has grown increasingly powerful, and it appears that Japan seeks to take advantage of this opportunity to undermine our fortunes. Instances of our confrontations with them are not uncommon and have even intensified over time. In Chapter 84, the incident of the crawling dragon in 1998 is brought to light. Continuing from the previous discussion, Xiao Guani recounted several cases where Japan has disrupted our feng shui after the establishment of our nation. Due to historical reasons, Japan had no opportunity to wreak havoc within our borders from the founding of our country until the onset of reform and opening up. However, with the commencement of this new era, foreign investment surged, allowing them to launch a renewed assault on our feng shui and pilfer our fortunes. Compared to before our nation's founding, their tactics have become significantly more sophisticated. They often employ a facade of cooperation, concealing their true intentions behind joint ventures with local enterprises, particularly evident in the real estate sector. For instance, in recent years, the real estate market has flourished, with numerous developers not only focusing on urban projects but also setting their sights on renowned mountains such as the Qinling. Beginning in 1996, relevant authorities received several reports indicating that illegal developers were constructing unauthorized villas in the Qinling Mountains, and these constructions were substantial in number. Authorities investigated and discovered a large number of these villas. Yet due to the complex web of interests involved, the matter was ultimately left unresolved. The materials I provided contain aerial photographs that clearly show a dense cluster of villas hidden within the Qinling forests, numbering in the thousands. Initially, our 819 Institute did not intervene, considering these merely as ordinary illegal constructions without any exceptional characteristics. However, following the catastrophic flooding of the Yangtze River in 1998, we began to realize the gravity of the situation. I inquired, what is the connection between the illegal villas in Qinling and the flood of 98? Suddenly, upon hearing Xiao Guani's mention of the flood, I found myself intrigued and pressed for an explanation. In 1998, I had just entered this field, and the disasters of that year were still vivid in my memory. Before Xiao Guani could respond, the venerable Taoist Lu Xuanzang interjected, "May I ask, young Chen, how familiar are you with astronomical calendars?" "I have learned a little from my grandfather," I replied. The year 1998 corresponds to the Wu Yin in the celestial stems and earthly branches, a year marked by the heavenly talisman. Under the command of General Lu Xian, with its elemental sound being earth atop the city. According to the observations of the purple and white flying stars, the energies of fire and earth were particularly intense that year, making droughts and fires the primary concerns, rather than floods. Taoist Lu Xuanzang elucidated. Of course, this understanding came only after the floods. Following the deluge, I, along with Old Xiao and others, traversed many regions to ascertain the source of the flooding, which we determined to be the disruption of the feng shui of the Qinling dragon vein, leading to numerous incidents of the crawling dragon. Crawling dragon? The crowd gasped in astonishment. Indeed, crawling dragon refers to a transformation of serpents into dragons, a concept steeped in folklore. The extraordinary flooding of 98, aside from meteorological causes, was primarily due to this phenomenon. The act of crawling dragon inevitably disturbs the earth, causing upheaval. The occurrence of this phenomenon is linked to the Qinling, one of our nation's most vital dragon veins. Should the dragon vein of the Qinling face issues, it would invariably affect its tributaries, leading to the emergence of serpents and dragons hidden within our mountains and rivers. During the floods of 98 alone, we are aware that incidents of crawling dragon occurred in places such as the Debi Mountains and Bijia in Guizhou. However, due to the enigmatic nature of such occurrences, which could incite public unrest, the authorities suppressed the information. Eventually, based on the incidents of crawling dragon, I and Old Xiao pinpointed the root of the problem to the Qinling's dragon vein. It was then we discovered that the area had already been compromised by the Japanese, with 72 particularly significant villas among the thousands of unauthorized constructions. These 72 villas were strategically located at the head, ridge, neck, abdomen, tail, and feet of the dragon vein, each with a foundation embedded with iron stakes several dozen meters deep, designed to manipulate the Earth's energies. This is known as the formation of 72 thunder stakes. The Qinling is one of the 3 most important dragon veins in our country, regarded as the cradle of civilization, often referred to as the dragon vein of Huaxia. Should issues arise within this dragon vein, it would undoubtedly lead to celestial anomalies across the surrounding regions, resulting in disasters, plagues, and conflicts, Taoist Lu Xuanzang solemnly explained to the assembly. As his words settled, Ma Kaiwei, standing behind me, curiously prodded me. What are the three major dragon veins? Our nation is vast, with mountains and rivers stretching endlessly, and thus possesses numerous dragon veins. Geographically, there are three primary dragon veins, also known as the main dragon veins, with all others being their tributaries. Among these, the northernmost is the North Dragon, the central one is the Central Dragon, and the southernmost is the South Dragon. The North Dragon emanates from the Jin Dragon and generally extends from the northwest along the Yellow River to the northeast. The dragon vein of Changbai Mountain, mentioned earlier by Old Xiao, is a tributary of the North Dragon. The Central Dragon originates from the Jun Dragon, located south of the Yellow River and north of the Yangtze, primarily represented by the Qinling, eventually flowing out to sea from Shandong. The South Dragon emerges from the Sun Dragon, situated south of the Yangtze, primarily encompassing Sichuan, Chongqing, Hunan, Jiangxi, and Guangdong, ultimately reaching the sea from Fujian and Zhejiang. Together, these three major dragon veins shape our nation's geographical structure of the northwest lacking in heaven and the southeast insufficient in land, as they all originate from Kunlun Mountain, which is the source of the saying in feng shui circles, all dragon veins emerge from Kunlun. The Qinling, therefore, is the dragon vein of the Central Dragon. Master Chen is correct, and this underscores the importance of the Qinling, I added, which garnered agreement from the group, particularly from Xiao Guani. Xiao Guani then returned to the topic at hand. Although this case occurred many years ago, its repercussions remain profound. Since the floods of '98, our nation has experienced a series of calamities, including widespread plagues and international disputes. These are all ominous signs of a decline in national fortunes. What concerns us even more is that, given our vast territory, we cannot ascertain where the Japanese sorcerers have covertly intervened. The enemy operates in the shadows while we are exposed to the light. This is our most perilous situation. Then let us venture together tomorrow to the area affected by the earthquake in the East China Sea. My grandfather interjected. From the trajectory of our dragon veins, all three major dragon veins ultimately return to the SEA.it, is quite possible that a hidden dragon resides in the East China Sea region. What Old Tan says is indeed reasonable. This matter is of great significance and pertains to our national fortunes. The rise and fall of the world is a responsibility shared by every citizen. As members of the Huaxia nation, we must thwart Japan's nefarious schemes. Luo Zhichuan solemnly concurred. I too embraced my grandfather's proposal, feeling an urgent desire to investigate the earthquake's epicenter in the East China Sea immediately. To be candid, my time spent listening to the elders' discussions at Yuntating has been immensely enriching. Not only did I learn of Japan's attempts to pilfer our fortunes, but more importantly, my horizons have broadened, revealing the boundless depths of metaphysics and the marvels of this world. Chapter 85. Peering into the heavenly mechanism that evening, under a starry sky, the atmosphere gradually darkened. After ensuring my grandfather was settled, I returned to my room early, washed up, and lay down in bed. According to the plan set forth by my grandfather and the others, we would set sail the following morning for the region impacted by the earthquake in the East China Sea. Our mission was not only to investigate the concealed dragon vein beneath the sea, but also to uncover the mysterious structures and figures that appeared on the surface during the earthquake. However, despite my intentions, I found myself unable to sleep. Beyond my concerns for my grandfather's health, I was still reeling from the astonishing revelations shared by Xiao Guani and Taoist Lu Xuanzang earlier that day. Tossing and turning in bed, I struggled to find rest, my mind persistently replaying the day's conversation. Around 10 o'clock, I was in a hazy state, neither fully awake nor asleep, when a sudden knock at the door jolted me. I struggled to rise from my bed and open the door, only to find Xiao Guani standing outside at Mr. Chen. Have you already retired for the night? He inquired. Yes, I responded. May I have a word with you? Don't worry, it won't take much of your time. I asked there's something you need. Indeed, there is a matter at hand. With so many people around during the day, I couldn't speak freely. Now that night has fallen and all is quiet, perhaps we can return to Yuntating for some tea and a chat. Very well, I was uncertain about the purpose of Xiao Guani's visit. Yet my curiosity compelled me to don my clothes and accompany him to Yuntating. The night was dark as ink, and the moonlight shimmered, casting a silvery glow upon the ground. There, I encountered Taoist Lu Xuanzang as well. The simultaneous request for my presence from these two piqued my curiosity. I asked what they wished to discuss. Xiao Guani did not rush to answer, but instead engaged in casual conversation. Master Chen, did you grasp the essence of our discussion today? Fairly well, though some aspects exceeded my understanding, as my primary studies focus on Qigong, Bazi, and Feng Shui, with only a cursory knowledge of other metaphysical disciplines, especially concerning national fortunes. I received the teacup from Taoist Lu Xuanzang and spoke candidly. That is good. The reason old Xiao and I sought to have a private conversation with you is to extend an invitation for you to join the 819 Institute. Xiao Guani clarified the purpose of our discussion. I was somewhat bewildered. No, esteemed teachers, I fail to comprehend why you wish to involve me. After all, I am not a member of the Halua Society, and my understanding of the I Ching pales in comparison to those esteemed predecessors. Previously, I had invited your grandfather to join the 819 Institute. I have known him for over 50 years. And together we have traversed the realms of yin and yang, sharing life and death as inseparable friends. Regrettably, back when you were born, he declined the invitation, citing a desire for tranquility and seclusion. The primary reason for inviting you is your lineage as Old Tan's grandson, coupled with your prior encounter with a celestial being, indicating a fateful connection with the divine. With a gust of briny sea breeze, Lu Xuanzang lamented. You refer to that extraordinary individual I encountered last year at Yue Mountain in Guqing? I inquired. Indeed, Lu Xuanzang nodded. When I heard your grandfather mention that remarkable figure in the mountains, it instinctively reminded me of the two enigmatic visitors I had met recently. Lu Xuanzang acknowledged my thoughts. As practitioners of the Tao, we often perceive our cultivation as a pursuit of opportunities. Yet not everyone is graced with such celestial fortune. You are remarkably young and have inherited the extraordinary arts of your grandfather, truly surpassing the teachings of the past. Furthermore, your encounter with a celestial being is a testament to your destiny. A divine arrangement. The 819 Institute has been established for over 40 years, and it has largely been managed by old Xiao and a few other veterans. It is now time to infuse youthful vigor into our ranks to confront future challenges. And you are precisely the ideal candidate. Master Xiao Qian, Xiao Guani interjected, the 819 Institute is not an extraordinary organization. You may view it simply as a structured research body for metaphysics. Taoist Lu. May I pose a question? I asked. Certainly. Earlier today, you mentioned that the two mysterious visitors from last month carried you into a cave, where the inscriptions bore a striking resemblance to the book your grandfather had burned. Could you elaborate on the contents of that book? I inquired with curiosity. To be frank, your constant references to celestial beings lead me to believe that the book is somehow related to them. My grandfather also mentioned that the book revealed too many cosmic secrets, rendering it susceptible to divine retribution. I am acutely aware that I am merely a fortune teller, predicting auspicious and inauspicious events. While I do believe in the existence of extraordinary individuals, it is the 21st century, and I find it difficult to accept that celestial beings would truly manifest. I poured forth my pent-up confusion, as my grandfather had never answered my inquiries on this matter, thus prompting me to consult Taoist Lu Xuanzang. Xiao Chen, celestial beings are but mortals who fear the fragility of the human heart. The contents of that book are indeed related to celestial beings. More specifically, it pertains to a divination art that transcends nature while encompassing all. This art is a lost classic of the Taoist scriptures, filled with obscure and profound meanings. To date, no one has been able to fathom its intricacies. Even among my contemporaries and your grandfather, we once endeavored to comprehend its mysteries, yet ultimately, we were but ants attempting to shake a tree. Unable to glean even a fraction of its wisdom. 50 years ago, when your grandfather and I were studying the contents of that ancient tome, we witnessed extraordinary phenomena, earthquakes, and the descent of 10 thunders. My leg injury and your grandfather's severed fingers occurred during that time, and the 3 other friends who joined us in our study met with tragic fates. Now it makes sense, I realized. Finally understanding the origin of my grandfather's injuries. Afterward, your grandfather and I concluded that our misfortune stemmed from our lack of destiny. We had dared to examine the heavenly texts and pry into celestial secrets, thus incurring divine wrath. It was for this reason that your grandfather ultimately chose to burn the book. Indeed, Lu Xuanzang's words unraveled the confusion within me. It was because of this incident that I joined your grandfather in establishing the Halua Society, hoping to delve into the mysteries of the universe. Alas, the vast cosmos conceals countless enigmas. We, as mere mortals, can only gaze at the heavens in lamentation. Lu Xuanzang took a sip of tea and continued. Xiao Chun, forethought leads to success, while lack of it leads to failure. The reason I chose to confide in you without your grandfather's knowledge is to make you aware that there are greater forces at play beyond our understanding. Yet we must not be rendered helpless. The 819 Institute bears the responsibility of safeguarding our homeland. You are young and may wish to avoid the weight of such burdens, a sentiment both old Xiao and I understand. Nevertheless, the rise and fall of a nation concern every individual, especially now, as nations like Fusang eye us with covetous intent. We cannot remain passive. Are you not counting on us? Relying on us old-timers? Lu Xuanzang laughed self-deprecatingly. What do you mean? His words caught me off guard, my teacup frozen mid-air. Taoist Lu, are you suggesting that you will soon depart to accompany my grandfather? I felt an unsettling premonition. Ah, Xiao Chun, as the saying goes, the Tao that can be spoken is not the eternal Tao. The name that can be named is not the eternal name. I sense your inquiries, yet many matters are beyond our control. Whether it be I or your grandfather, the cycles of life and death are predetermined by fate. We are but individuals traversing this earthly realm, and there is no need to delve too deeply into it. Taoist Lu spoke with a calm demeanor, merely smiling lightly. He continued, in my youth, when I first entered the Tao, my master repeatedly cautioned me that the universe is indifferent, treating all beings as mere fodder. The universe is cold to all things, yet it is equally impartial in life. Those who see themselves are often blind. Those who act on their own fail to achieve. Those who boast of their deeds find no success. Hence, we need not overly concern ourselves with fate. Sometimes, the journey matters more than the destination. You speak in profound terms. I find it difficult to grasp, I admitted. In this world, amidst countless heights, the Tao stands supreme. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many practitioners seeking to comprehend the way of the universe. You are still young, with a long road ahead. Regardless of the challenges or setbacks you encounter, or the celestial mysteries you seek to unravel, remember to heed the will of heaven and follow your natural path. Taoist Lu regarded me with a meaningful gaze. I was momentarily taken aback by his sudden seriousness, feeling as though I were a disciple listening to a master's lecture. In the past, I might have dismissed such words lightly, but after everything that had transpired, I humbly accepted Taoist Lu's counsel. Ultimately, my refusal led to the failure of Xiao Guani's invitation. Upon returning to my room, the night had deepened, and it was already the early hours of the morning. Yet, I found myself unable to sleep. My thoughts were not consumed by the admonitions of Lu Xuanzang, but rather by his earlier mention of the book that my grandfather had burned. At this moment, my curiosity had morphed into trepidation regarding that book, for Lu Xuanzang had made it abundantly clear that my grandfather's injury was a direct consequence of it, struck down by the descent of 10 thunders. Strangely enough, as I drifted into a hazy sleep that night, I experienced a peculiar dream. In this dream, I suddenly found myself in the mountains, beside a mountain stream. I was astonished to discover myself standing by a riverbank. Surveying my surroundings, it was at this moment that an elderly man appeared. His hair white as snow, he sat by the river, clothed in a raincoat, fishing, with a basket of fish beside him. I initially assumed he was angling for fish, only to realize that when he pulled the hook from the water, it bore a rolled bamboo scroll. Just then, he noticed me, waved his hand, and gestured for me to come closer. However, as I prepared to approach and greet him, the abrupt crowing of a rooster jolted me back to reality. Today marks the day my grandfather and his companions are to set sail. Despite my curiosity about the dream, I paid it little mind and quickly washed up before heading to my grandfather's room. He had risen earlier than I, and by the time I arrived, he had already finished preparing. When the attendant brought breakfast, I took the opportunity to inform him of Xiao Guani's invitation for me to join the 819 Institute. However, my grandfather exhibited no reaction until I recounted the dream, at which point he appeared utterly stunned, setting down his bowl and looking at me with an expression of disbelief I had never witnessed before. "Grandfather, is there something wrong with the dream?" I asked, perplexed by his demeanor. "Oh, it's nothing. But you, don't ask. Just eat. We shall be setting sail shortly." Before I could finish my words, my grandfather abruptly interrupted me. Although the breakfast conversation concluded rather abruptly, his reaction made me realize that this dream might not be as simple as it seemed. With some time left before our departure, I returned to my room. sipping tea while setting up a Chiman chart based on the current time. Dream divination is also a significant aspect of metaphysical culture. Not only Chiman, but also methods like Lu Rian and Meihua can be employed to interpret dreams for auspicious or ominous signs. In the eyes of fortune tellers, historically, the most renowned dream interpreter was Song Shou, one of the 8 wonders of Wu during the Three Kingdoms period. The Wu records describe how Song Shou rarely missed in his interpretations. In the eyes of the common folk, however, the most famous figure in dream interpretation is undoubtedly the illustrious Duke of Zhou. His so-called Duke of Zhou's dream interpretation has influenced countless individuals. And even today, many rush to search for it online after experiencing strange dreams. However, based on my research and understanding of certain metaphysical concepts, this so-called Duke of Zhou's dream interpretation is actually a fabrication attributed to Zhou Gongdan by later generations. While it is currently challenging to ascertain the true authorship, I lean towards the belief that it was penned by a scholar named Qin Shiyuan during the Ming Dynasty. There are numerous instances in ancient China of later authors borrowing the names of predecessors to publish works. Among these, the fields of traditional Chinese medicine, divination, and the various schools of thought have the most notable examples. Besides the Duke of Zhou's work, there are instances like the Huangdi Neijing, which was falsely attributed to the Yellow Emperor but was actually written during the Western Han Dynasty, and the Ma Qian Ku, a divination technique falsely credited to Zhuge Liang. Here, I would like to digress slightly. When studying metaphysics, it is crucial to understand that not everything passed down from ancient times is of high quality. There exists a considerable amount of pseudoscience and detritus, for instance, the so-called Hongfan 5 elements. This Hongfan 5 elements, also known as the Great 5 Elements or the Ancestral 5 Elements, is distinct from the commonly known 5 elements as it is based on the changes of the 8 trigrams. For example, in the standard 5 elements, Jia represents the eastern wood, while in the Hongfan system, Jia Mu transforms into the Can symbol, thus identifying the 5 elements as water. Originally wood, corresponds to fire in the Hongfan system. The Hongfan 5 elements first appeared in the Shangshu, Hongfan, which has since been appropriated by numerous feng shui schools for the purpose of identifying landforms and locating dragon veins. However, the Shangshu we see today has been proven to be a forgery, rather than the original text. Consequently, the assertion of the 5 elements in the Shangshu, Hongfan is inherently a concoction of dubious scholarship. In ancient times, many feng shui masters criticized this notion, including Bu Yingtian from the Tang dynasty and Lai Bai from the Song dynasty. Ironically, despite being pseudoscience, many still regard it as a secret and profound knowledge, blindly following it as if it were a revered tradition. This speaks to the tragic legacy of metaphysical teachings, aside from the Hongfan 5 elements. During my earlier visit to Jiangcheng, I criticized the Yunyanba Zhai Feng Shui for being another form of pseudoscience. Like the Sanhe school, it originates from the apocryphal text Miamanjing. Unfortunately, many individuals possess rigid thinking, firmly believing that whatever the ancients left behind must be beneficial, akin to the notion that the moon appears rounder abroad or that foreign air is invariably fresher than domestic air. Returning to the main topic, after setting up the Chiman chart and examining the hexagrams, I found that my dream bore no ominous signs nor auspicious symbols. In summary, it was neutral, neither good nor bad. However, when we boarded the ship for our journey, I recounted the dream to Taoist Lu Xuanzang, who immediately displayed a look of astonishment. Chapter 87. The Art of Divine Concealment and Celestial Descent at 8 o'clock in the morning. Our group departed the temple and headed to the nearby Donghai port. Since Xiao Guani was affiliated with relevant authorities, he facilitated the preparation of a fisheries patrol vessel by the Donghai City Fisheries Department early that morning. Alongside the crew operating the boat, Ma Kaiwei, intrigued, decided to join us in exploring the incident sea area. Initially, she intended to return to Shanghai after dropping Xiao Guani off at the temple, but the events she witnessed at Yuntao Pavilion yesterday sparked her curiosity, prompting her to accompany us on the sea expedition. The vessel was quite spacious, equipped with various rooms to comfortably accommodate our group of over 10 people. The fisheries department even dispatched several supervisors to accompany us, ensuring an abundance of fruits and tea on board, with service that was nothing short of meticulous. According to Xiao Guani, the area where the earthquake occurred was approximately 230 nautical miles from Donghai City. With 1 nautical mile equating to about 1.8 kilometers, this distance was not negligible. Departing in the morning, we anticipated reaching our destination around noon. Fortunately, this provided me with the opportunity to consult Taoist Lu Xuanzang regarding the peculiar dream I had last night. My grandfather's unusual reaction this morning made me aware that the dream might hold deeper significance. Strangely enough, since hearing about my dream earlier today, my grandfather had sequestered himself in his room, the reason for which was unclear. Even after we set sail, he refrained from engaging in conversation with Xiao Guani, Luo Jichuan, and others in the conference room, instead isolating himself in the adjacent lounge. To my surprise, when I approached the deck and encountered Lu Xuanzang meditating, he too exhibited an expression of astonishment upon hearing about my dream. Taoist Lu, is there something wrong with this dream? You mentioned I dreamt of an old fisherman who caught a bamboo scroll. However, I used Qiming to interpret this dream, and it revealed neither auspicious nor ominous signs. I failed to understand why my grandfather became so anxious upon hearing about it. I replied candidly to it seems that your grandfather still wishes to keep you in the dark regarding that ancient book that was burned. It is understandable. The contents of that book are perilous, and your grandfather is concerned for your well-being, not wanting you to become overly entangled, Taoist Lu Xuanzang explained. Taoist Lu, I do not comprehend the connection between this dream and my grandfather's ancient book. I inquired, perplexed by his words. As the saying goes, the divine encounters in dreams, and the form connects with events. By day we ponder, by night we dream, as the divine and the physical intersect. Dreams are not mere random occurrences but rather omens. For practitioners of the Tao, they represent opportunities. Do you know why your grandfather was so surprised? Because your dream, as you described, closely resembles an illustration from that ancient book. What? I pondered, realizing this might be a sign from the heavens. Last night at Yuntao Pavilion, I merely mentioned the contents of that book, and you dreamt of it, had not even disclosed that the book's opening preface contained an illustration, yet coincidentally, you dreamt of its content. Is this merely a coincidence? Clearly not. This may be a divine hint. A hint of what? I remained bewildered, a hint that you might be suited to study the content of that ancient book. Alas, that book has already been burned by your grandfather. Otherwise, it could have been passed on to you for exploration. With a gust of sea breeze brushing against us, Taoist Lu Xuanzang sighed deeply, a look of regret on his face. Taoist Lu, do you still recall some content from that ancient book? Could you share it with me? I asked, curiosity piqued. Although both my grandfather and Taoist Lu Xuanzang had warned that reading it might invoke divine retribution. After learning about some of the book's content last night, I remained irresistibly curious. Xiao Chen, are you familiar with the 3 styles of Xianwei? Are you referring to Tai, Qiming, and Lu Ran? I responded, aware of these 3 styles, which correspond to the 3 talents of heaven, earth, and humanity, representing the pinnacle of metaphysical arts. In contrast, other metaphysical techniques, such as Ba Zi, Mei Hua, and Ziwei Do Shu, pale in comparison. Taoist Lu Xuanzang smiled knowingly. What is seen is what is heard, but what is heard is not necessarily reality. What do you mean? The current designations of Tai, Qiming, and Lu Ran are actually modern classifications. The concept of the 3 styles did not originally pertain to these 3. If not, then what was it? Unknown at present. I can only glean one from your grandfather's ancient book. As for the other 2 styles, they have likely been lost to history. What were they called? One of them is known as the Lei Gong formula. Just then, a familiar voice suddenly called from afar. Turning to look, I saw my grandfather approaching, holding something in his hands. The ancient book I had burned contained the record of the Lei Gong formula, one of the ancient 3 styles. My grandfather approached with unsteady steps and sat down on a nearby cushion. Lei Gong formula? Indeed, the full name is Lei Gong Shalu, an exceedingly powerful and sophisticated art. This technique has been lost for a millennium, yet it surpasses your Qiming in depth and mystery. As for the mystery of it all, I can say that I once believed the ancient claims of summoning winds and rain, and transforming beings into soldiers, were mere fabrications of the imagination. However, it wasn't until I later encountered that book that I realized such extraordinary arts truly exist in this world. Perhaps it was the mention of that ancient text which had been burned that prompted my grandfather to finally open his heart and discuss the matter with me. Noticing my silence, he continued to explain. Originally, I had no intention of involving you in this, but it seems there is a certain fate at play, compelling me to share with you the contents of that ancient book from years past. To elucidate this thunder formula, we must first delve into the development of metaphysics in our country. Over the years since the establishment of the Heluo Society, I, along with Taoist Lu and others, have been researching metaphysical principles. Our investigations have revealed that the so-called metaphysics available on the market today is largely a product of the Tang and Song dynasties. Much of the esoteric knowledge and secret arts predating the Tang and Song eras have unfortunately been lost to time. These lost arts encompass not only the methods of divination for predicting fortunes and misfortunes, but also include numerous techniques that are even more wondrous and mysterious than the magical arts you have studied. As for their disappearance, it is likely a consequence of imperial authority, which prohibited their transmission among the populace. It may also be due to the profound intricacies of these arts, which are difficult for the average person to comprehend and can easily lead to divine retribution. Earlier, when Taoist Liu inquired about the three styles, you mentioned Tai, Qiming, and Lurin. However, our research indicates that this classification was only established after the Northern Song dynasty. Prior to the Song, neither Tai, Qiming, nor Lurin could attain the status of these three styles, let alone be compared with the lost ancient three styles. This is not mere conjecture on my part, but a conclusion reached by the He Luo Society after extensive examination of historical records. Before the Tang dynasty, the ancient three styles did not even include the so-called Tai, Qiming, or Lurin. This is clearly documented in the New Book of Tang and 6 Classics of Tang. Even the nation of Fusang, which admired and sought to learn from our culture, recorded this in their own works at the time. Furthermore, one of the 4 great books of the Northern Song, Sefu Yuangui, compiles the esoteric knowledge and methods from before the Sui and Tang dynasties. It not only mentions the commonly known Taoist practices, talismans, and other divination methods, but also specifically refers to a technique for divine concealment and celestial descent. The Thunder formula, it turns out, falls into this category of divine concealment and celestial descent. Chapter 88. The Water Dragon Method. My grandfather's words astonished me, to say the least. They somewhat upended my understanding. Tai divine numbers, Qiming duanjia, and Lurin divine calculations. Anyone with a modicum of knowledge about the study of changes knows that these 3 divination arts are not only recognized by the current community of scholars as the most orthodox and harmonious with the principles of heaven, earth, and humanity, but are also revered as timeless golden rules. Hearing that there existed ancient 3 styles before these made my head spin. Moreover, from my grandfather's description, I learned that the ancient book he had burned contained the content of one of the lost ancient 3 styles, the Thunder formula. Subsequently, I inquired about the Thunder formula in greater detail. My grandfather did not rush to answer. Instead, he handed me an A4 sheet of paper. Here, take this. This is a map of the hidden repository I drew. Located in the mountains near our hometown, grandfather, you didn't burn that book? Upon seeing the paper filled with intricate topographical sketches and marked locations, I finally understood why my grandfather had sequestered himself in his room today. Back when Taoist Liu and I faced divine retribution, we did consider burning it, but ultimately, we decided against it. Burning a book is trivial, but I do not wish to become a sinner. If the book were to be destroyed, I would be forever branded as a historical sinner for severing the cultural lineage. Thus, I secretly hid it away. This paper indicates the burial site of your great-grandparents. That book lies within the coffin. Wuyang, remember, this is something you must never reveal to the family. I once faced divine retribution for clandestinely reading its contents, which also implicated them. Although you may have a connection to that book, fate is unpredictable, so it is best to exercise caution. My grandfather earnestly advised, his expression kind. I nodded in acknowledgement. In a moment, we shall reach the area of the incident. Once we return to shore this afternoon, you should make your way back home. Grandfather, won't you accompany me? I shall remain in the East China Sea. Why? Some matters you will come to understand in due time, my grandfather replied, avoiding a direct response. Then, he abruptly changed the subject, lighting a cigarette and smiling warmly at me. That smile evoked childhood memories. Wuyang, you have grown into an adult. Henceforth, you must learn to stand on your own. You are aware of my condition. Life is but a fleeting moment, and I wish to use the little time I have left to do something for you, for everyone. But, I know what you wish to say. My grandfather waved his hand to interrupt me. One day, you will understand everything, and we shall meet again. Though his words bore a hint of melancholy, I could not help but smile at his last sentence. As our conversation continued, the speed of the patrol boat increased. Around 11:30 in the morning, we finally arrived at the earthquake zone. The most ancient and profound fear of humanity is the fear of the unknown. Thus, standing on the deck and gazing at the vast sea before me, Even without knowledge of the earthquakes and supernatural events that had transpired here, I felt an inexplicable sense of trepidation. Upon reaching the area of the incident, the boat slowed its pace, and those who had been resting in the lounge, including Xiao Guani and others, emerged onto the deck to survey their surroundings. According to Xiao Guani, a month prior, this area had suddenly experienced an earthquake. Furthermore, coinciding with the earthquake, an employee aboard a passing cargo ship had inadvertently captured some supernatural footage during the evening, including the appearance of a building seemingly materializing above the sea, with shadowy figures wandering around it. I had seen the video taken by that crew member, and at this moment, Xiao Guani brought it out again for everyone to review. Meanwhile, under the leadership of Taoist Lu Xuansong, some members of the He Luo Society began to prepare their tools: compasses, earth measuring rods, wooden sticks reaching for the sky, red ropes, copper bells, paper money, and several feet of gray cloth. Observing the elders busily at work, Ma Kaiwei and I stood quietly to the side, carefully watching. Kaiwei asked me what they were doing, and I explained. My grandfather and the others are planning to seek the dragon. Seek the dragon? Yes. How is it that a distinguished returnee from Fusang, a renowned investor in Shanghai, is intrigued by such matters? Simply curious, and Kaiwei rolled her eyes at me. Curiosity is fine, but I hope you won't come begging me to be your teacher in the future. I chuckled and continued to explain. Seeking the dragon involves locating the dragon vein. There are distinctions between mountain and water dragons. Mountain dragons refer to the dragon veins within the land, while water dragons typically indicate those hidden beneath rivers, lakes, and seas. Compared to traditional geomantic methods of seeking mountain dragons, the approach for water dragons is rather unique. What makes it so unique? I pointed to my grandfather and Taoist Lu Xuansong, who were hard at work. For mountain dragon veins, we generally determine the dragon's position and characteristics through methods such as walking distance, star peaks, and the embracing of water, essentially utilizing compasses and observing the energetic flow. However, this does not apply to water dragon veins since they are concealed beneath rivers, lakes, and seas, and you cannot simply dive to the ocean floor in search of them. Hence, we must use the method of harmonizing water and observing the energy to ascertain the strength and direction of the energy field here. I previously mentioned in Guqing that dragon veins are products of the celestial stars and natural phenomena. Thus, all dragon veins possess powerful and patterned energy fields. Currently, my grandfather and the others are examining the energy field and its direction in this area. Of course, this is information you need not concern yourself with. Not even the average geomancer would grasp it. If it were that easy to master, the esteemed elders of the He Luo Society would not have become the towering figures in the field of metaphysics. Now I see, Ma Kaiwei nodded, somewhat understanding this. Oh, what if they find the water dragon vein? If they do locate the water dragon vein, it would confirm that the supernatural events occurring here are indeed linked to Fusang. Supporting what teacher Xiao mentioned yesterday about Fusang continuously disrupting our nation's fortunes, I turned my gaze back to Ma Kaiwei, my expression grave. Upon hearing this, Ma Kaiwei's demeanor shifted to seriousness. Just then, Taoist Lu Xuansong and his group had completed their arrangements and made a discovery. Based on their calculations of the energy field, they found that the energy here was not particularly strong. In other words, this earthquake zone lacks a dragon vein. How peculiar. If there is no dragon vein, and this is not an earthquake belt, then why did an earthquake occur here? This outcome truly took Xiao Guani by surprise. Stirring waves of confusion within him, I too felt an increasing sense of strangeness about the situation. However, just as everyone continued to press onward on the boat, the earthquake struck once more. Chapter 89. Fusang's Malevolent Arts? The earthquake struck with startling suddenness, catching everyone completely off guard. The violent shockwaves stirred the ocean's waters into a tumultuous frenzy, akin to the upheaval of rivers and seas. The vessel began to sway, as colossal waves relentlessly battered its hull, producing a heart-stopping cacophony. Witnessing this alarming scene, I swiftly gestured for everyone to grasp the railings, lest they plunge into the abyss below. Fortunately, the tremors were brief, ceasing abruptly after 5 minutes. However, this unexpected quake, along with the subsequent peculiar phenomena, led me to realize that this place was undoubtedly extraordinary. At that moment, dark clouds obscured the sun, and turbulent waves surged ominously. The horizon appeared as if heralding an impending calamity. Particularly alarming was the sudden onset of dense fog that enveloped the sea, rapidly thickening to the point where visibility was reduced to mere inches. What left us all unnerved was that, With the emergence of this fog, not only did the boats lose their bearings, but even the compasses in our hands, as well as the navigational instruments and phones within the cabin, all malfunctioned. It was as if, from that very instant, we were ensnared within a shroud of ominous mist amidst the roiling clouds and waves. This unsettling tableau not only furrowed my brow, but also astonished my grandfather and the well-versed Taoist, Lu Xuanzong, who had never encountered such a phenomenon before. He could only urge the unrelated individuals to retreat to the cabin. Subsequently, to prevent any malevolent spirits from manifesting, Taoist Lu commanded the acolytes accompanying us to scatter protective yellow talismans into the surrounding waters. After all, Xiaoguani had mentioned that following the earthquake that evening, many shadowy figures had appeared on the sea's surface. Although it remained uncertain whether these were indeed ghostly apparitions, it was prudent to take precautions. However, to everyone's astonishment, instead of the feared malevolent spirits, a small island began to materialize, faintly visible through the mist in the distance. The fog was so dense that I could not discern the island's features. Yet it was undeniably observable by the naked eye. "Quick, set course for that island," Taoist Lu declared, his expression grave as he gazed into the distance. Among us, he was the only one who had witnessed the mirage that emerged after last month's earthquake. And his excitement was palpable. "I object, Taoist Lu. Please cease your mystical musings. A mirage is merely a natural phenomenon caused by the refraction and reflection of light. It cannot possibly exist in reality. Our navigation and distress signals are inoperative, and there are hidden reefs nearby. If we approach, not only will we lose our way, but we may also run aground," I exclaimed. "Indeed, given the sudden change in weather, perhaps we should remain here and await rescue." Taoist Lu's proposal was met with immediate dissent from the captain and the fisheries officials aboard the vessel. Unlike us, the crew members of the fisheries patrol boat were strictly following orders and dismissed any notions of geomancy or spirits. Otherwise, they would not have been whispering and exchanging scornful glances in the cabin while Taoist Lu and the others were analyzing the situation. "Taoist, are you truly certain that island is real?" I voiced my own hesitations as the crowd expressed their opposition. Frankly speaking, everything I had witnessed since arriving in this maritime region had led me to believe that this place was indeed extraordinary. Yet, no matter how bizarre, a mirage was still just a mirage. It could not be genuine. After all, metaphysics and science are not contradictory. They coexist in a symbiotic relationship. "Wuyang, this matter is ours to resolve. You need not interfere. Please return to the lounge." Before Taoist Lu could respond to my inquiry, my grandfather promptly ushered both me and Ma Kaiwei back into the cabin.